A demonic threat loomed over the brave swordsman, which even he could not resist. The tired swordsman, leaning on his weapon, was the only one among the surviving warriors in this battle. The girl who created the magic sphere stated that her opponent was rightfully called the Emperor of the Blade. And when her attack was ready, the swordsman's enemy, raising her hand with the sphere above her head, announced that today she would deprive the warrior of his title. Wiping the blood from his chin, the man replied with annoyance that he had wanted to relax, but he was not allowed to do that either. Looking at his opponent, the swordsman said that since he had accomplished his goal, the girl could finish him off. The evil sorceress launched the very same sphere that she had been holding in her palm just a second ago at the desperate warrior. The swordsman, despite the approaching magic ball, met his death without flinching, with his head held high. The collision resulted in a huge explosion that should have left no trace of the valiant warrior. The girl, watching the actions she had performed, asked her opponent not to be so serious, although she herself smiled maliciously. But as soon as the smoke from the blow cleared, the witch was shocked, as she did not expect to see something like this. The girl was surprised because the swordsman stood up to defend him, and John easily repelled her attack, thus saving his comrade. Covered in sweat, the boy apologized for being late, claiming that everything would be taken care of now. Before the man could object, his savior jumped up and headed straight towards the evil witch. Watching John, the warrior said that he had been counting heavily on his abilities, which were vital in this situation. Appearing against the backdrop of the full moon, the young swordsman gave rise to many questions in the girl, namely, who he was. John, with a wild gleam in his eyes, answered his opponent that he was none other than her death, the lunar sage. And when the guy raised his blade over his head, he explained to the witch that he was the swordsman who cut the moon. After these words were spoken, the warrior's savior inflicted multiple wounds on the enemy, with just one swing of his sword, cutting her into pieces. At that moment, evil spirits in the form of dragons appeared from the witch, screaming furiously, showing everyone their sharp fangs. The girl who was fighting with the brave warrior screamed loudly because she was defeated and could do nothing to save herself. With a satisfied grin, the man watched the overall victory, namely, how their enemy left this world forever. Admiring his disciple, the man was sure that 9 streams of sword energy had fallen from the sky that day. John was such a skilled swordsman that he was finally able to put an end to the evil deeds of the insidious sorceress. And while the young warrior was hovering among the clouds, his comrade watched his triumph from the ground. 6 years have passed since this decisive battle, and the story continues, shifting its focus to the Vareng estate. A little boy living in the estate was once again slapped by his stepmother. And after another such blow from the woman, Yoka finally couldn't take it anymore and simply fell to the ground. She, breaking into a shout, ordered the boy to become more serious and get up, reminding him that an important guest was supposed to arrive today. Rising to his feet, shaking all over, the young man replied that he remembered this, but his stepmother asked again whether he had really ignored her instructions. The woman ordered the boy to clean up the backyard, but the young man failed to do so and was now standing next to a broken broom. The lady, bending over the boy, asked whether he ignored her only because she was not his real mother. The stepmother insisted that if the mother, who left Yoha after his birth, or the father, who did not leave the room for 6 years, had given the task, the boy would have quickly completed it. But having heard only one negative answer to all her questions, the woman became furious, as she considered this to be a boy's rebellion. The stepmother decided to teach the little brat a lesson by giving him another round of slaps right in front of the other children who were nearby. The younger brother and sister asked to pay attention to how their relative was so scared that, like a turtle, he could not even lift his head. However, Maybeck was not at all amused by this picture, and, watching his mother's actions, he felt sympathy for the guilty boy. Meanwhile, the carriage with the guests was already not far from the Vareng estate, who were eager to see the head of the family's adopted brother, Uncle Yan. The girl with expensive earrings listened attentively, as her mother worried about where her daughter had disappeared to. When the mother found out that the girl had settled on the roof of the carriage again, she was hysterical, because she had asked Namgung not to do that, fearing that she would break her legs. The girl's mother looked out of the carriage and ordered her daughter to immediately come down from the roof. However, the father asked to leave his daughter alone, and the son confirmed that his sister would not get hurt, given her level of martial arts. The boy, in turn, wanted to hear more about Uncle Yan, who, according to rumors, was so strong that even his father, the Blade Emperor, recognized the warrior's strength. The man replied that the swordsmanship that John had demonstrated several years ago was perfect in every way. If it weren't for him, Lord Namgung would be dead, and the Nine Heavens sword technique could compete with even their most advanced techniques. The son could not believe that his uncle had such amazing power, finding it strange that no one knew about the swordsman. The warrior retired without passing on his knowledge, and warned the emperors not to speak to Yan about anything that might offend him. The swordsman had 2 wives, but he loved only one of them especially strongly, which could not help but make the other jealous. Unfortunately, the love of his life died after giving birth, which happened almost during the victory over the witch, and since then, John has lost the meaning of life. The man locked himself in his second wife's room, so the emperor, being at the estate, wanted to somehow get him out of there. Mr. Namgung insisted that when they arrived at the estate, no one should mention his second wife, and act as if no one knew anything. Running to the lady, who was loudly shouting her name, the servant reported that the master had left his room. The wife, who could not believe it, asked the employee again whether her husband had really left the room. The man replied that Yan had personally wanted to meet the representatives from the Namgung clan as soon as he learned that the carriage carrying them had entered the village. The servant handed the lady a towel so that she could wipe her bloody hand, which she had gotten dirty during the educational work on it. The woman said that she begged him to come out, but he did not even look in her direction, having rejected his own blood, but decided to meet his adopted brother. The stepmother turned to the boy who was lying on the ground at that moment, who finally had the opportunity to see his father. With a wild, frightening gaze, Miju asked if the boy thought he would meet his father in such a pitiful state. Rising with difficulty, the young man replied that he would under no circumstances catch his eye while in such a state. The woman was pleased that the boy began to understand how he should behave, asking Joey whether her son knew where he needed to go. The lady claimed that the boy should not have been seen by other people if he did not want to disgrace the family. The stepmother insisted that she would find out in any case if Yoha started doing whatever he wanted. The lady turned to her children and asked them if they were ready to meet their uncle. The young man said that he would think about his behavior, after which he resolutely headed off in an unknown direction. Maybeck's gaze lingered for a moment on one of the brothers, who was not at all held in high esteem by his mother. The lady, in order to distract her son from the boy she hated, approached him with a very important task. The young man needed to meet his uncle's daughter Namgung Yeon, and when they met, he would definitely become friends with her. Squeezing her son's shoulders even harder, the woman asked again if Maybeck understood what exactly she meant. Looking at his mother, the young man promised to do everything so that she would be happy with him, remembering how his half-brother got it. When John met the guests, his adopted brother noticed how the great warrior had changed in appearance, after which he introduced his wife and children. The lady introduced herself as Jang Hyun, and the son of the Blade Emperor bowed and announced his name, Namgung Jeon. Bowing, the boy was surprised that in front of him was indeed his uncle, about whom he had heard so much. A man with a thin face and a lush beard announced that he was glad to see his daughter-in-law as his guest. Having received praise from the owner of the house, Chong was surprised that his relative was different from how the young man imagined him to be. The young man was confused when his mother, holding back her laughter, also stated that she was glad to meet the gentleman whom she had finally seen with her own eyes. But just as Mrs. Haeun was about to introduce her daughter to Namgung Yeon, she discovered that the girl had disappeared. The woman immediately apologized to John for her daughter, and the owner of the house took it quite normally, citing the age of the young girl. John's wife suddenly announced that their fourth son also constantly ran away and did not show up, asking her husband to introduce them to the guests. Without any enthusiasm, the man pointed to his family and simply replied that his wife and children were in front of the guests. The woman introduced herself as Baek Miju, noting that Namgung was tired after a long journey and wanted to rest. Went inside the estate with his family and adopted brother. However, Miju immediately turned to her eldest son, instructing him to walk around and look for Namgung Yan. Bending over him, the mother reminded Maybeck that he had to make a good impression on the girl. The mother's face took on a sinister hue again, and she asked the young man again if he had understood everything that had been said to him. Quite a lot of time had passed since then, and the sun had already begun to set, but the poor boy still held his hands up. The only thing the guy was thinking about was when these guests would leave, because of whom he had to hide in this part of the yard. John's son hoped that the strangers would return home soon, as his arms were beginning to ache unbearably. But as luck would have it, on top of everything else, the boy's stomach began to rumble because he was exhausted and wanted to eat. Joey's eyes began to close little by little, but he should not fall under any circumstances, otherwise he would be punished. With the thought that his mother would punish him, the boy could not stand it, and nevertheless lay down on the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Easily the boy, snoring, attracted a man walking around the estate to his person. Descending from the trees in which she was hiding, a stranger approached the sleeping boy. But even when she found herself next to the sleeping boy, he continued to snore soundly. But at some point the young man came to his senses and looked with sleepy eyes at the man who appeared in front of him. And the very next second, having discovered a female silhouette, the boy rose from the ground, claiming that he was very sorry. He tirelessly asked his stepmother for forgiveness, justifying himself by only blacking out for a second, raising his hands to the sky again. Yoha, asking for forgiveness, thought about how he had made a mistake again, and that, having angered his mother, he would not be able to get rid of it so easily. But upon closer inspection, the boy discovered that it was not his stepmother in front of him, as he had initially thought. The stranger who arrived a few hours earlier was wearing earrings that Ms. Baek Miju didn't even have. The boy was surprised both that by some miracle he had not caught the eye of his mother and of the person with whom he had been enchanted. In front of Yoha was none other than the charming daughter of the Blade Emperor, Namgung Yan, who was looking questioningly at the young man. At the same time, there was a conversation going on in the house about the wedding with the Namgung clan, which surprised the owner of the house. Mr. Namgung wanted to become related to the Warryong house, to which Baek Miju agreed, claiming that it would be wonderful news for their children. However, the man wanted to know what his comrade personally thought about this, asking again whether he would become his family. The warrior was grateful for the offer from the Blade Emperor, but believed that it would be better if his children chose who they would be with. Despite the refusal, Comrade Jonah was not against it, because his friend's position was quite logical. The owner of the house continued, explaining that parents should not have told their children who to marry, which caused displeasure in his wife. Miju was outraged because her husband was thus devaluing their wedding of convenience and spent all his free time in the room when Baek was trying for the sake of their family. The lady suggested that the children might have liked each other, and Namgung wanted to visit them more often, so that the children would have the opportunity to get to know each other better. The woman apologized in advance for getting ahead of herself and for wanting to ask the guests for a favor. The Blade Emperor agreed to help without a second's hesitation, even before hearing about the request. Baek Miju, with a gloomy expression, asked the Namgung clan to give her son Maybeck some lessons. Jang Heun asked the lady what she meant because her request sounded too strange. But then Namgung clarified that the Yan clan really didn't have its own techniques, since he wouldn't be able to solve this issue on his own. Yan also joined the discussion, wanting to ask his comrade about the same thing, as long as it didn't embarrass him and the entire Namgung clan. Looking at his adopted brother, the man realized that he was absolutely serious in his words. Mr. Namgung agreed, asking if his friend wanted his eldest son to inherit the Nine Heavens technique. Yan replied that their techniques were not as difficult to learn as the techniques of the Namgung clan, confident that his son had already mastered his technique. However, the comrade thought it was a joke, since 6 years ago he had seen with his own eyes how the warrior used the advanced technique of the Nine Heavens. The owner of the house replied that he could not pass on his knowledge in his current state and would tell him the details later personally. John wanted to say something when the family would return to the mountain, but he didn't have time to finish his thought, cutting it off mid-sentence. And the very next moment the man suddenly began to cough violently, covering his mouth with his hand. The Blade Emperor froze at the sight he saw, asking again if everything was okay with his friend. A second later, having knocked over the cup, John fell right onto the table, which frightened those present who were calling for a doctor. Namgung tried to reach his comrade loudly, so loudly that it could even be heard from the street, ordering him to wake up. At the same time, Maybeck, who was unaware of his father's fate, was walking around the backyard of the warring estate. Looking around, the boy wondered where the hell was the young lady Yan, with whom he had been ordered to get closer. Suddenly, the young man heard his sister's voice, tearfully begging him to ask someone one more question. The girl asked Namgung Jung if he really met his sworn enemy and killed him, which made the guy laugh. Solju replied that she read in a novel how the Azure Cloudblade killed all the enemies in its path. Slightly embarrassed, the young man replied that although that was indeed what they called him, the part about the murders was a lie. The eldest son, Jonah, came running to the couple, and his younger sister was not happy about his appearance. The guy apologized for the girl disturbing the guests, but Chan insisted that everything was fine and was unable to remember the boy's name. He then reminded them that his name was Yan Maybeck, and his sister took the opportunity to also remind them of her name, which sounded like Solju. Then the brother and sister began to quarrel, trying to figure out which of them was rude to the dear guest, and which was very polite to him. Maybeck started arguing with Solju right in front of Mr. Namgung's son, who was embarrassed by the whole scene. But at some point, the guy began to be touched by the way the relatives sorted out their relationships, which from the outside looked very cute. Watching Maybeck's younger sister, the guest caught himself thinking that he wanted his Yeon to be such a cheerful girl. Suddenly the guy froze, as he realized that they had been arguing in front of Chan all this time without realizing it, because of which the eldest of the brothers bowed to the guest, offering his apologies, although he repeated once again that everything was fine. And at some point the young man asked the guest if he knew by any chance where his sister, with whom he wanted to be friends, had gone. It turned out that Chan was also looking for her, offering to go looking for her together so that when they met he could introduce them to each other. Solju claimed that Yan was unable to speak, but her brother denied these rumors as they were not entirely true. The boy replied that his sister had a heart condition and hoped that she would soon get better when she became friends with the children of the Yan clan. The girl that everyone was trying so hard to find was in the company of Yoha all this time. The guy thought the girl was incredibly beautiful when he suddenly remembered what his mother had told him. Miju said that important guests were coming, and judging by the stranger's clothes, she was definitely supposed to be one of the guests. Well, the boy also decided that he had done something wrong, because his stepmother had told him to stay away from important people. Still shaking, Yoha thought about what he should do, because in this way he could not escape punishment. And while the boy was thinking about how to get out of this situation, John continued to drill him with a cold gaze. Unexpectedly for himself, the boy finally let go of his hands, placing them firmly on the ground. John was surprised by the behavior of the young man, who immediately started running away from her. However, at some point, Yoha suddenly stopped, not fully realizing what had suddenly happened. It turned out that the unknown girl personally stopped the boy by grabbing him by his robe, after which she pulled the guy towards herself, causing the frail young man to immediately fall to the ground as if he had been thrown with force. Yoha lay on the ground, catching his breath, not expecting this from anyone other than his stepmother. Namgung Yeon stared at the unfamiliar boy as he apologized to her in turn. The girl saw multiple cut marks on the young man's body, and their owner continued to regret what he had done. Looking down on Yoha, the girl wondered why he kept apologizing to her, when she had only pulled him gently towards her. The Blade Emperor's daughter noted that the boy was unable to stay on his feet, suggesting that he had not studied martial arts. Without taking her eyes off the guy's bruises and scars, the girl determined that he clearly got them from no training, and on top of that, he didn't eat particularly well. From the color of his hair, Jo-hee-yoon determined that the boy was the son of the swordsman who cut the moon, which made her unable to understand why the boy was so scared. The youngest of Mr. Namgung's children sat down next to the young man who kept asking her for forgiveness. The girl carefully raised her hand as she wanted to touch the son of the great warrior. To Jo, the gesture of the stranger opposite seemed very frightening, which he associated with something bad. Baek Mi-ju's hand instantly appeared in front of the guy with razor-sharp nails that left deep cuts on his body. John's son immediately began to sweat heavily, and his breathing became intermittent as he saw the girl's hand approaching him. However, Namgung-yeon was not stupid and immediately understood what exactly was happening to the guy. But when Yoha looked at the arriving guest with frightened eyes, it was far from her image that he saw. Scenes from his past appeared in the boy's mind, where everyone and their dog made fun of him. And at the same time, the young man saw before him the claws of his stepmother, which were a terrible dream for him in reality. The girl who wanted to touch him realized that Joha had never been treated kindly. Still, Namgung-yeon put her hand on the head of the red-headed boy, who immediately froze at that moment. And when he was able to move again, he looked at the daughter of the guests who had arrived with a questioning expression on his face. The girl with a sweet face finally decided to ask the frightened boy what his name was. The boy answered, his eyes wide with surprise, that his name was Yoha, still drenched in cold sweat. Repeating the guy's name, the girl stroked his cheek, assuring him that she would definitely protect him. Unexpectedly, after the words she said, the guy clenched his teeth trying to hold back, but a tear still rolled down his cheek. Since John didn't expect such a reaction at all, she automatically took her hand away from the boy. Yoha suddenly burst into bitter tears, his face now completely covered in a stream of tears that rolled down to the ground in large drops. John, watching the guy cry loudly, looked at him with an appraising gaze, trying to figure out what to do. And in the end, Namgung decided to hug Jo-hoo because he needed support so much, and when the girl said that everything would be fine, the guy cried even more. Now John, instead of the guy, repeated the same phrase, that together with him she was under the rays of the setting sun. At some point, the daughter of the Blade Emperor extended her hand to the poor boy. The girl looked at the red-haired boy in the hope that he would decide to take her hand. John's unusual actions silenced the sobbing Yoha, whose uncomprehending eyes stared at her in silence. However, no matter how hard it was for him, which was evident because his hands were shaking, the guy put his into the girl's palm. And as soon as Joey's hand was in John's hand, the girl instantly jumped up, dragging her new acquaintance along with her. The couple headed towards a passage in the wall, which was hidden from outsiders by lushly growing bushes. The boy looked at the secret passage in the wall with horror, because he guessed what was going on. When Yan leaned forward, the young man remained standing in place and, although not immediately, still succumbed to her charms. The two children used the passage in the wall to leave the warring estate, finding themselves in a place unknown to Johe. The boy, when he saw it, couldn't believe his own eyes, since he had never been there before. It was time to find myself at a market where there were many unfamiliar people scurrying from side to side. Looking around the crowd, the boy's gaze fell on a man who was buying some food from a local merchant. It turned out that the food was meatballs on a stick, which, hanging over hot coals, gave off quite the aroma. It was this aroma that reminded Joha that he was hungry and still hadn't eaten anything. Seeing the way her new friend looked at the meatballs, Yan couldn't help but smile. And the next moment, finding herself next to the seller, the girl took 3 sticks from the satisfied man, which he was holding out to her. Hungry Joha pounced on the delicious meat, despite the fact that the food had not yet had time to cool down. His only friend, Namgung Yeon, stroked the boy's head, for whom such a display of care was new. The girl looked at the guy with a smile, which made her feel sincerely sorry for this poor boy. While walking through the market, the daughter of the Blade Emperor noticed a stranger's shadow fall on her. And when the girl returned, she noticed the blade in the man's hand. The mysterious stranger with a menacing expression on his face looked at the children, who, on top of everything else, were in the company of two other guys. Just one look at the mysterious stranger was enough to make Yoha shake with fear. But the young lady, unlike her friend, looked at the swordsman with a calm, expressionless gaze. The girl did not show her emotions, but at the same time she only squeezed the boy's hand tighter. When evening came and the moon rose in the sky, John finally woke up, which made his guests worry. Mr. Namgung, standing next to the sick man's bed, did not understand how the moon-cutting swordsman could be in such a state. The warrior said that he was ashamed that he had not been able to hold out longer. But his comrade insisted that all this was nonsense, and that he needed to focus on resting in order to recover for the sake of the clan and the children. The owner of the house asked his friend if he remembered when he was told about the clan technique that Yan received from Guchun Hyunyo. But from then on, the warrior no longer received any benefits from her, assuming that she was disappointed by his wretchedness. And the reason for this was the death of Yan Muryon's wife, who died that day along with her. Although the swordsman's beloved left him, she left behind a child in her place, who was an exact copy of him. But the man, despite this, believed that he had no right to see him after everything that had happened. All these years, John was afraid that he would hate him, even though he understood that the boy was not guilty of his wife's death. Mr. Namgung told his friend to stop talking such nonsense, because he didn't want to see him become such a person. Muryon, no matter how hard it was for him, leaned on his skinny arms and got out of bed. Ignoring Namgung's assurances to go back to bed, Yan asked him for one last favor. The man understood that he had no right to ask for such a thing, but he hoped that his adopted brother would take care of his children. The head of the Namgung family ordered him to stop this kind of conversation, which he did not like. Bowing his head, Muryon said that his children were unhappy because they grew up without a father all the time. This was the last request of the great warrior, which his brother finally agreed to fulfill. And while the brothers were talking to each other, their wives were impatiently awaiting the arrival of their missing children. The guards, entering the estate with the children, announced that they had found young Mrs. Yeon, which made Jang Haeun very happy. When the woman turned to her daughter, asking where she had disappeared to, Baek Miju looked displeasedly towards the children. The lady asked the girl, who continued to hold her friend, whether she had hurt herself by any chance. Then Jang Haeun noticed a boy dressed in rags who looked like a vagabond and asked who it was with her. But the stepmother got ahead of John, rushing to her son with questions about why he looked like that, and immediately suggested that during his absence he had fought with someone. The woman asked the boy if he knew how painful it was for her to see him like this, but the young man trembled all over from just his mother's touch. Mrs. Beck, turning to the girl, said that she was extremely worried, as she had not seen her son all day. Miju wanted to thank Yeon for finding her son, but she was met with the young lady's cold, piercing gaze. By this time, the girl's older brother, Chon, had arrived, along with Mr. Muryon's children. The guy assumed that his younger sister had climbed onto one of the roofs again, which is why they couldn't find her. However, the young man was very surprised when he discovered one seemingly insignificant detail. The son of the Blade Emperor was surprised that Yan was holding the boy's hand, which was not some kind of display of emotion on her part. Maybeck also watched the young lady and spent the whole day getting to know her. Feeling a keen gaze on her, the girl instantly turned around to look into the stranger's eyes. Baek Miju's eldest son blushed when he discovered how beautiful the girl turned out to be. But then the boy immediately noticed that John was holding Joey's hand at that moment. It was a strange picture for the boy, because it was the first time he had seen his brother treated like that. Jang Haeun stated that the children were tired, suggesting that they all go inside, which Baek Mi-ju couldn't help but agree with. And at that very moment, Jo-hoo was separated from his protector, and at the same time their hands that were one in the other were separated. The mother asked the girl to go with her, unable to take her eyes off her new friend, as she understood what was awaiting him. Mrs. Mi-ju told her guests that they would follow them, that she wanted to talk to her son alone first. The woman, holding the boy tightly, watched to make sure that Namgung's family moved as far away as possible so that they would not hear her words. Without turning to the boy, the stepmother said that she told him to stay away from the guests. She asked if her son wanted everyone to know that she was not his biological mother. And while the young man once again asked Baek for forgiveness, she looked into the distance, fascinated. Watching Yan leave, the woman couldn't understand what was wrong with this girl that she treated her so coldly. In the 7th month of the same year, the head of the family, Yeon Mur-yong, died quietly in his sleep after falling ill. After his death, Baek Mi-ju summoned the Yan clan, namely 21 warriors from the Baek clan, to make up for the leader's absence. These warriors eventually became known among the people as the White Tiger Squad of the House of Waryeong. After Mur-yong left, his adopted brother kept his promise regarding his eldest son, Maybeck. The boy went to the Namgung clan to undergo training, leaving his mother, brothers, and sister alone in the house. After her eldest son left, Baek Mi-ju officially took over as the head of the Waryeong household, making no secret of the fact that she was happy with the position. A little later, in the extension of Yeon Mur-yong's room, his wife was trying to find something there. The woman asked who could have done such a thing, throwing books and notebooks all over the room. When one of the members of the White Tiger Squad approached the lady, she decided that her people had found the thing she needed. Bowing his head, the warrior replied that he and his colleagues had searched every corner of the estate, but had found nothing. Choosing his words carefully, the man added that Mr. John had not left behind a single benefit. An angry Baek Mi-ju threw the book at the servant, claiming that she herself heard Namgung talking about advanced technology. The lady ordered all the things related to Yeon Mur-yong to be moved to the warehouse so that she would never see them again. Bowing low, the subject of the head of the Waryeong house assured her that they would take care of everything. After leaving the room, White Tiger addressed his people, announcing that everyone in the estate was to immediately gather in front of the building. But the woman immediately called out to her subordinate, ordering them to do something else while cleaning. She wanted the warriors to lock Muryan's son and things in the warehouse, hoping that she would not have to explain her order. The man did not like the mistress's order, but he understood that he could not disobey it, no matter what it was. No matter how much Yoha begged for mercy, confessing all his sins, the warrior still threw him into the barn. The White Tiger participant explained to the boy that from now on, this room would be his new room. Lady Mi-ju's servant asked them not to hold a grudge against them, as they had to do so if they wanted to survive. But for the boy, these excuses meant nothing, and his stepmother's subordinates insisted that they could not help him in any way. The man who left him in the warehouse told the boy to honor the death of his father, who was now with his souvenirs. Yoha continued to beg the White Tigers for help, despite the fact that the door had finally closed in front of him. Leaning against the door, the young man lowered his head, finally realizing that he had been left here alone. The boy began to cry quietly, but suddenly stopped when he heard a mysterious creak behind him. Turning around, Yoha looked at his late father's things, in which his spirit seemed to still hover. Tucked his legs under himself, continuing to cry quietly, the guy didn't like this place, because he was very scared here. He kept wondering how long he would have to sit here, since he had nowhere to expect help from. The boy spent the whole night in the barn, and unable to cry any longer, he fell asleep, exhausted, right on the floor. Yoha was awakened by the sound of a door that had been in the wall of the barn opening slightly. Holding out a plate of food, the man's voice outside explained that it was the prisoner's breakfast. Looking at the bowl of water and a piece of bread, the poor boy could not believe that he would finally be able to eat. Since the young man was very hungry, he pounced on the bun with gusto, which at first seemed very tasty to him. But as soon as Yoha got a good taste of it, it became disgusting to him because it was as hard as stone. Dreaming of normal food, the boy discovered a strange glow among a pile of junk. The guy convinced himself that he had definitely seen something sparkle among the things, even though the glow had now disappeared. Leaving his piece of bread once more, Yoha headed to that place, because with the onset of morning he was no longer so afraid. Coming closer to that place, the boy again discovered a bright glow that was peeking out from under a pile of things. Having cleared a place, the boy leaned on a large board, from under which this mysterious light was shining. Throwing the board on the floor, Yoha discovered a giant mirror that was as tall as a man. When examining his find, the barn dweller could not see anything in it, because the mirror was completely covered in dust. Even when he leaned close to it, the boy couldn't see anything in it. The young man had no choice but to thoroughly clean the mirror from the dust that had stuck to it. And only after Yoha wiped the surface of the mirror did it begin to shine with its former brilliance. For the first time in a long time, the boy saw himself in the reflection, realizing that he looked like a tramp. Looking at himself, he asked his reflection if he too had been abandoned here. But suddenly, not believing his eyes, he noticed something unusual, which surprised him greatly. The reflection in the mirror suddenly leaned to the side, looking at Yoha with curiosity. And while the boy in the looking glass was smiling happily, the guy in the barn was breaking out in a cold sweat. The boy screamed, begging for help, but the guard who was next to the scad did not pay any attention to him. Following the onset of autumn, a cold winter began, and the guards guarding Yoha wondered whether the boy had frozen to death. One of the guards assured his colleague that the boy was alive because he kept screaming. This was also evidenced by the fact that each time someone ate the food, which could mean that the blood of the master himself really did flow in the young man. The White Tiger participant praised Yoha, calling him a tough guy because in his place he would have frozen long ago. However, his colleague believed that the guy did not have much time left, since his portion had been cut significantly. Watching the barn, one of the men said with regret that they would soon have to remove the body. Baek Miju's unloved son huddled in a corner, shivering from the bitter cold that penetrated the room. And while the guy was trying to warm up, his reflection in the mirror was waving her arms, trying to attract attention. Shivering from the terrible cold, Yoha asked his double not to distract him, since he had already stopped being afraid of him. After which, the boy added that he simply had no strength left to be afraid, feeling that he would soon die from the cold. Just a second ago, the reflection, which had been moving energetically, froze in place after these words. Sighing, Yoha, who was in the mirror, began to pace back and forth, thinking hard about something. But in the end, the reflection couldn't think of anything better than to pick up the stick lying on the floor. The boy, trapped in the mirror, continued to attract attention to himself, but now he was waving a piece of wood in his hand. He succeeded in this, since Yoha, flushed from the cold, nevertheless devoted a little of his time to the reflection. Looking at his copy jumping in the mirror, the guy asked why he suddenly started dancing. However, the boy watched his doubles dance without interest, because he had no interest in it. At first, the boy was surprised, but quickly realized that the creature would not be able to leave the mirror, which is why he stopped being afraid of it. Yoha was convinced that his reflection behaved this way precisely because it demanded the attention of strangers. True, at some point the boy's movements in the mirror turned from a dance into clear and sharp ones, reminiscent of blows. This was especially clearly seen in the movement that Joey's reflection showed at the end. Without looking away from the mirror, it seemed to the young man that the movements he was observing were familiar to him. And literally the next moment, the guy recognized in them the family art of the Nine Heavens sword, which his brothers had studied. While observing the double, Yoha realized that his copy's movements were identical to those he had seen earlier. But the boy did not understand how the creature locked in the mirror knew the art of his clan. The boy remembered the teacher's words, who insisted that it was necessary to use the Nine Heavens sword technique correctly. Only in this case will a person be able to control his internal energy and create yang energy with its help. The ability to create and maintain this energy was the first step to mastering sword technique. Yoha, having dug into his memories, remembered that Maybeck could surround himself with warm air even in winter. Suddenly, the reflection in the mirror detected some movement on the other side, in the barn. The copy was very surprised when its owner began to exactly repeat the movement he had shown. When the guy in the mirror lowered the stick upward, the boy in the frozen room did exactly the same. The reflection looked at Yoha without hiding its displeasure, since it did not understand why the guy repeated so ineptly. The young man asked not to look at him like that, because if he had a choice, he would not have thought of doing something like that. The boy had to at least try, because if he continued to sit in one place, he would definitely freeze to death. By imitating his copy, the boy hoped that it showed the true movements of the family art. Because in this case, Yoha, having mastered the technique, will be able to resist the cold and survive this frosty winter. However, as soon as the young man thought about this, he immediately stumbled and fell to the floor with a crash, dropping his stick. Since the reflection could not communicate with the prisoner of the warehouse, it indicated with a gesture that he was a loser, which could not help but anger Muryan's son. Winter continued, and along with its endless frosts, so did Johi's training. The boy, who at the very beginning had barely held the stick, now swung it confidently and clearly. His movements could be compared to those of his older brother, who once practiced the family art. Along with the movements of his hands, the boy's legs also underwent changes, so that they stood firmly on the ground. And while Yoha was using the Nine Heavens sword technique, his double was watching him from the mirror the whole time. The creature, who looked like two peas in a pod with the boy, looked appraisingly at its prototype. Tired and wet, the boy realized that he could master the family art, which was now not at all cold. Waving a stick, the guy claimed that these technical movements allow warm air to develop around. The acquired skill was enough for him to maintain heat for a long time and survive the winter. But the reflection in the mirror again tried to attract attention to itself, frantically waving its arms, as if it wanted to say something. The creature imprisoned in the looking-glass waved its stick with a firm movement in order to show its strength. The reflection burst into flames, but Yoha replied that he didn't need such a powerful technique. The boy added that he had not originally intended to repeat all of his double's movements and was content with the fact that he would be able to warm up. Throwing the stick into the air, the boy said that he no longer had a reason to watch his copy's annoying movements. Yoha wondered out loud whether he could now turn the mirror towards the wall since he no longer needed it. But when he turned around to look at his reflection, he saw that it began to move faster than usual. The movements of the double were different from those he had shown before when he was teaching the boy sword techniques. Baek Miju's unloved son couldn't hide his interest as he watched the reflection's movements with curiosity. Soon, the double demonstrated a technique that Yoha did not know about, suggesting that it might be something else. And at some point, the guy realized that the creature in the mirror was teaching him something completely different from the family art of the Sword of the Nine Heavens. The question then remained open as to what the copy was actually showing the guy, who claimed he wasn't interested in it at all. Watching as the reflection finished its demonstration, the young man declared that he did not need to learn martial arts. The boy asked again if the creature really thought that he would actually repeat these complex movements after him. This statement threw the double off his stride, as he believed that he had managed to awaken Joe's interest in these techniques. Realizing that his plan had not worked, the reflection decided to switch to a tried and tested method and began to tease Muryan's son. This behavior, like last time, worked perfectly because the guy said that some creature could not have been laughing at him. Taking a stance, the guy asked if his copy doubted that he would not repeat the movements shown, insisting that he would not only cope, but would do it many times better. Time passed, and with it, the cold winter gave way to spring, melting the remaining snow along with the frost. By this time, John Yoha had already mastered the very technique that he had not originally intended to learn. Armed with only a stick, the young man still looked quite intimidating using this technique. But after performing it, he tried to catch his breath, since it was more difficult for him than the previous movement shown by his double. Having repeated them over and over again, the guy still managed to copy them from the creature in the mirror. However, what followed next, namely the huge explosion, the boy could not manage to do, no matter what he did. Yoha looked at this technique and understood that he would never be able to do it exactly the same way, no matter how much he trained. The guy on the other side was mocking the barn prisoner because, as much as Yoha was sorry to admit it, he couldn't understand how it was done. And so, in despair, the young man sat down on the floor, cursing, wondering how he could repeat something like that. But trying to repeat such a complex technique, the boy lost a lot of strength, and because of this became very hungry, which he now regretted. He considered it a waste of time since this technique would not help him in any way. However, at the same time, the double who performed it looked incomparable at that very moment, which attracted people to study the technique. Angry Yoha realized that although it was pointless, he wanted to learn to do exactly the same. The boy wondered why he couldn't do it, because even though the complex movements were complex, he still couldn't understand their essence. When the guy mentally compared them with the movements that were shown earlier, he realized that he could trace the similarity of some elements in them. However, this also raised the question of why they were an order of magnitude more difficult, meaning that this martial art was more advanced than the Nine Heavens technique. Yoha had never seen the brothers practice these movements in their training. It was obvious that they were related to the art of the Yan clan, but the boy did not understand how the creature knew about them. Then the young man asked the reflection if it was hiding something on purpose, because he exactly repeated absolutely everything after it, but something was still missing. Since the double could not speak, he responded by smiling broadly, baring his teeth to his friend. The fact that his copy was so petty angered Murian's son, who intended to respond in kind. And the next moment, the boy threw a sheet over the mirror, declaring that he would stop looking at it, and with that, he would stop studying. But at the very bottom of the mirror, there remained an uncovered place where, bending down, Yoh's double appeared again with an offended face. The guy asked if the reflection really wanted to teach him so much, to which he nodded affirmatively. Taking pity on his copy, the young man removed the sheet, demanding that she no longer lie to him, otherwise next time he would cover him, but forever. Pleased with his student's decision, the boy in the mirror pointed his finger upward. Not understanding what the double wanted from him this time, the boy raised his head, discovering something strange. Above Yoha's reflection in the mirror, hieroglyphs written as if in gold began to appear. Looking at them, the guy did not fully understand what kind of phrase they formed, what appeared before his eyes. The boy was poorly trained, so he read syllable by syllable, saying the phrase, "True mirror of the goddess Gucheon." At that very moment, the 900 words that were hidden inside the true mirror appeared before Yeon Muryong's son. Even an ordinary boy, for whom they were too deep and complex, felt the meaning of these words penetrate his head. Thus the young man realized that the art he was trying to replicate was called the Sword of the 9 Heavenly Spheres. For as long as he could remember, he had been bullied by the clan, and his life had been a misery that was destined to end in death in the warehouse. But it was this evil fate that led poor Joe to a fateful meeting with the mirror of Gucheon Hyunyo, who began to rethink his existence. The members of the White Tiger Order considered the child abandoned by its mother to be dead, and over time they stopped properly guarding it. And when the guards tried to add food to the prisoner who was locked up in the warehouse, they were met with disapproval from their mistress. At this time, her eldest son was studying the art of the Namgung clan with all his might. The secret teachings of the technique, which until now were thought to be lost due to the death of Yeon Muryong, were in fact not lost. They were slowly but surely comprehended by the new owner, who was the successor of the line, John, son of Joe. Summer had arrived outside, and along with the transformed nature, the boy locked in the barn was also transformed. In this room, Yoha was supposed to drag out a miserable existence awaiting his death, but fate decreed otherwise. The warehouse became a perfect place for him to concentrate on training the 9 Heavenly Realm sword technique without any distractions. Time passed, and the guy who was once unable to stand up for himself moved to a new level, mastering the technique of meditation. During the meditation, the boy was all aglow, radiating powerful energy that was given to him by the martial art technique. And the master, who taught the young man without leaving his fragile refuge, kept an eye on his student's achievements. Joe's intimidated look changed to one that was more stern and confident, reflecting the kind of person he had become. The swing of the stick created a large shock wave, driving the mountain of dust that had accumulated over so much time around the closed room. Despite the gender, the boy trained barefoot all this time, his feet becoming rough and his legs hard as rocks. Day after day, year after year, the boy trained until 10 years of his training flew by unnoticed. And only after this time, he was able to announce to the teacher that now his movements were just like his own. A carriage was approaching Luoyang, carrying a man who had not been to his hometown for a very long time. Upon entering Luoyang, the carriage passed the warring estate, and the horse's hooves clattered to announce its arrival to everyone. Having reached the main gate, the transport creaked its wheels and stopped, and its door swung open. The guy who got out of the cart said mysteriously, "Could it really be that 10 years had passed since the last time he was here?" Mrs. Miju rushed to meet him with open arms, happy about her son's return. The woman noted that he returned very courageous, assuring her that she had missed him greatly during his absence. A brother and sister came to meet their relative, for whom meeting their older brother was a surprise. The guy, looking at his family, was glad to finally return to his home, which he also had managed to miss very much. The young warrior officially announced to his mother that he had finished training after 10 years, which made Maybeck Miju very proud. The woman kept repeating how courageous her son had become, declaring that, from now on, the Warung estate would become the strongest in Luoyang, if not in the entire Henan province. The mother, experiencing a surge of emotions, said that she had been too focused on her firstborn. Mrs. Beck noticed that guests from the Namgung clan had also arrived with Maybeck, apologizing for the cost of meeting her son. According to the lady, Chong had become stronger, and there was no one in Jianghu who did not know the name of the Azure Cloud Blade, after which the woman for some time lingered her gaze on his sister, who in the past had not shown herself in the best light. The lovely Yan became even more beautiful, changing beyond recognition, compared to which the other girls were just withered flowers. The clan leader was sure that everyone was tired after the long journey, so she had already prepared rooms for them. While Maybeck Miju was inquiring about Mr. Namgung's health, his daughter was turning her head from side to side. When the mistress of the house noticed this, she asked the girl who she was so persistently looking for, but Yan ignored her question. John Namgung was surprised when his sister walked past Miju, asking her why she was so rude to the lady. The woman replied that everything was fine, citing the fact that the girl's illness, which had not yet been cured, was to blame. But the brother assured that his sister had become much better, and the mistress of the house decided to quickly bring the guests to the estate. The woman walked behind, watching as the brother and sister talked with Maybeck, whom they had not seen for a long time. Stopping near the guards, the woman approached one of them with some kind of assignment. She asked the guard to tell everyone that the members of the White Tiger should not let Namgung Yon anywhere near the garden. The lady claimed that the girl was looking for a meeting with Yoha, that she should not have allowed them to meet, while noting at the same time John's steadfastness. Maybeck Miju's subject couldn't find the time to report that he had decided to check the warehouse last night because it was too quiet. As a result, the guard said that he did not find Yok there, and the guard's statement was like a lightning strike for the stepmother. Grabbing the servant by the throat, the woman at first did not believe the words spoken, ordering him to tell her everything he knew about this incident. This misfortune happened the day before at sunset, when the sun was already setting below the horizon. Around the abandoned warehouse, rising in the air from the boy's training, gripping the stick tightly, Yoha concentrated all his energy into it, creating a real whirlwind from the airflow. Exhaling, the young man swung his weapon with force, sending out a powerful shockwave in all directions. The technique that the boy learned, using only air, destroyed the empty boxes left in the warehouse. The student announced that after several years of long and persistent training, he had finally managed to master this technique. John Yoha couldn't be happier that he executed the kick perfectly, as it was an extremely difficult move for him. Turning to the mirror, he asked his reflection if it had witnessed his triumph. The guy kept insisting that he had performed the technique perfectly, which the creature agreed with and joyfully applauded the student. The young man said that when he remembered all 900 words that were shown to him, he also understood the part that he was missing to advance. Inspired by this success, Muryan's son asked the double to teach him the next technique. The little copy of the boy pointed upward again, just as it had once shown him the writing. But when the guy raised his head up, he discovered a hole in the ceiling that he had made with his blow. The sun penetrating into the dark barn was so beautiful that it captivated the young student from the first seconds. It impressed the young man so much that he involuntarily threw down the stick, which he had not parted with for 10 years. The being that lived in the mirror of Gucheon Hyungnyo was pleased that his disciple was ready to leave this place. For John Jo, who spent many years in a dark and dusty warehouse, the presence of light was something distant and unknown. The guy looked with enchantment at the beautiful view of the sky, as well as the warmth of the sun, which he had managed to forget. All this time, while studying martial arts, the young man never even thought that he could leave this place. The reflection in the mirror smiled contentedly as it watched Joey's first steps in a new world for him. Pausing at the hole in the ceiling that he had made with his strike, the wielder of the 9 Heavens sword technique froze in indecision. However, after some doubts, curiosity finally got the better of him, and the guy's hand stuck through the hole. Once on the roof, Yoha kept his eyes closed at first, as the direct sunlight was too bright for him. But when the guy opened his eyes, a wonderful view of the city opened up before him, complemented by the sun setting over the horizon along with the birds. Admiring the at first glance unremarkable landscape, the young man, who saw something like this for the first time in a long time, considered it all incredibly beautiful. The little version of Johi that had been in the looking glass all this time suddenly disappeared. She was replaced by the owner of this mirror, Lady Gucheon Hyunyo, who had been teaching Muryong's son all this time. Turning to the hole in the ceiling, the guy said what a beautiful view there was from here. He wanted his friend, his copy when he was little, to also rise up and look at the landscape with him. But when he looked at the magical object, Yoha did not find his teacher there, which had turned into an ordinary mirror. The young man was shocked that his only friend, with whom he had spent all these several years of captivity, had left. The guy continued to look at the sunset, thinking that now he was truly alone in this world. With a bang, Mrs. Baek Miju opened the doors of the warehouse where she had once locked her husband's son. But the woman found nothing there except the fragments of old boards that remained after Joey's training. The head of the house's attention was drawn to the sunlight that was penetrating the room through a hole in the ceiling. Baek Miju asked her men if lightning had struck the warehouse, unable to figure out how the guy had managed to climb so high. The White Tiger participants asked the owner if they should send out a search party, but she rejected the idea. The woman explained that it was not worth wasting time on an ungrateful boy who had abandoned the clan that had fed him all this time. She was sure that the boy would not change anything by running away, since he remained a 6-year-old child in an adult body. The stepmother was sure that, not knowing how this world works, Yoha would begin to starve, get sick, and die alone. Maybeck asked his mother if his brother had really left home, to which she replied that the search party had been unable to find him. The boy insisted that Yoha was not the type to run away from home, but Beck decided that the boy was upset when he heard about the return of his brother, who had succeeded in his studies. Miju insisted that after her son withdrew into himself, no one could understand what was happening to him, which Maybeck didn't really believe. The boy was surprised to discover that his adopted elder sister had not dined with the others, which made the lady wary. The girl became reserved and silent when she heard about the disappearance of her old friend. His stepmother assured the guest that there was no need to worry so much about Yok, because he was simply at that age when people like to run away from home. But the lady's words had no effect on Yan, who still treated her coldly, as she knew her true nature. According to her, the guy left the house 3 days ago, but there wasn't a single speck of dust on the furniture, as if it had just been cleaned before they arrived, while the rest of the room was completely unattended, indicating that there were no signs of human life in it. Baekmiju tried to reassure Yeon that they were trying their best to find the guy, but the girl didn't listen and simply turned around. Maybeck tried to get his older sister back, who left the room without saying a word. His mother asked if the girl always behaved this way and was greatly irritated by this attitude towards her family. After thinking for a while, the son decided to find out whether Yoha had really left home as his mother had told him. The guy was sure that something had happened in his absence because he had never seen Namgung-yeon show her true nature without a good reason. According to people, she was a flower telepath who could read people's thoughts, also mentioning that if ghosts could be deceived, then she could not. The son insisted that if the girl was thirsty for blood, it was for a reason, to which his mother became angry, declaring that she did not kill her son. Maybeck agreed with this, because in that case Yan would not have left silently, still wanting to find out what really happened. The head of the house, Wareng, replied that nothing terrible had happened, and that although the guy had not lived in that room, he had indeed run away. The eldest son asked his mother again where his brother lived, to which the lady replied that the young man had never seen the face of Yong Muryong. And in connection with this, she made it so that the boy could at least admire the things that were left by his father, which only made Maybeck wary. The boy quickly guessed, and soon arrived at the warehouse where the mother had been holding poor Yok all this time. However, when the young warrior arrived there, to his surprise, he saw that there was already someone in the room. Having examined the guest in detail, the guy was surprised to learn that John had already been here, and in a way that was incomprehensible to him, had learned that this was where they needed to go. Maybeck wanted to speak to his older sister, but the girl interrupted him, saying that this was the most secluded place in the estate. She claimed that there were a lot of security there, which suggested that something was being hidden from her. But when John looked at the place, she understood why there was a guard there, because the warehouse contained worn-out children's clothes and a bed. The girl said that she would report this to her father, but since Maybeck was her father's student, she would not allow these rumors to leak to the outside world. However, after what happened, the relationship between the houses could not remain the same, to which the guy had nothing to answer. The hopelessness of the situation made the young warrior clench his fists as the alliance of House Vareng hung by a thread. He understood that the situation had instantly ruined the long-standing relationships between him, the teacher, and his brother and sister. And while Mrs. Maybeck's eldest son was preoccupied with the dilemma that had arisen, life outside the estate went on as usual. Looking around the city, Yoha was amazed at how much everything had changed, wondering how long he had been sitting in the warehouse. The streets had changed so much that the young man sometimes got confused, looking for an exit where there was none, thinking about running away to the mountains. Just as he was thinking that he shouldn't have been strolling around the market so carelessly, he crashed into one of the passers-by. Yoha immediately began to ask for forgiveness, while simultaneously asking if the man he had hurt was okay. The stranger, turning to the inattentive young man, told him to watch where he was going, and the boy, without arguing, immediately agreed with him. But at that very moment, the owner of the 9 Heavens technique remembered where he could see this person. It was this guy who was the last one Yoha saw a few years ago, a warrior from the Waryong house who locked him in a warehouse. The guy promised to be more careful in the future and decided to leave as soon as possible before he was recognized. However, the man asked the boy to wait, claiming that the tramp's face was familiar to him, as he had once met him somewhere. A member of the Order of the White Tigers said that he needed to check the identity of the young man. The first thought that came into Yok's head was that he had been caught, trying to quickly figure out what he was supposed to do now. The man commanded the boy to come to him, but he did not move from his place as he did not want to end up in the warehouse again. The guy realized that he had relaxed too much and that he shouldn't have gone out onto a crowded street in the first place. Suddenly, the young man jumped up from his place, which the warrior of the Vareng house did not expect at all, counting on his status. The master of sword technique ran as fast as he could, ignoring the soldier's calls to stop. Muryan's son found from memory the gate that led outside, which was his only salvation. Seeing them on the horizon, the guy was delighted, since he could not under any circumstances let himself be caught. He wanted to run as far away as he could, where no one would be able to find him, even if they really wanted to. Cursing at the ignorant tramp, the white tiger was indignant at how he dared to run away from him, as if he did not know who he was. Keeping up with the nimble Johi, the man shouted that as soon as he caught him, he would end up a corpse. Looking back at the voice of his pursuer, the young man was surprised at how fast he was, that he was about to catch up with him and drag him straight to his mother. As he drew ever closer, the warrior of House Vareng insisted that this was his last warning. Having run past the guards, who did not have time to really react, Jehoy was driven by only one goal, not to end up in the warehouse again. The guard shouted to the fugitive that the gates were closing, and he should stop, which was in his interests. Although the young man was at the limit of his abilities, he still believed that he could get through. But the very next second, a warrior serving his stepmother appeared behind him, claiming that it was not so easy to escape from him. The man said that since they were trying to hide from him, it was not for nothing that he paid attention to the tramp passing by. Taking control of himself, the guy deftly jumped over his pursuer and found himself behind him, after which he headed towards the gate. The warrior was furious that they dared to use such vile tactics against him. However, while chasing the guy, he didn't notice how he found himself right above the massive gates that were descending on him with lightning speed. The man screamed loudly as he looked at the large gate that was about to crush him. All the warrior could do was cover himself with his hand, but he did not understand why he was still alive. To his surprise, he saw the fugitive he was pursuing stop the gate with one hand, wondering if the soldier was hurt. Shocked by the young man's abilities, the man did not immediately respond, but he seemed to be unharmed. Yoha was glad of this, guiltily explaining that he simply didn't want to get caught again. Worried, the warrior of the warring house began to deny it, claiming that he was not chasing the guy, but simply following him. Upon learning that the man had not wanted to grab him, the owner of the Nine Heavens technique was overjoyed, as he had worried in vain. Report to O. The guy let go of the gate and ran towards the forest, thinking that in that case he would simply leave. The guard, watching the tramp running away into the mountains, asked himself who he was and whether he had been asleep at all, considering what had happened. As they said in Jianghu, there was no need to look down on children, women, and the elderly, and the man could not disagree with this. Once in the forest, Yoha kept complaining that he hadn't eaten anything all day and was extremely hungry. The guy, looking at the mushrooms in front of him, thought that he could get poisoned if he ate something wrong. Well, hunger got the better of him, as John assured himself that he couldn't have eaten anything, having picked the first mushroom he came across. The young man hoped that everything would be fine because the mushrooms looked so appetizing to him, and their aroma beckoned him. But as night fell, the plant that the boy had taken for edible had a side effect. He staggered and stopped for a moment, at which point he vomited, as the flu turned out to be hallucinogenic. Yoha, wiping his mouth, asked himself what was happening to him, as he felt that everything inside him was hurting and his eyes were swimming. The whole world was spinning in front of the guy, which made him feel very bad, and besides, in the darkness, he could see absolutely nothing. The master of the secret technique wanted to find a place to spend the night as quickly as possible before wild animals appeared, but his eyes were inexorably closing. Unable to fight the approaching sleep, the young man collapsed right in the middle of the forest and was no longer able to rise. He kept telling himself that he couldn't sleep in this place because he was bringing trouble upon himself. Yoha opened his eyes slightly as he was awakened by the voices of strangers who were trying to figure out whether the boy was alive and whether they should take him with them. One of the men wanted to determine whether the tramp was really alive, as he did not want to bother with him. This issue needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Dissatisfied, the guy with the blade replied that he was ready to take the young man to them, confident that the poor guy could not be more terrible than they were. His friend was in complete agreement, but his soul was comforted by the fact that they were ready to do a good deed, since they were saving a beggar. Before Yoha fell asleep, he heard the strangers counting that there were already 6 of them in the family, for whom another mouth would not be a problem. Wondering where he was, the guy met an unknown woman in a rather strange place. Having looked at her carefully, he asked himself whether it was a goddess who stood before him. The woman was flattered because no one had ever called her that before, causing her to smile. But at that very moment, John Joha finally woke up from a deep sleep in which he fell after eating poisonous mushrooms. The stranger's voice that he had heard that morning asked if the tramp, who had been sleeping for a very long time, was awake. The menacing man asked what the young man was doing to fall into the ravine, because if it weren't for them, he would have become food for predators. A little confused, Yoha thanked the stranger and then asked where they were. The man who was talking to the guy said that they were in the fortress of the 5 Peaks, and those present in front of him were mountain bandits. One of those who saved the young man in the forest introduced himself as Thak Gomyong, explaining that they were all brothers in spirit. The other 2 men also gave their names. The tall and stocky one was Ma Hendo, while the one with the mustache was Ho's brother Imdal. The leader of this gang, Pun Yencho, confronted the tramp with the fact that since they had saved him, he had to repay them in full. Muryan's son looked at the bandit with large, uncomprehending eyes, not realizing what exactly he was supposed to do. The commander began to accuse Joe that he had always begged and did not know how to work, but now they would teach him everything so that he could repay them for saving him. Imdal asked his comrade not to pester the poor boy, handing him a piece of bread, implying that he was hungry. The young man looked dreamily at the food in the bandit's hands, which he had been dreaming about for the last 24 hours. But then John looked with apprehension at one of the brothers, not fully understanding whether he could eat this bread. In the boy's imagination, the bandits did not look as menacing as they actually appeared. However, Yoha tried to refuse the food offered to him, claiming that he was not hungry, but the guys sensed the deception, as they could hear his stomach. The reason for the refusal was the lack of money. Punyencho stated that he did not ask for anything in return and just wanted the guy to eat. Looking at the way Yoha spoke and behaved, the chief decided that he looked like a small child, although he looked all of 16. The bandit told Gomyong that the tramp was retarded, but his brother decided to give him light housework so that he wouldn't die of hunger. The brothers began to reason that the guy was a good guy, but people like him did not carry out any assignments well and did a sloppy job around the house. The group commander insisted that this would not work and grabbed the guy and ordered him to follow him. Imdal, while Joha was asking to let him go, ordered the boss to put the boy's brains back in place, since he had taken up his old ways again. When the couple arrived at the scene, Pun Yencho threw the tramp they had rescued to the ground, causing the young man to hit himself hard. The son of the Yan family begged for mercy, claiming that he really had nothing with him, but the bandit explained that he had no intention of killing him. He immediately determined that the guy had been beaten all his life, asking him if he would be able to survive in the fortress if he continued to behave like that. Dripping in a cold sweat, Yoha did not quite understand why he needed to survive in the fortress. Encho replied that he was giving him a chance to live and not become a snack for animals, after which he would no longer go hungry once he joined the bandits. Lost in thought, Yoha wondered how he could become a mountain bandit without thinking that someone like him was capable of such a thing. The young man said that he was a complete weakling, but the commander did not like the fact that they pushed away his outstretched hand only because of their fear. After which, Pun Yencho shouted at the tramp, explaining to him that there were only 2 types of people in this world. The first were those who took, and the second were those who only gave, and the man asked who in this world the boy wanted to be. However, such a sudden statement from the commander confused Yoha, who did not understand what all this meant. Then the bandit rephrases his question, wanting to know whether the guy will continue to live in hunger, to be looked down upon. It was these words that made the owners of the forgotten martial arts technique wake up and come to their senses. He replied that he did not want to continue to be looked down upon as trash. Gritting his teeth, he said that he didn't want anything taken from him again, but rather he himself would be the one who took it. The squad leader broke into a satisfied smile because such determination was what he wanted to see in the guy. The man asked to look around, starting from the first peak and up to the fifth, that everything was their huge territory. He repeated that they were the kings of the 5 mountain peaks, and no one here dared to look down on them. Punyencho insisted that if the boy stayed with them, he would become one of the kings here, considering this to be no small privilege. Fascinated by the local views and the words of the criminal commander, the young man agreed to all of the above. Bursting into laughter, the man declared that the vagabond was now the 7th brother of the fortresses of these peaks, recognizing his name, which sounded like Yan Yoha. After which the commander said that the new brother needed to remember something if he decided to become one of them. Punyencho, breaking into a shout, declared that they were the strongest and that he could hardly contain his overwhelming emotions. And then, bursting into laughter, he turned to Yoha, demanding that he repeat the same words after him. At that moment, the guy felt a tremor that completely shook him, since because of his family and stepmother, he lost his full life. All this time he was locked in a hellish warehouse, and his heart turned to stone and just cracked. And when the young man became free from the pressure of the past, in his body, the art of the sword of the 9 heavenly realms responded to the desire to enter into a new life. And the next moment, taking the stance of his new brother, Yoha also shouted that they were the strongest in the whole wide world. The leader of the bandit group was surprised by the energy that was inside the new family member. His roar, which conveyed everything he had kept within himself for years, spread over the 5 peaks and dispersed the clouds around. At first glance, the young man's unremarkable cry was an awakening from a long sleep, with which he opened a new page in his life. Punyencho praised the boy for his excellent work, noting that he had a loud enough voice despite his skinny body. The commander considered it a waste of spirit to waste such a spirit on cleaning, so he wanted to teach him martial arts when time allowed. But until then, the boy will learn housework along with his brothers, because first he needs to settle into the new place and get stronger. From that moment on, John Yoha began his life as a mountain bandit, and the first thing he began to learn was the basics of survival. He was childishly naive for his age since he had spent most of his life in captivity. However, his new brothers accepted him, and he also opened up to them, quickly adapting to the new way of life. Now the guy lived under the same roof with the mountain bandits, and not somewhere in a closed room. He finally began to live a normal life, except for the specifics of which his brothers were engaged. Because of this aspect, not everything in this new life went smoothly, and the guy also had to witness these events. The bandits came from common people and were not particularly strong in martial arts, and when they went into the mountains, they rarely returned without wounds. Because of this, the brothers often quarreled among themselves, and their new team member kept to himself, not accustomed to conflict with anyone. However, as soon as the brothers discovered the loot that Punyencho brought with him, they immediately fell silent. Takgomyong used the ill-gotten money to bring alcohol home to celebrate the catch. It was strange for Yoha to see that the brothers who had been quarreling just a minute ago were now drinking drinks together. In reality, everything was quite simple, and the mountain bandits knew how to enjoy ordinary things and enjoy every day they lived. But this simplicity just couldn't fit into the head of the young bandit, who was accustomed to a different way of life. Born into an unknown clan of martial artists, he never had the chance to experience a carefree life as he grew up as an unloved child. The surprise was that the seemingly formidable and dangerous criminals were the kindest people the young man had ever met in his life. It was in the Fortress of the 5 Peaks that he first learned what it was like to be part of their family. But this generally carefree life did not last long, when all members of the family bowed low to the arriving guests. Cold sweat ran down the face of the commander of the detachment of criminals, because the man to whom he bowed was dissatisfied with him. The man with the eye patch said that he came here only because he wanted to find a fortress here. But he was very disappointed, because what he saw looked more like a shelter for homeless dogs. Green Forest was the name of a bandit group, which was named so by the bandits themselves to emphasize their activities. For a long time, she remained the subject of jokes until an incredibly strong man appeared who called himself the Green Forest Bandit. When rumors about him spread, the best martial arts sects attempted to subjugate him, but none of them succeeded. Meanwhile, his power, as well as his notoriety, grew day by day, and people called him the Lord of Demons who destroyed the heavens. Under this name, he entered the top 10 strongest masters in the world, and even the recognized sects were delighted by his appearance. As a result, many masters from all over Qianhou began to seek out meetings with him and wished to enter the Green Forest. By this time, the strongest warrior of the forest became the leader of the bandits and accepted into his gang everyone he considered worthy. As a result, the Green Forest gained power unprecedented in the history of Murim, which made him incredibly happy. The sector's reputation grew, and it began to be talked about as an unattainable dream of mountain bandits, which the Five Summits gang also wanted to join. The vice chief of the Daebyul Mountain Fortress, the black-masked vagabond, Yom Sang-cheol, remained silent in response to the desire to accept volunteers into the Green Forest. The second vice chief, the one-eyed, bloody bandit Li Chanan, asked again whether Pun Yencho wanted to be accepted into the sect. This request caused indignation among the one-eyed bandit, who declared that the Green Forest did not play with toys. Chanan shouted that the rabble, which did not even have 10 people, did not deserve to become part of their great force. The leader of the criminal group replied that if it was a matter of numbers, they would recruit 3 in less than a month. Li Chanan, pointing to Yang Zhou, stated that he needed at least 4, since the child could not be considered a gang member. However, Yencho claimed that the boy was quite useful and did a great job with the chores, but these excuses didn't work either. The man demanded 10 men capable of fighting, but the young man did not count, asking again whether the mountain bandits understood how vast this territory was. The new family member didn't like the way the stranger with the eye patch spoke in a commanding tone to his commander. Scratching his head, the bloody bandit insisted that it took so many people to keep everything under control. He had already decided that he had come here in vain, but his comrade Yom Sang-cheol wanted to talk to him face to face. The masked criminal wanted the group of mountain bandits to be recognized, but Li couldn't trust such a rabble, even considering all the circumstances. The vice chief claimed that they had only recruited 1 distant fortress, and they had no more time. Very soon their boss would be checking the overall progress, and the bloody bandit knew very well what would happen if the assigned task was not completed. Chanan was indignant, since doubling the number of fortresses was simply unthinkable, to which his comrade agreed. But the one-eyed man was afraid of the rumors that might come when they accepted such as mountain bandits, fearing for the heads on their shoulders. Sanchol asked not to worry about this, reminding that his colleague himself had mentioned the size of this territory. Large groups divided the territory among themselves, which made it difficult for anyone to settle in Henan province, which was difficult even for a green forest to do. They couldn't set up their fortress here, but it was undeniable that one of the larger groups could come to the mountain bandits. And even then, no one will say that this rabble was incompetent, because in their place anyone would have suffered defeat, which was quite logical. Based on this, the masked bandits stated that they simply needed to fulfill the quota for recruiting new members to the sect. The men looked back and studied the group with a searching gaze before giving their consent. When the 2 vice chiefs acknowledged the mountain bandits as part of the Green Forest, they brought a look of surprise to their commander's face. However, the gang needed to recruit 4 more people before winter, and it was impossible to run away from other groups, abandoning these territories. The Five Peaks bandits were happily drinking, unaware of the whole situation, when they joined the Green Forest. Large gangs in the neighborhood were willing to collect payment from them, and the masters from the Debiol Mountains knew how strong the neighboring gangs were. The men left the fortress of Five Peaks confident that they would not last even 2 months, but they did not know who was in their group. From the day the criminal family entered the Green Forest, they decided to try hard. But they left all the household chores to Joka, while they themselves went into the mountains to look for adventure. Watching his adopted brothers leave, the boy felt a sense of longing and injustice deep inside. He complained to himself how bored he was with these household chores because he wanted to go with the bandits to the mountains. And a commander appeared in his head, claiming that the boy did not understand how important the chores were, and no one should see the gang hungry and miserable. Then the young man convinced himself that he could not let his brothers down, and that he was really doing important things. But that didn't change the fact that he had a wild desire to join the Five Peaks bandits. Had passed since the day the young man began living in the fortress, during which he had only learned to wash dishes. The boy did his homework until the evening, since it was the only thing he was assigned to do. So the second month passed, and staying at home all the time, Yoha gradually began to master cooking. And in the third month I got the hang of quickly finishing chores around the house, thinking about what to do with the time until sunset. Suddenly it dawned on the boy that he could still do something useful before his brothers arrived. The young man found himself in a forest among the trees, remembering that he was a master of martial arts. Concentrating, he tried to remember what he had learned during the time he had been locked in the warehouse. John Joha was convinced that he had to prepare well for the day when he would be allowed to go into the mountains with his brothers. Gathering energy in his fist, the guy, waving the stick, emitted strong streams of wind that were not inferior to a normal punch. According to the owner of the Nine Heavens technique himself, if he wanted to repay his family for their kindness, he had to train hard. After grueling workouts, large drops of water rolled down his face and his breath caught in his throat. But this was the only way John Joha could help the mountain bandits, as they had once helped him. After a while, the group stood before the people who wanted to join the fortress of the Five Peaks, and everyone who joined them became their brothers. Ponyencho announced that all new recruits would be given an introductory assignment, depending on the order in which the candidates joined the group. The first was Li Xiaosan, who fled the city after being accused of attacking a judge's son, following Gideok. The man who was more puny was the Gideok who went to the city because there were too many hungry people in his family. Mouths. The third was a girl named Han Cheng, who had just turned 19 and whose father sold her to a brothel in Bobong County, from where she ran away. Looking at the new arrivals, Tak Gumyung made Johu happy that he would no longer have to clean the house. Imdal confirmed that the boy would finally be able to go with them to the mountains, seeing how he had been waiting for such an opportunity. The man knew that the boy had been practicing sword fighting in the backyard, so he assumed that he had wanted to go on a journey with them for a long time. The young man could not believe his good fortune that he could finally go on a mission with his brothers. The chief of the Five Peaks Fortress stated that if the candidates did not have outstanding skills, he decided to assign them a rank according to seniority. When Ponyencho gave each of the brothers a corresponding number, only Chulson had any objections. The boy wanted to rise higher, but to do this, he had to prove that he was stronger, because among the Green Forest, the strong ruled. The newcomer told the commander that he had trained at a martial arts academy 3 years earlier. The mountain bandit was surprised by his new brother's skill, so he asked which of them he wanted to serve, taking his rank if he won. Li's choice fell on the skinniest of the entire family of criminals, who was not ready to put up with serving the young man. The commander turned to the guy and asked whether he was ready to defend his place or give way to the warrior who had just arrived. With his fists clenched, Yoha could not run away from the fight, because that would mean losing the opportunity to go with his brothers to the mountains. Since the younger brother could not allow such a thing to happen, he accepted Li Cheolsan's challenge. Tak Gomyong asked the chief if he was sure that everything would be okay since the newcomer looked like an experienced fighter. The chief of the mountain bandits replied that the warriors should fight, as he was interested in watching it. Pun Yencho announced to those present that the loser would become number 8, and the warriors exchanged pleasantries before the fight. The brothers noticed that the younger one spoke in the same way as the third one spoke to the boss, which made Ma Hendo proud of Joey's fighting spirit. Looking at the candidates who came with him, Lee Cheol-san declared that he would quickly deal with the little one and become the 7th brother. The guy apologized to his opponent because he intended to knock him out with one blow. But suddenly Yoha dodged the attack, leaving his opponent open, something the martial artist never expected. The owner of the 9 Heavens technique began to wave his arms, causing a small whirlwind to form around himself. And while Chol-san was trying to understand what was happening, his opponent realized that he was currently unarmed. The guy admitted that he was momentarily frightened by the strange movements, but was ready to end the performance. The next moment, the boy received a strong blow from a new candidate who wanted to take his place. Lying on the ground, John Joha kept thinking about how he could attack such an opponent without a weapon. Pun Yuncho watched the fight speechless, and Gom-young suggested that they should have stopped them, considering that he, the younger one, had never fought before. While enduring multiple blows from Lee Cheol-san, the young man realized that he had never been trained in anything like this. And the next second he screamed, sincerely not understanding why he was in pain from such blows. Then, with one lunge, Yoha, thanks to the anger that had accumulated in him, attacked the strong guy. Looking down on his opponent, the man asked how some child dared to hit him. He put the guy on the ground and said that if he didn't want to be beaten, he should have accepted defeat. The heir of the Yan clan claimed that he did not want to surrender, and despite his position, he intended to win the battle. The martial arts master believed that the young man could only talk while raining blows on him. And while Gideok calmly watched his friend, Han Cheng was worried about the boy's fate. Eventually the boy was defeated, and his opponent stood above him, breathing heavily. As he left the battlefield, the man recalled that he had warned the child that he should just lie down and not get up. Finding himself in front of the commander, Chul-san declared that he had seen everything with his own eyes and could now appoint him as the 7th brother. Suddenly, Joey's voice came from behind the thug, insisting that they weren't finished yet. Overcoming the pain, the guy began to rise despite his opponent's declaration of victory. The young man, covered in cuts and bruises, said with tears in his eyes that he would never let the fighter win. Getting to his feet, Yoha said that he would fight Lee Cheol-san to the bitter end. Looking at the hesitation in the warrior's eyes, the wielder of the 9 Heavens technique urged him to continue the fight. The man wondered how such a frail guy was still standing after his strong blows. Even the bigger guys were sent to bed after a fight with Lee, while the kid, who had taken several blows to the head, stood firmly on his own 2 feet. Pun Yencho stated that if the warrior did not continue the fight, he would be forced to count it as a defeat. Gritting his teeth, the martial arts master said through his teeth so that the boy would not regret his decision later. After all, the fighter could have finished off his young opponent, which he shouted before continuing the fight. However, even at the sight of the threat, Yoha did not even move, realizing how exactly he needed to face the difficulties on his way. Even though he had learned the 9 Heavenly Realms sword technique, he had no idea how to use it in battle. For the same reason, the guy did not understand how strong he was, because along with the technique, he gained incredible power. And his desire to go to the mountains and his unwillingness to lose anything again was enough to release the power. And in the battle against Lee Cheol-san, he finally managed to master the energy of the 9 Heavenly Realms sword. John decided that he would think of his fist as a sword, since that was the only way he could replicate the techniques he had learned. The martial artist wondered what the hell was going on right in front of him. The frail boy he had fought before was gathering an unknown energy in his fist with a menacing look. Before the fighter could react properly, the next moment he received an incredibly strong blow from his opponent. The youth's attack was so powerful that it took Lee Cheol-san's breath away and he spat out some blood. However, after the blow was dealt, Yoha became embarrassed because his opponent was still in front of him. The guy decided that this attack didn't work, and this technique only worked if there was a sword. Before the young mountain bandit could deliver the finishing blow, the thug in front of him suddenly fell to the ground. The man, who claimed to be a martial artist, fell heavily to the ground, hitting his head. Breathing heavily, covered in sweat and tears, John Yoha emerged from this fight as the winner. Tak Gomyong, who was standing next to the boss, was already planning to go to the brothers and stop their fight. But as soon as the man looked at the place where the fight was taking place, he could not figure out what had happened. The shocked brother asked why the burly warrior was lying on the ground, inquiring about this from those present. The commander replied that he only saw him run towards Yoha, after which he suddenly fell and passed out. The other brothers hoped that it was not because of the blow from their younger brother, who also did not see the entire fight as they were chatting among themselves. However, the boss of the Five Peaks Fortress didn't care how the fight ended. Be that as it may, he announced that the seventh brother in the fortress was still John Yoha. That same evening, the distinguished guy was called over to demonstrate something. The young man was given a giant sword, but he did not know how to react to such a gift. Tak Gomyong explained that the commander liked how his younger brother showed himself in battle, and from tomorrow he will start walking with them. Unable to contain the joy that was overwhelming him, Yoha replied that he would try to give it his all. But the second brother explained that excessive zeal was of no use, which only puzzled the young warrior. Gomyong was pleased that the boy was filled with fighting spirit, but fighting with a sword was completely different from fist fighting. The mountain warrior insisted that if he overestimated his strength and acted recklessly, the guy could easily be killed, because today he got off easy. However, Yoha did not agree that he would have lost if his opponent had a sword, since he himself could have killed him if he had a weapon in his hands. Having closed the topic, the brother declared that he would take pity on the young man and teach him his demon-slashing blade technique. The man recalled that when he was little, he lived in a temple and knew only 3 formations of technique, but even with them, it would not be easy for Yoha. Tak Gomyong believed that the younger one had no previous experience with ball techniques, and he agreed with any statements just to learn something new. The gang discussed how Yoha inspired his second brother to not teach this technique to everyone in the family. The bandit was curious whether Pun Yencho would take the boy on the job, and he had confidence in him, since they had become part of the Green Forest and were kings here. The next day, a caravan was passing through a gorge in the mountains, among which were many valuable things. The owner of all these people, who was sitting in his place, could not get rid of a bad feeling. Biting his nails out of nerves, the man said he had never had such a bad dream before. The owner turned to the swordsman and asked if everything would be okay, since his instincts usually did not fail the man. Kan, smiling cheerfully, replied that there was no need to worry about the rumors about the Five Peaks bandits gang, since no one dared to touch the speed sword. The swordsman's words calmed the man, convincing himself that he felt better being around him. Before the master had time to think about it, his subject intercepted the arrow that was aimed straight at the man. Frozen in place, the owner of the trade union could not breathe, as he was convinced that his premonition had not failed him. Kan smiled broadly as the people who dared to attack his master appeared before him. The mountain bandits of the Five Peaks Fortress appeared in full force in the gorge, blocking the caravan's path. The bandit group announced that this territory belonged to the fortress of the Green Forest, and if they wanted to pass this way, they had to pay. Speed Sword, upon hearing that the mountain bandits had been accepted into the Green Forest, was greatly surprised by this fact. The man laughed, claiming that the criminals had underestimated the Mansu trade union, claiming that some small gang had gotten to them. Pun Yencho stated that the swordsman wanted to taste the arrow, but Gomyong reminded him that the enemy had just caught one with his bare hand. The squad leader ordered several arrows to be fired, warning the trade union not to try to overstep their bounds. After a fiery speech, the man commanded his men to open fire, who immediately fired a series of arrows at the enemy. Considering mountain bandits to be wretched, that was why the swordsman liked to fight with such gangs. Kanmudoha lived up to his nickname by cutting down every arrow flying towards him in a split second. Gomyong was amazed that one man could repel so many attacks with just one blow. For the first time in a long time, Pun Yencho found himself in a hopeless situation where they could not resist the enemy. The man wondered when the merchants had acquired the martial arts master as an escort. The swordsman was outraged by the criminal's arrogance, declaring that they would die by his hand today. Khan shouted to his men not to stand there like a pillar and to prepare for the upcoming battle. The guards accompanying the trade union took their blades out of their sheaths and assumed a combat stance. Pun Yencho told the boys to stand still, because if they decided to run, they would definitely die. The commander said that he would distract the enemy in order to gain time for his brothers, but the youngest of them was already planning to make his move. His speech was interrupted by Yoha, who suddenly stepped forward, which surprised the man greatly. All his brothers tried to dissuade the young man from rash actions because they were worried about him. Speedsword laughed when he saw that the bandits had sent a child in their place so that they could escape like rats in the meantime. The swordsman claimed that the warriors were pathetic if they thought that some boy could buy them time. However, he said with a completely serious expression on his face that the gentleman had big problems. The man was outraged by such insolence and answered the guy that it was he who had the problems. John Yoha said that no one dared to mock his boss, who was the head of the Five Peaks Fortress. Pun Yencho insisted that his younger brother had gone crazy, and his comrade Gomyong suggested stopping him before it was too late. The swordsman kept wondering whether the children had either become fearless at that time or were very stupid, since they did such things. Khan declared that he would not hold back just because a child would be fighting in front of him, but would spare him if he admitted that he was wrong. But Joha pretended not to hear what his opponent shouted at him, claiming that he was talking too much for a dead man. The bandits looked at each other, trying to figure out who had taught the guy this style of communication that was now backfiring on them. The martial artist's hand began to tremble as he could no longer contain the rage raging within him. The man claimed that the boy hadn't been hit on the head for a long time, warning that he had asked for it. A second later, the warrior rose into the air, swinging his blade in order to teach the impudent boy a lesson. And Khan swung, and the blade of his sword flew right past Joey's head, which seemed about to wound him. The leader of the Five Peaks screamed in horror, because of him, an innocent child could suffer. The rest of the gang members also froze in their tracks, their hearts instantly dropping to their heels. The swordsman's blade flew past the boy's nose a millimeter away, but he didn't even blink. On the contrary, the young man struck the enemy's sword with a lightning-fast movement, after which a loud sound was heard that filled the gorge. The man involuntarily shuddered from the sudden roar, holding the hilt of the broken sword in his hands, not understanding what had happened. Encho and Gomyong, who were rushing to help their younger brother, were also perplexed as to what had happened. The other brothers watched the battle with the same expressions, not expecting such a turn of events at all. Looking at the guy who was emitting powerful energy, the swordsman asked himself if his attack had really failed or if the sword hadn't reached him. But after replaying his blow in his head, Kan was convinced that he had hit the target exactly. However, he dodged at the last moment, which was almost impossible. Only great masters could do this, but not all of them, and on top of that, he also broke the warrior's sword, which he didn't have time to notice when it happened. With bloodshot eyes, John Joha asked his opponent what had frozen him, or if it was his turn to attack. The man plaintively asked the young man to wait and allow him to change his sword so that the duel would be fair. With obvious displeasure, Yoha agreed to wait, but on the condition that the warrior take a stronger blade this time. The guy said that the blade was so thin that it almost cut off his head, and next time he would try to hit the weapon. The swordsman decided to check if the young man was lying to him, looking at his neck, where he discovered a light cut that he had received while at such a distance. However, instead of arming himself, the speed sword fell to the ground, declaring that he deserved to die for his insolence and would be willing to pay for the ride. the man understood that there was a real monster in front of him, that at that age he had already mastered the control of internal energy. This news came as a surprise to the young bandit, who, on the contrary, was counting on a protracted duel. But the young man quickly agreed to take payment from the trade union, but on the condition that it be quite substantial. The criminals were amazed to see how the swordsman was willing to pay any amount of money, agreeing with everything the young warrior said. As a result, 5 Peaks received a huge bag of money, which they had never received from one case. After some time, the squad leader decided to ask his younger brother what he did during the raid on the caravan. The pleased boy guessed that Pun Yencho wanted to know how he managed to cut the swordsman's blade. Yoha replied that it was a demon-slashing blade technique that his second brother Gomyong taught him. The man thought about it. Even his heaven and earth blade technique was similar to this, but they were still only third-rate. The bandit thought that it was impossible to cut through a master like Kan Mudoka's sword with something like that using their techniques. Doubting the words of the younger brother, the commander asked him to demonstrate the technique in action again. After a while, the whole family gathered in the backyard of the fortress to see with their own eyes the seventh brother's technology. Standing under the blazing sun, the boy concentrated before demonstrating his strength. And when he was ready, he took a stance, and energy formed around him that was visible to the naked eye. When Han Chen discovered her, she didn't notice how she screamed, unable to contain her admiration. Joey's movements were smooth and sharp at the same time, so he moved quite quickly. And when he swung his sword, leaves that had fallen from the trees appeared in the air in front of him, and they became his target. The young man kept his eyes on them, as he was about to pierce each leaf with his technique. With one lightning-fast movement, the guy cut through every leaf that was within his radius of action. However, the shockwave caused more leaves to fall from the trees, which would have suffered the same fate. Yoha swung his sword with force, and the wind flow crushed every last leaf that was in front of him. But his attack was so powerful that by inertia he hit a tree that stood in his path. A gust of wind that was akin to the blade of his sword knocked a thick tree trunk to the ground with a roar. After the blow he delivered, the young bandit froze in place, and steam began to rise from the freshly cut stump. Embarrassed, Yoha turned to his brothers, claiming that this was all he could do for now. But the skill demonstrated was more than enough to make the bandits open their mouths in surprise. The next second, all the brothers, without exception, rushed to the seventh, shouting at the top of their lungs that it was incredibly cool. Everyone began to ask the young man to teach him the movements of the second, and someone took back their words about the guy being a weakling. Even Han Cheng's sister admired Johi's technique, and was also impressed by the demonstration. She also wanted the younger one to teach her to be just as beautiful, even though the newbie bandit didn't think his skills were that cool. Pun Yoncho asked Gomyong if the demon-slashing blade technique had always been this powerful, but it was the first time the man had seen such a result. The secret lay in the student himself, which made the bandits wonder who the vagabond they had picked up really was. John Yoha looked like an ordinary teenager, but he had a strength that no one in the 5 Peaks fortress could match. A similar scene with the young warrior was repeated when the new swordsman was unwilling to pay the price to cross the clan's territory. However, the warrior's skills were not enough to injure the gifted guy, who easily dodged any blow. Thanks to his agility, Yoha dove underneath, avoiding another attack from the trade union mercenary. And having waited for the most opportune moment, with a lightning-fast attack, he struck down his weapon, breaking it into 2 parts. And only when the blade of Joey's sword was at the warrior's throat did he admit his defeat. The young bandit patrolled from autumn to winter, and during all this time, not a single guard could withstand his attacks. Rumors about the 5 Peaks fortress and the main fighter of their gang spread throughout the area like wildfire. While in his territory, Tak Gomyong asked his superior what was happening. But the commander himself did not know what this situation was, assuming that it was all because of rumors about their young swordsman. Several more warriors wanted to join the clan, but if they were accepted, the total number of family members would increase to 25. Pun Yencho had a difficult task ahead of him, but he had to think it through carefully before making a decision. Within 3 months, the fortress had grown rapidly, and its members had made a name for themselves in Henan province, but at the same time, the people's ambitions were also growing. In one of the huts, Huang obtained the necessary information, claiming that it was only necessary to kill the 7th to move on. Next up was to deal with Poon and Thak, while the rest of the 6 were unable to take a beating. Yomyang reported that the commander used the heaven and earth technique, and his deputy used the demon slashing blade technique. Northern Sword Gumil, aka Shim Yanggak, didn't believe that the higher-ups could use such trashy techniques. The man also noticed another oddity, namely, how such weak warriors were recognized by the Green Forest. "But my brother is under 26. He asked again what kind of forest it was, which he had never heard of. The old man became angry, claiming that it was impossible for him not to know about them as a mountain bandit. Shim Yanggak explained that the Green Forest was the unrealistic dream of all the bandits, which was similar to the beggars' sect of beggars. The boss of the Green Forest was the demon lord who crushed the heavens, who stood on the same level as the heads of the respected clans. The man insisted that this was precisely why he had come here, that if he became part of the Green Forest, he would not have to bow his head before the warriors of the recognized sects. Yomyang apologized because he knew little about the martial arts world, but from what Shim had said, it was quite difficult to become a part of it. The reason why the gang of losers had been given such a muggle honor was because John Joe was stronger than people said he was. Northern Sword Gumil didn't want to admit it, but he hadn't seen the guy in action yet because the backbone of the gang didn't go on patrol due to bad weather. A man entered the room and joined the discussion, telling them not to worry about the boy's strength. The old man claimed that the young bandit was no match for Shim Yangaku, who had once stood up to the masters of the 5 great clans. The man said that the Green Forest wanted to expand, and for this they wanted to claim the province of Henan, and the gang of 5 Peaks was just lucky. Number 26 blossomed when he realized that the group that went by the name of the Green Forest was in fact an ordinary gang of mountain bandits. This assumption was confirmed by Beck, who said that they gave out ranks based on the order of entry, which was just ridiculous. Northern Sword Gumil laughed, saying that the Green Forest was not a place for children, with which his comrade agreed. He was counting on a reward, to which Yanggak replied that once he finished with the peaks, he would definitely promote them to elders. The man did not know what the reason was, but luck was on their side, and soon they would be able to seize power in the fortress of the Green Forest. And all that is needed for this is to determine the positions in the family through a duel, and Shim, led by his brother Baek, will become the head of the fortress. While washing the dishes, Sister Chung asked the 7th if he knew that some of the newcomers had requested a title fight. The guy confirmed that he had heard these rumors from others, but did not see anything wrong with it. The girl hoped that Yoha would teach them a lesson, but he did not understand why he had to punish strangers. And because he was flirting with her, but Han Cheng had heard the newcomers belittling their boss's sword technique. Before she could finish speaking, she heard a loud crash behind her, which scared her to death. Turning half around, Yoha, who had cut the table in half, asked his sister which of the newcomers had humiliated the boss, but she did not know their names. But the guy didn't care who exactly it was, since he wanted to get an answer from them personally by heading to their hut. The young bandit, who had earned a reputation as an invincible warrior, was ready to deal with the commander's offenders. Imdal, who was passing by, was surprised when he met his younger brother in the cold, which seemed strange to him. The 4th brother asked the young man where he was going to go despite the late hour. The guy immediately told that the newcomers were humiliating the boss, and if the rumors are confirmed, he wants to rip them out. However, Yoha was shocked to learn that the boss would be worried about losing the newcomers he had worked so hard to recruit into the group. The man explained that he too was worried that in the fight for the title, the younger one would leave them in the dust. However, the next moment, the talented swordsman again became gloomy, claiming that he would not forgive those who bullied his brothers. Ho Imdal smiled and then added that they should return back to the mountains as soon as the snowfall stopped. Hugging the boy, the brother explained that when this happens, they will need their arms and legs, so he asked the seventh to return to the house so that he does not get sick in the cold. John Yoha tried to contain the rage that was raging inside him, wanting to deal with his offenders later. The next day, Pun Yencho gathered all the participants of the fortress because of the requested title fight, in which everyone could participate. One of the brothers suggested that Lee Cheo-san wanted to try out again, but he didn't dare make the same mistake twice. When the leader asked everyone to step forward, Shim Yanggak said that for a piece of trash, he had a pretty good tongue. The bandit, who was number 1 in the 5 peaks, did not expect such insolence towards him. Came out to him, led by the Northern Sword Gumil. After there were no more volunteers, the commander explained that starting from the 7th rank, soldiers had to rise 1 rank at a time. The duel was conducted fairly in front of everyone, and the participants had to accept the results without any objections. When asked who they wanted to fight, Shim Yanggak replied that his entire group wanted to defeat the number 1. The man was surprised by this statement and asked the candidates if they would regret their choice. The old man did not understand why they should do this, since they were all famous masters of Henan province. The martial artist claimed that none of them would be afraid of a second-rate criminal. One of the demons in the province began to mock them for not being able to withstand the heaven and earth blade technique. Rolled up his sleeves and wanted to teach the impudent fellows a lesson, but the elder ordered him to stay put. Suddenly, the Northern Sword Gumil opened his mouth wide, giving the appearance of a sleepy man. However, the very next second, he spat at the feet of the leader of the 5 Peaks fortress, which was a blatant sign of disrespect towards him. The old man said that it was cool today and he was very hungry, so he wanted to finish as quickly as possible. Joey's knuckles turned white with anger as he continued to shake, asking his boss to give him the opportunity to teach the demons of the province a lesson. The man said that, as he had said earlier, the warriors had to follow the queue and their first opponent was the 7th. Yanggak insisted that the clan had high hopes for this upstart, and his colleague added that the world would soon find out that the guy's skills were exaggerated. But having looked at the young man more closely, the partner of the Northern Sword Gumil could not believe his eyes. The guy approaching them was literally burning, gathering thunderstorms from the sky around him. The old men instantly lost their former enthusiasm and were greatly puzzled by the way John Yoha looked on the battlefield. The young bandit said that he almost died from the excess of anger that he could barely contain within himself. Filled with bloodlust, Yoha asked his opponents which one he should beat first. Just a moment ago, the bold and brave warriors now stood silently as soon as they realized the situation they had found themselves in. The demons of the province could almost touch the excessive power that emanated from the boy. One of their protégés suggested that the elders be the first to fight the 7th number of the 5 Peaks. Shim Yanggak decided to move out, claiming that they shouldn't have gone first as it didn't look good on their part. Beck immediately took up the idea, convinced that it was the order of things that the weak always went first. Chun Ilbo was surprised, since the old men had said something completely different before, and decided to ask them who would be willing then. The guy said that his stomach hurt, while his instincts told him that he should have first scouted out the situation and only then gone into battle. However, his colleague, without thinking twice, pushed Ilbo onto the battlefield, something the warrior was in no way prepared for. Finding himself against such a strong opponent, he was afraid to raise his head so as not to meet his gaze. The young man, possessed by an incredible thirst for blood, asked if the warrior in front of him was the first candidate. However, Chun couldn't run away, otherwise he would lose the chance to rise in rank, but it was dangerous to fight such an opponent with swords. The warrior claimed that he and Yoha were not enemies, and so he wanted to settle the matter in a fist fight. But for the owner of the 9 Heavenly Realms technique, it didn't matter how he defeated his enemies. And so, Chun Ilbo immediately took off, rushing at the 7th brother with a battle cry. At that very moment he got what he deserved for his insolence, that he also lost his tooth. However, the poor warrior lost consciousness, and therefore could not land properly, so he fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The elders were shocked that the young bandit was able to kill a member of their gang with one blow. Looking menacingly at the arrogant warriors, John Joha asked which of them would be next in line. And it turned out to be the confident Yom Sawun, who had previously pushed Ilbo onto the battlefield, also choosing fist fighting. Not even 10 seconds had passed before this warrior, too, was knocked away from the invincible seventh brother with just one blow. Huang Yomyang, having learned from the bitter experience of his comrades, preferred to fight with swords. The young man asked again whether his opponent would regret his choice, since he had no equal who could compete with him in the mastery of blades. But Yomyang, having lost his weapon, also experienced the bitterness of defeat, for whom the duel ended before it had even begun. The demon that sat inside the teenager thirsted for blood, calling for its next victim. The elders of the Henan province demon clan tensed up as the boy quickly took down 3 warriors who were stronger than they had imagined. John Joha asked the elders why they stood still or changed their minds about fighting for a place in the clan. The right hand of the northern ball, Gumil, stated that they needed a little more time since they could not decide which of them was higher in rank. But the young man didn't care about this, demanding that the old man take a step forward, saying that although he was afraid of a strong opponent, he had an ace up his sleeve. Baekgyo introduced himself and then declared that he would not use a sword in a friendly duel, but would instead use a fan. The young bandit, due to his naivety, immediately agreed to these conditions, thrusting his sword into the ground. The elder smiled as the invincible 5-peak swordsman had now fallen into his trap. The man instantly rushed at him, and the fan in his hand began to glow with energy, indicating that he was using it as a weapon. Baekgyo swung his fan and attacked the unarmed boy, confident that he would not be able to withstand his blow. However, John Joha was able to withstand the blow with his hands, and the enemy's attacks did not cause any significant damage. The elder of the field teenager's attacks claimed that now he did not look so arrogant that he could not keep up with the fan. Shim Yangak, who had been watching the fight closely, was pleased when the cunning fox of their clan showed his true colors. With this fan, Baekgyo became famous in Henan province, and going against him with bare hands was akin to suicide. Seeing how the young man's hands were shaking, Northern Sword Gumil decided that he would no longer have to fight. The young bandit asked his opponent to confirm that he had an unusual fan. Beck was surprised that the guy had time to take a break from the fight, intending to teach him a proper lesson. The old man was sure that the swordsman would not be able to do anything to him, since his fan could cut even stone. And at that moment, Yoha wondered if the elder really didn't know the meaning of the phrase unfair fight. Shim Yangak's right hand was shocked to find the enemy's fist suddenly appearing in front of his nose. But before the man could do anything, the young man hit him hard in the face, demonstrating a powerful attack. Following Chun Ilbo, the old man also flew far away, and when he fell, he raised a huge wall of dust. The 5 Peaks Fortress members were amazed by the incredible strength of the youngest of the brothers. After Baekgyo was defeated, the wielder of the 9 Heavenly Realms technique could breathe a sigh of relief. While picking up his sword, the boy asked Shim Yangak if he would use his own in battle. The old man was outraged that some vagabond had dealt with his comrade so easily, realizing that people did not know how much power the bandit actually possessed. As soon as the man saw that the young warrior began to approach him, he immediately declared that he did not want to continue the fight for the title. Northern Sword Gumil insisted that he and Baekgyo were very different in strength, so there was no point in continuing the fight. However, the old man's tricks did not work on the young man, who asked him to remember something once and for all. Yoha warned that if the gang dared to bully his brothers again, they would not leave alive next time. The man found it extremely humiliating to listen to this, but the reason for this was not only the boy's familiar tone. It was hard for him to imagine that the uncouth blockheads who led the gang would continue to command him. Having not heard an answer to his question, the capable swordsman asked his opponent why he was silent. As if awakening from a dream, Yangak bowed, declaring that he would work for the benefit of the fortress of the 5 Peaks. And while the disgraced warrior bowed to Pun Yench and his men, He offered Yoha something tasty to try, and the boy agreed to anything. Gritting his teeth, Northern Sword Gumil thought that the time would come when he would still ask the bandits for his public humiliation. Meanwhile, something happened in the Hejia settlement where the Nanyang Trade Union was located. Mr. Muryan's subject, pushing aside passers-by, rushed towards him with an important message. Entering the master's chamber, the subject reported big problems, since the rumors turned out to be true. The boy, out of breath, kept repeating that Shim Yanggak and Bayek Gyo had recently gone to the Five Peaks fortress. However, Mr. Muryan, enjoying his drink, responded with only one phrase, that he understood everything. The subject said that if the world knew about how 2 of the 3 demons of Henan province had joined the fortress, their influence would greatly increase. Mr. Lee Muryan was curious as to which of the settlement's merchants eventually became the commander. The guy's expression changed, declaring that the commander was still Pun Yencho, who owned the technique of the Sword of Heaven and Earth. It is also rumored that both demons lost outright in the battle for the title to become the main one among the other bandits. But the gentleman declared that this was a tall tale, confident that the information was false or was some kind of trick. The subordinate continued his report, saying that there were 30 people in their composition, including 2 fighters of that rank. The boy wanted to know what they had to do, but the man, getting up, asked what the servant himself thought about it. Lai replied that he had always been worried about the pair, because when they were called demons of the province, it meant that they were on the same level as him. But the most terrifying thing was that they could no longer allow the Five Peaks bandits to wreak havoc and take the chance to deal with them. The gentleman also wanted to get even with the old people, but he was convinced that they could not be underestimated. When Muryan came out into the street, he said that against the 30 people of the fortress, they had 3 times more people. In the evening, the members of the 5 Summits gang rested after a busy day, and everyone was free to do whatever they wanted. With his calloused fingers, the hero of the day wet the whetstone with water, polishing his blade. While examining it, Yoha checked whether the sword was sharp enough and whether it needed to be sharpened further. Yomsavan came to the 7th brother, praised the boy for a job well done, and also brought him some water. Savan was surprised at how the swordsman easily took down one of the Henan demons, old man Baek Gyo. The young man insisted that they were weaklings, to which the newcomer replied that the 7th brother hardly used a sword in battle. But before, people said that martial arts masters were able to cut people even with a tree leaf, which immediately brought to mind Joe. The young man was very surprised by this story, since he had never heard of anything like it before. Yomsavan apologized for saying a lot of stupid things, and having thanked the master for his work, went about his business. But the young man began to think about the incredible technique of the masters and how he himself could one day achieve such a skill. The young swordsman believed that if the rumors were true, he wanted to meet such masters. As night fell, most of the members of the bandit group went to bed. But at the same time, they did not forget about safety, and at night, there was always a guard on duty who inspected the surrounding area. The man also wanted to lie down and take a nap, and did not immediately realize what he saw in front of him. However, the next second his sleep was suddenly gone, as he screamed at the top of his lungs about the attack, as well as about a dozen fiery arrows. The guard woke up his fast-sleeping comrades by announcing an attack by an unknown enemy. Yoha found himself in the backyard, where a monstrous picture opened before his eyes. Fire arrows hitting their provisions immediately burst into flames, destroying them. The 9 heavenly realms sword technique. Master cursed as he gripped his sword tightly in his hand. The leader of the clan, Pun Yencho, also left his chambers, and at first he could not understand what was happening around him. However, a moment later, the man told his men not to panic and to remain in place, preparing for battle. One of the brothers said that if the situation continued to develop in the same spirit, the walls of the fortress would burn down, wanting to go to the others to put out the fire. The commander of the 5 Peaks began to think about a surprise attack, remembering that there was only one entrance to the fortress. Therefore, if the enemy surrounds them with fire, they will only have to flee through the main gate, where an ambush will certainly await them. But Pun Yencho guessed that they would be like rabbits being smoked out of their holes, so he decided to act differently. The man ordered no one to leave the fortress, and that everyone should first stop the spread of the fire and then begin to build the second wall. All of the commander's subordinates immediately rushed to carry out his order, bringing huge logs to the wall. Watching his sworn brothers work, the young swordsman had a hard time containing his emotions. The guy was angry that someone dared to set fire to the fortress, waiting for a convenient opportunity to take revenge on the enemy. The next morning, in the gorge that led straight to the fortress, there were many burnt logs. Mr. Lee Murian underestimated the mountain bandits, who turned out to be smart, and none of them even tried to escape. The man felt sorry, because otherwise he could have quickly finished the showdown with this gang. Although this still didn't change anything in Murian's eyes, he believed in his unconditional victory. Following the fiery arrows came hooks that clung to the sharp stakes of the fortress wall. With a joint effort, the people of the head of the trade union destroyed the only obstacle that separated them from the group of bandits. The troop commanders praised the gentleman, admiring his idea of using fire to attack, which only fed his ego. Lee Murian assured his subordinates that once the walls fell, they would easily defeat their enemy. However, when it happened, the man was shocked, asking himself when the bandits had managed to do this. There was another wall in front of him and his army, but one of the commanders reported that the oil was running low. The men began to argue about the failed strategy, which made their master nervous. But quickly pulling himself together, the head of the union asked his people to calm down, as he had expected something like this. Since the criminals had all the logic in order, he wanted to use a different strategy. One of the members of the bandit group was watching what was happening on the other side of the fortress. The man saw that the leader of the trade union suddenly had an axe in his hands. But what was even stranger was that Mr. Murian was heading straight towards the bandits with a weapon. The man who was watching the enemies reported that a stranger with an axe was approaching them. The bandits began to ask again whether he was alone, but even in that case, the commander told them not to relax. Shim Yanggak believed that the man would not simply hit the wall with an axe, and the lookout agreed, claiming that the stranger had an ace up his sleeve. After asking the man to step aside, Northern Sword Gumil decided to take a look at the man approaching them. The old man was surprised when he recognized the man with the axe as divine swordsman Lee Murian from the trade union. One of the brothers announced that the union leader was approaching them, who was also one of Henan's 3 demons. But Shim Yanggak's words did not make any impression on Johu, who responded to it quite calmly. The swordsman of the 5 Peaks fortress, armed with his blade, was ready to duel with the enemy that dared to attack his home. The guy asked if the enemy leader was really right at their gates, that he was shaking all over, but not from the cold. Gripping the handle of the axe, Murian asked the bandits how they dared to mock him. The head of the trade union claimed that the wooden wall would not stop him and that just one blow would be enough to smash it to pieces. And after these words, when the man swung, his weapon hit the crack of the new wall. The divine swordsman was overjoyed as he began to put his plan into action. But the next moment he was stunned as the fortress wall shattered into pieces, which was not his doing at all. The legendary swordsman of the 5 Peaks, Yan Joha, suddenly appeared in front of the enemy leader. The man, once he had recovered from the shock, asked the bandit who stood before him who he was. With a straight face, the boy asked one of the 3 demons in the province if he was the leader who attacked the fortress. But Lee Murian responded with a counter-question, surprised that the person in front of him was just some child. The divine swordsman, despite the fact that there was a child in front of him, attacked him with an axe, but Joha instantly repelled the attack. The head of the Nanyang Trade Union couldn't believe his eyes that the boy had such strength. The next moment, both fighters went their separate ways, taking away the blades of their weapons. Lee Murian had to work hard to stop himself when landing. Looking at his hand, which continued to tremble, the man was surprised that it was in such a state after just one blow. Since his opponent had such incredible strength, the master realized who was in front of him. He was the Five Peaks sword master, although the head of the trade union did not expect him to be so young. Having heard what his opponent thought of him, the boy asked what difference it made how old he was. After all, what was more important to him now was the fact that because of Murian, their fortress almost burned down. The boy kept asking if the army didn't look pathetic, that they had resorted to so many tricks, demanding that their commander compensate for the damage caused. The man was shocked by such a statement, and breaking into a scream, asked his opponent why on earth he had to do this. Mr. Lee insisted that the bandits were well established in the Five Peaks, robbing others, so he came on behalf of the entire province to discipline them. Yoha made excuses that they were only taking the fare, but Murian explained to him that this was theft, and as it turned out, according to the young man, the mountains belonged only to them. The head of the trade union was tired of listening to such nonsense, and as soon as he wanted to object to his opponent, he interrupted him, saying that Lee was talking too much. The young man explained that when people had different opinions, they could not agree, and even then, the one who was stronger was right. Sweating, Murian noted that the young man was confident and was curious whether the guy would survive after provoking him. The union leader claimed that he was much stronger than Baek Gyo and Shim Yanggak, to which Yoha ordered them to stop chatting and start the fight. Mr. Lee was furious at the boy's insolence and decided that he would not hold back any longer. The man threw away the axe, exchanging it for a blade. It was not for nothing that he was called the divine swordsman of the province. One of the three demons said that he would teach the youth a lesson in good manners, to which Yoha replied that his enemy was free to do whatever he wanted. The head of the union insisted that he would not weaken his defense like his predecessors and would not give in to battle, even though he was a teenager. However, the young bandit only laughed, since everyone said so, hoping that with such an opponent he would have a lot of fun. Murian was so furious that having rushed into the attack, even if the guy began to beg for mercy, he would not even think of taking pity on him. The Five Peaks Great Swordsman and the Henan Province Divine Swordsman were about to cross swords once again. The man decided that he would not come up with a clever plan, but would simply use the strongest formation to end the fight quickly. And when he started to move on to the formation, he managed to capture Joey's attention for a moment. This technique was called movement in stillness, and Murian, who seemed to be everywhere, attacked the young man. However, the guy was not scared, saying that it would be even more interesting than he expected. One of the three demons of the province, remaining in place, attacked the young warrior from different positions, but could not injure him. The man tried to understand how the boy managed to block his great technique. Once the divine swordsman stopped his attack, it was the turn of John Joey, who had been waiting for this moment. The mountain bandit's blow was so powerful that Mr. Lee used all his strength to withstand it. But in the end, the demon of the province could not resist, and at the last moment he still bowed to the ground. The Five Peaks swordsman praised his opponent, who was different from his previous enemies in strength and interesting technique. The head of the trade union was shocked because moving while still was a technique of the Mount Hua sect, and it was impossible for a mere bandit to block it. The man, not understanding what was going on, asked who the guy really was and what martial art he used. The young man answered this question with a smile, declaring that he had no homeland as such. John Joha said that his art was the technique of the blade that cuts down demons, which was the technique of the second brother. However, the enemy did not believe that this was the same technique that the bandit had learned in the temple, which the young swordsman immediately confirmed. He explained that no one had ever withstood more than one blow, and he was glad when his opponent showed him his skills, wanting to repeat his technique as well. The divine swordsman decided that he had misheard when the boy wanted to repeat the movement while standing still. Murian was interested in whether the boy could repeat the technique, because his art included hundreds of movements that were very difficult to reproduce. But even with such statements from his opponent, Yoha replied that for him personally, this technique did not seem difficult. The mountain bandits, along with the provincial army commanders, were shocked by what they saw. The Five-Peaked Swordsman was able to accurately replicate the Divine Warrior's technique on just his first try. The Henan Province demon couldn't believe his eyes, wondering how this was possible. Movement in stillness was the final formation of the Six Swords influence technique that belonged to the Mount Hua sect. From the outside, it might have seemed like a normal lunge, but at that moment, the warrior was making hundreds of changes in body position. This technique originated from the Plum Blossom Sword technique, and in the sect, absolutely everyone, even the young disciples, studied it. The warriors faced great difficulties in mastering this art, but Li Murian, despite the difficulty, mastered this technique and was able to capture the province of Henan. However, now, for the titanic efforts put into studying the technique, Murian's pride was instantly destroyed. The man refused to believe what was happening, since this technique could not be learned just by looking at it. Gripping the hilt of his blade tighter, the head of the trade union ordered himself to remain calm. As he set out to fight, the third demon of Henan province consoled himself with the thought that he knew this technique better than anyone else. Therefore, he immediately began to search among the many copies for the true body, which he eventually quickly found. At least that's what it seemed to the man, who, being completely focused on searching for his true opponent, missed the blow. Suddenly, Murian's shoulder and arm were attacked by Joey, who had adopted his technique. The man demanded that they come to his aid, since each of the opponent's many bodies was real. After spitting out a clot of blood, Mr. Lee was convinced that this was not just an imitation, and that the young bandit had surpassed him in every way. When the divine swordsman fell to the ground, he left his opponent in bewilderment. The boy couldn't understand why the demon of the province fell, even though he hadn't even completed his technique. But when the young man came closer to the head of the trade union, he discovered that he had indeed lost consciousness. Yoha felt sorry that his opponent could no longer fight, because at this rate, he would soon cut off his head. These words made Murian come to his senses, explaining to the guy that he simply could not move and promised never to come to the Fortress of Five Peaks again. The young man did not believe the words of the enemy leader, but he swore on his right hand that he would never come here again for anything in the world. Returning to his people, Yoha said that the head of the trade union would have been better off keeping his promise. Ponyencho, along with the other brothers, immediately began to praise the seventh, asking what kind of clone technique he used. The defeated Li Murian dared to turn around to take another look at the mysterious child. The divine swordsman couldn't believe that an ordinary-looking youth possessed such incredible strength. When the battle was over and the two warring parties returned home, it turned out that they had been closely watched. The stranger, hiding behind the rocks, kept a close eye on the mountain bandits, especially the talented young warrior. However, despite the courage and heroism shown, the head of the clan reprimanded Yoha for destroying the wall that they had worked so hard to build. Excluding the small trading unions, 3 major unions in Henan province fell one after another. Among them was also the Mansu Trade Union, which together with Nanyang, which also divided the province of Henan, eventually fell. San Machan explained that due to the strength of the 5 peaks, there was a certain shift in the balance of power. His colleague couldn't believe that even the divine sword was defeated, not thinking that a petty criminal would be so strong. The man confirmed that this was all that was talked about in the Hejia settlement, so the strength of the bandits in the fortress only increased. It made sense to hit the bandits before they could strengthen their forces, but there were some concerns along the way. The Mansu Union representatives believed that the young swordsman could have been the Green Forest boss's apprentice, since they could not otherwise explain his incredible strength. One of the participants in the meeting confirmed this theory because the young man appeared at the moment when the Green Forest began to expand. The man insisted that if it was the leader's student, they should stay away from him. Suddenly, the table was smashed with a fist by the Tornado Swordmaster, who was the head of the Mansu Trade Union, calling on his people to stop being afraid of some bandits. With his hands bloody, the man asked those present if they knew what would happen if they retreated at that moment. San Machon said that the trade union would become the laughingstock of all of Henan, which would reflect on its reputation. Lord Machon's subordinates began to ask what they should do, if the young warrior was on the same level as the divine swordsman. They wanted to know how the Mansu trade union would be able to resist the bandits since one of the province's demons had lost to them. The Tornado Swordmaster didn't know how to put it exactly, but the youth was on a completely different level. Before challenging him, he had to study everything thoroughly and not become a pawn like what happened to Lemurian. The Five-Peak Swordsman was too strong, and San Machon had almost no doubt that he was the Demon Lord's disciple. The head of the trade union ordered to immediately go to Hagen Province, along with bringing the best Longjing tea leaves from the West Lake. The master's advisor was surprised that his master wanted to go to this place at such a time, because it could cause unrest in the union. Turning to his subordinate, the Tornado Swordmaster asked if he had forgotten what exactly was in the province. And although it took a while, the servant realized why the head of the trade union was planning to visit the Kagan. There were the great Mudan Mountains there, but not everyone could get to that place so easily. San Machon explained that he was an outside student and had the right to learn the martial arts of the Mudan Mountains. And his teacher was none other than the elder of the local sect, the sage Chongji. The subordinates were shocked when they realized that their master could have been trained by a renowned master of the Mudan sect. But besides his merits, the old man was also good at teaching, which Machon intended to take advantage of. The head of the trade union, Mansu, praised the advisor for finally using his head. The Mudan sect was one of the 10 greatest, and its disciples were at a level that was hard to imagine. The man wanted to ask the master to teach him Mudan's techniques, and then the famous bandit would become a dead man. The disciple of the heaven-crushing demon lord was too young and inexperienced to fight on equal terms with the Mudan sect disciple. And if the seventh brother loses, the entire fortress of the 5 Peaks will fall after him. After Yoha defeated the divine swordsman, he went to a local restaurant to celebrate his victory. The food on the table was like something out of a dream, and all because the visitors were in the best restaurant in the village of Heijia. Hancheng kept saying that her dream, which had just come true, was to order anything she wanted. The girl who was with her noted that everything was very expensive, but her colleague told her not to worry about it. The reason for this was the presence of the strongest warrior in Henan province, but the young man did not consider himself the strongest since the boss of the 5 Peaks remained. However, to Joha it all seemed too unusual, considering the expensive food and clothes, because with the expansion they needed to be more economical. But he was assured that everything was wonderful because the swordsman earned a lot of money for the fortress, so the warrior deserved all these benefits. The girl claimed that the second brother deliberately gave them a large amount of money so that Joka could unwind and relax. Chung confirmed the girl's words, since Gomyung insisted that the seventh brother enjoy this day before his return. Looking at the younger sisters, the swordsman asked what the girl's name was, since he had not seen her in the fortress before. Embarrassed, she replied that her name was Ha Sobayek, who had joined the group about a week ago. The bandit who sat next to her stated that she was very nice, which was confirmed by the fuss raised about her person. Meanwhile, the conversation between the three was being closely watched by a stranger, whose attention was focused more on Sobek. Hancheng said that everyone in the Heijia settlement knew the name Sobaik, and that she got into the fortress because of her popularity. The girl clarified that she ran away from here because some hooligan tried to marry her. It was at this moment that the same man who had claimed that the girl needed to find him if she got into trouble broke into a smile. Bending over the young lady, the man said that it was now clear to him why Sobek was not visible, which was why he was very worried. Looking at the stranger with the scar who approached, the bandit asked whether it was that same hooligan. Ha Sobek tensed up, but she didn't even turn around because she knew that it was that same scoundrel. The scarred man thought it was rude to call him a bully, which made him feel sad. Sitting nearby, Khan said the man's face was just asking for a punch, wondering if he would deign to leave on good terms. The girl confided that she did not want such a luxurious table of delicacies to tip over, confident that the man did not want to die. But the hooligan only laughed at this statement, because he did not understand why he suddenly had to die. Reaching out his hand to his beloved, The man could not believe that he had heard such a thing from such an ugly lady. Putting his hand on Sobek's shoulder, the bully asked if she would tell her friend how scary he was when he was angry. He kept repeating that the bandit would not be spared from trouble, also wishing that Ho would not dare to run away from him anymore. Squeezing her shoulder harder, the bully insisted that his patience was not endless. However, the man was suddenly stopped by Yoha, who had been silent until then, and ordered him to stop immediately. The young man said that he was in a good mood today, and therefore counted to 10, and if the man left, the young man would be merciful to him. The scoundrel who was pestering Sobek was confused, asking the swordsman again why this child was approaching him. But the guy didn't react in any way, and instead of answering, he started counting down with a calm expression on his face. The scarred brute was angry at such impudent behavior, but Ho's girlfriend insisted on listening to her advice and running away. She claimed that the hooligan would definitely die, but the man asked if the bandit hadn't heard of Guak Yongchul from Hejia village. With her mouth full, the girl replied that she had no idea who it was, and that it was he who did not understand who he was dealing with. Guak became curious about what kind of upstarts he had suddenly gotten involved with, thinking that they were ordinary children. Half-turned, the bandit answered that the man had gone to the fortress of 5 Peaks, but that was not the worst thing. The hooligan found out that in front of him was a bandit who was an excellent swordsman, which made him wild with horror. But when Yongchul realized his mistake, it was already too late, as Yoha had finished his report. Looking up at the bully, he wondered if he was still there. When the young man put his leg forward, strong currents of wind began to blow over it. As a result, Yoha forcefully kicked the villain who was bothering his younger sister, Ho Sobek. Guak was knocked unconscious by the impact of his crash into the table, and the swordsman's footprint was visible on his chest. A stranger in a cloak appeared among the kitchen items floating in the air, standing motionless in the midst of the resulting chaos. Staring at the objects raised into the air, the man's eyes lit up blue. After which, the stranger forcefully slammed his foot on the ground, using his ability. The kitchen utensils, along with the destroyed table, were supposed to fall, but were picked up by the mysterious man. The swordsman of the 5 Peaks could not help but notice him, guessing what would follow. For a moment the young man froze, as he had now left the confines of the restaurant and was next to an unknown person. The swordsman and the man who possessed a technique unknown to him looked at each other, assessing each other. Frowning, Yoha felt a serious threat from the stranger in the cloak, who was not like his previous opponents. But even when the man took off his hood to show the boy his face, the boy still didn't know who the man was. Shortly before this, while walking around the settlement, Machon complained that the gentleman had arrived without warning. If he had known, he would have greeted the guest as expected, because the streets here were full of hooligans. Catching up with the man in the robe, the man insisted that he had already called a carriage for him, and if they waited, they would be able to get to the trade union with all the comforts. However, what the Tornado Swordmaster couldn't understand was the reason why the teacher had come in person. The man hiding under the hood was the elder of the Mudan sect, Sage Zhongji. But without answering his questions, the elder simply continued to walk forward, leaving the student confused. Clutching his head, the head of the trade union was ready to go crazy, since he did not understand why the sage had come here, and so unexpectedly. San Machon was alarmed by the fact that it was not the student who intervened, but the elder of the sect himself, fearing that no one would find out that he had come to pacify some bandit. But in the very first alleyway, the head of the trade union heard the merchants discussing that Machon had called Chongji because he was afraid of Li Muryan's defeat. The men began to reflect that despite this, Mansu's alliance was very influential, since it was able to attract the elder himself to the matter. And some of them even knew that San Machon was a disciple of the Mudan sect, which made this news not so impressive. The merchants began to laugh that the head of Mansu, frightened by the bandit, began to cry to the teacher because he could not figure it out on his own. Hearing Machon curse, the sage could not believe that his disciple was angry because of market rumors. Turning to the man, the elder said that he still had a lot to learn. Embarrassed, the head of the trade union asked for forgiveness for showing a weak character. The sage ordered the student to go into secluded training after finishing, to which Mr. Sun immediately agreed. Unexpectedly for himself, Changji felt the approach of an impending threat. A man flew past him at great speed and fell nearby. The tornado sword master, as soon as he heard the roar, began to ask the teacher if he was okay. At that very moment, the head of the trade union met with the bandit from the Fortress of the Five Peaks, wondering what he was doing here. Watching the guy, the man noted that the atmosphere around him was different, which could also be said about the color of his hair. Mr. San, heading towards the sage, shouted that it was that same bandit, but the master ordered him to shut up. Pulling his hood back over his head, the elder stated that he wanted to rest, but it turned out that the street was not particularly safe. After which, turning around, he agreed to go on the cart, and his student fell into a stupor because of the master's decision. Yoha did not take his eyes off the old man who was leaving, whom he did not like from the first second. The stranger emanated an ominous energy that he felt quite strongly. Han Chung grabbed her head as soon as she saw the destruction that the swordsman had caused, asking him why he had to destroy everything. The girl reminded that Pun Yencho asked not to create problems and not to spoil the fortress's reputation, and that the restaurant's renovation would not be cheap. Yoha, feeling that he had done something wrong, tried to make Yongchul the culprit, since he had time to leave. Although Han Cheng didn't care about the stranger, there was still one small detail that bothered her. The bandit wanted to know why they had destroyed their table so that they were now left without delicious food. The sister claimed that since the restaurant was destroyed, even after paying for the repairs, it was unlikely that they would refuse to serve them. Yoha wanted to settle the matter with his fists, but the girl insisted that it was necessary to maintain a good reputation. The guy justified himself by saying that his opponent turned out to be weaker than he thought, and that it was all his fault. The Five-Peak Swordsman didn't expect the guy to fly away with one blow, and the girls would have been surprised if he had gotten away with just a few scratches. Be that as it may, Han Chung showed off their entire cash reserve, which should have been enough for both rice soup and restaurant renovations. But the bandit said that, unfortunately, they would not be able to buy clothes for Sobaik, who so wanted to get a proper outfit. However, the young girl immediately began to justify herself by saying that she had never said anything like that. The friend, deciding to shut her up so that she wouldn't blab too much, said that they would buy clothes next time, which greatly worried Yoha. The guy offered to buy clothes instead of soup, but Han Chung convinced him that the money was not enough anyway, but instead the guy could fulfill her request. Wanting to make amends to his sisters, the young man was determined to do whatever the bandit asked of him. Delighted with this opportunity, the girl asked to teach her and Sobak martial arts. San Machon explained to the teacher that it was the same bandit in front of him, not understanding why the sage did not deal with him when the perfect moment came. Chongji clarified that there were rumors that the boy was a disciple of the Demon Lord, as indicated by the Five Peaks' imminent acceptance into the ranks of the Green Forest. However, it seemed to the elder that not everything was so clear-cut, and that perhaps the young man was not who he was taken for. If the Demon Lord who crushed the heavens had a disciple, then everyone would have been whispering about it a long time ago, since he loved to boast about his achievements. The sage was sure that coming here was a great idea, since he had met a martial arts genius in a place like this. 3 days earlier, in the Mudan Mountains of Hagen Province, an important guest visited one of the temples. His companion had a tea set with her to appease the man they had come to see, sect leader Te. He scratched his thick beard and expressed how enchanted he was by the local scenery. Standing before Chongji, the old man convinced him that even within the local mountains, there were few such places. The sage said that he brought Longji tea leaves from the western lake as a gift, remembering that Chongji loved tea. The sect elder noted that these leaves were very difficult to obtain, which is what piqued his interest. Turning to the guest, Ji declared that since he had brought such a valuable gift, he had a serious conversation with him. Confused, sect leader Te. He wondered if it was really that obvious. After some time, the owner of the temple brewed the tea brought to him as a gift in order to discuss the problem. The sage said that the merchants had troubles with the bandits of the Five Peaks Fortress, who were rumored to be connected to the Green Forest. The leader had no reason to think otherwise, since the head of the trade union, San Machon, was a former student of Chongji who brought the tea. Taehai asked if sending a student to observe the progress of his former student wasn't a good enough excuse. From the guest's words, the elder understood that he was being asked to look after the Green Forest. The leader confirmed, reminding the elder how much trouble the Moon Sage had caused in the past, which showed the Orthodox Union that it needed to become stronger. The Moon Sage used terrifying martial arts to conquer Murim, and with it the entire central continent. At that time, the Sword Emperor and the Moon-Cutting Swordsman managed to win, but their strength could no longer be relied upon. Taehei asked who could guarantee that Murim would not face such a threat again, that he was not sure how much longer the peace around would last. The old man also mentioned that Orthodox sects could also pose a threat. The demon lord who crushed the heavens had killed many swordsmen, and it was no secret that no one in the current world could stand against him in battle. Chongji assumed that he was required to strengthen his influence over the trade union before he would begin helping the demon lord. The old man confirmed this, since the disciples always brought a good reputation to their sect, and this was another opportunity to improve their opinion of them, and at the same time increase influence over the province of Henan, killing two birds with one stone. The Mudan sect elder began to ponder this proposal while enjoying the fragrant tea. The sage agreed to participate in such a venture, but he wanted to set one condition for Taehai. Chongji wanted permission from the elder to take over the Five Peaks Fortress. This demand surprised the old man so much that, confused, he decided to clarify why the sage needed this. He replied that, having managed this temple for the past 10 years, he had participated in many rituals and heard hundreds of predictions. And whenever I tried to look at my success in my endeavors, I saw only a possible failure that was destined to live an even life. Deprived of any career highs, Chongji replied that the situation had changed and that today's prediction was different. Now the elder was expecting incredible success in his life, which is why he wanted to do something unusual. The man believed that the heavens themselves had sent him this opportunity, namely a bandit who was an excellent swordsman. The sage did not believe in the absurd rumors that he was the demon lord's disciple, as there was an unusual aura around him. Chongji was sure that if he taught him, the boy would be the strongest swordsman of Mount Mudan, so he wanted to make this opportunity come true. Meanwhile, the Five Peaks Fortress continued to undergo restoration work after Lemurian's attack. Soon, one of Pun Yencho's men announced that they had successfully completed the construction. The commander of the bandit group was pleased with the result, christening the new building the Pavilion of Harmony. The gang members built a gigantic 2-story building that they couldn't be happier about. Daebyul Fortress helped them construct a building that matched their newly defined status. For these purposes, Yencho recruited carpenters, advisors, and other specialists, whose families also admired the result. The children ran as fast as they could to get a closer look at the Five Peaks Harmony Pavilion. But when the man looked at the children running past, he immediately darkened, remembering the past. The second brother approached the boss and asked him why he was daydreaming, catching him off guard. Pun Yencho replied that he remembered seeing exactly the same scene in the distant past. Gomyong didn't believe the boss's words, but as soon as he wanted to tell more about it, he was called out. The second brother asked what had Hendo so excited, who only wanted to find Johu, who was teaching Cheng and Sobayak martial arts at the time. The bandit, pointing behind him to the forest, replied that they had just headed there, which upset the new student, since they had started without him. Finding himself in the bamboo forest, the Five Peaks Swordsman wanted to teach the girls a breathing technique that required them to memorize 300 words. After which the young man began to read the text that he had once read on Gucheon Hyunyo's mirror, without stopping for a second. But Sister Han interrupted him, saying that it was too difficult for them, and Maybeck was sure that she wouldn't remember even 100 words. Then the guy advised his students to close their eyes and slowly repeat after him, which should become easier over time. The bandits, with some doubt, still agreed to try because they had no other choice. And then the girls closed their eyes and, as the seventh brother had told them, concentrated on their breathing. Wondering if the young students were okay, the boy was surprised to discover what they had managed to achieve. Each of them was completely focused, allowing their aura to be seen. It was the first time the young man saw someone else training, because before that, only he had done this. Looking at the peaceful bandits, Joey felt as if he heard something he couldn't hear before. So, inspired by the girl's clear example, he himself decided to focus on meditation. Closing his eyes, the swordsman also began to concentrate his breathing, repeating to himself the words he had memorized. As the sun began to set, Han Cheng rubbed her eyes and wanted to suggest to their teacher that they finish here. But when the girl looked at Yoha, she instantly froze, watching his meditation. Seeing the surprise on her friend's face, Maybeck became worried and decided to call out to her. But the friend gestured to the girl to be quiet so that she would not make noise and disturb the teacher. Streams of energy passed through the guy, who was deeply immersed in meditation and did not notice external stimuli. But while completely focusing on his breathing, the young man managed to lift himself off the ground and remained hovering in the air the entire time. True to his mind, the guy stood firmly on his own 2 feet, holding a blade in his hands. John Yoha honed the 9 heavenly realms sword technique he had already learned. The 5-peaked swordsman swung his weapon over and over again, but nothing changed dramatically. All this was not what the young bandit wanted to get, and he wanted to understand what he needed to do to understand the technique more deeply. Suddenly he heard an unfamiliar voice that told him to calm down and focus on the voice of the heart. When the guy asked who was next to him, another one appeared next to his ball. After which, Yoha met his younger self when he was locked in a warehouse in the Warang estate. His younger self told the boy to prepare himself and, as he had done before, trust the mysterious being. The next moment, both boys swung their blades, moving as if they were one. The 2 versions of Joey stood firmly on the surface, preparing for the next move. As soon as they lunged, the blurry formations became clearer one after another. Han Cheng and Maybeck were shocked by what the great swordsman demonstrated. Suddenly, 5 flower buds that resembled lights appeared near Joey, after which each of these buds opened and their red color changed to golden yellow. In the very center of each bud was a small sphere of pure energy that looked like a pearl. But as soon as the young man opened his eyes, these buds evaporated, blown away in an instant as if by a passing gust of wind. Both bandits were so shocked by this sight that they could not say anything. When the young man asked why the girls were looking at him like that, they eventually said that there were some lights around him. And after that, the swordsman was bombarded with requests to teach the bandits the same technique, but Yoha did not understand what they were talking about. The 7th brother claimed that the girls were greatly exaggerating, and to make them leave him alone, he ordered the words to be read every morning and night during meditation. All the way back, Chung and Maybeck chatted animatedly, while their mentor reflected on what had happened during meditation. Having found Commander Pun on the road, the bandit, when she announced her return, asked him if the pavilion had been completed. But when the man remained silent, the 5-peaked swordsman became wary and asked the boss what had happened. The guy was also interested in where all the members of their group had disappeared to, as they were nowhere near the fortress. The grief-stricken leader of the mountain bandits asked Joey what they could do now. And when the man looked at the swordsman, he explained that the sage Chongji was going to attack them. That same evening, Commander Pun Yencho called together all his men who, for some reason, had not yet left this place. Turning to his brothers, the man announced that the Mansu Trade Union had recruited the sage Chongji, who was planning to attack the fortress with him. Realizing how dire the situation was, the leader wanted to hear his comrades' suggestions. Ho Imdal told the boss that the Union people would be in their area tomorrow, suggesting that they escape somewhere. Not wanting to give up so easily, the bandit asked what the demon of Hanan province, Old Man Yangak, thought about this. The man laughed and asked if the bandits really thought such a trick would work on the sage Mudan. The second brother Gomyong angrily asked the northern sword Gumil what they could do in that case. The man replied in an indifferent tone, as if the mountain bandits really didn't understand that their fortress no longer existed. He said that Sage Zhongji was an elder of the Mudan sect and was the strongest in it, surpassing everyone in Hubei in strength. Furthermore, each of her students was incredibly strong, and going up against such a monster was like signing your own death warrant. The words of the demon of the province of Henan sowed panic among the brothers, who were ordered by the commander to remain silent. After waiting for silence, Pun Yensho wanted to know the opinion of the strongest warrior among them, Yonjohi. However, the Five-Peaks swordsman replied that he had no idea what to do in this situation. The brothers, who had always relied on the boy's strength and resourcefulness, lost all hope of saving the fortress. Shim Yangak shouted for everyone to hear that if they stayed here, they would definitely die. Angered by the state of affairs, the man said he was leaving because he did not want to lose his head on his shoulders. The clan brothers began to look at each other, trying to find both support in the eyes of their comrades and the right answer. After some brief deliberation, the members of the bandit group began to leave the pavilion en masse. When Gideok found his comrade Li Chosan standing still, he asked him why he was not walking with him. The man didn't answer, but looked towards his younger sisters, with whom he had become close during this time. Sobayek, who had just arrived, was very worried, and Han Cheng tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine. However, from the look on the bandit's face, one could guess that she herself did not believe her own words. Li said that he was staying, but his friend couldn't understand why he wanted to sacrifice his life for some girls. Gideok, when he heard that the warrior would stay under any circumstances, replied that he would leave even if he did not support him. The three brothers, including Gomyong, Imdal, and Hendo, looked at each other sadly. The previous corps was joined by Chulsan, for whom remaining a mountain bandit was just as important as for the others. Despite the danger, the girls also stayed with the warriors, who are unlikely to be able to help in this situation. The first of the brothers, Pun Yensho, thanked all the remaining ones for being faithful to the Five Peaks. Looking at them, the man thought that objectively they should also have listened to Yangak and left the territory. Suddenly, a cool wind entered the room through the open window and blew on the remaining brothers. At the same time, he threw a couple of leaves that had fallen from tree branches into the pavilion, which drew Yoha's attention. The young bandit watched carefully as one of the sheets of paper landed right on his palm. And the next moment, the guy squeezed it tightly into his fist, thereby crushing the piece of paper lying inside. An idea came to the seventh brother's mind, causing him to suddenly approach the group boss. The young man wanted to know if the sage Chongji could cut a person with a tree leaf. Joey's question puzzled the gang members, who were lost in thought for a while. Ultimately, the group's leader stated that he did not think the sage was capable of such an advanced technique. The Five-Peaks swordsman decided that even if the enemy was not as strong as they said, they still had a chance to win. After these words were spoken, the guy drew the attention of everyone present, who almost unanimously asked if he really thought so. At first, Pun Yensho was delighted, confident that Joha would be able to hold off Chungji while they suddenly pounced on him. But the next moment, Shim Yangak's voice sounded in the man's head, claiming that everyone was powerless against the sect elder. Then a terrible picture arose in the leader's head, when the sage would appear and Yoha would come out to fight him. Because so many rumors were saying the same thing, the old man might have been too much for the young man. The man was worried that the sage hired by the trade union would suddenly defeat their swordsman. Pun Yensho could not take such a step and sacrifice the youngest member of their team. However, the reality was that the only way to defend the fortress was a young guy. Watching the young man rejoice, the bandit asked himself if there really was no other way out. The man said that 5 years had passed since they settled in these places, and over the past year, thanks to the crowd of people who joined the gang, they managed to build a pavilion. The boss stated that many good things had happened in the intervening time, which was enough to puzzle his brothers. Everyone, without exception, claimed that Yoha would be able to sort out the situation and there was no need to worry so much. However, the gang leader disagreed, as he couldn't always rely on the guy, especially when it came to a sage from a dozen great sects. This enemy was much stronger than they could have imagined, and Encho could not put the responsibility for his clan on a child. Believing that they had no chance in the face of such danger, the leader declared that from that moment on, the Five Peaks fortress was dissolved. The mountain bandit, who had dedicated himself to a small family for several years, now stood at the gates of the fortress. He still couldn't gather his courage, for whom this decision was very painful. The wall that had recently been erected to protect the fortress had to be destroyed. Suppressing the trembling in his hands, the bandit wondered why he couldn't bring himself to leave this place. And while the man was pondering this question, one of the ropes connecting the logs suddenly snapped. Punyencho froze in surprise when he discovered that one of the wall beams had come loose. For some unknown reason, the mountain bandit could not take a step to the side without risking getting hit on the head. All sweaty, the criminal heard a familiar voice accuse him of having forgotten how to lay logs properly. The second brother, Gomyong, holding the log, asked Poon if the boss really thought that they would leave him. A number of other logs were supported in Hendo, Imdal, and Cheng, all of which shook from their weight. The others also came to help, including Sancheol, Sobong, Cheol-san, and even the recently arrived Sobaek. Also among the brothers and sisters was Yoha, who single-handedly held back several massive logs at once. The guy, who didn't seem to be having a hard time at all, asked the boss if he was okay. The man was so touched by his team's actions that he could not find the words to express his gratitude. All the members of the Five Peaks asked why the boss was still here, which in turn decided that if they died, they would only die together. Gomyong invited the leader to have dinner with them, to which the man only smiled. As Punyencho extended his hand to his brother, he could not believe that the faithful people were so disobedient. After reuniting, the gang began to rebuild the wall to restore the fortress to its original appearance. With joint efforts, very soon logs were once again stacked in front of the pavilion. The squad members, warming themselves by the fire, were glad that they had some wood left, and that, having finished with the wall, they could finally relax. However, the gang leader believed that it was not time to relax, and it was better to remain on guard. The commander of the mountain bandits claimed that although they were expecting the enemy tomorrow, he could attack them suddenly. Tak Gomyong was the second brother who was used to living in the temple before joining the family. Mahendo was a thief who escaped from prison, and Ho Imdal was his colleague who specialized in petty theft. The couple Go Sanchong and Yang Sobong were simple farmers with no criminal background. Each of them believed in Punyencho, who felt that he did not deserve such a devoted family, but who was also very grateful to her. The gang leader said that, looking at the people supporting him, luck was on the side of the Five Peaks. Unexpectedly, Han Cheng approached the fire and asked the commander for a certain request. Given the risk of tomorrow's battle, the girl wanted the boss to stop being petty and accept them not as gang members, but as family. Li Cheol-sang and Heo Sobaek confirmed that they really wanted to hear this from Mr. Poon. The mountain bandit decided that this was a good idea, asking the other brothers for their opinions. Everyone unconditionally supported this idea, and the trio of aspiring criminals officially joined the bandit family. Looking at the 8th brother and the 9th and 10th sisters, Punyencho said that he was counting on new members of their clan. A joyful Yoha watched the bandits, who, although they were on the wrong side of the law, also had a big heart. Since the brothers had no customs of their own, they simply repeated the Peach Orchard Oath, which consisted of helping each other in difficult times. And although the bandits were not educated, at least most of them were, at that moment it was absolutely unimportant. After a pleasant evening, the morning of the fateful day arrived, when the fate of the fortress of the Five Peaks was decided. The Mansu Trade Union organized a large army of soldiers at the first rays of the sun. However, the greater threat came not from them, but from the man who led this army. Sage Chongji commanded the people to set out, wanting to finally meet the great swordsman of the Five Peaks. And while the enemy was already on his feet, The bandits in the fortress were sleeping peacefully, all except one. Yoha carefully left the room so as not to wake his sleeping brothers. In the hands of the young man, despite the early hour, was a sword that the commander had once given him. The guy couldn't sleep because of the excitement, which he tried not to show in front of others, since he didn't know for sure whether he would be able to defeat Chonji. But the swordsman had to do this so that he could continue to remain under the same roof with his unusual family. Suddenly, Yoha felt someone behind him, causing him to instantly become wary. Having asked who it was, without waiting for an answer, the young bandit turned around, pointing his blade at the enemy. But the young man was very surprised when he found out who the man who had sneaked up on him really was. Throwing his hands up, the gang leader told the seventh brother to calm down, claiming that it was just him. The guy asked the leader if he was really going to keep watch, to which the man added that he had sent the others to bed. The commander was also curious about the purpose of Yoha walking around the courtyard of the fortress. Embarrassed, the boy replied that he didn't really feel like sleeping, and that he had bags under his eyes. And while the young man was justifying himself that he was fine, Pun Yencho quietly pulled out a sword from behind his back. And the very next second he attacked the seventh brother with all his might, who, despite the sudden attack, blocked it. The man asked how the swordsman felt about a duel, in order to properly warm up before fighting a real enemy. The first seconds, the young warrior's face showed bewilderment at such a sudden proposal. However, the young man then said that it was a great idea and would also help him take his mind off things. The fighters began to fight, taking turns attacking each other with fast and hard attacks. But at some point, while dealing the guy another blow, Encho said that he was sorry. This phrase threw Jeho off his stride, who immediately asked what the commander was sorry for. The mountain bandit, as ashamed as he was to admit it, said that he had always relied on his younger brother. True, the young swordsman did not attach such great importance to this, claiming that they were one family. But the warriors froze when they heard an unfamiliar voice from behind the wall, addressing the fortress of 5 peaks. After which the bandits began to hear a growing noise, which was caused by the tramp of a huge army. Unfortunately, Pun Yencho said that they had no more time to prepare as the enemy was at the very gates. Among the ordinary soldiers near the fortress, there was also the elder of the Mudan sect, who had been waiting for this hour for a long time. The head of the trade union, Mansu-san Machon, approached the bandits and asked them to surrender the fortress. Otherwise, he would be forced to shed their blood. The head of the bandit group began to worry because he could not allow Yoha to deal with everything alone. After which the man suddenly climbed the wall, leaving the guy confused by his actions. Turning to him, Yencho said that the leader in the vanguard should always go first. But as soon as the man looked at the enemy, he was surprised by their number, although from now on, he was no longer afraid of anything. San Machon asked the bandit who appeared if he was the main one and wanted to give a speech that he had prepared in advance. However, the head of the 5 Peaks fortress did not allow him to do this and began to curse the trade union with the most vile words. The bandit was aware that the leader of the union had brought a sage from Mount Mudan to help, but they would not run away from some old man in fear. The elder's disciple turned red with anger, so much so that he couldn't even find the words to describe what he was feeling right now. Yoha listened as his commander claimed that the mountain bandits didn't care who came to their fortress, because they didn't care. The sage who stepped forward reminded his student that he had always told him not to fall for his provocations. However, he himself could not allow a pathetic bandit to defame his name, and then he screamed, using his strength. Sensing something was wrong, the swordsman called out to the commander to return as quickly as possible. But it was already too late, and the shock wave that came from Chonji destroyed the fortress wall. The mountain bandit couldn't understand what had just happened as he fell down along with the wooden beams. Pun Yencho approached the elder of the Mudan sect, who was already waiting for the criminal with a blade in his hands. At that moment when his loved one was in danger, Yoha decided to act, pressing his feet into the ground. The fear and pressure that had held the young man back until now evaporated, and clarity of mind returned to him. In an attempt to protect his boss, the five-peaked swordsman swung his blade, using the power of the 9 heavenly spheres. The sage who was hired by the trade union was impressed by the legendary warrior's attack. However, the old man managed to dodge the attack at the last moment, and the swing of the blade passed him by. But even with that in mind, the attack still managed to hit the mountains behind Changji and create a huge explosion. Looking back, the sage, having discovered the consequences of the attack, appreciated the incredible power of his opponent. And while he was busy with this, Yoha raised the sword above his head and rushed with it towards the elder of the Mudan sect. The fighters' weapons met in an instant, and the young bandit made every effort to gain the upper hand over the old man. Despite all the efforts of the man, being a great master, easily withstood the blow. Having finally overpowered the five-peaked swordsman, Changji repelled his attack, forcing the boy to jump back. But when Yoha moved away from the enemy, his landing was smooth and clear, indicating that he had complete control over his body. After being attacked by a warrior who possessed the 9 heavens sword technique, the man's hands trembled slightly. Then the young bandit asked if the man who revealed his face under the hood was the sage Changji. Wiping sweat from his face, the boy said he felt a tremendous amount of power in the encounter, even though he claimed he was stronger. This statement seemed ridiculous to the sage who came down from the mountains, and he asked again who was stronger than whom. The old man praised his opponent for mastering the transformation of internal energy at such an age. The sage asked him not to imagine too much, but Yoha replied that he had not even thought about it, noting that they had already met. Then, near the restaurant, he felt his incredible energy, not even thinking that he had come for him. Surprisingly, the young warrior was glad that his opponent was Changji, who was interested in whether the old man could cut a man with a leaf. The sect elder laughed loudly after hearing the question, claiming that the guy was more interesting than he thought. He replied that he had met many talented people while traveling around Jianghu, but he had never met anyone so fearless. Changji said that all the Jianghu masters fell to their knees before him because they were afraid of his strength. Johi's opponent said that since he was so fearless, he wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. It is in this battle that both great warriors will find out whether the swordsman of Fortress was better than those warriors the sage had met in his life. After Changji's fiery speech, the two opponents crossed their swords again, causing a powerful shockwave. She raised a strong wind, which surprised not only the Mansu trade union army, but also the disciple of Changji. Having come to his senses, Punyencho asked his second brother what he had missed while he was unconscious. Tak Gomyong asked the commander not to be too surprised, claiming that Joha was confronting the elder right now. But what was even more surprising was that both warriors fought on equal terms. After neither fighter was able to defeat their opponent, they went their separate ways. Then each of the participants in the duel landed safely, and most importantly, simultaneously, on the ground. Sage Changji laughed with a mad glint in his eyes, claiming that his opponent's technique was excellent. However, in order to unlock the boy's full potential, the old man suggested that he dodge his next attack. As he prepared to strike, a multitude of strong currents of air appeared around the man, caused by his blade. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Yoha withstood the massive attack of the merchant union's hired warrior. But while the guy was busy holding back the attack, his opponent was already near him with lightning speed. The man said that one should not let down one's defenses in battle and always think about the next step. Noticing the presence of the Mudan sect elder, the five-peaked swordsman was distrustful of the enemy's advice. This was followed by a huge explosion, from which the entire army called by San Machon tried to hide. Unfortunately, this blow also did not produce the desired effect, and both warriors returned to their original positions. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the sage admitted that he had not lied to him when he spoke of the power of the force he possessed. Changji wondered if the person standing before him was really the disciple of the demon lord who crushed the heavens. Then the man in the robe asked the boy who his teacher was, but this question only confused the boy. Instead of answering, Yoha only raised his blade to the sky, demonstrating his steadfastness. The elder of the Mudan sect was genuinely surprised by such an answer, which said a lot about the young man. With a sigh of relief, the man said that the more he got to know his opponent, the more he liked him. Now the sage understood why he had come across the prediction with great success, assuming that the boy could easily learn all the advanced techniques of his sect. But the five-peaked swordsman, who was still serious, stated that he had no idea what the warrior was talking about and that he didn't need any techniques. Chongji protested, declaring that from now on the young bandit absolutely had to learn them. Yoha noticed how the enemy's energy flow changed dramatically, which couldn't help but alert the guy. The elder's blade, moving smoothly in the air, began to outline the sign of yin-yang balance. And when he finished, these symbols materialized around him, indicating the use of one of the sect's techniques. The head of the Mansu trade union was stunned when he learned what technique his teacher had used. It was an art only accessible to elders, the ultimate technique of the mystical sword, Taiji. Turning to his opponent, Chongji informed him that the games were over and he intended to fight at full strength. But the self-confident Yoha, who was rapidly approaching him, claimed that it was too late to change anything. Transferring the blade to his other hand, the sage concentrated all his power into the weapon. And out of the corner of his eye he noticed how the swordsman of the five peaks rushed very close, ready to attack him. The young man himself fell into the enemy's trap when he encountered the symbol of the opposing forces of good and evil. Joha discovered the threat too late, but he had no idea how to counter it. Taking advantage of this moment, Chongji attacked the guy, leaving a cut on his hand, and also ordered him to focus better on the fight. Having landed, the wounded swordsman cursed at the sage, who was not entirely clear how the enemy had managed to hit him. But when he raised his gaze, the elders and the light had disappeared, which came as a surprise to the young bandit. Chongji, who appeared behind the guy as if out of thin air, asked where his opponent was looking at that moment. Turning to face his opponent, the wielder of the 9 heavenly spheres technique realized that there was no way he could dodge. His commander, along with his second brother, who had been watching the battle the whole time, called out to the young swordsman. However, neither the support of his brothers nor his own reaction helped Yoha escape the attack, which resulted in his second wound. Clutching his injured shoulder, the boy landed on one knee, losing control of his body. Looking at the sage, the young man realized that he was facing a truly strong opponent, and that he had never lost a fight before. The warrior who came down from the Mudan Mountains claimed that it couldn't end so soon, but at the same time he released another energy charge at his opponent. Without taking his eyes off the shock wave that was launched by the elder, the guy understood that he would not be able to escape from it. Left with no choice, the young swordsman still repelled the enemy attack, leaving no trace of it. But the problems didn't end there, because he noticed some movement out of the corner of his eye. It was his opponent who moved, who, thanks to the summoned yin-yang signs, was able to rise high above him. Han Chung, who had woken up along with the others, watched in horror as the sage from the Mudan section was about to put an end to the duel. As soon as the warrior rose above his opponent, he formed a strong whirlwind around himself, which stopped the mountain bandits halfway. With a battle cry, Chongji brought his blade down on the five-peaked swordsman, confident that he would defeat the guy this time. However, the brave Joha not only did not move from his place, but also ordered the enemy to attack him quickly. Landing on the ground, the elder created an incredibly huge explosion, the shock wave of which affected all the spectators of this battle. All the young swordsman's brothers, screaming, tried to run away from the epicenter of the explosion so that they wouldn't be accidentally hit. And the army of the Mansu Trade Union had to cover themselves with their hands so as not to be blinded by the bright flash of a powerful attack. Pleased with himself, the sage said that he had not fought at full strength for a long time, which is why he was so deeply immersed in the battle that even Tu could not control himself. But the man stopped mid-sentence as he noticed a strange movement in the column of smoke that had formed from his blow. Through the thick smoke, the warrior saw something, which was the glowing eye of some unknown creature. And when the features of this mysterious creature began to become clear, the man was shocked, unable to understand what it was. A huge dragon appeared in front of the Mudan mountain sage and looked at its opponent with an evil gaze. At this time, in the eastern part of the city of Luoyang, in the Warring Estate, another, no less significant event was taking place. In the shade of umbrellas, respected persons watched the demonstration of sword techniques by young warriors. Among the spectators watching the students' efforts was also the head of the estate, Mrs. Beck. After another pair of warriors finished demonstrating their skills, the woman was animatedly discussing something with her neighbor. The next warrior to enter the arena was the one who thanked the elders of the Yan clan for coming to this event. Miju, who was the contestant's mother, listened with pride to her beloved son's speech. Maybeck said that he had learned a lot over the past 10 years in the Namgung clan, so he wanted to show everything he was capable of. The head of the estate knew that her son had reached 7 stars, and although he was far from his father's level, this should have been enough to recognize him as a master. The young warrior pulled the blade out of its sheath and swung it sharply, showing precision in his movements. The warrior turned around deftly, the movement of his sword still remaining extremely smooth. And when Maybeck swung it again, he showed the elders which technique he wanted to use. The old men, who were hiding from the sun under wide umbrellas, recognized the trick shown by the boy, but could not fully believe it. After swinging his blade, Mrs. Beck's son sent a stream of air flying in all directions, indicating that he had great strength. But that was not all, as Maybeck was preparing to demonstrate the main technique that he had mastered during his training. The boy remembered how his teacher told him to imagine a huge fire-breathing dragon, after which the young warrior had to imagine his claws tearing the earth apart. With a cry that escaped from Maybeck's mouth, he swung his sword, demonstrating that very strike. His attack suddenly caused 3 cracks to appear on the ground, running parallel to each other. Shielding themselves from the dust raised in the air, the elders were shocked by the disciples' power. What they saw after the dust settled was the first time in a long time that they had such a reaction. The old people were at a loss to understand how it was possible to create something like this, so that traces of the dragon's claws appeared on the ground. The men immediately left their places and clung to the 3 ditches that appeared after Maybeck's strike. Shocked by what they saw, the elders couldn't stop admiring the traces on the ground, which flattered Beck Miju's pride. The Namgung clan disciple put his sword back into its sheath, indicating that his performance was over. At this time, in the territory of the 5 Peaks Fortress, the army of the trade union observed the eyes of the dragon that towered over their sage. The mountain bandits also looked at this incredible picture, with their mouths open in amazement. Standing in a small crater after landing, the Mudan sect elder was right in front of a fearsome beast. The man couldn't believe his eyes that he was able to see a dragon that only one warrior in the world could summon. However, at some point, the mythical creature disappeared, and in its place the 5 Peaks Swordsman reappeared. The boy asked the old man if he had been hiding his true strength all this time. And then it flared up with energy, which, developing in all directions, could easily knock a person off his feet. Outraged that he had been underestimated all this time, the boy declared that from now on the sage was obliged to fight him seriously. Overjoyed at such incredible strength, Chongji showered his opponent with compliments. Having released his power, the sect elder insisted that only with such strength could he enjoy the fight. Having rushed at the enemy, holding his sword in front of him, the man offered him the chance to resist the next blow. Staying in place, Yoha held the blade above his head and moved it behind his back so that its force when striking would increase. At this point, the guy took his enemy's advice and focused properly on his decisive blow. With a swing of his blade, Yoha created an incredibly bright flash of light, causing the very earth to crack at the seams. Through the bright flash from the youth's counterattack, the elder saw what exactly she was. Once the light and dust cleared, the traces of the boy's attack could be seen in more detail. From where Chongji was, there were 3 incredibly long stripes that ran parallel to each other. Looking at them closely, one could see that they, like Maybeck's attacks, were in the form of a small ditch in the ground. Looking back at the trace left by the attack, the old man was once again convinced that he had seen similar equipment before. But at that very moment he heard Joey's voice asking him if it was he who advised him not to get distracted during the fight. After which the young man, sword at the ready, rushed towards his enemy, hoping that this blow would be the last in the current battle. With traces of blood on his chin, the sage, without taking his eyes off the approaching guy, realized his situation. He had yet to fully exhaust his internal energy, so the chances of stopping the swordsman's attack were extremely small. But even when attacking for the last time, Sect Elder Mudan desperately went to the end. And when both fighters met, only one of them was wounded by the warrior who could finish off a man, even with a leaf from a tree. The warrior hired by the merchant union felt a burning pain inside himself that he had only felt once before. At that moment, Yoha clearly understood that his blow was decisive and the enemy was finally defeated. Despite the latest injury he had sustained, the sage landed calmly on the ground. Without turning around, the man asked his opponent to tell him his name again, so that he would know who he was losing to. Also standing with his back turned to the warrior of Mount Mudan, the boy replied that his name was the swordsman of the 5 Peaks, Yan Joha. Turning around, the young man explained that his name could be translated as Red Dawn. Smiling with a bloody mouth, the sect elder finally understood everything as he had put this difficult puzzle together. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, the man began to feel that his fingers could no longer bear its weight. He remembered how he had once already thrown down his sword, unable to continue the fight, but that had only been once. Then, being on the verge of life and death, the still young sage bowed before the warrior who defeated him. Breathing heavily, the man looked at the man he had never been able to defeat despite his skill. At that time, his opponent was the great Yeon Muryong, who was known to many as the swordsman who cut the moon. But that time the warrior took pity on Chongji and showed mercy by leaving him alive. With a smile on his face, the sage, already in the present tense, uttered the name of the young bandit, surprised by such a fateful meeting. After he said these words, the old man fell down dead, standing in the middle of the footprints left on the ground. The head of the trade union, Mansu, and his men were speechless at what they saw. Their feelings were fully shared by the bandit group, for whom what happened was some kind of dream. John Joha looked down on his opponent, who everyone had considered invincible until recently. But when the boy turned to his commander, his face again became childishly innocent. Pun Yensho was so scared by what had happened that he could hardly pronounce the name of his 7th brother. However, the next moment, the mountain bandits exploded with a joyful cry, declaring their victory. All the participants of the 5 Peaks fortress were jubilant, and Sobek was so happy that she shed tears. Suddenly, the commander lifted the hero who saved their clan onto his shoulders, claiming that he was incredible. Following this, all the mountain bandits headed back to the fortress, ready to celebrate their victory. The young swordsman who had defeated the legendary sage Chongji was now rejoicing as if there had been no battle. San Machon and his men watched as the enemy rejoiced while they suffered defeat. The tornado swordmaster didn't understand how it was possible for a teacher to lose to a child with a sword. Unexpectedly, the head of the trade union saw that the Mudan mountain sage was trying to get to his feet. Excited, he immediately rushed to his teacher, asking if everything was okay with him. But as soon as Ma Shan approached the elder, he found him covered in wounds, demanding that he be taken to a doctor immediately. Suddenly, the old man started laughing, which completely confused his student, who did not know how to react to this. The teacher asked San Machon if he had seen what had happened, since he personally had seen the heavens above the heavens today. Chongji claimed that it was impossible to take this fortress by one's own forces unless the emperor himself led the army. The man looked at his opponent again, which made him feel the real emotions of the fight. The sage ordered his disciple not to even think about defeating the 5 Peaks swordsman. After this event, in the southern region of Henan province, the rumors about Chongji's loss were discussed and considered to be nonsense. The men argued that it was impossible to lose to some bandit, especially if it was the elder of the Mudan sect. One of the townspeople believed that a bandit who was a perfect swordsman had killed the sage who dared to subjugate the fortress of the 5 Peaks. His comrade replied that he had heard about these rumors but did not believe them since no one personally saw how everything happened. The men laughed and decided that this was all a figment of the fortress's imagination in order to rise in the eyes of those around them. However, a man at the next table interrupted their conversation, stating that the young swordsman could indeed beat the sage Mudan. The couple, surprised by such a statement from a stranger, asked who he was. The leader of the trade union, Lee Murian, replied that he could be called someone who had met the legendary bandit in person. Remembering how incredible the fight with Yoha had been, he wondered if anyone could stand up to him at all. A warrior standing nearby, his face covered in old scars, listened attentively to Mr. Lee's words. At that moment, everyone in the area began asking Murian about the details of that fight with the legendary swordsman of the 5 Peaks. The Mansu Trade Union and other companies failed to subdue the mountain bandits, leaving no one left in Henan province to fight them back. For the sake of the reputation of the Mansu Alliance and the Mudan sect, its leader San Machon wanted to stop the spread of rumors about their defeat with all his might. However, this news reached South Henan, and the unknown 5 Peaks fortress turned into the strongest group. Everyone began to discuss the tenacity with which they had defeated their rivals who were trying to capture the fortress. But no one agreed that the swordsman, who was a perfect swordsman, could defeat the sage Chonji. At this time, rumors began to actively spread in neighboring regions about 10 heroes who defended the fortress of 5 Peaks. It is true that the name that was most on people's lips was that of the youngest member of the mountain bandits. The man who overheard Murian's conversation reported that the martial artist's name was Yan Joha and that the bandits were able to repel the warrior's attack with the support of the people from Mudan. Li Chang'an was surprised when he heard that 10 people defended the 5 Peaks fortress because he himself gave the name to this group. Digging into his memories, the bloody bandit remembered that if they did not recruit the required number of people, they would not be able to call themselves part of the Green Forest. The man with the rings on his hand insisted that when the teacher ordered to increase the number of their gang, all 12 demons, including him, were against this idea. They reasoned that if they expanded mindlessly, their reputation would fall, so he ignored any requests to join their gang. One of the demons, attracting the attention of the bandits, hoped that all the small gangs would disappear before the meeting in Mansapyeon, which was less than a month away. The man, due to the fact that the group attracted so much attention, decided to visit her personally, and only then, when he comes to the fortress of 5 Peaks, to see if they are worthy of being a full-fledged part of the Green Forest. Meanwhile, in the Harmony Pavilion, one of the criminals begged Boss Pun to spare him because he had nowhere else to go. The leader of the 5 Peaks looked angrily at the man who had sworn to never betray the fortress again. The bandit tearfully repeated that he would no longer run away at the sight of enemies, and the gang leader ordered him to get up. Having gotten to his feet, the bandit who had left the clan earlier was shaking all over, as he was sure that he would be hit now. And when Pan Yensho swung his hand, the traitor no longer had any doubts. But the man suddenly placed his large hand on the criminal's shoulder, congratulating him on his return. The boss found it funny that the offender was so scared, because he was simply grateful that the robber believed in them and decided to return. Looking at the leader of the group, tears of joy welled up in the man's eyes. He promised to repay the commander's kindness, after which he joyfully went about his business. The second brother, who had arrived, asked if Enko had been too easy with him, since with the return of this man, the fortress would weaken again. Tak Gomyong argued that they should have chosen those who would not leave the gang under any circumstances. But the chief explained that the recent incident showed him that they were not recognized as part of the Green Forest, which made him very angry. As the forest expanded, a dozen fortresses joined them, but for him, they remained just an ordinary gang of criminals. Gomyong agreed that no one came to their aid from the forest, as if they had forgotten about their existence. Pun Yensho thought that the Green Forest would protect them, But for now, these were just words, and he did not want to shift everything onto Yoha, as in the past. Therefore, the commander of the bandit group needed to obtain a genuine confession from the Green Forest. The second brother asked how they were going to achieve this, but there was a way out, as there was a gang meeting coming up soon. This was the only chance to show everyone what the 5 peaks were worth, and if successful, they would be equal in status to the other fortresses of the forest. However, to do this, Yeoncho and Gomyong had to go away, as they would need people to look after the fortress during their absence. Now everything became clear to the bandit, but as soon as they have more hungry mouths to feed, they will have to work harder. The gang leader relied entirely on the help of his second brother, who also wanted to know where Yoha had gone. The young man said that he was going to find the sage he had defeated when the Mansu trade union wanted to attack the fortress. The leader of the gang wanted to know what rumors were going around about them among the people, to which the second brother replied that everyone was only talking about the 10 heroes. A messenger bird landed on the hand of the sage Chongji, with a note tied to its paw. After unfolding it, the Mudan sect elder carefully read the contents of the letter that the bird brought. The warrior sat all this time on the big stone in the bamboo forest, where he hid from prying eyes. The man released a note saying he was still in the 5 Summits Mountains, where he was also asked to return home quickly. Suddenly, the sage turned to Yoha, who was standing behind him, and for whom he had been waiting for so long. The swordsman of the 5 Peaks, who was all sweaty by the time he got to this place, was surprised by such a statement. But the next second he angrily asked why the old man was still there. However, instead of satisfying the young bandit's curiosity, the man broke into a satisfied smile. In the end, the sage asked the guy why he had to leave, because he had not rested for a long time, so he decided to have a little fun. However, this was not what interested the young man at all. He wanted to know why the old man stayed here instead of going to the trade union. The sect elder replied, the reason for this was that the swordsman had still not made a decision. Then Yoha repeated that he was not interested in being a disciple of the sage from the Mudan temple. But Chonji corrected the guy, claiming that everything was exactly the opposite. He was called the strongest disciple of the Mudan sect because he could accumulate internal energy and easily master even advanced techniques. This year marks 30 years since he began studying the Taiji mystical sword technique. But no matter how hard the old man tried, he could not break through the 3 limits of this technique. Yoha, who was far from any techniques other than the one he learned in his teens in the warehouse, did not know what limits the sage was talking about. Leaving this question unanswered, the sect elder wanted to become the 5 Peaks swordsman's disciple. But the young man received the request from his enemy with apprehension, since he taught the technique only to people close to him. The young bandit explained that he could not teach the sage the technique of the demon-slashing blade because Gomyong only shared it with his brothers. Feeling awkward, Chonji decided to explain that he didn't need it because he wanted to study not with his second brother, but specifically with Joey. As he left his stone, the elder claimed that it was enough for him to simply observe the swordsman. The sage said that all the streams came together, which meant that he would be able to understand a lot just from observation, after which he attacked the young man with his fists, declaring that this would be an excellent opportunity for him too. The boy continued to stand motionless, while the elder's fist was a few centimeters from his face. However, he suddenly stopped, never reaching Joey's face, from which an incredibly strong stream of wind emanated. And with that, several bamboo stalks suddenly exploded behind the young swordsman. Turning around to see the aftermath of the attack with his own eyes, the boy wanted to know how Zhongji had managed to do this. The old man replied that he would tell this and more, but on condition that they make some sort of deal. The sage explained that Yoha would give him a little advice, and he in turn would help him fill in the gaps. The warrior continued that although the swordsman was unusually strong, he could not use all of his power. In his opinion, this was because the guy did not know the basic theory of martial arts, and only by studying the basics would he increase the effectiveness of the technique. Extending his hand to the swordsman to make a deal, Chongji asked if he had received a good offer. And soon after this conversation, the two unusually strong warriors began to train together. In addition to the usual sparring, the sage and the swordsman practiced meditation, which they did even in the pouring rain, after which they returned to fencing, honing or testing the acquired knowledge in practice. After another such training, the elder of the Mudan sect, together with Yoha, returned to the fortress. Suddenly, the children who lived in the 5 Peaks jumped out in front of the old man, greatly frightening him. Chongji watched with interest as the boys played carefree with each other, something he had not seen for a long time due to his constant presence in the temple. The man was distracted from them because he noticed another child nearby who was standing apart. The boy who was not playing with the other children looked thoughtful, as if he was indecisive. In the end, he still handed the sage a flower, which the elder of the Mudan sect took as a gift. Having taken the flower, he promised to keep it, and the boy asked in return to play with them again. Yoha noticed that the old man had become close to the local kids, whom Chongji considered simply wonderful. However, the 5 Peaks fortress swordsman hated children, and his comrade was curious as to why he had such a dislike for them. The boy said that the elder didn't understand anything about it, and that children were the most terrible creatures in the world. Recalling his past, the young man said that they were constantly laughing, mocking their peers in every possible way, and making fun of them. The warrior of the mountains believed that all the people in the fortress were kind, regardless of their age, and he could not believe that the fortress of the Green Forest could look like that. Yoha explained that the fortress was simply a place where people lived, and there could be no differences between them. With a smile on his face, the old man replied that he had most likely been deeply mistaken about her all this time. As dusk fell, the bandit finished her work, tying the last tree trunk with a rope. Looking at the stack of logs she had obtained, Han Chung thought that this would be quite enough. Having loaded the logs onto herself, the girl intended to head back to the fortress, not noticing the man who approached from behind. It turned out to be a sage who, having taken the logs from Cheng, offered to help her, which made her feel awkward. In order to somehow calm Han Cheng down, the man replied that he had a lot of free time. The girl believed that someone of such status was not equal to ordinary people, although Chongji had the same opinion about the mountain bandits, but he realized that he was mistaken. When asked what dispelled these misconceptions, the man himself was interested in what was more inclined towards the strength of the 5 Peaks. The bandit agreed that her fortress was not like the others that belonged to other clans. Most of the bandits were used to committing robberies, but they also included those who simply fled from the hardships of their past lives. As long as Boss took in all those in need and Yoha protected them, the fortress would remain as calm as it was now. The sage asked to tell under what circumstances the swordsman, who skillfully wielded the blade, got into it. The girl was not sure that she could tell his story correctly, since she had not heard it from beginning to end. The bandit said that she herself did not know all the details, but she could say for sure that the first and second brothers found him in the forest. But what was most important was that Gomyung and Yancho saved the younger one from certain death. The Mudan sect elder was curious that the desire to protect the fortress was driven by a sense of duty. Han Chung agreed that this was the guy's way of repaying his debt, but that wasn't the main reason. The bandit was sure that the young man was devoted to the fortress because he thought of his brothers and sisters as his own family. Now Chongji understood what exactly motivated this unusual but talented guy. Since the sun had already set behind the horizon, the warrior suggested that they quickly head back to the fortress. At this time, on another part of the continent, one of the warriors was trying to fight for his life. But as a result, the owner of the hand that held him by the throat sucked all the life force out of him. In a dark room surrounded by many subjects, there was a man with an unusual mask on his face. The man in front of him, who was his master, threw to the ground the warrior he had just taken the life of. The man in the mask with the pink X congratulated on reaching a new level of great demon general. The girl, who was happy about this moment, said that the anger she felt 20 years ago was impossible to forget. At that time, she was too impatient, but now, having learned from the mistakes of the past, she will not allow such a mistake again. Thinking back to that day, before her eyes was the Sword Emperor, as well as the swordsman cutting the moon. But it is not they, nor all the Jianghu sects, who will be unable to restrain her, who will prostrate themselves before the moon sage. The famous demon of Henan province, Shim Yanggak, was nicknamed Evil Squared, because if you encountered him, you could not leave alive. However, now, Northern Sword Gumil himself faced an incredibly dangerous situation, meeting Yoha and Chanji on his way. Not long before this, several former members of the Five Peaks gang settled in the village of Heja. The bandits were glad to finally reach the restaurant, as they had become very hungry during the journey. One of the warriors asked his comrades if they thought the rumors in the village were true, that the fortress had dealt with the Mansu Trading Union. Wherever they went, people only talked about the strength of the 10 bandits who defended the fortress. Shim Yanggak considered victory over the sage impossible, because with his help, it would definitely be achieved. The old man wondered if the rumors about the sect elder attacking the fortress were a lie. The great warrior had to destroy the fortress of the Five Peaks, and after defeating the arrogant Yoha, deal with the rest of the brothers. And if this theory was true, then the fortress should have been empty, and only the flag of the Green Forest should have fluttered over its remains. Since this territory was ungovernable, Northern Sword Gumil decided to appear there as a hero and become its new boss. At least that's what the provincial demon initially thought, but things didn't go according to plan. Suddenly, Yanggak heard the restaurant patrons at the next table talking about the 10 heroes of the 5 summits. The men compared them to the new demons of the province, who were just as strong and could even defeat the elder of the Mudan sect. Having overheard the conversation of the visitors, the old man became worried, because the bandits he knew turned out to be much stronger. But in addition to the usual rumors, the men also said that the gang took in everyone who had once left. One of the provincial demon's accomplices, having learned that everyone had begun to flock to the fortress, stated that apparently the fortress had survived the attack. Shim Yanggak didn't like that Mansu was bluffing about the sage Mudan, because it was hard to believe that the elder himself would go and deal with the bandits. Gideok asked what they were supposed to do, and another team member wondered if they wouldn't get to the top if they went there. Northern Sword Gumil became angry, because from the words of his colleagues, he understood that they now blamed him for everything. The boy replied that it was not like that, remembering the moment when Baek Gyo suggested going to the fortress of the Crimson Winds. But Shim Yanggak said that those who betrayed the fortress would be despised and not allowed back if they returned. The bandit and the others trusted the warrior and did not return, but in order to continue following him further, they needed something to rely on. The demon of the province called his comrades fools, because if the restaurant's visitors did not lie, then the fortress would take back everyone who left there. Therefore, in order to continue to be part of the Green Forest, the 5 summits need to have as many people as possible. Shim Yanggak summed up the thought by stating that they could now go back, since it was better than going to the fortress of the Crimson Winds. Yom Savan objected to the chief, claiming that Yoha was tougher than the boss of the Crimson Winds and was unlikely to take them back. His colleague insisted that they had only temporarily left the fortress to protect it. They had fled, also claiming that there was no point in rejecting Yanggak's gang. Everyone agreed with this opinion, and even the warrior himself thought about the fact that he was the one in the fortress who knew the most about the world of martial arts. With this thought, the 5 bandits who once left the fortress decided to return there, hoping that they would be accepted. The current residents were surprised how these criminals dared to show themselves at the walls of the 5 Peaks, because they betrayed the gang. Unlike the other returnees, the people led by Shim Yanggak were completely impenetrable. One of his guys noticed that the atmosphere was not very friendly, which already doubted the success of their plan. However, the demon of the province insisted that they ignore this, and that they simply needed to meet with the boss and say that they had no intention of betraying the fortress. True, the man serving the old man doubted that they would be believed, since everyone was already looking at them askance. Confident to the last, Northern Sword Gumil reassured his men by declaring that the mountain bandits would not dare to present them with anything. However, halfway to the fortress, its former participants discovered traces of the dragon's claws, which Yoha left during the battle. Yanggak's man assumed that some ignoramus was trying to cultivate the land, but the old man had a different opinion. He was sure that these marks were left by martial arts, and there was only one person in the fortress capable of such a thing. No matter how strong a warrior John Yoha was, the marks left on the ground were not from his demon-slashing blade technique. And while the group of bandits were examining the traces of military equipment, one of the participants of the 5 Peaks wanted to know how the traitors dared to appear here. Turning to face the stranger, Yanggak asked who dared to speak to him in such a tone. This angry man turned out to be Lee Cheol-san, who was carrying a huge axe on his shoulder. Northern Sword Gumil was surprised that not even one of the 6 brothers treated him so condescendingly. The old man asked the bandit if he had really gone crazy, which was why the people under his command were so worried. Lee Cheol-san replied that it seemed that the demon from Henan province had gone crazy and was here again. The old man stated that he had been absent from the fortress for only a short time, but during that time the entire hierarchy had gone to hell. The bandit was so surprised by this statement that he dropped his axe, losing the rest of his iron patience. The man suggested that the former gang member first greet his older brother properly. Arriving at the Pavilion of Harmony, one of the leader's subordinates reported to him what had happened. The man told Pun Yencho that Shim Yanggak and the rest of the escapees had returned to the fortress. This news interested the gang leader, who was climbing onto his throne at that moment. The second brother, Gomyong, said that this old man didn't care about the opinions of others if he decided to do such a thing. The bandit hoped that the boss would not take him back, who never liked the provincial demon. Whatever his reasons for returning, he was the first to decide to abandon them in their time of need, something Pun could not help but agree with. However, on the other hand, the bandit claimed that the demon of Henan province was a person they needed. The former monk was of the opinion that the fortress had already become stronger, since they were taught by Yoha himself. Tak Gomyong claimed that there were people in the gang now who could compete with both Shim Yanggak and his colleague Baek Gyo. The group's commander still believed that although these two were clearly inferior to the 7th brother, Gumil had good skills. Calling the old man over, Lee Cheol-san said that he was no longer the same martial artist he knew. Shim Yanggak had a hard time restraining himself from tearing the impudent man to shreds in front of everyone. Having succumbed to the bandit's provocation, the demon of Henan province nevertheless headed towards him to take his life. Northern Sword Gumil and his opponent Lee Cheol-san prepared to use their fists. But when the old man hit the fortress bandit, he hit his strong arm, which he had not originally planned to attack. However, this was enough to surprise the provincial demon, because he did not expect his attack to be blocked. Looking at his opponent's face, the bandit was pleased, claiming that there was nothing special about the old man. After which, the thug easily pushed the enemy away from himself with one movement of his hand. Shima's men, who were watching the battle, wondered how this was possible since Cheol-san was not that strong. The fortress bandit explained that after Joey's training, the old man no longer seemed so problematic to him. After the enemy's words, it became clear to the warrior that the 8th brother had grown in technique after learning from the boy. But the next second he suddenly appeared close to Cheol-san, grabbing him by the head. The old man shouted that despite Lee's increased strength, he was still far from being able to fight him. After saying these words, Shim Yanggak slammed his opponent into the ground, causing a small explosion. Unable to rise, the bandit cursed the demon of Henan province, whom he was still unprepared to fight. Leaning over him, the warrior warned that if the criminal continued the battle, he would only suffer more. Yanggak held Lee Cheol-san by the head, who, through pain, insisted that the fight had just begun. The bandit from the fortress claimed that he could not lose to someone who had cowardly fled, leaving his comrades behind. Cheol-san hit Old Man Shim, but missed, even though he was very close this time, making him nervous. The demon of the province was furious that the 8th brother was trying to truly defeat him. However, the man still decided to teach the criminal a lesson, which he himself had asked for with his behavior. But before the northern sword Gumil could harm Chulsan, it was stopped with a single touch of a finger. The sage Changji suddenly appeared, surprising the old man with his appearance, and ordered that this duel be stopped immediately. Shimyangak didn't understand what had just happened until the very end, when he suddenly stopped. The elder of the Mudan sect did not know who the bandit was, but he considered it inappropriate to use murderous techniques here. Feeling awkward, Yanggak tried to understand how the stranger had managed to stop his attack with just one finger. However, Li Chiolsan, who took part in the battle, asked the sage not to separate them, claiming that he had practically dealt with the enemy. Changji replied that understanding the difference in abilities was also an invaluable skill, noting that the opponent was several times stronger than Li. Rising, the man replied that he had not yet shown all that he was capable of, and there was no need for the sage, whom he called by name, to interfere. Hearing the name of the man who stopped him so easily, Northern Sword Gumil froze in surprise. Old Man Shim asked the stranger if he was really the elder of the Mudan sect, Sage Chongji. The great warrior confirmed that everything was exactly as described by the uninvited guest who started the fight. Yanggak, who was as shocked as his men, considered it impossible for this man to be in the fortress. The mere thought that the rumors of his loss were true filled the demon of the province with horror. He wondered why the sect elder had suddenly appeared in the Green Forest fortress. However, this question remained unanswered, and a familiar voice explained to Shim Yanggak that he was not even a member of the fortress. Therefore, according to the words of Johi who approached them, Old Man Shim should not have cared about this. The swordsman and the one who wielded the blade perfectly said that he shouldn't have returned to cause trouble here. The young bandit warned that if Shim continued to behave in this manner, he should understand what awaited him in the end. At the first of the 5 peaks, Gumil, the northern sword, was climbing the mountain, swearing at the state of affairs. Clenching his fists in anger, the man who made even children stop crying now found himself in a shameful situation. The angry demon of Henan province promised Yongjoye that he would not forget today's defeat. Watching Old Man Shim, the sage felt awkward, because he understood that the young bandit would not leave a single living place of him. The people who came with Yanggak began to pray for him, confident that Yoha would finish off their leader. No longer as brave as in the fight with Chulsan, the man did nothing but fight off the blows he received from the young swordsman. The guy, showering the traitor with a series of powerful blows, asked why the fortress should have accepted him back. Remembering this, the demon of the province involuntarily trembled in his hand, which had been damaged by a real monster. The man, covered in bruises and bruises, intended to pay the rascal back as soon as he had the opportunity. At that very moment, the warrior suddenly felt some kind of energy rush past him. At first, the beaten Shim Yanggak did not immediately realize what he had encountered. But despite this, the man saw where this energy was coming from and decided to follow it. The pressure, which in its essence surpassed the swordsman who perfectly wielded the blade, brought the old man to the clearing. Imagine the surprise of the northern sword Gumil when he saw the sage of the Mudan Mountains using one of his techniques. But the great Chongji was not just practicing, he was preparing for an attack with his sparring partner. It turned out to be Yan Joha, who was rushing to meet the elder with his sword, practicing his strike. Seeing his sworn enemy, Shim Yanggak became furious again, wondering what he was doing here. The sage used the same technique he had used during his first duel with the youth, summoning the seals of opposites. The young bandit jumped up and said that he was curious whether the old man could master what he was weak in. Elder Chongji was also curious about whether his opponent would be able to withstand this technique now. In addition to the seals, the man also grabbed his sword, which would be used to inflict the main damage. But before attacking Joha, the sage asked him for forgiveness for surpassing him. Following this swing of the sword, he sent a powerful clot of energy towards the young swordsman. The 7th brother of the fortress, with a smile on his face, declared that it was impossible, and the sage was simply bluffing. Shim Yanggak, who had been nearby the entire time, watched what was happening with interest. As Shim watched the duel between the Mudan sect elder and the mountain bandit, he wondered what was going on between them. The demon of Henan province believed that if the orthodox sect found out about this, they would foam at the mouth. Crossing swords with Chongji, the five-peak swordsman felt like nothing had changed since their last duel. But the man argued that it was rash to make such statements so early, as the fight was just beginning. After the sage's phrase, the blade in his hands was filled with no small amount of power, which surpassed what he had shown earlier. A seal appeared behind the warrior, with all 4 techniques that had previously been impossible for him to use. John Yoha was shocked, not expecting the elder to reach such a level so soon. The man then swung his blade, sending a huge blast of energy towards his opponent. The owner of the 9 Heavenly Realms technique was struggling to hold back the enemy's attack, exerting his utmost effort. But the youth was unable to withstand the powerful attack of the Mudan sect's sage, which resulted in a huge explosion. The battlefield was littered with a giant wall of dust, while behind it, a crater of equal size had formed, which was the result of the shockwave from the attack. The northern sword Gumil, who was in the shadow of the trees, was shaking all over from the display of such power. The old man couldn't believe that so much power had opened up in Zhongji's aura that he still felt a huge pressure on himself. The demon of Henan province was sure that even Yang Joha would not be able to continue fighting after this. However, having examined the silhouette of the enemy, who was still standing on his feet, the sage was dissatisfied with himself. The swordsman of the 5 Peaks fortress, just like last time, having stood up to one of the strongest attacks, raised his blade into the sky. Covered in bruises, the boy replied with a smile that this attack was indeed very dangerous. After which, Yoha stated that it would be foolish of him to continue relying on the technique of the blade that cuts down demons. That is why, when the young man rose into the air, he announced that he would now be serious. Shim Yanggak, shocked that the boy was okay after such a blow, was already glad that his sworn enemy had died. Johi's statement made the elder of the sect smile, who also decided to continue the fight without giving in to his opponent. Holding the sword in front of him, the man said that he would no longer give the swordsman any favors. Swinging his blade, the young bandit announced that he would attack with the family art of the second formation, 9 Heavens Sword. This statement greatly surprised Chongji, since he would hardly be able to withstand such an attack. When Yoha swung his sword, he released a fiery volley at his enemy, which was called the Great Dragon, soaring into the sky. The explosion that followed was many times stronger than what the sage had demonstrated shortly before. The guy's attack was accompanied by an extremely strong shockwave that almost knocked Shim Yanggak off his feet. Chongji, who was holding back his opponent's attack, was unable to resist it for long and jumped to the side. Northern Sword Gumil looked up at the sky with apprehension to see the aftermath of the young swordsman's attack. The demon of Henan province was horrified to discover that Yan had managed to cut through the heavens. The young man replied that it had turned out better than he had expected, and that thanks to training with the sage he had become much stronger. His comrade said that if the swordsman's attack had hit him directly, he would have turned to dust. Yoha asked the warrior not to act like a weakling, guessing that he had not shown him all his skills. However, Zhongji claimed that there was no point in showing the guy anything else, since he didn't want to lose all the confidence he had built up over the years. Extending his hand to the young bandit, the elder stated that he had learned a lot from their training together. But the boy was disappointed, because their fights only became more interesting to him, insisting that the old man not be so petty. The man apologized, but if Yoha hurt him with his attacks, he would have to stay in the fortress for another couple of months. The young man understood that Chongji needed to defend his position as an elder, although it was curious to see if he would turn into a mountain bandit. The sage had long planned to return to the temple, but the time spent here was truly a great success for him. The sage vowed to remember the kindness of the young swordsman and to repay him in the future. Both warriors benefited greatly from their joint training, which helped the sage ascend to a new level, from Johei to grow above himself. When Chongji's journey ends, he will wait for the arrival of the owner of the 9 heavenly realms technique in the world of Murima masters. Shim Yanggak, hiding behind the trees, watched the great fighter's final training. The old man thought for a long time about what he had, quite by chance, or maybe not, but had happened to see. To his great regret, sacrificing his pride, the demon of the province decided to give up revenge. A whole month had passed since the Mudan sect sage left the fortress, and the bandit group was ready to receive a new guest. While drinking, the man looked at the area and declared that the 5 Summits Mountains were much better than he had imagined. However, the local animals made him unhappy, as they had completely lost their fear and decided to attack him. The man did have one guess, though, as to why the huge bear was growling angrily at him. The reasons for this could have been the killed bear cubs, and the angry animal could have been their mother. The she-bear pounced on the drunkard with a menacing roar, who in turn did not even think of running away from her. In 1 second, sharp claws appeared on the man's fingers, emitting an ominous aura, and the very next moment, the terrible beast, not having time to touch the offender, was torn to pieces. He was finished off by the sovereign wind yin of the green forest, who was far from a merciful person. Seok Muhei was the leader of the green forest, known as the demon lord who crushes the heavens, who gained fame as one of the strongest martial artists. But before becoming such, the warrior was a worker in the Shaolin temple, who went there to study martial arts. The boy did not want to shave his head, unlike other monks, and because of his innate strength and developed skills, he attracted the attention of those around him. His teachers prayed to the Almighty when they saw life principles that were too far from the ideal in Buddhism. True, this was the case until Mu looked into the temple's abandoned warehouse. There, the young minister discovered a time-worn statue of Buddha, and from then on, his fate began to change. The boy decided to clean the statue, hoping that in this way he would be able to learn martial arts and curry favor with the monks. But in the end, Muha only broke the statue, and expecting trouble, he could not imagine that this event would turn out to be good luck for him. But inside the statue lay an ancient martial arts tome called the Dark Sky Scripture of Asura. Then, having studied the tome, the future demon lord left the Shaolin temple and went on a journey around the country. Soon after, he rose to the head of the bandit union, eventually taking 12 of the best bandits as his apprentices. The master imparted the knowledge to the chosen warriors, which he emphasized in the description of the dark sky, and the power they gained shocked even the elders of the major sects. Thus, the 12 Green Forest demon generals, also known as the Grim Reapers, were born. On that summer evening, the fortress of 5 Peaks was in complete silence and harmony with nature. However, the animals that were in it sensed the approach of an uninvited guest in advance. One of the demons appeared near the bandit group and, breaking into a scream, asked if the fortress of the 5 Peaks was here. The stranger introduced himself as a messenger from the Green Forest, which surprised the locals, who did not know how to react. While the inhabitants of the fortress stood rooted to the spot, its founders were already racing at full speed towards the arriving guest. The man stated that he was also a disciple of the demon lord who crushed the skies, leaving the bandits breathless. The warrior introduced himself as Ingale, the Mad Cat Lord, one of the 12 demon generals. The general demanded that the owners of the fortress come out and greet him properly as soon as possible. Li Chel-san and the other brothers felt uneasy at the sight of such a strong bandit. However, the leader of their gang, Pun Yencho, had to answer to such an important person, and he felt no better. After examining all the bandits who had arrived, Ingale reported that there were 10 people in the elite of the 5 Peaks, but one was missing. The commander replied that the 7th brother was currently in closed training, and they could not contact him, which interested the guest. After finishing his meal, the man asked why, for such a banal reason, the gang leader did not want to get involved with him. Go Sanchong whispered to Go Myung that Joha was sleeping in his room, but the 2nd brother told him to keep quiet. The thing was that the guy didn't show even a drop of respect for the elder of the Mudan sect, deciding that the same would happen to the disciple of the head of the Green Forest. The bandit was afraid to imagine what would happen if Ingale got on Joha's nerves, which could only make things worse. Gomyong suggested praying that the Demon Lord's representative would quietly let them go before meeting the seventh brother. Putting down the bowl of alcohol, the demon general thought it was rather arrogant of the bandit, but he couldn't help but admire it. He decided that all the bandits gathered in the pavilion survived thanks to the same hard work. The man insisted that if the bandits spent their days doing whatever they wanted, the trade union, the 5 clans, the 7 sects, and the 2 schools would catch up with them. Ingale insisted that the criminals continue to think in the same way, so as not to disgrace the name of the Green Forest. Commander Poon replied that he would try to remember this, assuming that the honored guest was tired after a long journey. However, the Mad Cat Lord began to brush this off, claiming that it was not the main thing now. His drink-addled gaze fell on the charming members of this bandit group. The demon general wanted the girls standing behind Encho to be introduced to him first. The man quickly introduced the 9th and 10th sisters, after which he began to talk about food, ready to feed the tired traveler. However, the warrior interrupted the leader of the bandits, claiming that he had 2 beauties in his gang, which proved the truth of the rumors. Lee Cheolson, who appeared behind the girls, thanked the gentleman for the compliment, drawing all attention to himself. Encho, who had arrived right away, continued talking about food, feeling awkward about leaving Ingale hungry. True, the Mad Cat Lord took these proposals negatively, because he had not yet finished speaking. Then Han Chung approached him and asked the general what brought him to this humble place. Having asked the criminal whether he had any important business here, the girl only provoked him with her voice. But the next second the man began to think, trying to remember why he had come to the Fortress of 5 Peaks. Rising from his chair, the man stated that the reason for his visit was to check whether the gang deserved the right to fly the Green Forest flag. Ingale wanted to execute the unworthy bandits, but he discovered that the 10 heroes of the fortress had not earned glory in Henan province in vain. The demon general said that the 5 Peaks had done a great job in raising the prestige of the bandit union. The man was sorry to get rid of the fortress, because there were many talented guys in it, which the girls took with caution. The Mad Cat Lord officially recognized the 5 Peaks fortress as part of the Green Forest, handing over a scroll to their leader. It was an invitation to the Bandit Union tournament that was to be held in Gangnam in the fall. It said that the Green Forest spread its branches, but also had the opportunity to show its full strength and did not gain any respect. Therefore, the Bandit Union decided to create a general tournament, where they would become a single force by uniting, and everyone would fall at their feet. Holding the scroll in his hands, Pun Yencho's hands shook with excitement as their strength was finally recognized. The commander blossomed when they were officially recognized as part of the Green Forest Bandit Alliance. With cunning cat-like eyes, the Grim Reaper declared that at that moment his work was finished. And now, looking at Chung and Sobaek, he wondered if he could have gotten the cream of the crop of the 5 Peaks 10 heroes. However, instead of answering the question that interested him, the demon general heard how happy the gang leader was. Encho wanted to take care of Ingale, so he asked Gomyong to help him greet the elder properly. The commander wanted to send a messenger to the living room, which was located in the Hejia settlement, but the Cat Lord stated that this was not necessary. While escorting the drunkard out of the Harmony Pavilion, the gang leader asked the second brother how things were going with Yoha. The bandit gestured that the young man was still asleep, which was only to their advantage. The criminals wanted to get rid of one of the Demon Lord's disciples as quickly as possible before trouble happened. Encho tried to behave in a friendly manner with the guest, but he was unhappy that he was taken away from the girls. Looking back at the pavilion, the leader of the 5 Peaks was tense, as Joha could come out to them at any moment. But the swordsman, who wielded the blade perfectly, was sleeping peacefully at this time, and so there was no reason to worry. Soon the trio found themselves in a luxurious restaurant, and while the waitresses were preparing the table, Encho insisted that he already felt drunk. Without taking his eyes off the amazing food, Gomyong kept saying that absolutely everything looked incredibly delicious. Both brothers wondered what the Mad Cat Lord thought of the place, and if he liked everything about it. Looking around, the man was not sure about this, but still agreed that everything was not so bad. However, as soon as he started drinking, it brought him back to thoughts of the sisters from the fortress. An image of Han Chung appeared in the general's mind, addressing him with her angelic voice. And her friend Ho So-baek called the warrior's nickname a thoughtful look, which only teased Ingale. The man, completely immersed in his memories, decided to distract himself from them and from drinking. Then the demon general looked at the two waitresses of the restaurant who were serving food and drinks, trying to please the master. Ingale slammed his cup down on the table and said that everything was just awful and that it couldn't go on like this any longer. The Mad Cat Lord immediately demanded that the two girls from the fortress that he had seen be brought to him. The second brother, Gomyong, quietly informed the boss that despite all their efforts, they seemed to have failed. The Grim Reaper ordered the members of the Five Peaks to stop whispering and bring the sisters here as quickly as possible. Feeling awkward, Pun Yencho declared that despite all his persuasion, the girls would not come to such an establishment. Bursting into a cacophony of curses and throwing all the food around, Ingale declared that if he was making demands, they had better come to him. But getting up from the table, the man said that if they did not come, then he himself would go after them to the fortress, and otherwise he would destroy the Five Peaks. Meanwhile, Han Chung-yi and Ho So-baek were sleeping peacefully in their chambers until they were woken up. One of the bandits was awakened by screams in the street, where an angry man demanded that someone come outside immediately. Sleepy, rubbing their eyes, the girls went outside, wondering who had made such a noise in the middle of the night. The commander and his second brother tried to calm down the enraged demon general, who could not stand being ordered. And when the drunkard saw the sisters in the crowd, he commanded them both to come to him. Pointing his finger at them, the Reaper demanded that a table be prepared for him for drinking, insisting that they hurry. The man wanted to threaten them if they refused, but before he could say anything, he was stopped. Suddenly, Pun Yencho's palm fell on his raised hand, wanting to calm the troublesome guest. The commander of the fortress, trying to remain kind to Ingale, asked him to do them a small favor and go together to other establishments. However, the Mad Cat Lord, without turning to face the bandit, asked how he dared to touch him. Looking at him with a cat-like gaze, the man asked if they were really going to test his patience. After these words, the demon general reached out with his claws to punish the impudent man. Seeing the general's legendary claws, Encho began to justify himself by saying that everything looked completely different from what he thought. The commander of the fortress, shedding tears, assured that he and his brother had been trying all this time for the sake of Mr. Ingale. The Grim Reaper paused for a moment and asked again if the criminals really did all this for their own benefit. The sobbing boss was joined by Gomyong, who supported his words, swearing that it was the pure truth. The Mad Cat Lord shouted that it was all nonsense, and that everyone in the fortress obeyed Encho, who simply did not want to share the girls with him. The boys insisted that they would all be in trouble if the gentleman didn't stop, but he wasn't listening anymore. And then suddenly someone's voice was heard, which saved the commander, asking what was happening here. When he asked again who the drunkard was who was raising hell in the middle of the night and waking people up, the warrior's hand stopped. While Yencho and Gomyong were praying to the gods, the Green Forest messenger turned around in confusion. But when he looked at the inhabitants of the fortress present, they were all absolutely silent as mice. The man restrained himself and asked who dared to speak to him in such a tone. The demon general looked at the bandits, trying to figure out which of them had just addressed him. After which the voice that came from Sobek said that if the man got drunk, he should have just gone and got a good night's sleep. All eyes were on Sobek, who seemed to be asking Ingale why he had broken into someone else's fortress and made so much noise. Han Chung, who was standing next to her, was shocked that her friend would act so brazenly towards such a dangerous person. The Cat Lord also stared at the girl in confusion, trying to comprehend what had happened. The next moment, the bandit began to justify herself, saying that it wasn't actually her who said it. Grinning angrily, the drunkard cursed those present, claiming that they were making fun of him. Realizing that it was clearly not a girl who was addressing him, the man demanded that the stranger show himself so that he could personally send him to hell. Ingale turned out to be right, because behind the girls there was a guy who had been talking to the bandit the whole time. Turning around, the Ching and Sobak sisters were shocked to find that Yoha had been by their side the entire time. Coming out of the crowd, the swordsman asked how the rebellious drunkard was going to send him to hell. The Mad Cat Lord was momentarily speechless as he saw a child standing before him instead of a burly warrior. The man, deciding that the boy was not quite right in the head, asked who he was, but he only replied that the general's screams had woken him up. The girls who beamed with joy at the sight of the young swordsman puzzled Ingale, who thought that they should not have let the boy near him. The gang leader was completely desperate since the situation could no longer be saved, and was preparing for the worst-case scenario. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, the seventh brother wondered why the old man froze after repeating his question about how he would send him to hell. At that moment, the Green Forest messenger realized that the young bandit in front of him had completely lost his mind talking to him like that. Looking at Yoha, the man decided that killing was like dirtying his hands, and he also thought about his future. The demon general planned to take a good position in the Green Forest, and in order not to lose face, he decided to ignore the guy from now on. The Grim Reaper thought it was perfectly normal to have a couple of mentally retarded people in the fortress, so he calmly asked to simply prepare the table. However, this behavior did not please Yoha, who claimed that it was impolite to leave in the middle of a conversation. With some disgust, the Five Peaks swordsman asked the Green Forest envoy if he was afraid. And the guy's words became the last straw, when the warrior's patience snapped, and his claws once again began to glow with aura. Cursing the insolent boy with the last words, the Mad Cat Lord aimed his clawed paw at him. Just a moment ago, the joyful sisters were very worried about their savior, who found himself in a difficult situation. The second brother stated that no matter how hard they tried, in the end, just like the previous times, everything again came to blows. The commander of the Five Peaks fortress watched the unfolding battle with tears in his eyes. The only thing Punyencho wanted was for the seventh brother not to accidentally kill Ingale. The moment the attack reached the swordsman, he easily blocked the enemy's blow with a wave of his hand. The Green Forest messenger was shocked that some boy was blocking his deadly claws. The young bandit asked his rival if he really wanted to send him to hell with such a weak move. The demon general's eyes lit up with excitement as soon as he discovered the opponent's strength, having mistaken him for a madman at the very beginning. The next moment, an ominous aura began to hover in the air around him, and the man said that he had only seemed like a weak opponent up until this moment. Ingale said that he would now fight the boy with full force, which began to envelop the young man with a light gust of wind. The Green Forest envoy stated that he would demonstrate why he was called the Mad Cat Lord. The Five Peaks swordsman felt the enemy's aura, which resembled sharp claws, begin to squeeze around his throat. It turned out that the bandits had been worried about the old man all this time, and not about Yoke, wondering if the man would be okay. Gumyong suggested that the boss stop the fight, but he asked his comrade how he was going to do it. A second later, the demon general clenched his palm, which controlled that very aura. The ghostly claws pierced the boy, but despite the damage he received, he did not make a sound. And when another ghostly hand squeezed around his neck, Yoha felt only some discomfort in that area. An enraged Ingale claimed that cutting off the boy's head was as easy as breathing. However, he did not do this, and his hand with sharp claws froze in the air for some time. Instead, the old man said that he would not let the boy die so easily, that he wanted to hear the young bandit beg him for mercy. The Mad Cat Lord has prepared a very slow death for his opponent. Looking at him, the man insisted that, having experienced these torments, the guy would realize how great a sin he had committed. The swordsman, who had remained silent all this time, answered him that up until that moment he had been lenient towards the enemy. After which, grabbing the ghostly claws with his hand, he declared that the old man had crossed the line and he did not intend to tolerate it any longer. Ingale couldn't believe his eyes when he saw what the young man had done. Having easily broken the ghostly grip, the seventh brother suggested starting the battle in earnest. In the resulting silence, all that could be heard was the stuttering messenger of the green forest trying to justify what had happened. Covered in sweat, he claimed that his blow was impossible to parry, especially without any consequences. Almost laughing, Yoha replied that the old man himself had seen everything and that it was as easy as pie to repel him. The demon lord's disciple was confident that his technique had definitely hit the youth, and most of the masters from the great sects would have collapsed from it in a second. With a displeased expression on his face, the swordsman asked why they were still standing like statues, ordering them to stop playing and start fighting. The Mad Cat Lord, confused, asked himself who the guy in front of him was, justifying the failed attack by saying that he had overindulged a little. The man realized that the boss and his deputy were mediocre warriors, wondering how they were able to subjugate the Henan province. But then it all became clear to the demon general that it was because of this guy that the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks became famous. Turning to Pun Yencho and Thak Gomyong, the Green Forest messenger understood why they did not stop the young man. With a smile on his face, the bandit explained that the brothers did not do this, not because they did not want to, but because they physically could not. Ingale said that he had finally found a worthy opponent with whom he could enjoy a fight, and that when he introduced himself to his opponent, he gave his nickname. But at that very moment, Yoha, unable to contain himself, burst into loud laughter, which embarrassed his opponent. Wiping away the tears that had appeared in his eyes, the guy said that it was the first time he had heard such a funny nickname for the great bandit. Burning with rage, the man said that the boy should have watched his language, and all because his words could be the last in his life, which is what the Grim Reaper was going to facilitate. The disciple of the demon lord who crushed the heavens pounced on the swordsman with his claws extended forward. However, the master of the 9 heavenly spheres technique said that the old man could only talk. The guy also added that his opponent was very slow, which made the warrior even more angry. When the sharp claws were already close to the 5-peaked swordsman, he still stood motionless in place. Filled with rage and malice, the demon general used a special ultimate technique. Using the corpse claw of the Mad Cat Lord, the warrior transformed his hand into a phantom snake. Yoha looked at this technique with interest, but did not see anything special in it. In turn, the guy didn't bother too much and put up just 2 fingers. And in the next moment, Ingale's deadly claws met the fingers of the young swordsman. The fighters remained in their places, and the contact created a powerful shock wave. Along with the rest of the gang members, the commander and his deputy were almost blown away by a strong gust of wind. Shocked by his opponent's technique, the only thing in the Mad Cat Lord's mind was that all of this was unreal. The bandit couldn't believe that some boy had blocked his attack using only 2 fingers. Looking at his hand, which was already under tension, the demon lord's disciple remembered a technique. Even though the teacher told him not to use this technique, Yoha left the general no other choice. In order to master this technique, one of the demon generals had to endure a lot of pain in his time. But having endured all the humiliations that the bandit was subjected to during training, a reward awaited him. The Grim Reaper, having learned the technique from the demon lord who crushed the skies, never lost to anyone again. The skill was so powerful that it could subjugate the elder of any sect, making the user of this technique invulnerable. The man didn't think that one day he would use this technique in a fight with some impudent boy. Shouting at the top of his lungs, the bandit insisted that the swordsman of the 5 peaks should not blame him for what he had done. Along with the aura, the old man began to create a rotating vortex, calling it the Dark Sky Asura Strike. But literally a second after Ingale used it, he discovered that 2 of his fingers were bent. With the 2 fingers that Yoha had used to block the previous blow, he accidentally bent his opponent's fingers. The young man said that the old man was very interesting, that, having created a cold wind, he then gave it a strange color. Waving 2 fingers, the boy introduced himself to the Green Forest bandit as Yan Joha, adding that it was nice to meet him. The student of one of the continent's strongest warriors did not know how to react to what had happened. The Mad Cat Lord, sweating profusely, was furious, believing that the boy had completely lost his mind. In a second, Yoha attracted the attention of the old man, who was now not in front of him, but to the side. The swordsman asked the Grim Reaper to remember that his friends were not toys. The Green Forest messenger tensed up, and his gaze inexorably followed the guy's fist. Watching the fight, Punyencho hoped that the younger brother would not hit Ingale, because then they would not be able to join the bandit alliance. With tears in his eyes, the commander of the 5 Peaks fortress begged Yoha to stop and not to carry out his plan. However, despite all the boss's pleas, the young bandit seemed not to hear his words and had already raised his fist to strike. At that very moment, a strong stream of air began to gather around the young man, demonstrating the swordsman's strength. His older brothers had to cover themselves as the strong airflow began to take their breath away. The Mad Cat Lord couldn't find the words to describe what happened next. A giant dragon appeared in front of the Grim Reaper, looking angrily at its opponent. The man had already said goodbye to his life, as the monster, opening its mouth, was preparing to swallow him. The next moment, Ingale found himself in a strange place where he saw a stranger in a boat. When the stranger began waving at the Demon Lord's disciple, he decided that he had found himself in the afterlife. The Mad Cat Lord began to beg for mercy and thus return him back, to which the skeleton was surprised why the bandit was there in the first place. Blinking an eye, one of the demon generals watched in horror as Joey's fist stopped a few centimeters from his nose. And the very next moment, a strong shockwave arose behind the robber from the guy's attack. Without my understanding, a powerful gust of wind emanated from the 7th brother's fist, blowing at Ingale from all sides. Cold sweat was running down the man's face, and his eyes were wide open at the monstrous sight. He wanted to step back, but when he lifted his leg, he felt both of them begin to shake. The swordsman, who wielded the blade perfectly, froze in front of his opponent, giving him a menacing look. Unable to stand on his feet after such a thing, the Green Forest messenger eventually fell to the ground. Yoha turned to him and said that if it weren't for his boss, he would have seriously sent the drunkard to hell. The young bandit advised the arrogant warrior to consider himself lucky, since he remained alive. Analyzing the words spoken by his opponent, the man began to laugh hysterically. The Mad Cat Lord had not yet gone all out in this fight, but he had no intention of getting up. After what he had experienced, the demon general lost all will to fight. The incredible pressure the man felt in the battle with the boy, he had only felt once before from the demon lord who crushed the skies. The Grim Reaper begged his opponent to stop at this point, claiming that he had made a mistake, as he had drunk too much. Looking at the unpleasant person from top to bottom, the young man asked again whether he admitted his mistake. The swordsman then began to scold the old man, advising him to behave normally the next time he decided to drink. Yoha told the drunkard to say goodbye to everyone and leave, since it was high time for them all to go to bed. Still breaking out in a cold sweat, Ingale replied that the boy had a lot to learn about the hierarchy of the Green Forest. But the young swordsman showed signs of losing patience, repeating that he really wanted to sleep. Looking at the demon general with a frightening gaze, Yoha asked if he was planning on making him nervous any further. The next second, the one who found himself at the gates of the fortress announced to the brothers and sisters of the 5 Peaks that he was leaving, and that the next time they would see each other would be in Mansapen. Pun Yonsho and Gomyoung were shocked to hear this from the demon general, as it was akin to a low-ranking clan member becoming related to the clan leader. Yawning, Yoha, thanks to whose actions the gang's status had not suffered, considered the old man he had met that night to be somehow strange. Most of the fortress participants began to praise their defender, while simultaneously ridiculing the demon general. After seeing this, Han Cheng asked Sabayak if she thought it was a good idea to try to seduce their swordsman. Encho asked the second brother if everything would be okay with them in Mansapine, to which the bandit replied that as long as Joha was with them, everything would go like clockwork. Despite the fears, which were far from unfounded, the gang leader tried to reassure himself that everything would somehow work out. After the night's brawl with the mad cat lord, everyone in the fortress believed that Yoha was possibly stronger than the demon lord himself. Meanwhile, the already sober Ingale was rushing through the forest, unable to recover from what had happened. The man could not believe that, having come to the fortress of 5 peaks, he would experience such humiliation, and from a boy at that. The cat lord never imagined that a second-rate bandit group would hide such a monster. But what was more terrible than that was if the young swordsman showed himself at the gathering of the Green Forest. The existence of such a strong warrior would cause real chaos in the entire hierarchy, so Ingale was in a hurry to report everything to the boss. Sometime later, the Seoul Trade Union, which was passing through the mountains, was suddenly attacked. The Union envoy asked who dared to block their path, who clearly wanted to die because of his actions. The robber, who hid his face, claimed that the sun would soon set, but they were all still on the road. The bandit explained that he needed to check something, and he hoped that the main thing would be understood so that his people would not interfere with him. However, the man asked not to make fun of him with such statements, since the bandit had no right to check them. The stranger claimed that he was just going to have a look at something and asked not to be offended by him and to do him a favor. But the chief's envoy became angry when he heard the criminal's arrogant proposal asking for cooperation. The masked stranger was surprised to learn that the gentleman did not like the tone in which he addressed him, as he did not consider it a problem. Losing the last of his patience, the armed robber wondered why officials were constantly making a mountain out of a molehill. He asked the messenger if he really didn't want to save his daughter's life, which only made the situation worse. Unleashing loud curses, the man claimed that the robber had gone mad for daring to threaten his family. The gentleman was sure that the criminal would not be able to cope with the entire detachment, and gave him one last chance to retreat. The bandit was sorry to hear this, because the messenger left him no choice but to kill all the soldiers. The representative of the Seoul Trade Union ordered his men to bring him the bandit's head immediately. The soldiers guarding the master rushed forward with a battle cry, drawing their swords. The mysterious stranger, who hid his identity, was saddened by the messenger that he had made such a choice. The man claimed that 20 years ago, people ran wherever their eyes looked when they met a man in black, releasing their dark aura at the same time. The soldiers guarding the leader's envoy were surprised by the strange technology that the enemy possessed. In a split second, the bandit found himself next to one of the soldiers, swinging his rounded blade at him. Skillfully wielding a sickle-shaped cold weapon, the criminal deftly dealt with all the warriors who stood in his way. Having rushed through them, the man in black left no survivors behind as he headed towards the messenger. The guards who remained near the cart protected the representative of the trade union until the very end. But this lasted only a few seconds, as the criminal was already near them, continuing to cut everyone with his weapon. The man watched with a hateful look as the blood of his opponents flowed in all directions. But an unpleasant surprise awaited the killer. The man busy with the soldiers had completely lost his vigilance. Looking at the cart, the bandit did not find the messenger and his daughter, who had somehow managed to escape. Taking advantage of the moment while the enemy was confused, the brave warriors rushed to attack him. But it didn't take long for the killer to come to his senses again, and he was already clutching his weapon tightly. It took a couple of seconds for several more warriors to fall at the hands of the merciless swordsman. The remaining soldiers stood frozen, listening to their comrades writhe in pain as they lay dying. The man in black asked his opponents if he had relaxed, and their faces were frozen in genuine horror. The man claimed that the envoy of the head of Seoul, without hesitation, abandoned his people to their deaths because he realized who was in front of him. However, the bandit did not care about this, because according to the information he had, the soldiers were carrying something that his master needed. If this was true, then Master Yang took the thing the bandit needed along with himself, who threw his blades on the ground. Removing the cloth that covered his face, the swordsman stated that he needed to follow the messenger. Having shown his terrible face to the enemy, The killer declared that since he did not need warriors, he could kill every single one of them. The guards, already frightened, now completely lost all hope of salvation. Hearing the heartbreaking cries of his comrades, the detachment commander suggested that the gentleman return to his people and help them. However, the representative of the trade union told them not to return, since they could do nothing, and the only thing they could do was run away. Continuing on his way, the messenger mentally asked for forgiveness from all the dead, so that at the end of everything he would join them in hell. The man hoped that his people would forgive the sin he had committed, because he was not yet allowed to die. A picture of the moon sage terrorizing the entire continent came to his mind. Then, the elders of the greatest sects of the time presented him with something of great value. At that time, the young envoy of the head of the Seoul trade union did not realize what a burden had been placed on his shoulders. Now, a couple of decades later, the man looked at the box that should not have fallen into enemy hands. Opening it, the gentleman looked at an ancient object that resembled an 8-pointed star with a bizarre pattern. Even after darkness fell, the messenger, his daughter, and the warriors continued to run, and they were not to stop until they left the mountain. The girl stated that she could no longer run, but her father did not want to hear anything like that, continuing to insist that she needed to move on. The daughter remarked that they had run quite a lot, asking if it was time to rest a little. The head's envoy sternly told his daughter to stop talking nonsense, because they couldn't hope for a miracle when they saw a master of such a level. The man claimed that the criminal was a master in the art of Qing Gong, so it was too early to relax. One of the soldiers informed Yang Hanan that someone very suspicious appeared ahead. The head's envoy became wary, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that they had already been surrounded. The man ordered his men to prepare for battle, and they all drew their blades as one. The bellkeeper regretted that, while desperately running away from the enemy in an attempt to protect him, he knew that the Union would ultimately lose everything. The 8-bead bell could not be simply given into the clutches of the enemy, and the man was required to notify the great sects of the revival of the cult of Yomyun. It was impossible to allow the nightmare that happened 20 years ago to repeat itself. Protecting himself and the valuable item, the envoy of the head of the Seoul trade union waited until the enemy showed himself. The soldiers who jumped out at him shouted that even if the enemy used the nets, they would still break through them. The man, who was enjoying fried meat at the time, reported that he almost choked from the sudden appearance of the soldiers. The gentleman who followed his men out did not expect that in front of him there would be a group of people not dressed in black. Rising from his seat, Yoha asked who the people were who almost made his boss choke. The representative of the trade union, who was somewhat confused, hoped that the strangers were orthodox. After all, in this case, this group of people could have been sent to the keeper of the bell by the heavens themselves. 3 days earlier, in the Five Peaks Fortress, in the Harmony Pavilion, there was an argument about clothing. Shim Yanggak claimed that since they were going to the meeting in a large group, it would be full of people who would become suspicious of them. And on top of everything else, to get to Mansapen, they will have to stop by a village along the way and pass through Hefei, where the Namgung clan is located. The gang should not incur the wrath of the 9 great sects that walked under the green forest, and the head of the Namgung family was the Sword Emperor Byuk. The orthodox factions that were hunting demonic cults would also attack the Five Peaks once they learned that they were mountain bandits. However, everything that Northern Sword Gumil said was not to the liking of the commander, who had already shaved off his beard. Encho insisted that the old man was simply afraid of the Namgung clan, forgetting that the fortress had easily defeated Elder Mudan. He was supported by Gomyong, who stated that they were going to Mansapen as an officially recognized green forest, and therefore the 9 great sects were not scary to them. Yanggak tried to explain that Namgun Byuk was one of the strongest masters, and in direct combat, none of them could compare to him. Pun Yencho wondered if the demon of the province had said the same thing about the sage Chongji earlier. However, Han Cheng and Hosobek intervened in the conversation, stating that there was no problem. The girls agreed with Shim Yanggak, because they didn't know when they would get the chance to dress up like that again. The bandits wanted to travel at least once without any problems, and there were no rules that prohibited wearing such clothes except for the orthodox factions. The leader of the gang, seeing the sisters, began to compare them to nymphs because of how beautiful they looked. The seventh brother also joined the conversation and asked those present whether he had done everything correctly. Since the young man had never worn such complex clothes, he did not know whether he had put everything on correctly and whether he had made any mistakes. Somewhat embarrassed, the Five Peaks Fortress swordsman asked his comrades if he looked okay. The girls, admiring their brother's beauty, began to shower him with all sorts of compliments. The bandits insisted that Yoha was much more handsome than Chelson, who was extremely offended because he had done nothing bad to them. As he left his house, Encho told the gang member to take good care of the fortress and not to get beaten up while they were away. While promising to crush everyone at the Green Forest meeting, the elder brothers also intended to return with good wine. Huang Yomyong swore to defend the fortress at the cost of his own life from any enemies who dared to approach them. Encho asked Gomyong if everything would be okay, to which his brother replied that the trade unions had been quite obedient lately. Old man Shim intervened in the conversation and, despite their martial arts, insisted that they shouldn't relax. According to the man, he insisted on disguise not only to avoid clashes with the Namgung clan. The Henan trade unions behaved so meekly and for dozens of heroes of the Five Peaks, although, in particular, because of Joey himself. But once they learned that the 10 had left the fortress for some time, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to attack it. The gang leader agreed, because their faces were quite recognizable, and there might be people who remembered them. Tak Gomyong believed that one should be careful when dealing with trade unions, since there was a high chance that one of them might remember them. True, Yencho did not see a problem with this, confident that they were well disguised as orthodox. It seemed to the man that they were all different from themselves, and that it was unlikely that anyone would remember who they really were. Yanggak asked the boss what he would answer if he was suddenly asked what he did in his life. The bandit thought for a moment, since he was not at all prepared for such surprises. Returning to the events of that night, Yencho replied to the strangers that they were disciples of the Flying Dragon sect who were on their way from Henan. Mr. Yan Henan introduced himself as the ambassador of the Suwol Trade Union, stating that if they were going in the same direction, he wanted to join the disciples of the sect. Since the people they met were related to the trade union, the gang leader doubted that they were on the same path. The leader's messenger laughed nervously, reporting that they hadn't even told the group where they were going. The commander felt uneasy, which was passed on to his men, but he decided to find out from the travelers where they were heading. However, he was interrupted by Shim Yanggak, who claimed that even if they were on the same path, there was no reason for the sect's disciples to accompany the trade union. The old man was also alarmed by the fact that their number was too small for representatives of the trade union, which suggested that the strangers were hiding something. The demon of the province said that they were in a hurry and did not want to get into any unexpected trouble, and also did not understand why they had to take this risk. The ambassador's subject doubted that a group of warriors was able to help in any way in the current situation. However, the master ordered him to be silent for a moment, as he tried to remember about the Flying Dragon sect, which he had never heard of before. Even if these people were lying, Yan Henan believed that they had plenty of internal energy. The man felt a confident and even aura that emanated from the potential disciples of this sect. But of all those present, one guy stood out, and it was the first time the ambassador had met someone with such incredible energy. Looking back at the mountains, the master noticed the approaching sunrise, and it was only a matter of time before the enemy caught up with them. Looking at his men, he understood that they were at their limit, and it would be difficult to hold out in battle after a protracted pursuit. Since the trade union was in dire need of help, Hanan pulled out a bag from his robe and stated that, unfortunately, he could not give details. But at the same time, I wanted to ask the sect's disciples for one request, which caused confusion in Yencho. Having bowed, the chief's messenger asked the strangers to help them in one very difficult matter. In return, by showing the contents of the bag, he intended to repay them in full for the help they had provided. After some time, Old Man Shim had an argument with the boss, who had refused the trade union because the bandit himself had ordered him to avoid meeting with them. But Yanggak argued that this was a great opportunity for them, since the ambassador had offered enough for them to agree. Pun Yencho refused because their offer was too good, and in this world there was nothing free. Trade unions were not the type to do something at a loss to themselves, and therefore the risk of this deal increased. In addition to how much the union wanted to offer for the mountain bandits' services, they asked that they take care of a strange object that was in the box. The boss insisted that his instincts were never wrong and that they had done the right thing by refusing to help. Northern Sword Gumil could not accept the fact that with such a quantity of gold they would travel without worrying about anything. Han Chung once again sided with the old man, also considering this deal to be a good offer. Since they were going in one direction, it was not difficult at all to ensure the protection of the trade union. Rising to his feet, Thak Gomyong said that the decision had already been made, and even though the offer was indeed good, it did not mean that they needed it. The second brother wanted them to avoid unnecessary trouble, and if they accompanied the trade union, the chance of conflict with the Green Forest would only increase. The bandit noticed that the younger brothers and sisters wanted to act like the heroes of Jianghu, but suggested that they focus on gathering the Green Forest. Outraged by this statement, Han Chung tried to justify herself by saying that this was not the reason she agreed to the proposal. Ho Imdal advised them to move on, since once the union members were attacked, their pursuers could soon appear. Shim Yanggak added that the criminals might think they were in league with the trade union, which would only add to their troubles. Although the sun had not yet risen, Encho ordered his men to pack their things and meet around the fire. Han Chung went to look for her things, asking her friend where she had put them. Sobek, pointing to a tree nearby, advised the bandit to look around and check if she had forgotten anything. Lee Cholson, who had not taken his eyes off the girl the entire time, watched as she tried to lift the heavy bag. Then he, like a true knight, approached her and asked her to leave the heavy loads for him, which made the girl embarrassed. However, all this happened in the imagination of a man who imagined how he would finally receive recognition from his younger sister. But the bandit's fantasy was pulled out of him by an event that suddenly happened before his eyes. A hostile man in black was approaching the bandit, descending from the trees. The man, whose face was hidden behind a mask, was pleased that he had finally found the group. Han Chung, who was completely occupied with her things, was late in noticing the stranger. The attacker said that he had nothing against the bandits, but he could not leave them all alive. Deeply afraid for his beloved, Cheol-san shouted at her to be careful, and only at that very moment, the bandit finally discovered the killer approaching her. But the next moment, her older brother pushed the bandit away to take the blow himself. The mysterious assassin swung his blade and wounded Cheol-san, who had no chance to fend off the attack. Shocked by what had happened, Chen watched as her comrade's blood sprayed in front of her. Everyone in the gang turned around to see why one of them was shouting his sister's name so loudly. The bandits were stunned by what had happened, and the moment they saw this terrible scene, they rushed to help Cheol-san. The wounded warrior could only curse, realizing the deplorable nature of his situation. Looking at the fallen enemy, the man in black stated that it was all useless, since the entire group would die one way or another. However, before he could react, one of the criminal's feet suddenly appeared next to his face. The warrior's boot hit the killer's head with such force that the veins on his face bulged. The blow that Yoha dealt to the man in black not only sent him flying, but was also quite powerful. A frightened Han Chung looked at her brother who was lying on the ground, unable to get up. The girl asked why he was so stupid and went to block a blow that she would have dodged. With the last of his strength, the man said that he was sorry, claiming that it seemed like he had done something unnecessary. The squad leader also rushed to the wounded bandit, and he was no less excited than Chung. When Pun Yencho examined his comrade, He was horrified by the wounds he had received. The wounds that the unknown swordsman inflicted on Cheol-san were too deep, causing the bandit to lose a lot of blood. The boss ordered Yangaku to find out the location of the nearest village so that he could take it there. Tak Gomyong, turning to Yoha, demanded that the guy hurry up before they got into something incomprehensible. But when the deputy of the 5 Peaks looked at what was behind the swordsman, he realized that they were too late. The second brother noticed how another pair of hidden assassins appeared in the trees, who were also dressed in black. Following this, one by one, the remaining killers began to appear in the trees, and Yoha watched them closely. Looking back at the approaching threat, Shim Yanggak noted that the trade union had added a lot of problems to their problems. The commander stated that they had to go to the village first, while Yanggak and Gomyong were to help the young swordsman. However, the warrior protested, insisting that all the brothers go to the village. The 9 Heavenly Realm sword technique master said that he alone would be more than enough for this opponent. Intermittently, the bandits asked how much further they had to travel to reach the settlement. According to their comrades, they were not expected to reach Hefei for at least 2 hours. Gomyong looked back and hoped that the 7th brother would be okay despite the enemy's numbers. Pung Yoncho shouted that they had no choice but to believe in it, otherwise they would not be able to save Cheol-san. The boss reminded that only they knew how strong Yoha was, and at some point, they felt uneasy that they had to constantly rely on him. Northern Sword Gumil noted that they didn't know exactly how many of these guys in black were left, who could catch up with them at any moment. Although it was a sudden attack, it couldn't be said that they were simple opponents, since they managed to knock down Cheol-san with one blow. The demon of Henan province thought that the young swordsman also thought that the boys in black would not be easy to deal with. It was for this reason that Yoha asked all team members to leave the battlefield to protect them. The mysterious killers descended from the trees and, swinging their swords, were ready to deal with the remaining bandit. However, the very first blow of the warrior in black ended in defeat, and all that the swordsman of the 5 Peaks did was simply step aside. The guy decided to find out everything from the enemy before he finished them off, asking who they were. But not hearing the answer he wanted, Yoha grabbed the killer who had attacked him by the bandana on his head. The warrior clearly did not expect the enemy to grab him so easily, so he repeated his question before striking. There was still no response, and the 5 Peaks swordsman struck his opponent hard in the face. The warriors standing nearby were surprised that a simple blow was capable of causing such an explosion. Before they had time to come to their senses, the same guy who had just taken out one of the swordsmen appeared in front of them. In front of the assassin, Yoha attacked his colleague with a knee strike, not giving him a chance. The swordsman in black realized that things were bad, and the young man they were fighting was not so simple. Having thrown away one enemy, the 7th brother turned his attention to the one remaining nearby. In one sharp movement, the martial artist brought his foot down on the warrior, which was more than enough. A group of the same soldiers, dressed in black uniforms, claimed that the guy had simply gone crazy. Suddenly the chief gestured to his men to stop and not to rush at the enemy. Taking a closer look at him, the one-eyed warrior reported that this was not a simple boy in front of them, commanding them to form a formation. Picking up his weapon, the young man asked again if the enemy had gone deaf and had not heard his question, not understanding why they had not answered. Then Yoha asked whether he needed to continue beating the warriors to get his answer. The assassins who began to exude an aura were no longer able to restrain themselves, which even affected their leader. The leader of the detachment ordered his men to take the impudent boy, who went on the attack at the first rays of the sun. Meanwhile, the mountain bandits, continuing to follow the village, were wondering how long it would take to get there. Pung Yoncho, who had been carrying Cheol-san all this time, asked his brother to hold on a little longer, since they were almost there. Han Chen was worried that they might not make it in time, but her boss insisted that everything was fine since they stopped the bleeding in time. Suddenly, the old man Shim, who was walking ahead, smelled blood, which made him very worried. Yanggak braked sharply and ordered the other brothers to stop as well, listening carefully. Northern Sword Gumil gestured for the bandits to be quiet and wait a little. The commander asked what had suddenly happened, since they had little time, and the old man replied that he felt a large crowd of people ahead. The man suggested that the enemy seemed to have captured the people from the trade union with whom they had crossed paths. Ahead, a gang of men in black actually took the people of the trade union prisoner, who were commanded by the same assassin who attacked the ambassador on the road. Shimyangak claimed that if they wanted to get into the village, they had to go through a place with the enemy. The bandit, cautiously looking out from behind cover, saw that Yan Henan was all wounded. The man asked the criminals why they needed to kill so many people. The chief's envoy asked if some little thing could have cost them their innocent lives. The killer began to reason that for this thing some people could walk 1,000 miles, because it was more important than all the people who gave their lives for it. Presenting his rounded blade to the girl, the criminal asked if the ambassador could at least save the life of his own daughter. The man angrily insisted that the killers would spare no one, and he was not stupid enough to just give them this thing. Ambassador Henan stated that the enemies would never get it, to which their leader remarked that he was not so easy to deal with. The man in black asked if the master really wanted him to continue taking lives. Mr. Yang cursed his opponents filthily, while the surviving warriors shook in fear, not wanting to be killed. The swordsman ordered his men to hold the girl tightly, so that she would not twitch while he was dealing with her. The assassin told his hostage not to even think about pulling off any tricks, because his daughter's life was at stake. Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind the swordsman and asked in a menacing voice what his men were doing here. Trying to hide the trembling in his body, the warrior turned to his master and asked him why he had personally come here. The man replied that if his subordinates did their jobs properly, he would not be here. The owner asked angrily why his people had not yet brought him the magic item. All the men in black, without exception, lined up in a row and straightened up at the sight of the leader. The assassins unanimously greeted the great demon general, whose appearance alone terrified those around him. The divine illusion demon Unjegwi exhaled heavily through his nose and looked around. All this time, the northern sword gumil continued his surveillance, which also caught the appearance of the general. The Five Peaks Fortress member was overcome with cold sweat when he saw such a strong opponent. The man didn't expect this, and although they weren't made of anything, the warriors with strange weapons emitted a terrifying aura. But the man who arrived surpassed all the warriors in his energy, and he must have been many times stronger if everyone was shaking so much before him. Just when Brother Gomyung wanted to ask Yanggak how much longer they had to wait, the old man immediately told him to shut up. The bandit felt uneasy when he realized that the enemy was so strong that even old man Shim was afraid of him. The demon of Henan province replied that if he was right, then the enemy could be more dangerous than anything the fortress had ever encountered. Although the warrior was considered quite strong among the unorthodox sects and had seen a lot, he had to admit that he felt nervous when looking at these warriors. The enemy was emitting a mysterious energy that Yangaku had never encountered before, but the organization of these people was quite strong and influential. As much as the bandits would like to join forces with the trade union to fight back against the enemy, if they made even one mistake, they could all die as a result. The old man wished not to interfere until Johi arrived, or until they could find out what the enemy the trade union was fighting was capable of. The warriors who stood up to protect Yang Henan declared that they would save the young lady at the cost of their own lives. With a battle cry, the soldiers went into battle with an enemy whose strength they had no idea was there. While the mountain bandits decided to use the example of the trade union to find out what kind of equipment the enemy would use during the battle. With a stony face, Unjegwi reached for the thick stick that was behind his back. But when the demon general pulled it out, a lit stick of dynamite appeared in front of the warriors. The divine demon of illusion threw it at the opponents, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. Suddenly, the saber broke into several smaller projectiles, which stuck into the ground near the warriors of the Suvol Trade Union. And literally a second later, an unknown liquid began to flow out of the checker sticking out of the ground. Every single soldier found themselves trapped, and like quicksand, they began to fall into the magical swamp. A sticky substance began to envelop the swordsman, who did not understand what was happening to them. Plunging headfirst into the swamp conjured by Jegvi, the warriors tearfully asked for help. However, no soldier was saved, and absolutely everyone who was near the enemy trap disappeared without a trace. The demon general, watching his easy victory, only exhaled heavily through his nose. The Seoul Trade Union ambassador knew that when all the people who could have stood up for him had died, he was next in line. Amazed by what he saw, Thak Gomyong asked the old man what they had just witnessed. Shim Yangak had never heard of, let alone seen, such a technique before. Meanwhile, the demon general Unjegwi again reached for another saber that was behind his back. The divine demon of illusion, threatening with a saber, asked the prisoner where he hid the object. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the young swordsman continued to fight with Unjegwi's men. The warrior without one eye threw his 2 axes at the enemy on the move, completely confident that he would hit. However, Yoha easily dodged the enemy's attack, which managed to reach him in a second. Gripping the blade tightly with his hands, the young man needed only one blow to deal with the warrior. The guy's gaze was cold and cruel, because of the assassins, his comrade was at death's door. Taking advantage of the moment while Yoha was busy, the next one from the squad of people in black was preparing to attack him. But at the last second, the warrior realized his mistake in rushing at the young man so thoughtlessly. In an instant, the 5-peaked swordsman's blade described an arc, after which another assassin was defeated, his blood splattering. The deputy commander of the detachment, who was the first to fall in battle, ordered the remaining warriors to attack the enemy at once in order to overwhelm him with numbers. Without taking his angry gaze off the killers, the guy asked if the warrior was unhappy, then why was he standing aside? The enemy swordsmen were shocked, having missed the moment when Yoha snuck up so close to them. One of the opponents was surprised to discover what kind of equipment the bandit wanted to use against them. The assassins stood motionless, surrounded by flames that emanated from their enemy. John Yoha used the 9 Heavens First Formation family technique against the squad. When the young swordsman looked up, he discovered that the sun had already appeared from behind the mountains. Thanks to the blow of the soaring dragon, the guy made sure that this dawn would be the last for the people in black masks. When the dust from the giant explosion settled, one could see Unjegwi's people falling to the ground one by one. Yoha was about to finish his brilliant attack with a blow of his sword, which he drove into the ground. The 5 Peaks Fortress swordsman was strong, but this battle had made him sweat a lot. Looking back at the sea of corpses he left behind, the young man wanted to know who his enemies were, but there was no time for that. Moreover, the assassins who hid their faces still managed to wound the 7th brother, which spoke of their abilities. The young swordsman believed that if there were still mysterious warriors left in these parts, then the mountain bandits could be in danger. Having jumped up from his place, the bandit hurried, and it didn't matter to him who he had to deal with. No matter who the enemy was that attacked the Joey family, the swordsman wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth. Changing one bandage after another, Han Cheng reduced the bleeding, but Cheol-san's wound was quite deep. Looking at his wounded comrade, Pun Yencho noted that things were going badly for them, and they needed to hurry. The commander asked what the brothers had been looking out for so long, to which the bandit replied that their observations had been delayed due to the number of enemies. At this moment, Ma Hendo approached, who, having inspected the surroundings, reported that he had not found any other paths and that the only way to get through was through the enemies. There were other paths, but following them meant making a huge detour, which was risky because Yoha could lose track of them if they changed route. Mr. Pun was furious because they had become hostages of the situation, and in order to get out of it, he decided to check everything himself. While Thak Gomyung and Shim Yangak were keeping their eyes on the enemy, the boss quietly approached them. Leaning against them, the man asked what the two were doing, greatly frightening both warriors. The second brother complained that his heart was about to jump out of his chest, but Encho paid no attention to this, being interested in their enemies. Yangak reported that the people who attacked the trade union used martial arts that he had never seen before. The old man reported that the enemy's strength was terrifying, and therefore suggested going around them, which made the commander think. And at this time, one of the demon generals repeated his question to the prisoner, where he hid the thing. Yan Hanan ordered to simply kill him, since he was not going to give away his location under any circumstances. The divine demon thought, finding it strange that the trade union would sacrifice their lives for him, since the item wasn't that valuable. But on reflection, Unjegwi assumed that the man knew how to use the 8-bead bell. The general claimed that the cult was obliged to deal with everyone who might have known this, and was surprised that any of these people managed to survive. But then the chief's gaze fell on the prisoner's daughter, who was curious to see how long he could remain stubborn. The divine demon of illusion asked Hanan what would happen if he ordered his men to torture his daughter. The man shouted that the demon had no right to do such a thing, and that he should have simply killed him. However, Unjegwi seemed not to hear the prisoner's statements and began to fantasize about how it would be. The enemy said that he had a total of 25 men under his command, to whom he gave orders to act. A moment later, black warriors in masks grabbed the young lady, who, shedding tears, begged for mercy. As the demon general's subjects pushed the girl to the ground, she continued to scream hysterically, calling on her father to save her. The envoy of the head of the trade union, unable to bear the abuse of his daughter, shouted for the criminals to stop immediately. Their leader wondered what had suddenly happened, since his men had not yet started, assuming that the master had changed his mind. Hanan replied that he would give the bell to the general if only he would stop bullying his daughter. The enemy was of the opinion that the messenger had made a wise decision in asking where the object had ultimately been hidden. After some time, the last of Mr. Yan's surviving people brought a box with a bell. Having demonstrated it, the warrior waited for further instructions, but his master was indecisive. Looking at the box, the man wondered if this was really how it would end. Once the demons got the bell, they would become even stronger, and with renewed vigor, they would repeat the nightmare of 20 years ago. But Hanan saw no other way to protect his daughter, so he handed the precious item to the enemy. Holding the item in his hands, the general said that he felt the energy of the holy item breaking through to the outside. Unjegwi praised the prisoner for his plan. As if he had thoughtlessly killed the man, he would have wasted much more time before finding the relic. Turning around, the demon general said that now the man would pay the price for the inconvenience caused to him. The divine demon of illusion turned to the member of the Black Shadow Corps, who immediately turned their pattern towards the master. He ordered the place to be cleared after the girl paid for the sins of her father. The ambassador's daughter's face was frozen in a grimace of horror, unable to believe that they would not leave her alone. The trade union ambassador heaped all sorts of abuse on the general, pointing out that he had already given him what he wanted. The man insisted that before him was a beast in human form that was not afraid of heavenly punishment. Looking at him, Unjegwi replied that it was just the opposite, and that he was in fact the heavens themselves. The enemy said that the girl would die anyway, so he wanted the Corps soldiers to have some fun for the last time. The men in black masks grabbed the poor girl who, shedding tears, begged them to leave her alone. The messenger's daughter screamed desperately, calling for someone to come and save her from her cruel fate. Suddenly, at that very moment, a man shouted out that he called the Black Shadow Corps creatures that behaved worse than animals. The black-robed assassins froze for a moment, being scolded for their lack of any honor. Her father also turned around at the stranger's voice, which ordered the murderers to take their paws off the girl. With his sword over his shoulder, Punyencho declared that it was never right to mock someone's family. And the next moment he left his shelter, which only shocked his already frightened brothers. The mountain bandit introduced himself as Punyencho of the Flying Dragon sect, who intended to finish off all the villains. Gomyong asked Old Man Shim what they needed to do, but the demon of the province himself did not know the answer to this question. Unjegwi was genuinely surprised that there had been a rat with them all this time. With bloodshot eyes, the divine demon of illusion ordered his men to kill the rat. The trio from the Shadow Squad rushed to meet the uninvited guest, while the rest kept an eye on the girl. The warriors who obeyed the demon general were already close when the Five Peaks commander landed. Looking at his opponents, the bandit asked them if the killers really hoped to deal with him. Gripping the blade tightly, the swordsman delivered a decisive blow, instantly striking down one of the warriors of the corps. Following his wounded comrade, the warrior in black gave orders not to let the enemy break through. After which, swinging his blade, he hung over the commander of the mountain bandits, hoping to subdue him. However, the man was not going to give up so easily, and even in the face of danger, he did not show fear. Waving his blade in front of his opponent's nose, Encho shouted that he would never lose to such trash. The assassin who ordered his colleagues to hold the line stained his black uniform red with blood. The corps commander was surprised that the enemy that suddenly appeared was quite strong, fighting with his men on the same level. The rest of the squad rushed towards the mountain bandit in a crowd, not wanting to fall on their faces in front of the demon general. One of the killers had just stated that they would quickly deal with the loner when a shot rang out next to him. The Shadow Corps members looked up to see a figure looming against the rising sun. Han Chung, whose arrow landed on the battlefield, said that the boss, who was supposed to solve the problems, for some reason only multiplied them. Ma Hendo supported the bandit, arguing that if the boss was in trouble, they couldn't stay on the sidelines. The other brothers joined them, claiming that they had no other option but to take this road. The second brother, Gomyong, asked Sobaek to look after the wounded Cheol-san while they dealt with the enemy. A rather tired Pun asked his family for forgiveness for dragging them into this battle. But now, facing a dozen black warriors, the chances of the leader of the Five Peaks were evened out. The man asked his brothers to join him so that they could fight the enemy together. 5 brave warriors, along with 1 bandit, came down to help the fortress commander. With the support of those close to him, Pun Yencho was now confident that they could win. Heo Imdal was worried about the number of enemies and asked Gomyong if they would be okay. The second brother replied that they were powerless to change anything, even if things were bad, and advised them to simply not think about it. Gripping his sword tighter, the bandit said that no matter what decision the boss made, they had to follow him. After which, the Five Peaks Fortress member attacked the nearest warrior from the Shadow Corps. Now all the brothers fought the enemy side by side, slowly but surely gaining victory. The formidable and seemingly invincible people of Unjegwi began to give way when they encountered the Five Peaks. While attacking his opponent, Gomyong insisted that they would pay for daring to injure Cheol-san. Clutching a dagger in his hand, one of the shadows asked the swordsman if he really wanted to die quickly. However, when he swung his weapon, the second brother blocked the attack with lightning speed. Tak Gomyong felt for himself how strong these warriors were, and that he would have to work hard in battle with them. At that moment, Shim Yanggak came to the rescue, claiming that the swordsman had been watching the enemy with him. And so he had to realize how strong they were, even though for the old man the scouts were a trivial opponent. The demon of the province, kicking the masked warrior in the face, stated that he had to use all his strength when striking. The man claimed that they had no room for error and that he kicked the weapon out of the hands of one of the shadows. The elder brother said that at times like these, Yanggak could be safely relied upon. It was true that the demon of Henan province had ordered them to act less carelessly, even though they had no chance of winning this battle. The old man insisted that they had to hold out a little longer, since there was no turning back now. Their lives were at stake. One of the brothers, armed with a bow and arrows, was preparing to strike several enemies at once. In a split second, sharp arrows pierced 3 warriors from the Shadow Corps, literally immobilizing the enemy. The killer ordered his comrades to finish off the archer first, and then deal with the rest. Go Sancheong believed that he was doing a great job, and that he had no intention of being an easy target for his opponents. However, the man relaxed too early, and behind him appeared a swordsman, who claimed that he had many tricks in his arsenal. Han Chung joined this confrontation, not allowing anyone to harm her family. The next moment, the girl, sword in hand, attacked the killer, defending her older brother. With a sharp blow of her blade, the bandit got rid of the swordsman who was creating additional problems. Sanchon was shocked by his sister's actions, as this was the first time he had seen her so cruel. Turning to him, the girl ordered him not to weaken his defense, because otherwise the bandit could easily die. The archer suggested continuing to shoot at the warriors while his sister kept them at a distance. Another member of the Shadows attacked the ambassador, telling them that it was time to die, as the Shadows did not want the prisoners to have a chance to escape. However, suddenly the leader of the mountain bandits, Pun Yencho, came to the defense of Yang Henan and blocked the enemy's path to their goal. The bandit asked the man if it was true that he was an envoy of the trade union. The ambassador was so impressed by everything that had happened that he did not immediately understand the question, so he asked again. Encho only needed one swing of his sword to neutralize the threat, cutting the enemy in half. As the swordsman's blade entered the ground, the gang leader had only one question for the master. The man did not stand on ceremony, and therefore immediately asked if any of the ambassador's people knew medical techniques. By the will of fate, the fortress of the 5 Peaks was also drawn into the fierce battle in the clearing, which was caused by a trade union. Desperately fighting, Ho Imdal wanted to wound his enemy with his attacks, but he managed to escape. Dodging the attack, the Shadow counterattacked the bandit, who was several times faster than him. The man, seeing the impending threat, realized that he had no way to escape. Imdal fought off the attack, but due to the strength of his opponent, he was unable to stay on his feet and fell to the ground. Thak Gomyong, who was nearby, understood that despite their skills, they were starting to get tired. However, the number of opponents did not decrease, and each of them used unconventional martial arts. Because of this, the fight with the members of the Black Shadow Corps was complicated, who, unlike the bandits, seemed to know no fatigue. The fortress swordsman kept wondering why the boss had gotten into this fight, as he had never acted so recklessly before. Gomyong promised himself that if he and the commander met after death, he would grumble at him all day. Seeing the fatigue on the enemy's face, the man in black ordered his colleagues to immediately finish off the bandits. A crowd of scouts rushed towards the exhausted warriors, who were already struggling to hold back the enemy's onslaught. But suddenly, right at the Shadow's feet, a sword entered the ground, almost hitting him. Looking angrily ahead, the man in black asked which of the warriors was eager to lose his life. It was Commander Pun, who jumped out in front of the enemy so suddenly that it seemed as if he appeared out of nowhere. Having lost his sword, the man clenched his fist and shouted that the great Pun Yencho had come to beat the enemy. The Black Shadow Corps member asked if the swordsman knew who he was going to go against, and that he had also prepared his fist. Unjegwi's subordinate met the head of the 5 Peaks, whose attacks touched at the moment of impact. But what surprised the enemy was that when he met the bandit's attack, his knuckle-duster shattered into pieces. And Encho took advantage of the moment, while the assassin was under the impression to hit him in the face with that very fist. The second Gomyong brother witnessed the powerful blow that knocked out the enemy Shadow. And while Imdal was praising the boss, his deputy was wondering where he had been all this time. Shim Yanggak also watched this battle and was surprised by the leader's incredible strength, which could only be the innate talent of a warrior. But only thanks to Joey's teachings, this talent was able to see the light of day, and if the bandit had started training much earlier, he would now be terribly strong. The leader of the 5 Peaks fortress reported that he had found healers among the people of the trade union. Therefore, he ordered Sobong to quickly transfer Cheolsan to them, which would have been much faster if the doctors had gone to the sick man. There they provided assistance to the victim, which meant that there was no longer any need to worry about him. Once again, Yencho asked his brothers for forgiveness, but they had no idea what the bandit was apologizing for. He explained that he tried to forget everything and live his life, but the events of that night brought back old memories. The leader again remembered his wife and children who remained in his hometown, and that he, as a father, could not silently watch what was happening here. The swordsman admitted that he had acted selfishly and that he should not have dragged his new family into this. The warrior also added that he had failed as a fortress boss and an older brother, but he could not pass by the brutality that was beyond his strength. Pun knew he was asking too much of his brothers, but he begged them to risk their lives for him. Tak Gomyong did not lose faith in the main thing at all, but now he understood why he never spoke about his hometown. Go Sanchong was surprised by the fact that Yencho had a wife and children, and Comrade Hendo advised him to tell everything as soon as they finished this matter. The brothers stated that they were a family, and if they were destined to die, it would be together, which was not necessary to ask. At that moment, Chonji joined them, outraged by the fact that they would have to die in principle. The girl wanted to bring a little optimism, so with a smile on her face she said that the commander had forgotten something after all. The bandit reminded them that if they held out a little longer, their guardian spirit would soon join them in the form of Yan Johi. These words became like an epiphany for the commander, who now realized that they should not have surrendered so easily. The warrior ordered the boys to cheer up, because victory would be theirs if they could hold out until the arrival of the swordsman, who wielded the blade perfectly. With renewed vigor, the mountain bandits once again entered into battle with the members of the Black Shadow Corps, who were being watched by their masters. Unjegwi asked the squad leader if he would have to intervene to resolve the problem with the group of robbers. Taking off his mask, the leader of the shadows told the demon general that he would do everything himself. Moreover, the killer's body was just asking for fresh blood, and it was clear that it was all ablaze with an ominous aura. The thought of the expressions on the faces that had known despair left a lasting impression on the swordsman with the strange weapon. And while he had not yet joined the battle, his men were successfully fighting off the arrogant bandits. Yangak came to the aid of Ma Hendo, who was wounded in the shoulder, and again had to save his brothers. As the old man swung his sword, he wondered why things had become so problematic, since he hated getting involved in dangerous situations. Having landed, Old Man Shim inflicted on the enemy exactly the same wound that Cheosan had received in his time. The scouts looked back, watching as their next comrade fell at the hands of fighters unknown to them. The man in black knew that some of the warriors were too strong for their patrol unit. He asked his colleague when the combat squad would finally arrive, so that they could finally put an end to this disgrace. According to the scouts' disappointing information, someone unknown had slaughtered all the warriors without a trace. The member of the Black Shadow Corps could not believe what he heard, because for him it was impossible. As the man looked at the bandits, he wondered if the bandits they were fighting were capable of finishing off the assassins. However, this squad was made up of elites who were trained to destroy the 9 great sects, but if they died, then the shadows had no chance of winning. Sadoeng, who arrived in time to his men, declared that they were pathetic and merely tarnished the reputation of valiant warriors. One of the scouts began to worry, but Unjegwi's subordinate was angry that they were being humiliated in front of their master. And therefore such soldiers deserved to die, being chopped into pieces by their own commander. With a satisfied face, the leader of the Black Shadows said that he had warmed up properly before putting the annoying bandits in their place. Gomyong was shocked that the enemy commander killed his own allies, which made him look like a madman. Such treatment of one's own people for the cause of Pun Yencho, who called him trash, not worthy of existence. Heading towards him, the leader of the 5 Peaks asked him if he really thought that human life was some kind of joke. Looking at the approaching enemy, Sadoeng felt sorry if he killed the strongest of them first. As soon as the leader of the bandit group swung his blade, his opponent had already risen into the air. And while the commander of the Black Shadows watched his enemy, the tip of an arrow sparkled in the distance. But she also missed the target, and the enemy was disappointed that the bandits did not want to fight one-on-one. The bandit who followed the arrow replied that it was obvious that Encho's people would not let him fight alone. Han Chung insisted that this time they would have a numerical advantage against the fighters in black. However, the girl's statement made the enemy commander smile, which only made things more fun for him. Despite her strength and desire to win, the 5 Peaks participant was unable to injure the enemy, who repelled the attack with his weapon. But that wasn't the worst part, because Chung's sword suddenly split, something she hadn't expected. Watching as the bandit lost her blade, the shadow leader declared that she was useless in battle. True, the man did not kill her because he felt sorry for the girl, and he threw away his rounded sword for a while. But the man in black had no intention of letting Chung go, and he hit her hard in the stomach so that she would lie down to rest. Go Sanchong, who was being covered by his younger sister all this time, was preparing to answer the scoundrel for what he had done while shouting her name. But the enemy who had regained the blade said that the archer had also caused them a lot of trouble, and then threw the weapon at him. The curved sword flew past one of the brothers like a boomerang, leaving bloody cuts on him. After which the blade, having met the tree trunk, was only able to stop. Pun Yencho could not bear to watch his family members being bullied, so he made another attempt to attack the enemy. And this time the chief of the mountain bandits missed, but the reason for this was not the anger that clouded his eyes. Sadoeng, who had previously praised the warrior, now pointed out his slow movements, which could not defeat him. The enemy was tired and curious about what kind of face Encho's subordinates would have if he cut off the bandit's head. At the last second, Gomyung appeared and blocked the deadly boomerang, saving the leader's life. Comrade Puna stated that the commander was not destined to die today, especially at the hands of such scum. The second brother, along with the others, wanted to check how long the enemy would continue to chat so confidently, praising himself and his capabilities. However, the head of the corps, who was superior in strength to the mountain bandits, went to meet Gomyung himself. With a knee strike, the man in black neutralized another enemy, claiming that he would chatter forever. The panic caused to the Five Peaks by the injury of one of their own was like balm to Sadoeng's soul. Following the second brother, Ho Imdal also got hit, and a sharp boomerang flew past him, and Ma Hendo, who had already been wounded in the shoulder, could no longer hold the sword in his hands since both his arms were injured. Licking his lips as if he could taste blood on his lips, the dark soul assassin called the orthodox fools. Heading towards the tree where his weapon was stuck, the Black Shadow commander stated that the enemies acted like some kind of heroes, but in reality, they turned out to be weaklings. Watching his men lose one after another to such a powerful enemy, Poon became completely desperate. Taking the blade back, the subordinate of the Divine Illusion Demon decided that it was time to end these games. Looking at the gang leader, Sadoeng deliberately left the strongest of the opponents for last. However, he forgot about Shim Yanggak, so he threw down his sword and asked the enemy who he called the strongest. The man said for the assassin to look around again, since he, the northern sword Gumil, was the strongest of the squad. The old man jumped up and wanted to pierce the dangerous swordsman, but he dodged his attack. Then the demon of Henan province made several more attempts to hit the enemy, but he continued to dodge. And when old man Shim finally hit, the commander of the Black Shadows managed to block the blow. The Five Peaks Fortress participant was unhappy that his opponent was doing nothing but dodging. He in turn protested, because he simply wanted to make sure that the old man he was fighting was indeed the strongest of them all. And only after the man in black was convinced of this, he attacked Yanggaka with his blades. Old man Shim blocked the enemy attack at the last moment, but it did not go unnoticed by him. The Henan province demon, who was thrown back by the shock wave, crashed into a tree, exhausted. Sadoeng, who approached him, said that, as he expected, the fight with the old man had hurt his pride. The warrior planned to cut the bandit in two, but for some unknown reason, he was still intact. However, this did not change anything, since all his comrades could not continue to fight, their fighting spirit having evaporated. Grinning, the demon general's subordinate asked the defeated enemy if he regretted his actions. With blood on his face but still smiling, Shim Yanggak replied that they were certainly sorry. The killer was confused, causing the warrior he had defeated to laugh, assuming that he had simply gone mad. The man stated that he was tired of the assassin's vile grin, but he would no longer have to look at it. This statement made the enemy commander laugh, convinced that the old man was talking nonsense. But suddenly his words were confirmed, and Unjegwi's protege felt something on himself. The man in black was stunned, unable to comprehend where such powerful energy came from. Continuing to smile under the rays of the rising sun, one of the members of the Five Peaks turned to the enemy. He could say with certainty that Sadoeng was already a corpse, since the seventh brother had come to their aid. Raising his head, the swordsman asked if it was because of the guy in the tree that the old man was so inspired. But it wasn't only Yangak who was happy to meet Yoha, who gave the brothers and sisters a second wind. Imdal and Hendo were convinced that victory was now guaranteed for them, and that all their opponents would turn into corpses. But Thak Gomyong still had concerns, and although he was glad to see the young man with them, he did not know for sure whether he would be able to cope with the leader of the shadows. All this time, Unjegwi, who had been watching what was happening, was surprised that despite the hopeless situation, the bandits relaxed. He became curious that they started behaving like that when they saw the guy, which could mean that the warriors had a lot of faith in him. The divine demon of illusion looked at Johu and noticed that the new team member who had arrived looked like he had mastered martial arts. The shadow commander said that the name of the Yomung cult would be tarnished if the young swordsman could kill one of the 12 demonic warriors, the dark soul assassin. Having heard enough, the swordsman, who was a perfect wielder of the blade, descended from the tree straight onto the battlefield. As soon as Yoha stepped onto the ground, he immediately asked if the man in black was guilty of harming his family. The guy, who was significantly shorter than his opponent, still managed to look down on him. The shadow commander could not forgive such impudent behavior, unlike the young swordsman's brothers. The deadly boomerang trembled in his hands, and he asked the young man how he dared to behave like that towards him. The demon general's subordinate had a wild desire to teach the impudent man a lesson. However, the enemy who lunged did not manage to wound Yoha, who, on the contrary, managed to hit the warrior in response. And then the dark soul assassin felt how the attack of the guy he didn't respect at all led to an internal fracture. Before the leader of the shadows had time to recover from the previous attack, the young swordsman was preparing to strike again. The young bandit hit the scoundrel with such force that he flew away from him at extraordinary speed. One of the 12 demonic warriors spat out a fountain of blood during its flight. And at that moment he noticed how the master was watching him, that he didn't want Unjegwi to see him so weak. Having gathered himself, the commander of the Black Shadow Corps successfully landed on the ground opposite his opponent. Wiping the blood from his face, Dong explained to his master that he had merely let his guard down for a moment, and all he needed to do was pull himself together. Surprisingly, the divine demon of illusion told his man not to underestimate the boy. Rushing back into battle, the dark soul assassin insisted that such a thing would never happen again. But the seventh brother of the Five Peaks fortress stood motionless in place, pointing his sword blade towards the sky. The guy said that whoever his enemy was, he had harmed the family and had to pay for it. The young man did not wait for the black swordsman to attack him and went into a frontal attack himself. The enemy claimed that once he became one of the demonic warriors, he began to look down on the elders of the 9 great sects. The killer launched an arc of dark energy from his bladed weapon at his enemy. The next moment, the young bandit easily knocked the sharp boomerang out of the assassin's hands. The Black Shadow Corps commander was shocked that some youth had deprived him of his weapon. The guy, watching the shock on his opponent's face, replied that people on the verge of death always talk a lot. Swinging his blade, Yoha prepared to deliver the finishing blow to finish off the annoying warrior. Unjaegwi, who appeared behind him with a lit saber, claimed that Yoha was no match for Sadueng. Pushing the dark soul assassin away, the demon general attacked the boy with his signature move. But even during it, the swordsman, who wielded the blade perfectly, questioned his opponent about who he was. The divine demon of illusion was surprised that he was losing in strength to some boy whom he also underestimated. However, when the two attacks of strong fighters met, they created a powerful explosion. The shockwave raised a huge wall of dust, which hid the eyes of the members of the 5 Peaks. Closing his eyes, Old Man Shim said that both warriors were emitting an unimaginably enormous power. As he had previously guessed, the huge guy with the strange technique was a very strong opponent. But when Yoha arrived and entered into battle with him, absolutely everyone froze, because he had accomplished the impossible. Looking at his feet, Unjegwi was shocked that the swordsman had managed to push him back. And while the divine demon of illusion was trying to come to his senses, the last hope of the mountain bandits went on the attack again. The boy asked if the assassin's master would accept the hard fate he had prepared for him. As much as the demon general was offended to do this, he acknowledged the strength of his opponent. Yoha did not stand on ceremony with the enemy and brought his sword down on him, but unfortunately, the demon managed to escape at the last moment. Since Unjegwi had met no ordinary opponent, he used 2 sabers against him at once. The man said that the boy was worthy of experiencing his demonic art. It was called Shadow Soul Destruction, but the unfamiliar technique did not surprise the Five-Peaked Swordsman at all. Yoha was initially surprised when the enemy's peculiar weapon entered the ground, which seemed strange to him. The young warrior wondered why the sabers launched by the enemy did not even touch him. But as if answering the guy's question, some smoke began to come out of Unjegwi's weapon. Shimyangak, who was next to him, was frightened because he recognized this technique that he had already seen today. The old man shouted to the 7th brother to immediately leave the place where he was, otherwise he would die. And the divine demon of illusion, anticipating victory over the enemy, declared that it was already too late. Mystical smoke burst out from all the sabers and began to envelop the swordsman of the 5 Peaks. The dark soul assassin who kept his eyes on the fight rejoiced that the guy had paid for his insolence. The commander of the Black Shadow Corps understood that no one had ever managed to survive this technique. And when the smoke burst out, it formed a giant sphere, inside of which was John Joha. Looking around, which was covered with smoke at lightning speed, the young bandit could not understand what kind of trap he had fallen into. When the sphere closed, isolating the young man from the outside world, at that moment it became difficult for him to breathe, as if he found himself in an unknown place. When the warrior tried to use the sword, he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, and all his movements were constrained and slowed down. The swordsman tried to cut the space to free himself, but all he managed to do was slightly disperse the thick liquid around him. Yoha became nervous because he could not release his power normally, and without it, there was no chance of salvation. The great demon general Unjegwi roamed throughout Jianghuo, having been challenged by many in his time. However, no one has yet managed to withstand the technique of destroying the shadow soul, which captured a person's shadow and pulled out the soul through it. When this technique earned him the title of one of the 12 demonic generals, people began to say that the warrior had no equal. Being at the very top, he believed that no one could withstand the full power of this technique that John Joha was caught in. The guy was caught off guard, as if he was falling into darkness, and his life force slowly but surely began to leave him. The trapped man was not only deceived by his senses, but also by his eyes, and for the first time in a long time, the swordsman decided that he would die. While the 7th brother was trying to think of something, his blade became so heavy that it was ready to jump out of his hand. Yoha decided to calm down and not get nervous, and before his strength left him to assess the situation sensibly. Chongji once told that in the vastness of Jianghuo, there were sometimes people who used truly extraordinary techniques. The sage said that having a strong martial art was not enough, because there were situations when brute force alone was not enough. The elder was confident that Joha could withstand most techniques, but he had to be wary of sorcerers with whom he had not yet fought. Chongji explained that if the swordsman got into their technique, it would be very difficult to get out of it, and he became curious about how to dispel it. The sage said that everything depended on the sorcerer himself, but usually they all needed a little preparation before using it. The elder emphasized that it was necessary to try to break what the sorcerers had prepared and through which their power worked. Yoha decided that the trap he found himself in was just one of these witchcraft techniques. The young man began to remember that before he found himself in this place, the enemy had thrown smoking bombs at him. But the sorcerer would hardly have thrown them without a special reason, which would certainly have to be connected with his technique. The 5 Peaks swordsman could not destroy the weapon directly, as he could not feel anything and could not determine whether there was ground beneath his feet. But still, The seventh brother decided to destroy the checkers even if he did not know their location. To make sure he got there, the young bandit used the dragon claws technique, tearing the earth. Meanwhile, his friends, although they were worried about Yoha, had no idea how to help him. The brothers wondered what kind of damn strange technique the enemy was using, which they saw for the first time. The demon general never thought that he would be forced to use a technique against some boy from the Zhanghuo lands. But be that as it may, the divine demon of illusion considered his opponent to be an interesting character. The Dark Soul assassin expressed his regret that his master had to enter the battle, since he would not be able to use his right hand for some time. But to make amends, the demonic warrior asked Unjegwi to give him the opportunity to finish what he had started. The demon general was ready to give the go-ahead to carry out the order when he suddenly felt a tremor. Turning to the sphere, the demon general decided that an earthquake had begun, as the trembling only increased. However, the next moment, Unjegwi's gaze fell on the saber sticking out of the ground. And then it dawned on him that the so-called earthquake was not accidental and was necessary in order to weaken the equipment. Golden stripes began to appear on the surface of the giant sphere, emitting light. But literally, a moment later, bright rays of light spread from these stripes in all directions. And under the pressure of a powerful attack that came from within, the sphere could not withstand it and exploded. The Black Shadow Corps commander was speechless, as he had believed that the master's technique was invincible up until this point. Meanwhile, Yanggak, knowing what Yoha was capable of, declared that such a monster was not worth worrying about, no matter what kind of trouble he got into. A sword emerged from the giant explosion, its tip piercing the unknown substance that held the captive. And then, with a wave of his weapon, John Yoha climbed out, cutting his way to freedom. When the young warrior described an arc with the ball, he dispelled the remains of the enemy equipment, which came to naught. The completely sweaty, angry young man did not take his gaze off his opponent. The Dark Soul assassin, although he saw it with his own eyes, couldn't believe that the guy had personally broken out of the Shadow Soul destruction technique. Sadueng decided that the great demon general would not allow this to happen and would awaken the true power of the great Unjegwi. The warrior assumed that the master's strength was enough to burn down the entire Zhanghuo, although in fact the general was no less shocked than his men. But when the great and terrible divine demon of illusion did nothing, Assassin decided that things were bad for them. The reconnaissance team watched in horror as some guy destroyed the general's great technique. Listening to his own men marvel at the strength of their opponent, Unjegwi panicked and tried to figure out how to get out of this situation alive. The Five-Peaked Swordsman asked if the demon was a sorcerer who, by his grace, had experienced an incredibly disgusting feeling. The young man said that now it was his turn to pay back the general for making him so angry. The demon could not believe that all this was happening for real, and his opponent did not look even 20. The only question that froze in Jegwi's head was how the boy managed to break the demonic art of destruction with his own strength. Almost stuttering, the man pulled himself together and turned to the body of the Black Shadow. The divine demon of illusion ordered the soldiers, frozen like statues, to immediately stop the swordsman. Sadueng decided that the owner had gone crazy, since he himself could not stop him, and that he was many times stronger than his subordinates. Realizing that there was no other way out, the squad leader ordered the Black Shadow Corps to listen to his order. The scouts, who were not the main force, looked at each other in horror, having been ordered to finish off the guy. With a battle cry, the entire Black Shadow reconnaissance squad rushed towards the youth with a sword in their hands. Yoha was tired of the enemy trying to overpower him with a crowd for the umpteenth time, which was useless. With simple movements, as if brushing away an annoying fly, the guy dealt with two of the warriors. Unjegwi's entire body tensed up as the Shadow Corps engaged in combat with the martial artist who had surpassed him. The young man dealt damage to several scouts with one blow of his sword, making him look like a monster. The divine demon of illusion understood that even he, using all his strength, could not hope for victory. Without taking his eyes off the monstrous carnage, The general wondered who the master of such a level in Jianghuo was that appeared out of nowhere. In the current situation, the demon general needed to avoid anything that would interfere with the execution of the order, delivering the bell safe and sound. If the representatives of the trade union survive, then people will learn about the existence of the cult, which could create additional problems for the enemy. Unjegui should have tried to kill at least the messenger, since he probably knew more about the cult than anyone else. Reaching for one of the last sabers, the general had no choice but to use it. After leaving the battlefield, the sorcerer informed his men that he was heading back to deliver the bell. The Dark Soul assassin was outraged, claiming that without the help of the main one, they would not be able to cope. However, the owner had no intention of returning, trying to explain that preserving the bell was now above all else. The last thing the demon general could do was throw a saber at the trade union ambassador. Yan Hanan froze in place, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to escape the enemy's attack. The daughter of the envoy of the head of Suwol rushed towards him, who fell to the ground, splashing blood everywhere. The keeper of the item did not believe that everything would end in failure of his mission, without the possibility of correcting his mistake. The cold-blooded Joha called his opponents pieces of trash who were unworthy of walking the earth for the atrocities they had committed. Looking at the demon general, the boy told him not to think that he would be able to escape safe and sound. The threat from the strong swordsman frightened Unjegui, who immediately turned to his people. Dissatisfied with their work, the sorcerer ordered them to immediately stop the guy who was rushing at full speed for his soul. The chief of the scouts ordered the Black Shadow Corps to fight to the bitter end, or die fighting. He warned no one to even think of escaping, otherwise all deserters would die at his hand. Swinging his blade, Yong Joha used the art of the 9 heavens, performing a real dance in the air. And when he finished it, he used the 9 dragon tornado technique, releasing mythical creatures. Unjagui was shocked to witness the ultimate technique that everyone thought was lost. Every brother without exception froze with their mouths open when they saw something so powerful. The swordsman, who wielded his blade perfectly, once again proved that he was a great warrior and his father's son. John Joha lit up the heavens, stronger than 20 years ago, and rained down 9 beams of pure energy onto the earth. The 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks Fortress watched this truly legendary event in fascination. That day, the young bandit demonstrated the power of martial arts, thanks to which he defeated the Black Shadow Corps. The guy managed to defeat the assassin squad that was assembled to destroy the 9 great sects, but he was helpless in the face of this technique. True, their captain, the demonic warrior Sadueng, had to cowardly flee, which he did the same as the demon general. Unjegui, who was known as the strongest in the entire Yomeng cult, left the battle in shock, losing confidence in his strength. But the person who humiliated him like that was just some kid who wasn't even among the top 10 martial artists. Meanwhile, John Joha was forced to suppress his anger, as he initially wanted to chase after the murderers who harmed his family. Because his friends were in a more dire state than it seemed, the young man decided to take care of the heroes of the 5 Peaks. Commander Poon thanked the boy for being with them, although the swordsman regretted that he had arrived too late. The young bandit's memories contained fresh images from his childhood in a family where he was not loved. All this time, he was bullied so much that he had a hard time finding the point in waking up in the morning. But after a dark streak and a series of failures, Yoha learned kindness and warmth, and at the same time discovered the family martial art. By the will of fate, thanks to his skills, he was able to settle in a new family and take an honorable place among the 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks. However, the boy realized that for the first time he had failed to protect his family from the enemy, and he vowed never to allow such a thing to happen again. Yan Henan asked his daughter to help him get up, as he was unable to do it himself. The man wanted to thank his saviors, because when he left the warriors of the trade union, he was already ready to die if necessary. When the mountain bandits appeared before him, the ambassador expressed his gratitude for having managed to save the people of the Union and his daughter. The man understood that even 1,000 gold pieces would not be enough to thank them, but he promised that Suvol would reward them properly. And although the envoy had already received great help, he wanted to ask the warriors for one more favor. Knowing the young swordsman's abilities, Hanan asked him to protect his men until they arrived at their destination. After which, the man died from the wound he received, which literally left the bandits with no choice, and they began to fulfill his last request. The decision to take this decision was also facilitated by the fact that the doctors helped the wounded soldiers who were in dire need of treatment. The young lady did not leave the bandits indifferent to her grief, because she, more than anyone else, needed support at that moment. Yangak asked Yencho if they wouldn't end up in the Palgon Mountains, in the territory of the Crimson Death Fortress, if they continued moving with the trade union. Old Man Shim was worried that they were in the territory of the Green Forest warriors and could be attacked, but the commander assured that the fortress would not attack the merchants. And while the people from the 5 peaks were approaching the location of the Green Forest meeting, someone was in the snowy mountains. Blown by cold winds, Unjegwi finally arrived at the lair of the secret cult of Yomung. The demon general found a special notch in one of the mountains and pressed hard on it. It was a secret button that opened a passage in the mountain, known only to members of the cult. The moon sage claimed that Unjegwi had arrived later than they expected, noting that such behavior was disrespectful to the others. The divine demon of illusion asked the lady for forgiveness, explaining that the situation was much more complicated. From now on, the sage asked not to be late, because it was rare when all the demon generals gathered in one place. When asked whether the subject had a bell of 8 beads, he replied that, although not without effort, he was able to deliver it safe and sound. Having laid it on the table, Unjegwi said that they now had 7 bells at their disposal. The lady praised the general for his work, thanks to which the cult's combat power had increased significantly. One of the meeting participants said that they had decided on the next candidate for demon general, with whom the cult would become the 7th demon lord. His colleague asked if there was any need for a 7th lord, since the current number was quite sufficient. But one of the generals explained that it would be a good idea to use one of the bells during the Heavenly Demon King's Soul Summoning Festival to find 3 more. Another participant in the meeting felt awkward because each bell was difficult to get, and besides, the generals had already agreed to it. The moon sage replied that her subjects were just joking, and there was no reason to worry. The decision to select the 7th general was made by the cult leader himself, but there was no need to rush to the summoning festival. The lady stated that since there would be 7 demon lords, they would need to use the bell to increase the number of demon soldiers. Besides this, the main events will only begin when the Yomung cult sets foot in Jianghuo again. The woman insisted that with the power of the 7 demon lords, they could easily take over all of Jianghuo, but Unjegwi wasn't so sure. He reported that he lost half of the Dark Shadow Corps during this mission. The unknown guy was the opponent of the captain of the corps of one of the 12 demonic warriors, whom he defeated with one blow. The divine demon of illusion was not called a sorcerer for nothing, but the swordsman managed to dispel the dark soul destruction technique without anyone's help. The lady decided that this was a joke, because then we would be talking about one of the 10 strongest masters, because no one was able to defeat the demon general. Unjegwi replied that since retrieving the sacred artifact was a priority, he had to leave the battle immediately. The swordsman spun 9 times in the sky, after which the energy from his blade fell upon the ground like lightning. The warrior didn't care whether they believed him or not, but he replied that after that he saw dragons in the sky. The moon sage was shocked by this statement, asking again if it was possible that her subject had observed the energy of the 9 blades. Meanwhile, in the Plagan Mountains, the trade union and the mountain bandits stopped the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress. The sacred blood axe named Hayuk Ryanhu claimed that they owned these lands and were part of the Green Forest. The man said that if the traders wanted to go this way, they had to pay 200 nyans per person. Encho was outraged, since they only took 20, and Yangak warned that the Fortress of the Crimson Death checked all traders even without carts. the old man continued to reason that the Green Forest Assembly was just a stone's throw away, but now they looked as if they were defending the trade union. The young lady, the daughter of Ambassador Hanan, assured them that they could not give so much, since they had already been robbed on the way here. Hyuk Ryonhu decided that this was most likely the case, since he did not notice the merchant's cart, and the girl tearfully begged the heroes of the fortress to let them through. Sacred Blood Axe stated that he himself was in a hurry because there were major events planned near the Green Forest, so extra coins would not hurt them. The man demanded that they be given everything that had any value, but the ambassador's daughter insisted that they had nothing else. To which Renhu replied that in that case they would cut up the merchants for meat and sell it. Deputy Chief Swordsman No Yanji suggested that valuables usually appeared out of nowhere with just a little shake of the pockets. The trade union gave everything to the Five Peaks, so Pun decided to just pay for everyone, but Shim reminded him that they were not the Flying Dragon sect, but bandits. This fact put Encho in a difficult position, because if the people of the Fortress of the Crimson Death searched them, they would remember their faces and recognize them at the meeting. And while the squad leader was solving the problem that had arisen, Yoha and Sobek were making fun of Hyuk Ryonghu's appearance. Encho suggested that Yangaku just give the money before it came to a fight, which would cause even more problems. The man himself didn't want to fork out the money, but he was afraid to even think about what would happen if the bandits enraged Yoha. The vice chief of the fortress was outraged that the merchants began to laugh, even though they were in such a situation. No Yanji became very angry, asking if he was some kind of joke for the trade union. The man shouted that he was being treated as blind, but even from his position, he could see that the merchants had a whole bag of gold. The young lady tried to explain that this gold did not belong to the trading union, and they could not give it away. The bandit tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and was finally convinced that the deputy of the Crimson Sunset was being mocked. The man said that the merchants themselves were to blame, but now they would not be able to leave unharmed, even if they gave them everything they had. Turning to Sobek, the vice chief asked what was so funny that she saw that she started laughing first. Foaming at the mouth, No Yanji began to insult the merchants and their defenders in every possible way, saying that he did not understand how they had even made it to these mountains alive. Sputtering saliva, the bandit claimed that when the union met him, nothing would help them escape his blade. The criminal would have continued, but suddenly a gold coin flew straight at his forehead. Old Man Shim was surprised to find that all the gold had magically disappeared from his bag. Holy Blood Axe was surprised that his deputy fell to the floor with a crash from the sudden attack. The head of the Crimson Death Fortress wondered what it was, since he didn't even sense the approaching attack. Turning back to the merchants, the bandit was sure that there was a martial arts master among them. Commander Poon sighed heavily as things had once again come to blows, which Yanka was also not happy about. A gold coin was thrown into the air and immediately returned to the hand of its new owner. Yoha called No Yanji a moldy dumpling, which was too rude in his remarks. The guy was ready to forgive him absolutely everything, but he did not allow him to talk about, and even more so to touch, his family. After which, a gold coin also flew into the sacred bloody axe, just like earlier into his deputy. Local bandits were also not left out and came under the same attack, for whom one blow was enough. Encho suggested that his men take cover, hoping that the bandits would forget about them, but Old Man Shim believed that it was too late. Northern Sword Gumel claimed that Yoha openly attacked the bandits and that they would hardly forget it. The Fortress of Crimson Death diligently robbed travelers, but until, of all the people in the world, they came across John Yoha. All the fortress representatives were unconscious when there were only a few hours left before the start of the Great Green Forest Gathering. Returning to the gathering of the demon generals, the Moon Sage was beside herself with rage. The woman claimed that only one warrior came to mind, but she heard that he, like many others, had already died. There weren't many people who could use a technique of that level, and the lady guessed that if the warrior had survived, he must have been old, but not young. Unjegwi explained that the swordsman looked to be in his 20s, but could have been younger, and his distinguishing feature was his red hair. The lady no longer had any doubts that the guy the general had met was the son of a famous warrior. 20 years ago, the sect leader ordered the demons to build a temple in Jiangnan, but their plans were thwarted. Along with the Namgung clan came a swordsman who used exactly the same martial art. This great warrior later earned the nickname of the Moon-Cutting Swordsman, which angered the lady to this day. At that time, she was only a 10-headed demon soldier, but now she had gained the power of a demon king who had 100 heads. When the Yomung sect introduces itself to the world of martial arts, everyone who is a part of it, even the mountain bandits, will be erased from the history of the Murim forever. In the urban area of Wannan County, the locals were living a peaceful existence when they suddenly experienced a shocking experience. When the time came for the Bandit Alliance tournament, the criminals from the countless mountain hideouts poured into the city. However, due to the fact that the bandits avoided and feared each other, serious unrest was avoided. The burly swordsman discussed with the old man how great the bandit union was, which became a true precedent in the history of the Murim. Listening to the bandits passing by, one of the criminals thought about what was said. His comrades stated that the rumors were not lying and that there really were more fortresses, but some of the participants in the meeting seemed to him to be completely stupid. The man was curious as to who had accepted this group into the bandit union, and his friend immediately looked at these people. The bandit continued to speculate that the Fortress of 5 Peaks was taken into the union for its pretty eyes. The criminal found it funny that the group was parodying the trade union, that they were from an unknown gang, and that it was easy to deal with them in the tournament. The man kept insisting that the gang was there as extras, and that he wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow from him. However, the arrogant warrior's comrade said with a smile that he still had a lot to learn. The bandit said that if his friend valued his life, he had better not engage in battle with the guy with red hair. The man glanced cautiously at the young man, who should not have looked down on the poor sects. As evening approached, many tents and pavilions of representatives from various fortresses were set up in Wannan County. Gomyong asked his comrades if they agreed that the greatness of the bandit union was incredible, that when gathered in one place, they represented a huge army. Commander Pon ordered us to stop talking nonsense and to send it with him after unpacking our things. Encho explained that after coming all this way, they had to greet the brothers from Dabi Fortress. The second brother clarified whether it was necessary to do this now, but given the clan's concern, the 5 Peaks should greet them first. At this time, Yoha, lying on the ground, admired the starry sky, resting from a hard day. Suddenly, Sobek emerged from behind the bushes and was delighted when she managed to find the 7th brother. The girl said that everyone was unpacking and preparing the camp, so she was curious why the swordsman was resting here. The guy replied that he needed to put his thoughts in order, which in turn asked where Han Chung, who always walked nearby, had disappeared to. Assuming that the girls had a fight, Joha caused Sobayek to panic and begin denying such a statement. The girl replied that her older sister had been constantly with her brother Chelson lately. Because of this, the bandit felt that her presence only interfered with them and began to see them less often. The swordsman, who was a perfect wielder of the blade, breathed a sigh of relief, being glad that the girls were not in a quarrel. Then Joha suggested that his sister take a rest with him, to which Sobak agreed. While walking, the bandit did not think that such a strong warrior could have any problems, assuming that it was related to the past. The guy replied that he was thinking about his parents and could not remember their faces at all, and all because his mother died during childbirth. While he hadn't really seen his father until he was 6, he wasn't surprised that he didn't remember him. However, there was a person whom the young man remembered, although he constantly bothered him, which aroused Sobek's genuine interest. When asked who it was, Joha replied that the man had tried to kill him several times. The sister became worried and decided to clarify whether the guy had mixed up anything, since he was talking about his childhood. Then the bandit began to interrogate him with prejudice and suggested that the warrior find this man and take revenge on him if he was still alive. The guy replied that it was impossible, but Sobek protested, because if he touched her with his finger, the offender would die immediately. Then John Joha confessed that this person was not just anyone, but his adoptive mother. Younger sister Ho was shocked by this statement, not knowing what to say. Following this, the young man told Sobek about everything that happened in the estate of the sneaking dragon, while the bandit remained silent. Although she assumed that the guy might have had problems in the past, she didn't know that there was such a sad story behind it all. During his short life, the young man had to go through many trials and difficulties, and looking at how easily he overcame them, his sister decided that he had not had any serious upheavals in his life. At the same time, the girl envied the talented swordsman and wanted to be as strong as him. Suddenly, the guy discovered that the girl had burst into tears, not understanding what had suddenly happened. Sobek asked the seventh brother for forgiveness, because she did not know what the swordsman had to go through every day. Now Yoha began to apologize to the bandit for bringing her to tears with his story. No Yanji, who had arrived to the main man, reminded him of the rules of the bandit union, which forbade interfering with other bandits' travel. But despite this, the group that attacked them helped the trade union, which the Holy Blood Axe noticed at the tournament. The man replied that they were members of the Five Peaks Fortress, disguised as escorts for the merchants. Therefore, Yanji believed that this fortress should not have been allowed to participate in the tournament since they violated the rules established by the union. The leader of the bandit union responded that this group was formed not so long ago. Based on this, the demon lord who crushes the heavens asked what the bandit wanted to report to him. Seok Mu wanted to know whether this was the incompetence of the Crimson Death Fortress, or whether it was praising the strength of the Five Peaks. The leader of the bandit union demanded that the head of the fortress think carefully about how to respond. All 12 demons that were under Muhei's command kept their eyes on Noha Yanji, who had tarnished his reputation. The man looked up at the union leader with a puzzled look, asking what the demon lord meant. No Yanji struggled to find the right words to describe what happened, but he didn't seem weak. One of the 12 demons perked up when he heard that the talk was about the Five Peaks Fortress. The Mad Cat Lord guessed that the young swordsman he had met earlier was to blame for everything. The bandit gnashed his teeth as he recalled the boy who had completely disregarded the union hierarchy. And on top of everything else, the scoundrel had absolutely no respect for his superiors, which could not be said about the rest. Remembering the swordsman who wielded the blade perfectly, Ingale's eyes instantly filled with blood. His master noticed that his subordinate's aura suddenly flared up as soon as the conversation turned to the Five Peaks Fortress. Seok Muhei replied to the head of the Crimson Death that he was free, and he would take everything said above into account. Bowing, Holy Blood Axe thanked the leader of the bandit union for allowing him to speak. And when Seok Muhei continued the meeting, the leaving bandit asked himself what was on the gang leader's mind. The demon lord who crushed the sky asked if this guy was the swordsman who wielded the blade perfectly. The man recalled that, according to Ingale, the boy was quite young, which completely coincided with Yanji's words. The Mad Cat Lord confirmed that the boy looked to be younger than 20, but for someone who had not yet reached maturity, he was overly brash. Then the head of the union clarified whether the disciple of the demon lord had been defeated by some boy, which happened in a drunken stupor. The subordinate had just begun to justify himself when the master, banging his fist on his throne, announced that he had made a decision. Seok Muhei announced that this upstart was bound to appear at the Green Forest competition, and if he did show up, the Mad Cat Lord would have to engage in a duel with him. Ingale was shocked by the demon lord's statement, who immediately added that his student had made a mistake back then, because he was drunk. The man replied that it was the greatest shame that his follower had lost to some trash, and that if the mistake was repeated, Ingale would lose his title. The 12th demon was annoyed that the master wanted him to go through the hell he had experienced again. Seok Muhei asked if his disciple was filled with fear of some boy. Shaking, the Cat Lord replied that he completely agreed with his master's opinion. Falling to his knees, The bandit demonstrated his submission and readiness to carry out his master's order. True, Ingale was actually afraid that even if he fought 100 times, he would lose the duel all those times. Commander Pun was delighted to see his old friend, the cat Lord Ingale. And while the leader was talking to one of the demons, Gomyong, hearing this, recognized the man as the drunkard whom Joha had beaten beyond recognition. The demon lord's disciple replied that he couldn't pass by the tent when he heard about the Five Peaks gang's arrival. Patting the bandit on the back, Encho told him not to stand in the passage and to say hello to the others. It's true that Yoha sat with his back to the guest, ate silently, listening to how everyone greeted the cat lord. The man kept thinking that if it weren't for his mistake in the fortress back then, these bandits wouldn't even have been able to meet him face to face. Suddenly, Sisters Sobayek and Chen greeted Brother Ingale, noting his physical condition, which had improved since the last time they saw him. The bandit blushed, unable to believe that such beauties called him their brother, not to mention compliments. The girls confirmed that from that night onwards, the 12th demon became their older brother and a full member of the Five Peaks fortress. Commander Pun confirmed that they all remembered the events of that night perfectly, which made Ingale feel uneasy. Having cleared his throat, the man decided to get to the heart of the matter, the reason why he had visited the gang. Ingale wanted to make sure that the event, which began today, would proceed without incident. The Mad Cat Lord explained that it would last for 4 days, which had to be perfect. However, no one, not the gang leader, not his deputy, understood what this conversation was about. Then the bandit continued that he almost demanded to tell him that he would be the first to participate from the fortress of 5 Peaks. The man understood that everything depended not on the schedule, but on the decision made by the group. Punyensho was curious as to why their brother was asking such a thing, even though he was well aware of their situation. The commander was about to say that they would do anything to achieve their goal when all the brothers looked at Yoha. Turning to them, the boy asked why they had not eaten, wanting to know how important the guest who had come to see them was. As Ingale had thought, this gang lived up to his expectations, and they still had their old rudeness. The man understood perfectly well that if he could not defeat the swordsman, he would be able to make it, so that he could not participate in the competition. Soon the demon lord who crushed the skies addressed the entire bandit alliance. The leader in the Green Forest declared that from now on, the Union would no longer be a simple gathering of bandits. The warrior insisted that they would surpass the 7 sects and become the greatest sect in the world, and no one would dare to humiliate them anymore. Screaming, Sakmui asked the bandits to prepare to witness 1,000 years of power. After he said those words, the demon lord gave the floor to Senior Officer Yoha Yan. A man, standing in the arena, loudly announced the start of the Bandit Union tournament, after which a huge crowd of criminals began to shout frantically, praising the master of the Green Forest. At that moment, he was at the table where various dishes were presented, and his subordinate demon lords watched the first day of the tournament not far from their master. The tournament was to select the 10 best scouts and guardians of martial arts from all the bandits in the world. The tournament had barely begun when 2 of its participants began to sort things out, trying to figure out who hit whom first. Ensho couldn't understand why 2 bandits from one fortress started fighting in front of the others. Gomyong shared his guess with the boss that it was necessary to enter at least one category of the tournament so as not to just stand there. While the older brothers were discussing how they should behave, Yoha was completely indifferent to how the tournament would proceed. Yoha Yan addressed the participants, asking if there were any of them who wanted to compete in the first match of the tournament. Immediately jumped out of the crowd and, along with his weapon, somersaulted in the air. Pleased with his impressive appearance, the man introduced himself as Lim Yonglu, was the leader of the Yongma fortress. The spectators watching this act were amazed by the bandit's acrobatic skills. With a smirk on his face, the man asked if there was anyone present who wanted to teach him martial arts. In response to this question, one of the many bandits stepped forward, whose entrance shook the earth. A stocky man with a halberd over his shoulder introduced himself as Mak Ji Yob, who was the leader of Baebong. Lim Yonglu asked his opponent why he was putting up wanted posters everywhere. The opponent, claiming that Lim's insolence knew no bounds, took from him a caricature drawing of his face. The head of the Green Forest stated that they already had interesting candidates from the very beginning. Mak Ji-yob shouted that he would make his opponent regret humiliating him in front of the leader. The brute swung his halberd and used the divine sword of destruction technique. His opponent, who counterattacked with a chain, resorted to attacking with a flying dragon. And as a result, the formidable Ji-yob found himself tied up in a matter of seconds, losing the fight. Next, a humble ghost killer entered the arena and asked his opponent to teach him the skill. His opponent, Du Sal-myung, prepared a killing madman's fist as an attack. And the next moment, both fighters showered each other with a series of strikes, one of which used the 9-strength technique. One of the bandit union demons claimed that they allowed any vagabond to bear the name of their clan. But to do this, it was necessary to expand the power, and everything that the Phantom Shadow Lord saw looked like some kind of street fight. Meanwhile, his colleague Ingale, as usual, was getting drunk at the right moment. The man looked pleased, but the Shadow Lord wanted to spoil his mood. Bandit stated that he was very interested in watching the rematch between the Cat Lord and the Five Peaks guy. Looking at how much the warrior drank, the Phantom Lord decided that he had learned some rare secret technique. Licking his lips just like that cat, Ingale replied that that was one way to call his strategy. The drunken demon looked at the bored Encho and Gomyong, with whom he had spoken last night. The bandit was pleased with himself for using the most effective and fatal secret technique. That night, the news that Yoha would be participating in the tournament surprised the swordsman himself. The leader assured that if the guy agreed, he would be able to win this tournament, but the demon lord's disciple immediately intervened in the conversation. The man explained that the winners of this event would take important positions in the bandit union, and those who distinguished themselves would be appointed guardians. But the problem was that this position involved visiting mountain fortresses throughout the Green Forest. The young man suggested that after the tournament was over, if they won, they would not be able to return back to the 5 summits. The Cat Lord confirmed this, but then asked if a simple job could be a good position in the bandit union. The man stated that the young man would have to travel a lot through dangerous places and solve a lot of problems along the way, which would take quite a lot of time. Ingale continued to add fuel to the fire, wondering how long the fortress would last without a dozen heroes. Yoha will be an exception to the rule as he will go on a mission, but his brothers will have to return back. Then the swordsman once again asked the bandit whether the new assignment would be able to separate him from his family. The members of the 5 Peaks Fortress guessed what Ingale was planning and were very unhappy with him. However, the man didn't care that his manipulation of the swordsman was exposed, since he had already managed to plant a seed of doubt in the guy's mind. Old Man Shim understood that the reason voiced by the Cat Lord, although exaggerated, was also true. Then Yoha turned to Commander Pun, which greatly alarmed the elder brother. The guy replied that if Encho asked him, he would even be ready to jump into the fire. But on the other hand, it was hard for the swordsman because he had only recently found a real family and did not want to lose it. Yoha asked himself when he would remain a keeper, what would happen to his new relatives with whom he would have to part. The squad boss immediately stepped forward, asking what had happened to his men, who were acting as if Yoha had already become a keeper. The second brother Gomyong blossomed when he heard Poon's question of since when they, the mountain bandits, were interested in becoming a general or a guardian. The man asked not to worry about it, because they had come such a long way and should just look at the tournament and come back. At this point, Yoha brightened up and, completely trusting his boss, decided not to get upset ahead of time. And although the bandit showed that everything was fine, he himself felt a little sorry for the swordsman. This was precisely the so-called secret technique of Ingale, which successfully reached the hearts of the bandits. The Phantom Shadow Lord was surprised that his colleague had managed to get drunk again, and right at the beginning of the tournament. Turning away from his subordinates, the demon lord who crushed the heavens looked at the person who was currently more interesting to him. All his attention was focused on young Yoha, who was watching the tournament matches with a bored expression. One of the contestants threatened to defeat his opponent with the Iron Head technique, and the next moment, the criminal hit the enemy on the head with his forehead, which was more than enough. The bandit, who had lost the rest of his strength, fell to the ground, his face buried right in the floor. And while the crowd was cheering, Punyencho did not understand what the contestant's technique was. The man said that the warrior had merely hit his opponent with his forehead, which was an ordinary blow. As if to confirm the commander's words, the swordsman, who wielded the blade perfectly, began to yawn. And when he got up from his seat, his comrades asked him where he was going, since the competition had just begun. The young man replied that he had originally intended to simply watch the fights from the sidelines. However, he could not resist the call of nature, stating that he really wanted to go to the toilet. A second later, the guy was already outside the arena, from where the rapturous reviews of the spectators could still be heard. Looking at the seventh brother, Encho wondered why the boy needed to take the sword with him to the toilet. Yanggak noted that perhaps Yoha simply wanted to let off some steam by cutting down a few trees in the forest. The old man explained that the monster that defeated the legendary ruler of heaven and earth was bored at this event. A talented swordsman who had experienced many great battles at his age, he patiently watched the children's antics until the very end. Sobek asked why the brothers called Yoha a monster, but the boss seemed not to hear her, claiming that the fire dragon could indeed be bored. Then the bandit shouted that the guys were rude and that they should not dare call the young man a monster anymore. Everyone, without exception, turned to look at the girl, wondering what had suddenly come over her. But literally a second later, they continued to place bets on the criminals who participated in the tournament. Sobek sighed heavily, realizing that her older brothers were incorrigible, and returned to their business as if nothing had happened. The girl kept wondering if the brothers would be able to stop calling the young swordsman a monstrous master. But besides everything else, she was becoming anxious at the thought that she would never be able to be on par with Yoha. But as soon as the great swordsman left the bandit union competition arena, an incredible event occurred. Worthy contestants finally entered the battlefield, as if they had been waiting for the moment when the guy would leave. One of the warriors was a master of sword fighting, and from the very beginning, he took a fighting stance. His opponent was a bald man who was not a simple bandit and was known in the criminal world. As a weapon, he had a large sickle, which seemed inferior in all respects to a standard blade. The crowd of bandits, although the fight had not yet begun, froze from the tension that reigned in the arena. As a result, the swordsman decided to attack first, swinging his sharp blade at the enemy. The two fighters crossed their blades, but neither participant in the battle gave in to the opponent. The tension between the warriors grew as they looked at each other with undisguised anger. The bandits exchanged blows and made every effort to overcome each other. After another attack from his opponent, the owner of the sickle, with beads of sweat rolling down it, repelled the enemy attack. Never before in the battles that had taken place in the arena before this duel had the spectators watched the events with such trepidation. Also rooting for his commander was Daby Mountain Gang member Bloody Bandit Lee Channon. Yencho also watched the battle closely, stating that something similar was to be expected from Daby Fortress. When the gang leader called this fight quite interesting, these words offended Shim Yanggak. To the demon of Henan province, the battle between the two warriors seemed much more significant. The old man asked Pun what he meant, saying that what he saw was extremely predictable. After Yanggak's words, the gang leader Dabi continued to confidently block the opponent's attack. Pun asked what was special about this battle, since he already knew that one of the contestants would lose. Shim grabbed his head, surprised that the bandits, being cut off from the rest of the world, made them ignorant. Northern Sword Gumal explained that the loser was a student who was under the guidance of the Demon Lord himself. He was also one of the 12 demon kings who was known as the Lord of the Red Eye, who wielded the sickle. The swordsman who so persistently defeated the disciple of the patron of demons was the leader of the Dabi gang, Li Mu-jin. Seokmuhi stared at the warrior who praised his skills despite the Red Eye's damaged reputation. The other demons looked at their master with apprehension, afraid of ending up in the place of their sickle-wielding colleague in the arena. To defuse the situation, the Shadow Lord asked the Lord not to be upset, trying to convince him that the warrior was simply not warmed up. According to him, the real competition had just begun, and the head of the bandit union just needed to relax and enjoy the fights. The man, looking at his colleague, hoped that he would pull himself together and not lose. The Phantom Lord hoped that the Lord of the Red Eye understood what joining the 12 demons truly meant. Exhaling, the warrior replied that he had played well with the leader of the Dabi gang, and it was time to move on to a real battle. Li Mu Jin became wary after hearing this statement, as he had been trying his best before. His opponent, tired of dancing to the swordsman's tune, announced that he would end this duel with one blow, after which one of the demon lords showed his true nature, releasing dark energy. The demon lord's ward used bloody split, and a myriad of snakes crawled out from his hand. And under the battle cry of the Lord of the Red Eye, dozens of snakes began to crawl in all directions. The head of the Dabi fortress was shocked, as he did not expect such attacks from the enemy who completely surrounded him. This attack also surprised Pun Yencho, who was shocked not only by the presence of snakes, but also by their number. Mujin's loyal subjects, Bloody Bandit and Black Mask, asked the commander to leave the arena immediately. Northern Sword Gumel said that despite all his efforts, this was the end for the leader of the Dabi gang. The energy wave went straight to the swordsman, who repelled the attack at the last moment. The Phantom Shadow Lord watched the fight now with a smile, confident that his colleague would not let his master down. Following the first blow, the snakes rained down the rest, giving the warrior no chance to repel the blows. The old man noted to himself that even the spectacle he was watching was impressive in its own way. The leader of a little-known gang fought equally with the disciple of a demon lord, forcing him to use a secret technique. Even though the fight was about to end soon, Li Mu Jin, although not as strong as Johi, was still destined to become famous. Swinging his sickle at his enemy, the Lord of the Red Eye ordered him to be silent immediately. The attack ended with a large explosion, and the smoke that rose from it completely hid the arena from the spectators. The explosion from the attack was so powerful that its echoes even reached the seventh brother. Listening to it, the young man could not understand what exactly caused this unknown noise. Thinking it was thunder, the swordsman looked around the sky to see if any clouds were gathering. Regardless of whether it rained or not, Yoha decided to train as planned. Having found a suitable tree, the young man decided to start today with a specific technique. Gripping the blade as tightly as he could, the boy began to concentrate before striking. However, because there were many people around, he needed to be as quiet as possible and use his kui at a minimum speed. The blade of the guy, who had not yet guessed about the upcoming surprise, rushed at full speed towards the trunk. Suddenly, the guy on the other side of the tree asked if the stranger really wanted to cut him down. The swordsman, who was skilled in wielding a blade, was shocked that there was someone behind him. The hands that were trying to stop the sword, which by inertia was inexorably approaching the tree, trembled. But even when the seventh brother stopped his weapon, the blade still entered the bark, which frightened the bandit behind him. The guy breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered that the blade didn't go any further and stopped a few centimeters away from him. The stranger, who was hiding behind the tree trunk, asked the warrior whether he should thank him for his mercy. Or, on the contrary, it was necessary to simply knock out of the mad swordsman all the nonsense that was in his head. Yoha was very surprised because he didn't even feel the presence of the guy hiding behind the tree. Having examined the stranger, who, judging by his clothes, was also a bandit, the swordsman was interested in why he was here and not at the tournament. The stranger in turn answered Yoha that he did the same thing as the young leader, after which, without finishing speaking, he suddenly stretched and, opening his mouth, began to yawn loudly. The swordsman of the Five Peaks Fortress wondered what was wrong with this young bandit. The stranger said that he was tired of watching the battles and decided to take a nap in the forest, but almost lost his life. And only after some time did it dawn on Yan Joha that he had been called the young leader. Having answered that he was not any kind of leader, the swordsman, shouldering his weapon, turned around. Then the guy, calling Joha a young man, asked if there really was any warrior in his gang who was stronger than him. The warrior replied with an important air that his boss had something more important than strength, which greatly intrigued the boy. Looking at his companion, the swordsman asked him why he continued to follow him, since it was unpleasant for him. When the stranger suggested that he might have some ulterior motive, the seventh brother stood his ground. The young man replied that this was exactly what he thought, explaining that there could be no talk of friendship between them. And so, the strongest of the 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks said that he was always ready for a fight. The guy who happened to be in the same place where Yoha was happy to confront him. 2 young bandits found themselves in a small clearing in the middle of the forest, which became for them the equivalent of an arena at a tournament. The red-haired youth said that he felt somewhat sorry, his gaze not directed at his opponent. At that moment, the guy was looking at a fallen leaf from the trees, in one of which a small splinter was stuck. The owner of the 9 Heavenly Realms technique hoped that his next opponent would be a person who could cut an opponent with a sheet. The young bandit from an unknown group did not understand what the swordsman was talking about, as if he was in a dream. Waving his hand, causing the air to swirl around it, the boy replied that for something like that, there had to be a warrior to match. Jumping up, the unfamiliar boy advised him to find a person whose level was no less than that of the elder of the 5 sects. Continuing to circle in the air, he assumed that only they could possibly do such a thing. And only when a real whirlwind formed around the stranger, he directed the blossoming of the Black Lotus at Yoha. The 5 Peaks Fortress member, without taking his eyes off the whirlwind, replied that he already knew one such person. And then, pushing off from the ground, he dove headfirst into the improvised tornado created by his opponent. The guy was shocked to find that his opponent had jumped into the hidden weapon flower, something no one had ever done before. After this trick, Yoha, being inside the flower, began to swing his blade, which dispersed the enemy's technique. And as soon as he had finished, he grabbed the sword tightly to strike back at the enemy. And when the guy swung, the unknown youth had no idea what was waiting for him. Before using the technique, the 5 Peaks member said that when he met the elder, he too could not answer his question. The bandit was speechless as the swordsman had broken through the flower with one blow, something that 12 demons, with the exception of his father, had failed to do. Meanwhile, in the tournament arena, the fight involving Lord Red-Eye and Li Mu-jin ended. The bandits in the stands shouted that the Demon King's skills were comparable to those of the disciples of the 5 sects. Turning to his master, his student asked for forgiveness for pointlessly prolonging this fight. The Demon Lord who was crushing the skies looked at the Demon King with a satisfied grin. But at that very moment, the Phantom Shadow Lord became worried, discovering that the fight was not over yet. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, the swordsman from Daby Fortress was still standing on his feet. The bandit shouted at his colleague to be careful, informing him that the match was continuing. The warrior turned back in bewilderment, already feeling the strong aura emanating from his opponent. A giant creature that resembled a spider appeared right above the Daby clan swordsman. With a sinister smile on his face, Mu-jin asked his opponent how he felt after realizing that he couldn't finish him off with one blow. The commander of the 5 Peaks and his deputy could not believe their eyes that the warrior had withstood the demon's attack. While his men, especially the Bloody Bandit and Black Mask, rejoiced for their leader. Rushing towards the enemy, the man used the ultimate poisonous insect strike technique. With a vicious expression on his face, the bandit advised the Red-Eye Lord that if he was distracted, he would suffer greatly. As the Demon King rushed to counterattack, he asked if it would make a difference if he held out a little longer. Swinging his sickle, the warrior attacked the bandit, releasing tongues of his dark energy. However, this attack did not work and could not cause even the slightest damage to the giant insect. The moment he realized this, the Demon King's insides suddenly turned cold and his heart sank into his heels. Feeling his advantage in the battle, Li Mu-jin swung his blade and was about to end this duel. But finally, the head of the Daby Fortress thanked the second of the 12 kings for the lesson he had given him. The warrior, who possessed the sickle technique, did not even know what to answer the swordsman because he understood that he had let down his master. The next moment, the insect began to trample the arena, destroying it with its giant paws. The Demon King was exhausted by his opponent's technique, unable to continue the fight. And while Li Mu-jin landed on his feet, the Demon King fell to the ground with a crash. The head of the fortress, Dabi, looked at the defeated enemy, emerging victorious in this battle. With a smile on his face, the man bowed to the Demon Lord who crushed the heavens. Seok Muhe was stunned that anyone had managed to defeat the second Demon King. His colleague, the Phantom Shadow Lord, was also surprised by these events and was all sweaty from it. Pan Yencho couldn't believe that the Demon Lord's disciple had lost to the leader of some fortress. Old Man Shim explained to his comrades that the blow had not hit any vital organs, and there was no need to worry about the bandit. Although the demon of Henan province himself thought about the duel, he thought more about its winner. Without taking his eyes off him, the man saw for the first time a technique for accumulating qi that he had never seen before. Looking around, Shim Yanggak wondered what was going on at the Bandit Alliance tournament. All the criminals sitting in the stands were waving the flags of their fortresses. However, among all the spectators, there were those who stood out from the majority in their energy. These criminals were not part of an ordinary gang that had their own hidden motives. After a while, the Demon Lord who crushed the heavens resorted to a healing technique. As evening approached, muffled groans could be heard from the hut of the head of the bandit union. Seok Muhe redirected his power into a different direction, something he had not done for quite some time. The man placed his hand on the body of the wounded student, trying to heal his wounds. The other Demon Kings watched this process silently, feeling a little awkward. After a while, the leader of the bandit union completely covered himself and the Red-Eye Lord with an aura. The loser of the tournament had a hard time holding back a scream, the veins on his body bulging from the tension. But literally a couple of seconds later, the Demon Lord finished the treatment, and the student breathed a sigh of relief. The warrior asked for forgiveness for having disgraced the master and was about to continue when he was interrupted. Suddenly, one of the 12 demons approached Seok Muhe, who was interested in one point. The man was curious as to why the master personally restored the ki circulation instead of entrusting it to one of them. The Demon Lord replied that he had no other choice, since all the young disciples were suffering from a lack of ki and could not fight properly. They were all weak, and who else but an old and experienced master could share his ki? All of the Green Forest Chief's disciples immediately fell silent, as they had nothing to say to this. The man asked his men if they really thought that was the reason, that he also wanted to find out something about how he would end up with the victim. The wounded warrior asked if the owner had figured out who the leader of the Dabi Mountain Gang belonged to. The Phantom Shadow Lord was surprised when he heard about the affiliation, not quite understanding what his comrade was talking about. The Demon King then explained that he was ashamed to admit it, but Li Mu-jin's soul-chasing blade was not just an attack. According to the warrior, it was some kind of mysticism, and there was something terrifying in the technology itself. Another Demon King intervened in the conversation, sharing some information about Dabi's gang itself. He revealed that it had been many years since they had joined forces with the main gang, and they were not unaware of the tournament's significance to those present. The demon claimed that the fortress suddenly became stronger, and by defeating the Red Eye they seemed to want to show their strength to the others. The Shadow Lord interpreted Already's words as Mu-jin having gone mad and intentionally trying to obstruct the Green Forest. Ingale also entered the conversation, suggesting that the 5 sections had begun to plot behind their backs to oppose the bandit union. However, his colleague had a different opinion, arguing that they always had something bigger as a priority and would not use dirty tactics. The Demon Lord who crushed the heavens ordered to stop talking, seeing no reason to continue the discussion. In the hands of the leader of the bandits was a small energy ball that was literally glowing with dark energy. But when this very energy dissipated, a ghost spider appeared above the master's palm. Ingale recognized the mystical insect as a poisonous spider, which caused him concern. The leader of the bandit union explained that these parasites were imbued with a special, insidious key, and there was only one faction capable of taking control of such things. It was a demonic sect, and this insect indicated that the dark sect had not abandoned its foolish dreams. At this time, already in the lair of the yeoman sect, the lunar sage listened to the reports of her people. According to the information received, the mixed blood struck down the disciple of the demon lord who crushed the heavens. With a smile on her face, the woman asked how things were going with the other 10-headed demonic soldiers. The loyal subject, who wore a mask on his face, replied that the remaining 4 would also take part in this. And as it turned out, the warriors who worked for the dark sect were already in the bandit union camp. The first candidate was in the Samdu mountain gang, who was known as the Relaxed Swordsman. And when the head of the fortress of the stormy assault appeared to his people, the bandits did not even recognize him. The evil spirit of the butcher, who was their leader, was dragging 2 boar corpses, completely covered in their blood. Another of the demon kings who served in the sect was in the East Lake gang. The criminal known in the world as the Bloody Hands who took lives ate raw meat of the beast. And the last one was a representative of the Yangtze Greeks group, who bore the nickname of the Yangtze Filth, peacefully resting on a haystack. The servant of the moon sage stated that they would occupy the 5 positions of guardians and wanderers, but he had some doubts. But the lady began to laugh at this very thought, wanting to see with her own eyes how demonic soldiers trample demonic kings. The Mad Cat Lord wondered if the dark sect was trying to use the bandit alliance to attack the Murim. Yomung stated that even killing these monsters would be akin to mercy, so they should take action immediately. And suddenly, Seok Muhe worriedly shouted out the name of his daughter Rio, asking the others why he hadn't seen her yet. One of the servants replied that the young lady had disappeared shortly before the tournament began, so they were also in the dark. The demon lord who crushed the heavens was outraged that his people were still here. The demon kings immediately rushed to find the master's son, who in turn thought about where Rio might have gone when the dark section was plotting something. Commander Pun asked if their position in the Green Forest was so great that they were constantly being visited. After the Mad Cat Lord, Seok Muhe's daughter named Rio decided to visit the fortress of the 5 Peaks, pretending to be a guy. However, Yoha was unhappy that the boy followed him all the way after their battle. The young swordsman was also interested in why the camp needed so much liquor. The girl claimed that one could drink such a huge amount of alcohol to death, which only amused the guest. With a smile, the fake boy asked what else was needed during the tournament. Rio explained to the swordsman that when men fought, there could only be 2 outcomes to the battle. The first option included the death of both or one of the contestants, which puzzled the bandits. Encho wanted to know about the second option, but the narrator suddenly fell silent, leaving the intrigue hanging in the air. The gang leader guessed that the boy was waiting for Yoha to ask him the same thing, and all he did was stare at the swordsman. But the master of the 9 heavenly realms technique had to put in a lot of effort to achieve this. Fulfilling the boss's request, the boy asked Rio what the second scenario was. Leaning closer to the red-haired warrior, the young bandit asked if he was really so interested in knowing about it. Pushing away the annoying young man, whose behavior only irritated him, Yoha agreed. Then the guest of the 5 Peaks reported that the second outcome was hidden in the alcohol on which she placed her hand, after which the boy picked up a huge cup and began to drink directly from it, which surprised the swordsman. However, the rest of the team were also amazed that they had never seen someone drink so much at that age. After draining the vessel, Rio said that they had to release their thoughts through this drink and then become brothers. John Joha didn't understand how they could become brothers just by drinking together, after which he said that the boy was the most interesting person he had met recently, but he was still dissatisfied with something. True, the guy didn't manage to finish his thought as Pun interrupted him, saying that he and his deputy had to intervene and solve all the problems. The man with a menacing face said that the guy had been stalking them for a long time after their first meeting. And so the gang leader decided to welcome him with open arms, which only stunned Yoha. Pouncing on the jugs of drink, The commander asked his men how long it had been since they had drunk liqueur. The swordsman, who was a perfect wielder of the blade, was confused by the brothers' strange behavior. Turning to him, Encho ordered him not to stand there like a pillar and to drink with his guest. Even elder sister Han Cheng, while seating Rio on a stool, suggested that she make herself at home. Since the seventh brother carried out all the orders of his commander, he agreed to this, even though he did not like it. When Seok Muha's son learned the swordsman's name, he welcomed him to the bandit union, and then he winked, which angered the red-haired swordsman even more. Sobek, who had been protecting Yoha lately, was also outraged by this behavior of the unknown bandit. Han Cheng asked her sister to bring the guests some snacks, which the bandit promised to do. As she followed them, the girl kept her gaze fixed on Rio, whom, unlike the others, she did not trust. Many jugs of liquor were uncorked that evening in order to establish a bond between the bandits. Intoxicated by alcohol, the brothers drank glass after glass, intending to drink every last drop. Already tipsy, Punyencho looked into his mug, admiring the divine drink. The man, like his deputy, claimed that this liqueur was the most delicious he had ever tasted. Meanwhile, Yanggak looked into the mug with a caution he couldn't explain. But under pressure from the fortress members, he decided to try the drink the young man had brought. After tasting it, Old Man Shim was convinced that the bandits were not lying when they praised the drink. Having drained the cup with pleasure, the man noted the good aftertaste of the drink. And Rio, who had risen from his seat, informed the new brothers that there was enough liquor for the rest of the night. The demon of Henan province was distrustful of the youth who, being so young, managed to bring so much expensive alcohol into the mountains. However, be that as it may, Yanggak poured himself some more liqueur, because the taste was to die for. The gang was also free to enjoy the drink, as their fortress was not involved in any battles the next day. At the same time, in the mountains nearby, 12 demon lords were rushing towards their master. Once the warriors reached the demon lord who crushed the skies, they waited for his next command. Turning to his men, the man asked if they had managed to find out where Rio C was. The Phantom Shadow Lord replied that due to the large number of gangs participating in the tournament, it would take some time. The Cat Lord suddenly appeared and announced to those present that they had found the young lady. His frightened colleague asked Ingale how exactly they had managed to find out. The warrior pointed to the employee who had escorted Miss to the warehouse and, on her orders, had taken away the master's alcohol. Sok Muhi repeated this word thoughtfully, and then wanted to know where exactly it was taken. The worker wasn't exactly sure, but he thought they were the Five Peaks gang. Meanwhile, the bandit group was having a great time with the daughter of the head of the Green Forest, something the bandits had no idea about. Seok Muhi wondered why he had been hearing about this gang ever since he came here. The Shadow Lord revealed that perhaps the appearance of a spy in the Bandit Union and the Five Peaks were somehow connected. The Demon King had the audacity to suggest that it was the Five Peaks criminals who were playing a double game. And because of such guesses, a group of mountain bandits became the prime suspects of the Demon Lord himself. The head of the Green Forest intended to personally sort everything out, finding out whether the bandits' accusations were true. Exuding a strong aura, the owner asked if his only daughter was in the lair of the demonic spawn. But the Shadow Lord was quick to reassure Muh, claiming that due to the large concentration of large gangs and their leaders, the sect would not act quickly. Wary, the Demon Lord did not understand what his disciple was trying to say. Yezel replied that the owner needed to believe in the young lady and observe, because it was impossible to spread possible rumors that would follow. If anyone finds out that the master or his subjects have interfered with one of the gangs, then the main goal of the tournament, strengthening the position of the Union, will be lost. The heaven-crushing Demon Lord guessed that this might be what the Dark Sect was aiming for. Ingale, who was watching everything that was happening, began to ask himself what was happening here. Suddenly, the man realized that the fools from the Five Peaks were considered spies of the demonic sect. However, the Mad Cat Lord immediately dismissed this version, as he did not consider it plausible. The aura that the bandits possessed was more like that of the clans of order than something dark. The warrior believed that perhaps the elder had hastily made the wrong conclusion, since he had not even met the bandits personally. But then the Demon King became worried, since this misunderstanding could affect him too. This is what happened when Sok Muhe wanted to listen to Ingale, because it was he who accepted the gang into the union, and then the crazy cat lord broke into a smile, because he couldn't help but take advantage of this excellent opportunity. The man insisted that he completely agreed with the first brother, that he wanted to get rid of the annoying gang in this way. However, not everything was so simple, and the Demon Lord asked his student what exactly prompted him to think like that. Then the cunning Ingale began to make excuses that he had forgotten something, but the master's words helped him remember. The warrior reported a chilling aura, which made the Lord of the Red Eye tense up as he recalled the previous duel. Even though the Cat Lord was drunk at the time, he managed to clearly remember what came from Yan Johi. The first of the Demon Kings stated that if all of the above was true, then they had to immediately arrest the traitors. Uzel also joined him because if the 5 peaks were spies, then they had to act immediately. When the Shadow Lord asked him to calm down, the man became more irritable, stating that the enemies might know who Rio was. At this moment, the heaven-smashing Demon Lord lost the last drop of his patience. The small doubt that was sown by the Lord of the Phantom Shadows affected more than just his comrades. It also touched the Master, but something that no one should touch, namely not the Master of the Green Forest, but Sok Muhe and his fatherly anger. By his sheer strength of spirit alone, the bandit was considered the strongest in the world, a demon lord who crushed the heavens. However, he was also an eternally kind and caring father to his only daughter. For the gentleman, the safety of his daughter Seok Ryo-si was above all else, and she was in the company of friends, but not enemies. Looking at Seok Muhe's daughter, Sobayek noticed that she was very fond of alcohol, and by this time she was already fast asleep. The girl tried to wake up Rio to find out why the young bandit's face was so disturbing to her. And while the younger sister was trying to wake up Rio, Joey's attention was drawn to a gust of wind. Looking out from behind the tent, the warrior discovered a bright glow in the mountains, from which a strong stream of wind was coming. The 5 Peaks Fortress swordsman watched this glow in fascination, pondering its origin. As best he could, the Demon Lord held back his rage, trying to prevent it from coming out into this world. The first Demon Lord asked the Master whether he needed to bring the young lady or defeat the entire gang. An enraged Seok Muhe called his subject a fool, claiming that they should not have danced to the enemy's tune. Feeling awkward, the Shadow Lord asked the leader for forgiveness, as he had not thought of this. Finally, before leaving, the Demon Lord ordered to simply check if his daughter was safe. The leader of the Green Forest understood that if the Dark Sect did nothing to Ryo-shi, then they would think that the bandits attacked them out of suspicion. Then Sok Muhe explained that it didn't matter among whom the warriors sent by the sect might be hiding. After all, their main goal was still the tournament, and it was possible that they would act more harshly. Everyone who belonged to the demonic sect was ready to bare their fangs and use various techniques, thanks to which, as they showed earlier, they were able to defeat the demon lords. And in the event of an unconditional victory of the enemy, the name of the demonic union will be trampled. And if they attack a gang without apparent reason, then the authority of the bandit union will fall. The demon lord stated that the most important thing now was to increase the prestige of their union. The Phantom Shadow Lord realized that his master demanded that he not make any more mistakes, and only in that case, the bandit squad together with their leader will be able to win. True, Ujal expressed an objection to the elder that he was worried about the order given by the master. The Lord asked what they would do if the 5 Peaks did not participate in the battles. Yomung thought that the bandits might not have participated in the tournament because of what he had told them earlier. However, it seemed to Ujel that this group came to the tournament as if they just wanted to watch, without really rooting for anyone. The suspects must have been targeting guards during the matches, as they were not even participating in them. But despite this, they somehow reached the young lady, who was not even there during the competition, which could indicate some hidden goal. If the Five Peaks didn't participate, it would be difficult to prove that they used demonic techniques, causing Ingale to be wary. The man miscalculated, because if the bandits continue to participate and do not use these techniques, then his lie will quickly be exposed. The Phantom Lord questioned if there was any other way if suspicious individuals did not participate in the tournament. Ingale panicked because he thought he could just get his reward, but everything suddenly became complicated. Meanwhile, Punyencho left the tent to relieve himself, still praising the liquor. The man claimed that it was so refined that even the effect of the drink was pleasant. The warrior suddenly became interested in what gang this boy was from, that he was able to bring so much expensive booze. And while the bandit was thinking about this, his colleagues were following him, and even despite his clothes, they recognized him. The Holy Blood Axe stated that since the warrior was drunk, it was much easier to pull off. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was nearby, the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress commanded his men to attack. Literally in a second, the people serving Hyuk-Ryanhu were already near Encho. But even when the bandit turned around, he did not immediately understand what kind of people were approaching him. The criminals threw sand at the head of the Five Peaks before Pun could see them. Yoha, who had been sitting in the camp all this time, became wary because he heard the commander's voice outside. Suddenly awakening, Ryo Shi jumped up, asking who called her drunk, claiming that she could have drunk much more. Returning to his drink, the swordsman, who wielded his blade perfectly, decided that he had worried for nothing and everything was fine. But Joha was wrong, because at that very moment 2 warriors attacked Encho simultaneously. Each of the Crimson Death Fortress bandits struck Pun in the chest with 2 fingers. Pleased with themselves, the criminals easily knocked the head of the Five Peaks to the ground. Hyuk-Ryanhu, who had come to them in time, ordered them not to lose their vigilance so that the young bandits would not come to the noise. Swinging his weapon, the Sacred Blood Axe wanted to pull the enemy away instead of quietly. After a while, the young man finally left the tent, since the commander was gone for quite a long time. Yoha wondered where Boss could have gone so far that he just went to relieve himself. And the people from the fortress of the Crimson Death, together with the prisoner, moved to the stream among the rocks. Watching Yencho being tortured, the angry bandits declared that this was the perfect place to deal with the insolent man. Looking at Pun being underwater, the man said that he would not be happy if the mountain bandit died before they got down to business. The warrior holding the prisoner by the hair told the boss that he understood everything and began to lift Encho. The mountain bandit commander breathed a sigh of relief when he was finally pulled out of the water. Hyuk-Ryanhu laughed, claiming that the bandit looked like a rat that had miraculously survived after helplessly floundering in the water. Poon replied that all this time he had been wondering who had been so kind as to sober him up by washing his face and massaging his shoulders. Encho, wiping his face, said that these people turned out to be brothers from the Crimson Death Gang. One of the Bloody Axemen was outraged when they were called brothers after being humiliated and therefore wanted to punish the impudent man. However, the bandit was not prepared for their captive to counterattack, as he had already swung his big hand. And the next second, the warrior brought it down on his opponent, who received a well-deserved blow to the face. The leader and his subject, frozen like statues, watched as his own man rolled across the ground. And when the warrior stopped, he did not have the strength to immediately get up and continue the fight. The leader of the Five Peaks Fortress thanked his opponents for sobering him up. The man demanded an explanation as to why Hyuk-Ryanhu had treated him this way, suggesting that it was because Jo-hee had beaten him a couple of times. But this assumption made the Sacred Bloody Axe even more angry, because everything was much more complicated. The Red Warrior replied that there was a hierarchy, and the Five Peaks had only recently been included in the Union, and therefore they occupied the lowest position among the gangs. All Pun could answer was that he didn't know about it, surprised by such a long explanation. The leader said that Renhu should call the one he wanted to punish, not understanding why he was doing all this to him, that he had nothing to do with it at all. The head of the Crimson Death replied that the Bant commanders had to take responsibility for their people. Smiling, The mountain bandit said that the criminal was actually afraid of Johu, so he was aiming at the easiest target. The red-haired bandit burst into curses, claiming that the scoundrel was pretending to be someone incomprehensible, hiding behind the back of his capable brother. This time it was Punyencho who became angry, hurt by the idea that he was not perceived as an equal opponent. Watching how their captive's face suddenly changed, Hyuk Ryonghu became all tense, wondering what was happening to him. The warrior rashly decided that the man in front of him was a clumsy simpleton because he was constantly smiling. Having demonstrated his fighting spirit to the enemy, Encho called them to him in order to change their opinion of him. The red-haired warrior's man doubted, as he had a bad feeling, but his commander insisted that the enemy was simply bluffing. The leader of the 5 Peaks shouted and asked whether the bandits were going to attack him or continue to wag their tongues. The Holy Blood Axe could not forgive such rudeness, so he rushed first at the mountain bandit. With a battle cry, the leader of the Crimson Death raised his weapon above his head before striking. Pun tensed up because he was indeed bluffing, since he couldn't use any sword technique without having one on hand. However, not everything was as sad as it seemed at first glance, and the man felt a nearby stone with his foot. The eldest of the 5 Peaks brothers declared that he was not as weak as they thought, lifting a heavy stone from the ground. As John Yoha had said before, his boss had something else besides martial arts. Mr. Pun went on the attack with only a huge boulder in his hands that he had picked up. Among the qualities of the bandit was also the power bestowed by heaven, which was known as the divine spirit. The stone flew at such speed towards the man from the fortress of Crimson Death that he did not have time to react to it. And literally a second later, he was already lying on the ground, crushed by him, and his boss was covered in sweat from such a trick. Pleased that he was able to catch the enemy off guard with a sudden attack, Encho said that now there was only one left. The man asked if he was still an easy opponent, or if he needed to rage a little more. Hiding the axe behind his back, the red-haired bandit replied that it was a misunderstanding, not expecting that everyone in the 5 Peaks gang would be such monsters. And then Hyuk Ryonghu confessed the reason why they brought Encho to this particular place, while someone was watching them at that moment. The man on top of the cliff was glad to have witnessed such a cheerful scene, wanting to reprimand both warriors for fighting outside the tournament. However, the stranger was willing to overlook this due to the skills of the leader of Pun, which made the head of the Crimson Death worried. The warriors looked at the direct disciple of the heaven-smashing Demon Lord and one of the 12 Demon Kings, the Shadow Phantom Lord. The man on the mountain asked Encho how he had managed to obtain such an impressive divine spirit. The mountain bandit replied that it was all a matter of willpower and that he was born with a body much stronger than others. The Shadow Lord smiled and replied that his excuse was far worse than he had imagined. Disciple Seok Muhe suddenly declared that he could not close his eyes to the fact that he felt such evil energy. Pan Yensho was very surprised by such a statement, not understanding what had suddenly come over the Demon Lord. However, before the bandit could do anything, literally a second later the Elder Demon attacked him. It was raining heavily on the last day of the Bandit Union tournament, but that didn't stop it from going ahead. He already announced that in honor of an important event, he wanted to see a gang that would turn out to be heroes, that would demonstrate the dignity of the Union. After the Demon Lord's words, 2 volunteers jumped out from the crowd of spectators into the arena. And after them, 2 more candidates arrived, their eyes glowing in anticipation of the duel. Those who entered the arena lined up in a row, as if they belonged to the same gang, although in fact, they represented different clans. The bandits sitting in the stands were surprised that 4 volunteers came out onto the battlefield at once. He was already watching the bandits with fear, and his other brothers were also watching them. Grasping the blade in his hands, the swordsman introduced himself as the leader of the Sandu gang, the swordmaster with a calm face. Before they started, the bandit wanted to say something, namely that it didn't matter how hard they tried. And all because unknown gang leaders like them can never become the dignity of the Bandit Union. The Demon Lord who crushed the heavens asked if the bandits knew how to spread the tournament's dignity. And then the leader of the Green Forest was told that the criminals were absolutely sure of this. The Shadow Lord and Ingale listened attentively as the swordsman with a calm face wanted to propose an unusual duel. The warrior wished for the Demon Lord's disciples, the Demon Kings, to use the Dark Heaven Asura-bound scriptures against the four of them. And after these words, the eldest of the demons had no doubt that those in front of them were the very same traitors. In the arena stood a dirty group of demonic sect that had infiltrated the bandit union, who had come to the tournament for that purpose. Seated on his throne, Seok Muhe replied that the bandits were trying to challenge the elite through such roundabout means. Meanwhile, in the pouring rain, a group of mountain bandits tried to find their leader. Gomyoung claimed that boss never skipped breakfast no matter what, and it was already noon outside, which made him worry. The man searching for Commander Joha blamed himself for what had happened, since he should have gone out and looked after him that night. The young man thought that nothing would happen to them because their gang did not participate in the competition. But he was wrong. Ryo Si, who was running past, noticed the silhouettes of some strangers near the trees above. The girl, who continued to pretend to be a guy, loudly asked who was there, which immediately attracted the swordsman's attention. The stranger turned out to be Hyuk Ryonghu, who was calling for his people to wake up when he was suddenly discovered. The deputy commander ordered the brothers to immediately detain the criminals. The head of the fortress, Crimson Death, left his protege, as he did not want to catch the eye of the Five Peaks. Joka, who was rushing after his enemy, attacked him with energy with a swing of his blade, which momentarily cleared the place of rain. The powerful blow hit a tree that was not far from Ryanhu, but it was more than enough to hit him. The shockwave caused the man to fall, and he was already caught up by the bandits, who demanded that he deal with the enemy. The older brothers looked at the red-haired criminal with contempt and anger, not expecting that he was behind everything. The suspect tried to joke that he ran away only because he thought a tiger was chasing him, not recognizing the Five Peaks brothers at all. However, the stories of the sacred bloody axe did not fit with the fact that his people were resting unconscious under the tree. Then Old Man Shim asked the bandit directly why his gang needed to attack Commander Pun. Yanggak questioned whether they had decided to take out their anger on Yencho, considering him an easy target, but they had no chance against the one who had struck them down. John Joha also joined the conversation, and was furious to learn that the Crimson Bandits had dared to lay a finger on their leader. But the red-haired warrior protested, claiming that it was they who had almost died at the hands of Pun Yencho. Not wanting to listen to such lies, the swordsman, who was a perfect wielder of the blade, decided to demonstrate his skills. The next second, he brought his sword down on the bandit, but Hyuk Ryunghu managed to escape, who began babbling about how Poon could have lost a lot of blood. Having caught his breath, the man said that their commander's life could be in danger, so they needed to hurry. As soon as the guy heard about this, everything inside him sank, and the most terrible pictures began to appear in his head. Soon, at the behest of the bloody axe, the brothers of the Five Peaks rushed as fast as they could to their commander. Encho lay in the water, covered in blood, and despite the rain pouring down on his face, he showed no signs of life. When the bandits surrounded their leader, at first they didn't even know what they needed to do in such a situation. After examining the wounded man, the brothers stated that despite his critical condition, he was still breathing. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, Yoha stated that he was leaving the commander with them to be properly taken care of. The participants of the Five Peaks fortress all immediately turned around, looking at the seventh brother in bewilderment. With a stony face, the young man replied that the first thing that needed to be done was to move the commander to another place. According to Hyuk Ryonghu, the warrior with the divine spirit didn't stand a chance when he met his opponent. The bloody axe that was nearby miraculously remained alive, as it was not touched by the enemy's attack. The attacker of the Five Peaks leader attacked the man with just one, but incredibly powerful blow. The man contacted the leader of the Crimson Death Fortress to tell Yencho's comrades who did this. The warrior was supposed to report that it was the Phantom Shadow Lord, one of the 12 demon kings, who would be waiting in the tournament arena tomorrow. Burning with rage and malice, the guy said that he had to meet someone in the meantime. Last night, the Phantom Shadow Lord was disturbed to discover that people from the demonic sect had infiltrated the Union's ranks. Asking himself how much they had learned, the man realized that if things did not go according to plan, the trust and cohesion of the Union could be destroyed. The eldest of the lords was cautious and did not rush to accuse the gang of treason, but he accidentally stumbled upon the battle between Ryanhu and Encho. It was at this moment that one of the 12 demon kings became filled with self-confidence. He recalled Ingale's words that when they accepted the gang into the Union, they were confident that the gang of small-time bandits would soon disappear. But when they met them again, the mountain bandits became completely different people, and their aura changed in such a short time. It was this particular trait of the bandits that made the Phantom Shadow Lord wary. After all, if criminals studied the tablets of the dark skies of the Asura, then it would be difficult for them to reach such a level in a year. For a warrior using the complex skill of the heavenly blade of earth technique to become so strong, there was only one way. Lord Phantom Shadow had no way of knowing that the 10 heroes had mastered the rare martial art of the 9 heavens technique thanks to Joey. And so, it was only natural that Pun fell under the suspicion of one of the 12 demons. However, the subjects of the Demon Lord had no idea what this small misunderstanding could lead to. This incident became a stumbling block that marked the fall of the Bandit Alliance, not without the help of Yan Johi. Rushing through the rain, Seok Muhe's daughter couldn't understand why the Shadow Lord had attacked the leader of the 5 Peaks. The girl assumed that Ajusi had misunderstood the situation because she had gone to the gang without saying a word about it. And if this was really the problem, then the young lady needed to resolve it as soon as possible so that things wouldn't go too far. Seok Ryosi wondered why such a meticulous person would take such extreme steps at such an important time. And when the bandit stepped into the arena, only then did she realize the true reason for the Demon Lord's actions. One of the contestants, the swordsman with a calm face, was preparing to launch another attack on the enemy. And at the moment of the blow, the aura that surrounded the bandit carried negative energy that could be felt almost physically. This was also given away by the criminal's facial expression, which became ominously frightening during the duel. Watching the gang leaders brutally deal with her father's students, the girl felt a sense of danger. One of the members who served the demonic sect defeated one of the lords with his bare hands. However, this monstrous spectacle did not end with the loss of the disciples and the 12 demon kings. Bloody Hands, taking life, fully justified his nickname that he removed the blood from his face with his tongue. A ghostly spiral formed around another of the demon lord's disciples, and it could not be dispelled. Seconds later, the swordsman saw his opponent using the powers of the demonic sect given to him against him. The spiral circling the lord changed in a split second, closing like a painful trap on the warrior's body. However, his opponent, thanks to the opportunity given to him by the sect, did not make any special efforts to win, relying entirely on dark magic. Another enemy swordsman prepared to deliver a crushing blow, fully confident of his victory. The demon lord blocked his opponent's attack with all his might. However, when the lord managed to fight it off, the bandit simply did not have the strength to cope with the shockwave. At that moment, not only the Demon King, but also the pillars on which the bandit union stood were shaken. The disciple of the Demon Lord who crushed the heavens crashed into the wall of the arena at high speed, dropping his blade. Unfortunately, the leader of the Green Forest realized that he had caused the criminals of the world to doubt him as well. The subordinates of the commanders who had caused the rout on the battlefield rejoiced at their unexpected victory. Following this, all the spectators of the tournament shouted that the bandits were the real heroes of this event. The demon lords, who were not participating in the battle but were watching it closely, could not help but be angry that the sect was acting so arbitrarily. The victory of the leaders of the bandit groups became a real catastrophe in the history of the bandit union. Ryo Shu, who had been watching the terrible spectacle near the arena all this time, was shocked by the demon's defeat. The girls couldn't believe that her father's students, being strong warriors, could lose, and in such a humiliating way. Well, what was even stranger was how this situation was connected to the Five Peaks gang. The Mad Cat Lord was shaking with anger, asking himself if the skills of the dark sect were really that great. But the misfortune for the bandit union did not end there, as an unexpected guest arrived in the arena. John Yoha, soaking wet, asked what all these joyful cries were about, that they were way too loud. Because of this, the young man wanted to finish off everyone present, and Rio, hearing the guy's voice, realized the hopelessness of the situation. Turning to the swordsman, the girl was surprised that he actually came, suggesting that he calm down and first make sure that the demonic lord was telling the truth. However, Yoha did not agree, and replied that if Ryo did not stop bothering him, he would get rid of him first. The demon lord's daughter was so shocked that she couldn't say anything and simply stepped aside. The four leaders of the bandit groups noticed the sudden appearance of the swordsman. The boy climbed into the arena, standing opposite the victors who had dealt with the demonic lords. The other bandits sitting in the stands began to complain that their leader was being prevented from basking in the rays of glory. Then the angry criminals began throwing stones at Joka, saying that he had no right to interfere. The swordsman, who wielded his blade perfectly, looked angrily at the pile of stones that were inexorably approaching him. And the next moment, he swung his sword to disperse the stones and calm the crowd. The angry bandits were shocked when a bright light appeared in front of them from the attack of an unknown boy. The shockwave was so strong that it easily threw out the four leaders who had defeated Seokmuha's disciples. Throughout the entire strike, the seventh brother from the Five Peaks fortress did not take a single step, using only his hand with the blade. After which the angry John Yoha turned to all those present, asking which of them was the ghostly lord of the shadows. But when no one answered, the guy repeated the question, but much louder, whose voice filled the entire space of the arena. The outraged spectators, who were throwing stones, were thrown back by the blow, forcing the rest of those watching the fight to step aside. Seok Ryo Si was speechless, as what she saw was different from what the swordsman had shown in the forest. The demon kings were also excited, Ajusi because of the appearance of the young man, and Ingale because he knew well who he was and what he was capable of. The swordsman, with a calm face, asked his comrades what had just happened to them. The members of the bandit groups escaped with bruises, and some of them, who were hit directly, even lost consciousness. The swing of the blade made a huge hole in the spectator seats, which passed right through, almost hitting people. Once again, having received no answer to his question, Yoha demanded that this scoundrel immediately show himself. Slamming his palm on the railing, the man asked how the warrior dared to make a scene in such an important place for the bandits. The Lord commanding the shadows declared that the demonic sect's spies who had been hiding during the tournament had finally come forward. But the daughter of the head of the Green Forest did not understand what sect was being discussed because she did not sense any ominous energy from the members of the Five Peaks. The subject of Seokmuha confessed that it was he who invited the boy so that the sect would pay for wanting to disrupt the tournament at the cost of his life. The swordsman, who wielded his blade perfectly, did not wait long when he found the person he needed and launched an attack. The man was worried for a moment because, looking at the young bandit, he realized that he was serious. Yoha cut through the place where the demon lord had been sitting just a second ago with a sharp blow, but he only managed to damage the building. Realizing that the enemy was not an ordinary one, and that his age was deliberately misleading, the man reached for the sword. The Shadow Lord, who left his place in time, froze in the air right above the criminal who wanted to finish him off. The demon was amazed that the boy had managed to achieve such a high level of skill at such an age, explaining this by his connection with the demonic sect. The leader of the bandit union silently watched the battle between the two warriors, simultaneously drawing his own conclusions regarding what had happened. Yoha was even more upset when he realized his punch had missed its mark, giving his opponent a hard look. But the next moment, the guy rushed towards the demon lord at great speed, and as soon as he was already next to him, he immediately swung his weapon to kill the man who had crippled his boss. The man did not mind that the boy would jump as much as he wanted, because the Lord had taught him the teachings of the tablets of the dark skies of the Asura. When the seventh brother of the 5 peaks missed again after another blow, he was surprised, since it was the first time he met such a fast opponent. Towering over the young man, the man believed that in front of him was nothing more than a boy who, waving a sword, pretended to be a warrior. Yoha himself raised his head to the sky so as not to lose sight of the dangerous enemy. With a cry, the Lord who commanded the shadows brought down the phantom shadow sword, which separates souls on the young bandit. The warrior's blow was almost identical to a lightning strike, which headed towards the target with a deafening roar. The spectators watching the battle were happy to see the sword of heaven, which captivated with its mere appearance. The other demon lords were also surprised when they saw this technique of their comrade. She was one of the strongest in all of Murim, and Ingale hoped that the arrogant boy would die, for no soul had ever survived a direct attack. From the sky, like a real lightning bolt, the Shadow Lord's attack struck the swordsman who tried to block it. John Yoha used all his strength to prevent the enemy's attack from breaking him, thereby gaining victory in the duel. Ajusi asked his opponent with a smile on his face if he was really in trouble just from one attack. Then, the demon lord's subject struck the beam again, and from the ricochet, the seventh brother of the 5 peaks flew down. A huge bolt of lightning struck the center of the arena, creating a gigantic explosion. The criminals who were watching the battle were blinded by a bright flash and almost completely blown away by a powerful shockwave. Ryo-C, who tried to shout to the Shadow Lord through the resulting rumble, begged him to stop all this. The warrior, who was serious, regretted it, but could not stop. He needed to finish the job. Descending to the ground, the Lord who commanded the shadows pressed down with his energy to make sure that the enemy would not rise. And when he touched the ground with his feet, he began to wait for the effect of his technique to end in order to check the condition of the enemy. The lightning stopped striking the arena, and the eldest among the demon kings was satisfied with the work done. After the attack, the entire arena was in smoke. Fortunately, the incessant rain extinguished any signs of fire. Turning to the young man, the man demanded that he reveal his essence and the essence of his gang, and only then would he spare his life. But when the smoke from the blow cleared, the silhouette of his opponent appeared in front of one of the 12 demons. Yoha, who was still standing, asked the demon king if his pathetic attack was all he could do. The young mistress was shocked that the phantom Shadow Lord's heavenly sword could be stopped by an ordinary blade. Ryo knew that the Shadow Lord was one of the top 2 warriors in the tournament, including her father, so she was surprised that anyone could block the attack at all. However, such a person was found, and he was Yan Joha from the Fortress of the 5 Peaks. While Ryo was wondering who the bandits were, the young man told his opponent that he was curious about what kind of technique the heavenly sword was. But despite the interest shown in her, the Shadow Lord tried to harm his boss, even though he had such pathetic skills in his arsenal. The man kept thinking about the incredible flow of ki the guy was emitting, which could not be compared to the aura of the demonic sect. And while the warrior was thinking about this, Joha, who found himself nearby, asked if the man really had time to be distracted, and then he struck with his blade, which the demon lord miraculously managed to dodge. The gifted enemy gave his subordinate Seok Muhei one piece of advice to better prepare for the next attack. And all because the swordsman, who wielded the blade perfectly, wanted to make sure that the scoundrel paid for the pain he caused his brother. The Shadow Lord tensed up, because if the guy's abilities were known throughout the Murim, the bandit union would have big problems. After showing off the blade of his sword, the boy used the 9 Heavens World technique of the 4th phase. The 7th brother began to spin the blade, turning it into an impenetrable protective barrier. The Demon King tried to attack the boy with his own, but he couldn't break through the defense due to the strong flow of wind. Shielding his gaze from the bright light, the man couldn't understand how the kui of his heavenly sword could not work. The Mad Cat Lord shouted for everyone to be careful as some of the spectators began to get sucked into the vortex. But Yoha didn't even think of stopping there. He strengthened his attack by adding fire to it. The 2 fighters had a huge age difference, but they fought equally, not giving in to each other. However, the young swordsman, tired of this, used the cycle of disaster, which repelled all enemy attacks at once. But they did not disappear without a trace, and all the blows of the Shadow Lord, created thanks to his ki, rushed into the crowd of onlookers. Did he shout for all the criminals who were in their places to dodge the warrior's attacks? Avoiding the ki strikes in every possible way, the bandits, one way or another, still felt their power. Looking back at the destruction he had created, Stink calmly regretted that the unknown guy had ruined everything. While watching the fight in the arena, the leader of the Sandu gang noted that they should have been the main ones in the final, even though they did not have such monstrous strength. To his surprise, the Shadow Lord was unable to move as his opponent's kui flow prevented him from doing so. The seventh brother, who had finally stopped the enemy that was eluding him, could punish the Demon Lord for what he had done. The swordsman swung his blade, and this time attacked the warrior with a direct blow, which would cause him maximum damage. The Demon Lord felt the blow of an enemy who, in addition to everything else, possessed monstrous strength. The Shadow Lord, who had seemed so strong, now fell heavily to the ground, dropping his weapon like a normal warrior. The unconscious man crashed into the arena's stone wall, causing a web of cracks to form at the point of impact. But a second later, he came to his senses again, but the blood that burst out forced him to do so. While one of the demon kings was trying to understand what was happening to him, an enemy blade was rushing towards him. However, this attack by Johi also failed to achieve its goal, as his opponent still had life force left. True, the Shadow Lord was unable to escape from the swordsman, who asked if this was his entire arsenal of tricks. Such mockery was not to the liking of one of the strongest warriors of the Green Forest, which kindled hatred in him. But anger alone was not enough to stop the agile young man, who once again struck down his opponent with a kick. Just like he had with the sage now, John Joha stood over the fallen demon king of the heaven-crushing lord. This time, Ajusi was unable to get up, and was lying not just on the ground, but in a pool of his own blood. With a frightening look, the young man shared his observation, which seemed to him to be all the warrior's strength. The guy stated that the demon lord was completely different before he fought him. The man with his last strength said that the enemy could have simply killed him, but he should not expect mercy or an apology from him. Yoha, watching his opponent with bloodshot eyes, replied that he would have done it anyway, without anyone's prompting. The Five Peaks swordsman swung his blade to make the Shadow Lord get what he deserved for hurting Pun Yencho. Having tried to stop the Demon Lord, Rio now begged the young bandit not to do it. And then, from his box, none other than the Demon Lord decided to stop the Avenger, destroying the heavens in general. The moment Joha raised his blade above his head, Seok Muhe released a blast of his ki at him. True, this attack, which the young bandit successfully blocked, was primarily not supposed to injure him, but to distract him from the wounded Ajusi. The young man, who had been angered once again, looked angrily at the man who had prevented him from striking. Seok Muhe looked at the Nine Heavens technique master with a predatory gaze that would not allow one of his men to be finished off. At the same time, not far from the tournament arena, the wounded Pun Yencho periodically spat out blood. Even though it was taking his strength, the man asked if they had arrived by chance, which he could not bear any longer. Gomyong told him not to talk and to conserve his strength, reassuring him that they did not have long to go. Ma Hendo demanded that they see a doctor first, but despite the elder's request, the man asked if they had a chance to get there. Sister Han Cheng insisted that everyone was in the arena now, so they had to listen to the commander and hurry. Old man Shim, who was running first in the column, was breathing heavily, for whom such runs had become a test. But as soon as the participants of the Five Peaks Fortress reached their destination, they discovered a column of smoke rising from the depths of the arena. The bandits who were closely watching the tournament were shocked when the leader of the Green Forest joined the fight. While his daughter believed that if her father intervened and entered the arena, things would get really bad. One of the demon lords was surprised that the master wanted to fight this youth, and his colleague Ingale was afraid to watch this. Until now, John Yoha was known as a swordsman who was perfect in wielding a blade, but his status would change in the future. And all because one of the 10 greatest masters, the Demon Lord, entered the arena to meet him face to face. The misunderstanding between the Green Forest and the 5 Peaks continued to grow, and the problem that had arisen had now grown to a huge scale. The battle between Yoha and Muhe will become the legend of the Bandit Union in the future, and many stories will be intertwined into one coherent web of events. The man, turning to the young swordsman, said that although he did not know why he had started all this, he decided that it was time to stop. The heaven-smashing demon lord revealed that the bond between a teacher and a student was not much different from that of a parent and their child. The leader of the Bandit Union said that if the young man wanted to take the life of his student, he would have no choice but to intervene. The 7th brother found the loyalty between teacher and student funny, even though everyone around him kept saying that the union was like one big family. The guy replied that his rival's confidant was the one who first attacked the Johi family, which did not do him any credit. Sakmu countered that it didn't matter how young and ignorant the boy was, that being quite impudent, he didn't show him respect. The leader assumed that the swordsman did not know who he was, and explained that he was the leader of the Bandit Union, the demon lord who crushed the heavens. Then Yoha asked if he needed to know all this information, which, as it seemed to him, was of no importance. Leaping at his opponent, the young warrior shouted that he was going to chop to pieces anyone who stood in his way. The head of the Green Forest was saddened, because in the end, this whole conversation made no sense, since not only the life of the student was at stake, but also the authority of the entire Bandit Union. Seok Muhe did not even think of giving in, also drawing his sword. Floating in the air, Yoha resorted to the second phase of the 9 heavens technique of the majestic dragon floating above the heavens. The man had no choice but to deal with the impudent boy and teach him how to treat his elders. Charging towards the young swordsman, the demon lord used the dark heaven Asura's true spirit against him. Both the strongest warriors rushed towards each other, each of whom was confident in his own strength. And literally in a split second the bandits crossed blades, which clanged with a clang from the force of the blow. Joey's eyes were blazing with rage, which only gave him strength and energy in the fight against such a difficult enemy. The head of the Green Forest, in turn, watched the enemy's actions with a stony expression on his face. Unwilling to compromise with each other, the tension between the fighters only increased, from which an incredibly powerful stream of wind emanated. The demon lords who obeyed Seok Muhe held their breath as they watched the extremely intense battle. Sakrio miraculously remained on her feet, because being near the arena itself, she was exposed to a stronger gust of wind. Looking at his opponent with displeasure, Yoha couldn't help but notice his incredible strength, which was several times greater than Supreme Ajushi. Watching his opponent, the demon lord smirked when he found the boy tense up. Then the man shouted menacingly, was it really possible that the impudent young man had already gotten into such a difficult situation at such an early stage? After which, the head of the Green Forest and the entire Bandit Union decided to put some pressure on the enemy, intensifying his attack. As a result, the guy was unable to withstand the onslaught of the enemy, who was forcefully thrown away from him. The young bandit, just like the Shadow Lord shortly before, fell from the battlefield straight into the arena wall. Having made a hole in it, the young man, exhausted, bowed his head, although he still did not let go of his weapon. His opponent, the leader of the Bandit Union, hoped that the boy would not rise again to continue the duel. Even during the fight with the Shadow Lord, the man realized that the aura that surrounded Yoha did not belong to the demonic sect. But at the same time, it was not similar to the aura of either the 7 sects or the aura of the 2 schools, which gave rise to even more questions. Watching the guy, Seok Muhe caught himself thinking that he had never seen such power before, and this key had no small potential. The Mad Cat Lord, along with his comrades, rejoiced at their master's victory, claiming that no one had a chance to stand a chance against him. However, the subordinates of the head of the Green Forest did not have long to rejoice, as the young swordsman once again turned his gaze to the enemy. The guy jumped into the arena, not intending to give up so easily. Back on the battlefield, Yoha told himself that he could have lost to the Demon Lord because he was incredibly strong. However, when he once again went on the attack against the enemy, the seventh brother of the Five Peaks still had an ace up his sleeve. The leader of the Bandit Alliance could not hide his surprise when he discovered that the young man had once again attempted to defeat him. This time, the guy used the same Nine Heavens technique, only this time he resorted to its 8th phase. A giant dragon appeared in front of the Green Forest leader, which was part of the 9th dragon's reversal technique. Ryo Shu was worried about her father, as this was the first time she had seen his opponent possess something as powerful as this technique. Not only Ingale, but also the other demon lords were shocked by what they saw, because this technique contained incredible power. Through the dragon's mouth, John Yoha flew towards the demon lord who smited the heavens, holding his blade out in front of him. With eyes as blazing as the dragon itself, the boy screamed to give himself strength and courage the moment he struck his opponent. A mythical creature that crawled around the tournament arena, thereby destroying it, dragging its heavy belly along the ground. The surprised Seok Muhei did not show his emotions, as he was prepared to face his opponent's powerful technique. This was followed by a big bang, which seemed to put an end to this confrontation. But the head of the bandit union managed to escape the attack at the last moment, not wanting to take unnecessary risks by exposing himself to a direct blow. The Yoha who was attacking him had to put in a lot of effort to stay in place, so powerful was the recoil of his blow. Raising his head, the Five-Peaked swordsman looked with displeasure at the demon lord who had dodged the attack. Swinging the sword once again, the young man asked his opponent where he thought he was, after which a huge beam of energy followed, heading straight for Seok Muhei, who was trying to hide from him. The next moment, the released beam suddenly turned into another large dragon. The creature, opening its mouth, did not stop trying to swallow the head of the bandit union, who was very close to it. Ingale shouted to the master to be as careful as possible, because he knew firsthand what a dangerous opponent Yoha was. The bandits who had gathered at the tournament from all over the world watched in fascination as the young swordsman's amazing attack came to fruition. But it was his own daughter who worried more about the demon lords and the demon lord who was destroying the heavens. However, the man was not worried at all, but on the contrary, he broke into a smile, admiring the bravery of his opponent, who did not show fear in the battle with him. And then Seok Muhei decided to do the same as his opponent, who promised to give his all in this battle. Taking a fighting stance in midair, the head of the Green Forest used the great Asura of the Dark Heavens technique. Ryo Shu, watching the battle from the ground, was shocked when she learned this deadly technique taught by her father. The demon lord summoned the true spirit of Asura, namely the face of the deity, which was the secret technique of the Bandit Alliance. Seok Muhei shouted furiously, also using a battle cry to try to inspire himself and gain strength. The one controlling the flying dragon, Yoha, also began to scream as the two creatures they had summoned were about to meet. The next moment, amidst the clap of thunder, Asura's spirit clashed with the heavenly dragon. The bandits, stunned by such a spectacle, pointed in surprise to the duel that had begun on the ground and moved into the sky. Young Yoha and Seok Muhei showered each other with a series of powerful blows, but neither fighter showed their weakness. The young bandit grinned and thought about how he had met such a strong opponent for the first time, and how he had become a master of martial arts. The demon lord who crushed the heavens attacked the youth with multiple, but also simultaneous strikes of his blade. Using his spinning sword-shaped shield, the young swordsman tried to remember if there was anyone as strong as the head of the Green Forest among his enemies. However, the tournament host, judging by his behavior, enjoyed the fight with the guy and praised his technique. True, these compliments were of no use to Yoha, who asked himself why his opponent was still on his feet. The leader of the bandit union claimed that if it had been anyone else in the boy's place, he would not have been able to withstand his attack. But the man immediately added that no matter what the warrior was, there was always a person who would be much stronger than him. Mr. Mu began to explain to his opponent that the impenetrable confidence that emanated from him reminded him of what he was like in his youth. This was one of the reasons why the Five-Peak Swordsman was beginning to be liked by the heaven-smashing Demon Lord. The young man considered it sheer nonsense that he had ordered the enemy to simply hand over to him the man who had attacked his older brother. Unexpectedly, the head of the bandit union agreed, since he saw no point in avoiding it any longer. However, Mu wanted to finish their dialogue first, so, crossing swords, he and his opponent began to fall down like a stone. The next moment, the warriors flying down accelerated, increasing the force of their fall with each passing second. Before anyone had time to react, the fighters crashed into the arena, creating the biggest explosion the tournament audience had ever seen. The spectators who were still in the arena at that moment covered their eyes so as not to be blinded by the bright flash of light. The brightness of the explosion could be seen a couple of dozen kilometers away from the arena itself. Fortunately, the effect after the powerful blow was short-lived, and the bright light in the valley was replaced by smoke of the same color. But the weapons crossed during the battle were never separated even after such a landing. The swordsmen stood in the half-destroyed arena as if nothing had happened, as if they had just begun their duel. John Yoha, with not only raindrops but also sweat running down his face, was breathing heavily but still managed to survive the epic landing. The mature and experienced Demon Lord was also sweating from such a strong attack, but unlike the boy, he had a satisfied grin on his face. The young bandit seemed to have a second wind and attacked the head of the bandit union with renewed vigor. However, at that moment, Shim Yanggak suddenly appeared and ordered both warriors to stop the fight. When the northern sword Gumil landed, Punyencho could be seen lying on his back. The wounded leader of the Five Peaks fortress turned to the young man, saying that, in his opinion, he had done enough. A look of surprise appeared on the 9 Heavenly Realm Technique Master's face when he saw his elder brother. The man claimed that he was fine, and that the guy could have stopped and put an end to this pointless fight. Old Man Shim, breathing heavily, complained that out of all the people who could have gone through all this chaos, this burden was left on him. Suddenly, Seok Muhe separated his weapons, asking his opponent why he suddenly froze. With the same grin, the Demon Lord who crushed the heavens ordered the young man to hurry up and go to his comrade. For a while, Yoha stood there in indecision, not wanting to let go of the bandit he hated. But at the last moment, the guy made a choice in favor of his boss, who rushed headlong to him, leaving Seok Muhe alone for a while. The young bandit ran towards his commander, for whom he was so worried that he had caused all this chaos. The young man began to say that the boss should not have acted so carelessly because of the big wound, but the man insisted that for him it was just a scratch. The Five Peaks leader didn't know what exactly the Shadow Lord wanted to do, but for some reason he missed the vital organs. Listening to all this, Ajusi was surprised, because until the very end he was sure that he had mortally wounded the bandit. But Joha still didn't calm down. He was ready to finish off the Demon King, and then the boss had to stop him again. He argued that it was wrong to create more problems for the tournament, and that they should have listened to the leader and his subjects first. The mere thought of this horrified the swordsman, because Pun had almost died at the hands of these people. Breaking into a scream, the young man insisted that he was very scared, and that at some point he thought that he could lose his commander. However, the bandit managed to calm the agitated teenager with just one gesture, placing his hand on his head. Encho found this moment amusing since he thought that the swordsman had already grown up, but, as it turned out, he was still the same boy. The leader of the Five Peaks tried to convince the boy that he was okay and they could go back to camp. Meanwhile, tears were welling up in Joey's eyes, though now they were caused by relief that it was all over. The rest of the team watched this touching reunion of the brothers. The Demon Lord who crushed the heavens addressed the event host, taking him by surprise. But quickly realizing, the man shouted that on this note, they were forced to end the Bandit Union tournament. Seok Muhe made this decision because the battle arena was completely destroyed during the recent battles, and all the spectators who could have acted as contestants were no longer able to do anything. After the fight ended, Ryo Shi breathed a sigh of relief, thanking her father for intervening in time in the fight between Yoha and Ajushi. Watching the young swordsman, the girl still could not believe that he had just fought with her father, who owned the Asura technique, on equal terms. Considering the seventh brother to be a difficult guy, Ryo noted that he was the first person who gave her such an exciting experience. Suddenly the bandit's father called her, taking her by surprise, so much so that she completely forgot how she would have to justify herself to him. The girl, blushing as usual, decided to run away from him, as she was ashamed of her actions. And when Ryo escaped, all the attention of the demon lord was focused on Joha, who no longer looked like a cruel killer. Looking closely at the young swordsman, Seokmuha saw the legendary warrior during the day, unable to believe that he was his heir. Suddenly, Yencho's older brother fell to the ground, unable to move, which greatly frightened the boy. The head of the Green Forest asked his people why they were still standing like a pillar, ordering them to find a doctor. Having received the order to find a doctor to examine the leader of the Five Peaks gang, the demon lords immediately set about carrying it out. Ingale claimed that he would bring a doctor even if he had to dig up a Huatuo from the grave, and he himself was once again surprised by Yongjoi's luck. When the bandits left the tournament arena, all they could talk about was the fire dragon of the junior bandit of the Five Peaks fortress. The criminals also discussed the incident with the demon lord who played with the boy because he was still too young. But the demon lord who crushed the skies had no intention of letting the tournament spectators go without an explanation. The head of the Green Forest called out to them, who stopped discussing the match and turned their gaze to Seokmuha. The man stated that they would not be able to take care of the tournament winners due to the current circumstances. But this does not prevent us from personally visiting the residences of the winners and handing over the awards directly into their hands, who only need to patiently wait for them. However, in addition to this, the head of the bandit union demanded that those present not talk about today's incident. The leaders of the bandit groups that collaborated with the Yomung sect were ready to wait for a reward from the demon lord. That same night, at the Five Peaks camp, Pun Yencho was loudly indignant when he learned that they had been mistaken for members of a dark sect. The bandit was surprised that someone close to the head of the bandit union himself could come to such a conclusion, and that he also did not forget to correct the rude doctor. The old man wondered why the criminal was so active, since he had only recently stopped the bleeding. The Shadow Lord admitted his guilt and could not find the right words to apologize to the gang. The Demon Lord tried to explain himself because he thought that the Crimson Sand Gang would report everything to the Five Peaks and not let things slide. Even after receiving an explanation as to why this had happened, Punyencho's people still continued to look angrily at Seokmuha's disciple. But because Ajusi almost died at the hands of Johi, Encho didn't want to complicate the situation and suggested forgetting about everything and moving on. This statement angered the brothers and sisters, but their commander told them to calm down, which in turn wanted to clarify one point. Considering everything that had happened, the Five Peaks commander claimed that the Demon Lord owed his life to him. And then the Lord of the Phantom Shadow swore on his name that he would not forget this debt, and would also be immensely grateful for the great kindness shown by Pun. Stretching his stiff muscles, Encho, since the misunderstanding had been cleared up, offered to eat, because he was still hungry. When the gang leader went to have dinner with Ajusi, he asked him why the Demon Lord had called Joha to him, but the man did not know. The young swordsman and the leader of the bandit union, who had been desperately fighting each other a couple of hours ago, were now sitting at the same table. The young bandit asked the head of the Green Forest if he had misheard and understood the proposal correctly. Then Seokmuha repeated about the head of the bandit union's security, although the young man was not flattered by such an opportunity. The man claimed that he wanted to appoint the swordsman to this position, so he asked not to make him repeat it twice. In front of the seventh brother of the Five Peaks, there was a token with the corresponding name of the new position that the head proposed. But the young man refused it, because he heard that this work was both boring and took up so much time that I pushed the token away from myself. At that very moment, the token with the appointment to the post of head of security was already stopped by Muhe with his chopsticks. The bandit felt awkward when he heard such nonsense and wanted to know who told the young swordsman about it. The guy immediately blurted out that it was the crazy cat Lord Ingale, to which the head of the Green Forest replied that his student got drunk and mixed everything up. Then the man began to think that at first the Shadow Phantom Lord suspected the gang of being connected to a dark sect, and now this misunderstanding had arisen. The swordsman stated that he did not find the Muhe gang trustworthy, and no matter what the new position was called, he still did not want to be one of them. The man explained that he did not offer to be the head of the gang, but to become the head of security of the bandit union, once again reminding who was sitting at the same table with the guy. The demon lord asked who Joey's mentor was, but he replied that he didn't do such nonsense. With his aura blazing, the head of the Green Forest was surprised that the youth did not show respect to his elders in status, and wanted to knock all the insolence out of him. The swordsman began to be sarcastic, claiming that the old man could overestimate his strength, which would be very inconvenient at the most crucial moment for him. When the warriors began to move the token again, suddenly the object flew off the table like an arrow. However, he did not fall, landing straight into the arms of a girl who had entered the tent at the right time. Ryo Shai was unhappy that the two fighters didn't have enough of a battle in the arena, and that they also wanted to destroy the tent as well. Yoha cast an angry glance in the direction of the stranger, who now treated all those close to the ruler with caution. The bandit insisted that all this was due to the lack of drinks on the table, which always had to accompany a man's meal. The girl's father was unhappy that she was talking about alcohol again, that she couldn't live a day without it. And when Ryo Si, putting her hand on the table, called the swordsman brother, he glanced sideways at the stranger in bewilderment. The girl asked the seventh brother why he threw away such a good medal, for which other bandits were ready to die just to get it. The young man squinted at the girl and asked who she was, giving the impression that they knew each other. Pouring himself a drink, Sok Muhe did not understand why Yoha pretended not to know her, with whom he had been drinking all night. And only after the words demon lords, crushing the skies, the guy recognized the girl as the annoying bandit from the forest. The man explained that it was his daughter and the young Black Fox Sage Gang leader of the bandit union, Seuk Ryo. Now everything became clear to Yoha, who at first had many questions that now disappeared by themselves. The daughter of the demon lord blossomed, because from the moment they met, she thought a lot about him, that he fought on equal terms with her father, and not everyone succeeded in this. But the next second, the guy said that she was much weaker physically with such ki, which offended the girl who wanted to hear a compliment addressed to her. The second brother Gomyung was shocked that the guy they were drinking with was a pretty girl, who was also the daughter of a demon lord. Listening to the conversation with half an ear, Yanggak only confirmed his suspicions, to whom this whole situation with drinking seemed strange. Yoha replied that he didn't know whether Ryo was pretty or not, but he was sure that she was a girl. Gomyong didn't understand why she pretended to be a guy, to which Ma Hendo replied that the girl most likely had her own reasons for doing so. True, Sobek was not clear how all this was connected with what was hanging on the swordsman's belt. Returning from the demon lord who crushes the skies, the guy had a head of security badge on his belt. The bandit, along with her friend Chung, reminded that the swordsman had previously not wanted to be a guardian, since he would have to leave the 5 Peaks. The young man agreed, because he was still thinking about it, although now some details of this position had become clearer. Ryo explained that the head of security had to visit a gang that had problems and solve them, so the job could be annoying. The girls also became curious about what would happen if someone tried to attack Joey's gang, taking advantage of their leader's severe injury. The young man had nothing to answer to this question, as he already understood what Sokmu's daughter was getting at. She continued, stating that it didn't matter how skilled a warrior was in martial arts, what mattered was whether his family could return home without losing anyone. The deputy commander was in full agreement, while Sobek was upset by this news. Old Man Shim saw no point in stating the obvious, that if their enemies suddenly gathered their strength, the journey home would be quite an adventure. Yoha thought the same, and that's why he accepted the offer, since it didn't matter who said what, as long as he had this token. Seok-ryo insisted on forgetting about the attacks, because every bandit from any gang would be ready to die for him. Suddenly, the team captain started applauding, which, unlike the others, made him incredibly happy. Tak Gomyong and Han Chen turned to look at him, perplexed, not understanding what their leader was so happy about. Encho explained that the head of security was one of the highest ranks in the bandit union, which was now held by a native of the Five Peaks. And while the leader was crying with happiness, the brothers and sisters thought about his words, that they did not consider Joey's promotion in such a way. And the next moment, with joyful cries, everyone except Sobek rushed towards the swordsman, congratulating him on such a position. When the gang of mountain bandits were packing up, they were surprised at how popular their younger brother has become. The young man asked the criminals to stop following him, that they were willing to do whatever the boss told them to do. Suddenly, the new head of security was called out by a female voice, which made his older brothers turn around. Seok-ryo shouted from the balcony that the next time they met, they should sit at the table together for 3 days and 3 nights. Waving back at the girl, the new head of security agreed to the proposal, saying that he also wouldn't mind meeting again. When the bandit group left the tournament venue, they did not yet know what major events awaited them ahead. Watching the bandits leave, the girl was depressed, for whom John Joha was an interesting guy. Turning to her father, who was standing next to her, Ryo asked him when he would give the boy his first assignment as head of security. The girl understood that her father had chosen the swordsman to become the blade that would pierce those who had broken into the tournament to interfere with the union. Sok-muha smiled in response, considering that his daughter had been drunk at the time, but she still grasped everything on the fly, as befitted the young head of the union. The girl agreed, because she was the daughter of a demon lord, but the man decided that he did not need hugs, for whom words were enough. John Joha was incredibly happy that they were leaving the bandit alliance and could return to their native lands of the Five Peaks. Looking at the map, Han Chung discovered that it would be difficult to drag the cart with her older brother into the mountains. Therefore, the only available road went through Hefei, where they had not originally planned to go. That same evening, the entire city of Namgun Province was preparing for bed, but not its leaders. A man for whom the time of day did not play a big role was hurrying towards the clan's palace at full speed. Having met the head of the clan, the man first of all greedily drained a cup of water, exhausted from thirst. The Blade Emperor, who accepted it, advised the man to drink more slowly so as not to choke. The guest reported that he had run here with all his might and demanded that Mr. Namgun forgive his rudeness. However, Namgung did not see any problems in such a late arrival, and was interested in what actually happened. The man, knowing that he would behave shamelessly, still decided to ask the owner of the house for something. Mr. Namgung was very surprised when he was asked to get help from his daughter Yon. The guest said that he knew about the lady's gift, that she saw through people's hearts and was incredibly beautiful, for which she was called a charming seer. Despite the fact that the man had made such a rude, uninvited visit, he did not give up hope of borrowing the lady's powers for the benefit of the School of Ascension. When the ruler repeated his daughter's nickname again, he replied that the school representative had been too kind to her. Then Mr. Namgung explained that Yan's guesses came true due to simple luck and that she was an ordinary child. However, after putting down the cup, the Blade Emperor also wanted to put the conversation about his daughter aside. He wanted to listen to the problems of a member of the order, namely the head of the Ascension School, who personally came to the Namgung clan. The man was flattered by the opportunity to speak more freely and began to describe in detail the problem that had arisen. In his school, there was a student named Dong Cho, the lone crane sword, who had recently made a name for himself in the martial arts world. But the thing was that 4 days ago he left his house, and after that no one saw him. It was as if he had disappeared. Mr. Namgung believed that it was common for a young man to leave home, so he did not understand whether it was possible to talk about a missing warrior. The head of the Ascension School quickly agreed with this statement, but there was still something that made him worry. The man claimed that as soon as the student went missing, a strange rumor began to spread through the streets regarding the school of the Soaring Dragon. It was a sect he had never heard of before that was coming to the aid of the Ascension School. Repeat the name of the sect. The Blade Emperor had also never heard of such a name before. The guest, slamming his fist on the table, said that they did not ask this school for help, but with its appearance a student disappeared, which looked strange. Mr. Namgung agreed that the rumor of a flying dragon sounded strange, but he didn't think his daughter was in a position to help in such a situation. True, the guest tearfully begged the gentleman for this favor, claiming that if he now helped his school, his kindness would never be forgotten. The Blade Emperor understood that continuing the conversation with the man would be problematic, so he nevertheless agreed. His son Zhong was quietly sneaking up to his sister's room, but she had informed him in advance that her brother might come in. The guy replied that he was trying to scare John, wondering how she knew it was him. The martial artist felt uneasy that his sister could not be deceived at all. The girl looked at her brother with her cold gaze, while remaining just as beautiful and charming. On the way, Chan told Yan the whole situation about Ascension School, which is why her father wanted to see her. The guy advised her to meet with the head of the school in person to better understand the situation, but if she sensed something was wrong, she should immediately drive him away. Before the warrior could finish his sentence that his sister's safety was above all else, the girl entered the room. Mrs. Namgung and her brother stood in the doorway, having been waiting for a meeting with the unexpected guest for so long. The man who was fascinated by the Blade Emperor's daughter thanked her for giving her time for the sake of her student. Chan assumed that the guest was probably tired after such a long journey, asking him to calm down first. The master's son suggested to the head of the school that he describe everything in detail so that his sister could solve the problem. And then the man retold everything that he had told the Blade Emperor before, and his children listened attentively to the man's story. After it ended, Chan was deep in thought, while the headmaster of the Ascension School was breathing intermittently. Mr. Namgung learned from the guest that the Union of Orders had spoken out on this matter, but in response, he heard a heavy sigh. The Union reported that the Soaring Dragon School might be a new sect that was helping to cover up the fact that they were from the bandit faction. The man wanted to know if they really wanted to help his school, and if it became difficult to reveal their identity, then at least find out if Dong Cho was okay. The man sat opposite the owner of the house, shaking all over, but it was unclear whether he was shaking because of fatigue or because of concern for his student. And at that moment, unexpectedly, the young lady rose from the table, which surprised her brother. The guy tried to find out where John was suddenly going, but the girl, without answering his questions, silently left the room. The representatives of the climbing school were shocked by the young lady, but the father tried to calm him down, suggesting that his daughter had gone to prepare for leaving for school. Chan explained that his sister was quiet and taciturn, but that didn't stop her from solving the problem that arose at school. The father and son laughed awkwardly, wanting to ease the tense atmosphere, but their guest was in no mood for laughter. The man was angry, because when he came here, he expected that he could trust the name of the lovely seer, which was so well known throughout the province. However, the headmaster of the school wondered if the young lady's behavior was just a charlatan. And as the Blade Emperor had said earlier, his children set out to search for their missing student, first visiting his mother. Shedding tears, the woman begged the heirs of the Namgung clan to find her son. Chan tried to reassure them that they would do everything possible to find the boy, asking the woman to tell them anything that could help in the search. And while the grief-stricken mother was talking, the lovely seer was analyzing her words, putting the picture together. The floating school's student, swordsman scholar Ding Cho, went missing, but according to his name, the young warrior possessed outstanding skills. It was strange for such a man to disappear from sight for such a long period of time, most likely having to engage in combat. As he left Mrs. Ding, the brother told his sister that the more they learned about the case, the more complicated it became. According to his mother's story, the boy, without waiting for breakfast, headed to the floating school early in the morning to assist in the investigation of the monk's disappearance. On top of that, in addition to the student, the monk had also disappeared, which made John completely confused about what was happening here. The girl suggested that they first go to a hotel in a neighboring village, but Chan just laughed because he still couldn't figure out what she had in mind. As soon as the couple arrived at the hotel, the owner, who was setting the table, greeted the visitors without looking at them. Namgung approached the man and said that he wanted to find out something from him, and, to his surprise, the gentleman immediately agreed to cooperate. And as soon as the guy asked whether the young learned swordsman had appeared in this place 3 days ago, the owner of the hotel immediately shuddered. The charming seer, as the provincials dubbed her, analyzed the behavior of the person being interrogated. Her brother was understanding of the fact that it was difficult to remember everyone who had been at the hotel recently and did not have any hopes for anything. But the man suddenly replied that he certainly remembered such a visitor, but for some reason began to address Yan. The owner claimed that he did not want to remember those events, although a satisfied smile never left his face. The man said that a serious battle had broken out that day, during which his entire hotel was destroyed. The young lady was not very surprised that her theory, which she had thought about at the very beginning, regarding the battle, turned out to be true. Then the girl glanced at the place where the duel involving Deng Cho had taken place 3 days ago. The warrior's heavy fist crashed into the wooden table, easily breaking it in the blink of an eye. Namgun Yeon was in 2 parallel worlds, as if immersed in the memories of the past, watching those events. Taking cover from the splinters flying at him, the learned swordsman asked the man opposite what he had allowed himself to do. The man who behaved so obscenely was the swordsman of Mount Destruction, named Hwang Yom Dong. Looking at the young martial arts master, the warrior insulted him and then wanted to find out why he decided to show off here. The guy replied that he had just dropped by to the village to investigate the missing monk and did not want to quarrel with the heavenly schools. However, Hwang Yom Dong, who was already aiming for a fight, said that things were bad, meaning the young swordsman. Drawing his blade, the man said that as soon as he saw a native of the Din school, the blood boiled in his veins. Also taking out his sword, the scientist replied that he wanted to resolve everything peacefully, but if necessary, he was ready to use force. Din said that he would not give in to the enemy, exposing himself to blows like a trembling puppy. However, such a bold statement only worsened the situation, which Huang regarded as disrespect towards him. And the next moment the swordsmen crossed their weapons, beginning the very duel that the innkeeper had spoken of. Despite the efforts the guy made, his opponent, although he looked a little tense, did not lose the smile on his face. The learned swordsman asked whether the man shouldn't have helped him, since he studied at a paradoxical school, and for some reason was putting spokes in his wheels. In turn, Yomdong asked if the floating school really cared about the monk, wondering who cared about him. The guy had no intention of listening to such insults, and swinging his blade, he almost cut off the bald warrior's head. However, at that very moment, Dong Cho realized that he had made a mistake, because now he was open to the enemy. Taking advantage of the moment, the swordsman from the Mountain of Destruction kicked the guy in the face, knocking his weapon out of his hands. After which, with another kick, he sent the upstart away from himself, which only expanded their battlefield. True, the learned swordsman, despite his fighting skills, suffered a setback, landing hard on the floor. Meanwhile, his opponent dropped back down perfectly, landing on one knee. Looking at the boy lying on the floor, the man, his eyes burning with curiosity, asked what was so important about the missing monk. But he was even more interested in why the young warrior was willing to risk his own life to find him. At the same time, the participants of the Five Peaks Fortress were in the hotel restaurant, who were surprised by such a duel that broke out of nowhere. Old Man Shim, looking at the fight, insisted that the bald warrior had already won, offering to stop both of its participants. Commander Pun bit into the chicken leg and asked Northern Sword Gamil if he really thought so. But if his brother was so sure of it, Encho was ready to bet his leg that the warrior from the Mountain of Destruction would win. Yanggak knew that Boss loved such arguments, but he thought that it was a bit petty of him to put his foot down. At that very second, a gold coin flew at high speed, cutting through the air towards the fighting warriors. The flying coin crashed into Hwang Yomdong's sword, which froze in place from such surprise. However, after this, the coin ricocheted to the side and ended up hitting one of the restaurant's pillars. The swordsman's hands, along with his weapon, were shaking violently, but he could not stop the trembling that had arisen. The angry warrior of the Mountain of Destruction asked the visitors who among those present dared to do this. The gold coin, to the surprise of the Namgung children, was still in the same column it had flown into. They took her away only now, and this was done by a lovely clairvoyant who mentally returned to those events. The girl asked the owner of the establishment whether any of the visitors had stopped the warring warriors. The man, surprised by the young lady's abilities, replied that it was the young swordsman, and he himself did not even notice the stuck coin. Yoha, who threw a gold coin at the fighting swordsman, announced that he was not allowed to eat in peace. The innkeeper tried to remember where this guy who stopped the conflict between the warriors came from. And as soon as he remembered, he told Namgung Jung and his sister that the young man was a member of the Flying Dragon School. The guy didn't expect that they would be able to get to the members of the sect that the leader of the floating school had told them about earlier. The lovely seer asked the owner of the establishment if it seemed to him that the school of the Soaring Dragon had traveled with Deng Cho. The master of the School of Ascension spoke about this school, believing that they could have been involved in the disappearance of the student. The man replied that he wasn't sure about that, but there was something unusual about what happened between this swordsman and Huang. Yomdong asked Zhou He how he dared to interfere in the affairs of another sect that needed to be shown its place. But without answering this, the young man simply hit the table with his fist, causing the coins lying on it to fly off. The warrior was confused by the destruction that came from the mountains, asking himself why the guy did this. The answer came the next second as gold coins hit the swordsman in different parts of his body. It seemed that the blows of ordinary coins should have been light, but forced such a big guy to fall to his knees. The man reflected on the fact that although the young man looked young, he was very smart for a warrior of his age. Noticing how Huang was staring at him, Joha asked if the man wanted to continue sorting things out with him. Standing up, Yomdong began to curse at the young bandit, but then said that he was very lucky this time. However, instead of continuing the fight, the warrior turned around and simply walked away, leaving a mess behind him. The hotel owner claimed that they were not together, and that the fight ended peacefully, and when they went their separate ways, it was difficult to tell what happened after. Namgung Yeon wondered how skilled the person must have been to intervene in this fight, to subdue the two masters of the orthodox faction. But more importantly, why did Hwang Yomdong attack Deong Cho with the intention of killing the scholar swordsman? The girl believed that the relations between the sects could be tense, but if something like this happened between the factions, then the Marima alliance would intervene. Having learned all that was necessary, the young lady decided that there was no longer any need to remain in this place. Without saying a word, John turned around and headed towards the exit, which only caught her brother off guard. While Chan tried to catch up with her, complaining that nothing had been explained to him again, the owner of the hotel wished the couple a safe journey. In the fresh air, the seer began to think that Hwang Yomdong might hold a grudge against the Ascension School. And since both warriors saw the faces of the Soaring Dragon participants, they must be sure that Dong Cho was not traveling with them. Looking around, John returned to the past again, trying to find suspects near the tavern. Looking at the two strong warriors, the girl decided that one of them could be the very representative of the Mountain of Destruction. And perhaps that same evening all this happened in the forest, when the learned swordsman was alone and there were no witnesses. At this moment, Ding Cho could be ambushed by an enemy who wanted to deal with him quietly. The student of the School of Ascension might not have been prepared for a sudden attack and therefore became easy prey. The man who finished him off killed the swordsman so mercilessly that the guy didn't have time to make a sound to tell anyone about his death. The lovely seer was almost certain that the young warrior had died unable to defend himself. And only after the girl returned to the real world, she compared the crime scene from the visions. Mrs. Namgung pointed her finger at the bushes closest to the road that were smeared with dried blood. Her brother Zhong was so shocked to find evidence of murder that he no longer hoped to find Deng Cho alive. Azure Cloudblade told Yan to stay put until he had thoroughly inspected everything. A warrior from the Namgung clan began clearing the undergrowth to get to the supposed body of the swordsman. To his regret, Chan found the one they were looking for so diligently and reported it to his sister. Having picked up the plate, the guy said that it was there along with the money, which meant that he was not killed by bandits. Zhong assumed that Yomdong was behind the boy's murder and that he was just asking to be the killer after everything that had happened. However, the warrior's sister was worried about this fact, fearing that the truth about Deung Cho's murder would come to light. According to the seer, this could lead to a possible battle between the Heavenly Sword School and the Ascension School. The Heavenly Sword School was not strong enough to go against the Orthodox Alliance, but they dared to commit such atrocity. This indicated that they had reliable cover, but Ding Cho's lack of head was similar to the incident from 20 years ago. The young lady was right about this sinister incident, because in the past and the present, the dark sect was also involved. In front of the assembled council of demonic soldiers stood Huang Yomdong with a bag in his hands. As soon as the man announced that he had brought the boy's head, those sitting at the table smiled maliciously. The swordsman asked those present if, having completed the task, he could now join the Yomung cult. The moon sage reported that she had no expectations, but the warrior had proven himself useful, and through his determination had earned the right to become one of them. The lady promised to keep the promise she made to the swordsman, which made him rejoice like a little child. She continued, claiming that Murim was a place where the weak were devoured by the strong, a world where the strong always preyed on the weak. And therefore, the cult of Yomung will soon be the center of the reconstruction of this entire world. At this time, the heroes of the Five Peaks were returning home, and after a long journey they were not averse to having a drink in a tavern. Unfortunately for Pun, after the fight, the tournament arena was covered in dust, and there was no opportunity to taste the delicious drink. Old Man Shim agreed that there was nothing better than returning to their fortress, where they could finally have a proper rest and drink. Suddenly, the second brother asked Yanggak again what kind of fortress he was talking about, which made the provincial demon wary. Deputy Yencho recalled that when the fortress was attacked by the sage Chonji, the old man was the first to flee from them, and now, as if nothing had happened, he called this fortress his own. The warrior was outraged because he believed that he had the right to miss the fortress of the Five Peaks, just like everyone else. In addition, the man went to the Bandit Union tournament as their representative and therefore had every right to call the fortress his own. But before Yanggak could finish speaking, the strangers crossed their blades on his chest, declaring that they had finally caught the northern sword Gumil. All the representatives of the Five Peaks were confused by what was happening, and looked at the picture unfolding before them in bewilderment. Old Man Shim wanted to escape from his enemies, but decided not to risk it, since the blades of their swords were too close to his throat. With one voice, the strangers who had taken Yanggak captive declared that today was his day of death. Exhaling heavily, Yoha asked if he would really have to solve everything with physical force again. The demon of Henan province stood there in indecision, afraid that the young man would hit him along with the swordsman in the battle. In order to understand this strange situation, Thak Gomyong decided to find out who the people who attacked Yanggak were. One of the men said that they belonged to the Orthodox Alliance, but they themselves came from the Buri gang. His colleague added that 5 years had passed since they had lost the criminal, and now was not the best time for small talk. The fortress leader felt that they also needed to introduce themselves, and that he and his men belonged to the soaring dragon sect of Henan. Pun Yencho claimed that the old man in front of them was not a criminal, but an old man known as Ban Ton, who helped with the sect's errands. The accused himself immediately picked up on this idea, agreeing with the head of the sect and insisting that his name was Banton. One of the warriors became suspicious because he had never heard of a soaring dragon before. But when I looked at her students, I felt the energy emanating from each of them. In particular, as always happened, John Yoha stood out greatly, being the strongest among all. However, looking at the old man, the man did not feel any energy, which could only mean that they were being lied to. The second swordsman replied that it was all a lie, and that the old man they had detained was definitely one of the 3 greatest criminals in Henan. Lee Sang-moon claimed that he did not know why Yanggak had entered the Orthodox sect, but he would never mistake his face for that of a hungry ferret. One of the 3 demons of the province was angry to hear such insults addressed to him, but his comrades, who also loved to make fun of the old man, could hardly contain their laughter, considering the resemblance to an animal hilarious. However, the man, not understanding how the criminal managed to deceive the hovering dragon, continued to insist that in front of them was the northern sword of Gumil. The blades that prevented Yangaku from escaping were so close to his neck that they left small cuts on it. All this time, Yoha, who had been silently watching what was happening, was slowly but surely losing his patience. Pun Yencho wanted to settle everything peacefully and without a fight, that there was a misunderstanding, and the old man who carried out their orders could not be a villain. Then Gomyong and Chung began to invent that Yanggak could only hold a broom and a rag in his hands, and also cook delicious food for dogs. Mentally cursing his comrades, in fact, the man agreed with everything said above, that he was ready to prepare food for the swordsman's dogs as well. But when the bandit took hold of the blade of the sword to move it away from his throat, he inadvertently revealed a scar on his wrist. Sun Moon, looking at the wound, recognized it, because he personally left it with his sword 5 years ago, catching the old man in a vile lie. The demon of Henan province understood that he could no longer lie to his enemies, and his comrades would also not be able to clear his name. The mountain bandits of the 5 Peaks stood in bewilderment, as they did not know how else they could help their friend. One of the swordsmen ordered the sect not to dare to wriggle out of it, because if they continued to cover for the old man, he would consider them accomplices. The group of passers-by who met the bandits in this place did not understand what was happening here, that the Orthodox Alliance was somehow involved in it. Shim Yanggak regretted that he met the Alliance in a place where their disguise was useless. Do anything, but he might not lift a finger if it would harm the fortress's reputation. Suddenly the young man broke his silence, expressing his dissatisfaction with the situation they found themselves in. The boy said that the swordsmen were good at talking, but the sect had already said that the old man was their servant named Ban Tong. Northern Sword Gumil couldn't believe his eyes that the swordsman stood up for him, despite the possible risk to the gang. Lee Sang-moon began shouting that they had warned the sect that if they continued to follow their line, the Alliance would be forced to list them as accomplices. However, the statement that the Alliance people would now suspect the 5 Peaks did not please Yoha. His brothers tried to calm the hot-tempered swordsman, reminding him that the people in front of him were from the Orthodox Alliance. The guy insisted on the fact that they told the soldiers time and time again that they were wrong, and no one listened to their words. Therefore, if the people of the Alliance continued to suspect the cult, it could worsen the relations between their groups. Following Yoha's speech, a phantom copy of him appeared, swinging a sword at the enemies. Lee Sang-moon and his commander, who were still holding Shim Yanggak hostage, stood frozen in indecision. The blade of the projection blade flashed in front of the swordsman, and the man, unable to do anything, was already ready to part with his life. The stupor was caused not only by the boy's sudden attack, but also by that great performance of aura. And the very next second, the commander of the storm gang threw his blade, thereby freeing the suspect. He was shocked that the young man had performed a technique that was only available to the 10 strongest martial artists in the world. Looking at Yoha, the warrior kept thinking about how he managed to use such a high-level technique. Then, Sun Moon began to accuse the young man in relation to the Alliance, but he was suddenly interrupted by the commander standing nearby. When the young man asked if the warrior believed his words, he said that he trusted him completely, which surprised both his subordinate and the detained Yangak. With the enemy's blade hanging over his face, the man replied that there was nothing in common between Old Man Tong and Yangak and that they were simply mistaken. Gomyong was glad that the two groups finally understood each other, and Punyoncho asked Ban to come to them quickly. The northern sword Gumul, who once again managed to avoid an evil fate, informed his enemies that he would probably return to the sect. However, Lee Sang-moon did not want to let the old man go, and began to reproach the captain, saying that he also saw the wound on his wrist. The man lowered his eyes and fell silent for a moment, as if he was indecisive. But as it seemed to the subordinate, the captain did this on purpose, that he deceived the enemies and wanted to give a signal with his eyes so that he would discipline them all. The guy thought he quickly understood what the leader was talking about, but he saw a sign on the ground that said that they should run away from here as quickly as possible. Sun Moon now did not understand at all what was happening and why, instead of dealing with the enemy, the captain wanted to leave everything as it was. Taking his assistant with him, the man approached the Soaring Dragon sect to apologize for the trouble they had caused. Now the Five Peaks Fortress didn't understand what had just happened and why the Alliance had suddenly changed its mind. Yangak, who was very lucky, said that he had already said goodbye to life, and Commander Pun was glad that everything worked out. The second brother was curious about what exactly brought the Alliance here, which rarely sent people into such a wilderness. The meeting between the 10 heroes and the people from the Storm Gang on the Hefei Trail did not go unnoticed, and people around began to notice that the Orthodox Alliance had made the first move. Nafgunjeon and Namgunyeon stood silently over Deungcho's mother, who was crying over the body of her dead son, trying to understand why this happened to him. As foreseen and expected, the murder of the guy led to a conflict between the sects, and the Heavenly Sword School was required to give them Huang Yom-dong's head. The killer of the swordsman scholar looked at those who wanted to execute him with a grin that never left his face. However, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword claimed that Deungcho himself was to blame for exceeding his authority in their territory. The conflict between the Ascension and Heavenly Sword sects began to escalate, and they drew their swords and were ready to settle the matter in a fight. But it never got through to her, because the attention of all the school students was drawn to someone who came to them. In order to settle the situation between the sects, the Orthodox Alliance, which was subordinate to the Murim, had to intervene in this matter. Huang Yom-dong insisted that the murder occurred during a duel, so it was not intentional, but accidental. As a result, the Alliance, fearing for the situation, ordered the Heavenly Sword sect to provide equal compensation to the Ascension sect. And since the Heavenly Sword was one of the Orthodox factions, the Alliance's word was law for her. Even if such a decision was difficult to make, the school had no choice but to follow it in order to restore justice. Azure Cloud Blade was saddened by the boy's death and believed that it was still more logical to punish his killer, Yom-dong. It is true that those who played the most important role in summing up these events were not people from the Orthodox Alliance. This person turned out to be the flower telepath Namgunyeon, thanks to whose talent the disappearance of the swordsman was revealed. Looking at Huang Yom-dong, the swordsman of the Mountain of Destruction, the girl was finally convinced that he was the one guilty of the murder. One thing that was strange was that the man didn't even try to hide the dark energy of the demonic cult. Then the lovely seer turned to her brother, who immediately became worried that something was wrong. Yon replied that the Yomung cult might soon appear in Murim, which only frightened Chan. The guy asked if his sister had really found anything, and if that was really the case, then they should have told everything to the members of the Orthodox Alliance. However, the young lady believed that this would not only be useless, but would also worsen the already bad atmosphere that reigned here. The girl insisted that first they needed to get concrete evidence that Yomung had infiltrated the factions, so they had to return to Hefei. And the person who was better informed than others about the cult of the demonic sect was Father John. During his training, the Blade Emperor practiced the fifth form of the boundless heavenly technique. The man looked with a satisfied face as the wooden target splinters floated in the air after the crescent moon hit. The next day, with the first rays of the sun, the 5 peaks continued their journey, remembering the reaction of the guys from the Orthodox Alliance. Gomyong, I continued to call him Bang Ton, guessed how much Shim Yanggak had managed to do during his heyday. The demon of Henan province had to restrain himself, so he kindly asked his comrade how long he would be called that. Ma Hendo claimed that the new nickname was just beginning to stick to the old man, although he did not expect that Shim was truly one of the greatest criminals in the province. Yanggak replied that he was forced to live a quiet life because of the alliance hunt, but in the old days he would not hesitate to deal with anyone who looked at him askance. To which Han Chung stated that since Northern Sword had decided to join the mountain gang, the Orthodox Alliance was much more frightening than him. The old man agreed that although the alliance was scary, he believed that the life of a bandit was more suitable for him and was going to stay in the fortress until his end. Continuing to talk about clean air and healthy sleep, the man irritated the bandit because he emerged victorious in every argument. And while his brothers and sisters laughed at the old man, he thought that they were too young to defeat him in a verbal altercation. Suddenly, Tak Gomyong remembered their difficult past, when their gang was considered quite weak. Then, each time the brothers had a hard time earning their bread, because they didn't even know about martial arts. But since then, everything has changed radically, and they had a beautiful pavilion, and when Yoha became part of the guardian of the Green Forest, their status rose even higher. Hanging on the swordsman's neck, Gomyong claimed that fortune would smile upon everyone, and all that was left for them to do was live a wonderful and easy life. However, Yoha protested, because for him personally, everything was completely different, since he did not just agree to the Demon Lord's offer. So the guy wanted to use the token he was given to delve even deeper into his work. At this point, Commander Pun ordered his men to stop talking and set up camp to prepare for bed. While everyone obediently carried out the boss's orders, the only one from the team who wilted was the head of the Bandit Union's security. When night fell on the earth, in addition to the camp set up by the bandits, a fire had also already been lit. The truth is that the guy wasn't next to him, so he decided to be alone for a while with his thoughts. However, the swordsman's loneliness did not last long, as Enko soon found him, noticing that something was gnawing at the young man. The man said that the other brothers were exhausted, although they tried not to show it, and were now fast asleep. Yoha wasn't surprised, since they had climbed a couple of ridges, which could have really worn out the team. After a short pause, the guy asked the boss if he remembered what he told him when he accepted him into the gang. Encho asked the boy if he meant that day. Then the young man joined the fortress of the 5 Peaks. Yoha replied that the bandit then said that it was better to take from others than to allow what belonged to you to be taken away. Those words spoken by Poon were so deeply imprinted in the young bandit's mind that he still remembered them. At that moment, the young man did not want to endure hardships and longed to live together with everyone, and therefore he fought for this right time after time. The man was wary of this topic of conversation, but decided to ask if anything had really changed during this time. Yoha not only fought and took what belonged to others, but he didn't even want to use the Green Forest tablet because it reminded him of his past. It was like the absolute tyranny of a man who was endowed with power, and therefore he himself was turning into the one he hated and feared so much. The guy asked how much the current him was different from those people he so didn't want to become like. Yoha valued the time he spent with his new family, who helped him escape from that place, believing that he was on the right path. At the same time, the Vareng estate was able to acquire investments from various merchants. All of this was possible thanks to the fantastic insight that Baek Miju possessed. The lady began to rebuild a military clan, at the head of which she placed her son, Yan Maybeck. And the income received from accompanying merchants only contributed to the growth of this power. Now, in order to spread the estate's influence throughout the world, Miju wanted to obtain the Green Forest that stood in the way of achieving her goal. The place to which Vareng turned his gaze was none other than the Fortress of the 5 Peaks, whose name was on everyone's lips. A subject of Captain Yong approached him, telling him about a gang from Henan that had a bandit who was skilled in swordsmanship and offering to bypass them. The man became curious as to whether the mercenary really had the ball technique that was said to be his. Rising from the rock, the captain asked how good a bandit had to be to receive such a nickname. John Motto replied that he personally wanted to take a look at it and show the arrogant criminals of the Green Forest the power of the Warang estate. At this time, in the gorge, which was located on the territory of the fortress, its bandits met uninvited guests. On the road that was blocked by the bandit group, there was a group of traders who did not expect to find themselves in such a situation. Looking at the bandits, the man realized who they had gotten involved with, who they had asked to pray so that the merchant's path would be safe. However, prayer alone was not enough, and one had to pay a fee to pass through in order to be able to walk this road. The man hesitated as he did not want to give the money to the trading company to the first bandit he met. The criminal pretended not to hear the old man, wondering how the merchant could hold such a position with such a quiet voice. Suddenly, Captain Moto's hand fell on the shoulder of the man who was talking to the bandits, which greatly frightened the merchant. The man had heard about the Five Peaks gang that had recently gone wild, but along with that, they had also lost their sense of fear. True, the bandit was not afraid, but only began to laugh at the merchant's bodyguard, saying that he would lose his position in an instant if they did not pay the tax. At the same time, a lively conversation between mother and son unfolded at the Varang estate. Maybeck was unhappy that his mother had sent the clan's hired bodyguards for the trade caravan, who were still too poorly trained. However, the lady slammed her palm on the table and asked her son if they really should have waited until they improved their skills. Bakmiju claimed that regardless of when they joined, the bodyguards were full members of Waryong. Beck stated that everything had already been decided, and there was no point in talking about it any further, and that she had sent cousin Mado along with the bodyguards to accompany caravan. The lady was sure that with such a person the merchants would not have any problems. True, Maybeck was afraid that if everyone found out that they sent inexperienced warriors to accompany the caravan, then rumors would spread that they were mocking the clan members. Besides, the clan's true enemy was the Bandit Union, and there had to be reasons why even the Order Union turned a blind eye to them. Miju didn't want to hear anything, not caring how strong the mountain bandits were, and the Order Union overestimated their power because of the Demon Lord. It seemed to the lady that it was only to their advantage that the bandits' strength was being exaggerated, since this would be a chance for Varang to deal with them. Maybeck's mother wanted to conquer the 5 peaks and join the 7 sects and 2 schools to spread her influence throughout the world. At this time, Captain Mado was whispering something with the head of the merchants, glancing every now and then at the group of bandits. One of the raiders asked his comrade what the pair were planning, but this was still unknown. Having heard that the criminals were waiting for them to finish talking, they asked for forgiveness and immediately burst out laughing. The man began to ask what they could do, since, having encountered a couple of problems along the way, they could only pay half the duty. The gang member could not forgive the warrior for such ignorant treatment, and he began to lose the rest of his patience. Mado said that, however, they had a different view of the situation, and therefore he was not going to pay a single coin to the bandits. The guy found out that in front of him were the same people from Varenga who had recently been organizing random skirmishes with bandits. The captain replied that he could not say that the fights were accidental, but his guess about where they came from was correct. The criminal stated that although the 5 Peaks elite were not with them, they would not allow the enemy to attack the fortress while they were on duty. The bandits' claim amused Moto, who could not understand why they should be afraid of rats that stole money from trade caravans. The head of the detachment going into battle declared that all the bodyguards had was a chatty mouth and a dirty face. Just as the bodyguards were about to go into battle, Captain John stopped them with a wave of his hand. Turning to the warriors, the man asked them not to worry about the pathetic gang and that they be ready to continue on their way. And after these words, the captain went alone against the enemy, absolutely confident in his victory. Moto attacked the first criminal he came across with his elbow, which was more than enough. The other two participants of the 5 Peaks were hit with a sword, but the weapon was in its sheath at that moment, which left no cuts on the bandits. The next challengers were honored to be beaten by the 9 Heavens World technique of the first phase. With his eyes glowing and a grin on his face, the captain seemed to be bragging about the ascension of a soaring, heavenly dragon. The leader of the bandit squad was shocked that someone had managed to deal with the people from the fortress so easily. However, the warrior who appeared before the bandit said that it was too early to be surprised by his skills. And the next second, the swordsman hit the criminal on the head with such force that the enemy dropped his weapon. The blade of the fortress member, over whom Moto stood feeling his superiority, entered the ground. The merchant bodyguard pressed the blade of his sword against the guy's face, causing the enemy to shake. The warrior of the Varang estate asked the defeated enemy if they could now pass along this road. All the bandits who were supposed to defeat the bodyguards and take the fare were lying helplessly on the ground. The commander of the detachment was beside himself with anger, but agreed to let the trade caravan through at the warrior's request. However, the criminal clarified that the traders would only pass for free now, since this would definitely not happen next time. The merchant began to mock the members of the 5 Peaks, who should have given in from the very beginning, and that when matters were resolved peacefully, everyone benefited. The man told the captain that, according to rumors, the gang had recently become famous, but with his own eyes he saw that they were nothing special. Maybeck's cousin laughed when he learned that the gang was famous, unable to understand where such thoughts came from. Following which, Moto added that he now saw the level of the pathetic criminals who called themselves a bandit union. The defeated squad leader agreed that this statement was fair to them, but only now. The guy said that when the brothers of the 5 Peaks elite return, everything will be different, and then the Warang estate will answer for everything. But Captain John was expectedly indignant, saying that he just wanted to leave quietly, but the cries of the pathetic bandit were irritating. The man told the criminals to keep screaming, as many had advised them to be wary of the gang, but none of them had dared to take revenge. At this time, a heavy downpour began, which caught a dozen heroes, but an abandoned shrine conveniently appeared on their way. Punyensho, who was racing ahead, was annoyed that they were not caught by the weather, because they had almost reached Ufen. While Gomyong was enjoying the abandoned building, his brother Hendo was complaining that he was soaking wet and had no chance to change his clothes. The chief suggested spending the night in this place and setting off early in the morning, since there were simply no other alternatives. And while the brothers easily agreed, the sisters considered the shrine creepy, thinking that at any second a ghost could appear from around the corner. Shimyangak suggested that they live to his age, and then the girls would only be afraid of people, because in such a heavy rain, no one would hear their dying cries. Angered by the fact that she was already scared, and the northern sword was only making things worse, Han Cheng gave it a good slap with her palm. Joha, who heard the couple arguing, treated it indifferently because the matter quickly became personal. Looking at the heavy rain, Pun was worried about the gang remaining in the fortress, but the deputy assured that everything was not so bad. A small detachment of strangers walked under flashes of lightning, carrying full sacks on their shoulders. Thanks to his advanced martial arts, the young man sensed the approach of an unfamiliar squad. The young bandit ordered everyone to be quiet as someone was approaching them, causing Yanggak and Chung to immediately fall silent. The great warriors of the 5 Peaks fortress drew their weapons to meet the potential enemy. Masked strangers burst into the abandoned shrine, kicking down the front door. The entire squad immediately ran inside to avoid getting even more wet in the pouring rain. However, the man in the mask, like his comrades, was in for an unexpected surprise that was in the room. The entire 5 Peaks team looked at the strangers in dark clothing who suddenly appeared in front of them. Suddenly, one of the bags, which was still on the stranger's shoulder, moved slightly. The swordsman, who was a perfect wielder of the blade, was surprised, as he could not understand what it could be. The guy clearly saw that something had just moved in one of the bags, which only made him even more alarmed. Having started the dialogue with an insult, the masked man asked who the bandits were who had illegally entered the shrine. However, the second brother answered the question with a question, wanting to know who broke into their lodging, where they came first, and after which they began to talk nonsense. Tak Gomyong noticed the bags, which only indicated that the strangers were real thieves, asking who they worked for. With another clap of thunder, the bags on the thieves' backs began to move, just like last time. Yoha and now Han Cheng, who witnessed this scene, were convinced that there was someone inside the bags. The deputy commander of the Five Peaks cursed the strangers, and cracking his fingers, called them kidnappers. The squad of thieves did not respond to the criticism directed at them, continuing to stand silently in place. But soon a couple of people in black drew their blades, realizing that they could not avoid a fight. Brothers Heo Imdal and Go Sancheong looked at the boss and nodded at the same time, indicating that they understood his order without words. And literally the next second, all the members of the fortress found themselves behind Yan Johi, who was ready to be the first to punish the criminals. The masked men could not help but notice how the strangers moved in unison, and that they were unusual vagabonds. But the squad was most surprised by the guy with red hair, whose extraordinary aura was terrifying. One of the armed kidnappers approached the mysterious young man, wanting to know his name. True, the swordsman did not want to listen to how they would erect a memorial plaque with his name in this temple, suggesting that they get straight to the point. The man in the mask was angry at the impudent behavior of the guy, on whose lips the milk had not yet dried. Then, a crowd of criminals rushed at the members of the bandit union, who, according to their own assurances, were not at all afraid for their own lives. Before Joha had time to come to his senses, two older brothers rushed past him from both sides. They, with swords extended forward, turned out to be the deputy commander Tak Gomyong and the eighth brother Lee Cheo-san. Each of them crossed their weapons with the weapons of their opponents, which, to the surprise of the bandits, did not give them any less strength. Then Ma Hendo and Ho Imdal joined the second brother, trying to squeeze the fighter from both sides. It was a surprise for the warrior that he almost fell into the trap of experienced bandits. At the last moment, the masked man managed to dodge the blades that flew past his head, and at some point, having missed the enemy, the weapons of the members of the Five Peaks connected, shooting sparks. The kidnapper, who had underestimated the enemy, became all tense when he met real monsters in human form. And while the warrior was wondering what their opponents had forgotten in this temple, Punyencho was quickly approaching him. The fortress commander, who had not taken his eyes off the enemy, exhaled before delivering a crushing blow. With one sharp movement, the man managed to wound the man in black, who, being cornered from all sides, was unable to escape the attack. True, this was an unusual injury, because the force with which the warrior struck threw the wounded swordsman back with its shockwave. But even after that, the stranger in black robes landed on his feet, still holding the blade in his hand. Shim Yanggak, who had not yet entered the duel, noticed one peculiarity of the enemy the brothers were fighting. The energy emanating from them was identical to the one they encountered on the approaches to the Bandit Union tournament. Those who possessed that strange martial art also demonstrated all kinds of combat. The difference was that this energy was more terrifying, which could not be compared to anything, and the old man had never encountered sword techniques. Encho, who couldn't handle the ordinary bandits, as it seemed to him at that time, thought that all this was because he had not fully recovered. The demon of Henan province remembered that they had a hard time in that battle, and that their own lives were in danger. Gomyong appeared above their heads and stated that the boss needed to rest, while Yanggak decided that the brothers had grown in strength in such a short time. 10 heroes of the Five Peaks fortress threatened to finish off the kidnappers, despite the fact that they were many times stronger. Northern Sword Gumal assumed that at this rate the bandits would catch up with him in strength, who once held the entire province in fear. But while Old Man Shim was thinking about this, the blade of a mysterious enemy flashed before his nose. However, the warrior in black was not allowed to get rid of Yanggak, who almost hit him if one of the brothers had not intervened in the duel. However, The dangerous enemy did not stop there, and one of the warriors pressed the button that was located on the handle of the sword. Two more appeared next to the blade, which once again flew past the old man, miraculously not hitting him. The bandit became angry because he had relaxed too much during the entire time he was near the 10. This resulted in the man in black still managing to strike directly at the target itself. The Henan province demon, who excelled in combat skills, was seriously injured for the first time in a long time. Commander Pun and his deputy Gomyong were shocked by what they saw, because Shim, not counting Johu, was one of the strongest in their team. The young bandit could not help but react to the injury of his comrade, and therefore kicked him hard on the floor. The swordsman's blow was so powerful that it created a crack in the floor, which quickly spread across it. As a result, she reached the enemy who had wounded Yanggak, throwing him into the air, which the enemy was definitely not prepared for. From the place where John Yoha kicked, there was a deep ditch, and he himself was emitting strong energy. The kidnappers were amazed by such a powerful martial art, and the sight of the young swordsman terrified them. The young man asked menacingly if kidnapping people was not enough for the villain that they decided to touch his family. And jumping up from his seat, with eyes burning with hatred, the swordsman ordered his opponents to prepare properly. And all because he wanted to show what it was like when all the nonsense that was hidden there was knocked out of a person's head. Despite his injury, Old Man Shim was beaming with happiness when he learned that Joha considered him part of his family. Meanwhile, the young man easily broke through the enemy's defense using just one blow. True, in those cases when there was no protection at all, the enemy was attacked with bare hands, but the blow did not become weaker from this. The kidnappers wanted to escape, and their comrade standing at the door was shocked by this turn of events. Right next to him, the front door was shattered into pieces, but the criminal somehow managed to survive. The man in the black mask was shaking all over from the strength and power that the young bandit demonstrated. Joha, having knocked down the door with his fist, once again impressed his brothers, who never ceased to be amazed by his technique. At that moment, the enemy realized that, unlike the rest of the team, this guy was within my reach too. Encho said that he wanted to stretch his legs at some point, but he didn't have time because all the fun was already over, which also made Gomyong unhappy. But even despite their defeat, the men in black claimed that they were retreating now, but would soon meet the bandits again. The criminals, running away, shouted something about tearing the squad to pieces, but the 10 heroes did not hear about it, because the enemies were very far away. Encho was surprised that times were different now, but there were still those who still stole people. Reaching for one of the bags, the commander wanted to know what exactly had driven the criminals to stoop so low. And as soon as the bandit loosened the rope, a man immediately appeared from the bag, gasping for air. The man jumped out so suddenly that at that moment he frightened all the participants of the fortress. The monk who appeared began to stutter and say something about Buddha without ceasing to pray. The first and second brothers stood in front of the kidnapped men in bewilderment, greatly surprised by the presence of the monk and priest. The man claimed that many monks had been disappearing recently and they had personally gone out to search for them, but unfortunately, they themselves had become victims. Deciding to skip the speeches of thanks, Yencho asked why the criminals did this and what they gained from kidnapping random clergymen. However, the former captives were also unaware of the reason why this was happening, but were very grateful for their salvation. Han Chung asked if the energy of these guys wasn't similar to the one they met in the mountains when they were helping the trading alliance. Mahendo, who intervened in the discussion, claimed that the energy was not just similar, believing that they were the same people. The bandit claimed that he felt the same but did not know what kind of people they were, although he was sure that they could only cause evil. The monk and the priest, as soon as they learned that their saviors had met similar people, were forced to report this to the order as soon as possible. And at this moment the soaring dragon sect tensed up, as they had heard about the order for the umpteenth time. The monk also wanted to spread the names of the benefactors in the world of martial arts, if they were not against it. Old Man Shim said that the respected ones should meet with someone they knew and would be glad if they simply prayed for their well-being. The victims claimed that the warriors had attained nirvana because they had no desire for glory, and many were unable to cultivate such qualities in themselves. The priest and the monk prayed to Buddha, promising that they would definitely meet them in the future. Hearing this, Northern Sword Gumil breathed a sigh of relief since his identity would not be revealed. Later, when the rain stopped, the priests went their separate ways, leaving their saviors behind. The commander of the Five Peaks fortress decided that the world had gone crazy, since it was exactly the same in Hefei. Turning to his men, Yencho asked them what they thought about this incident, wanting first of all to know the opinion of the incomparable Shim Yanggak. Deep in thought, the demon of Henan province replied that he had noticed a couple of suspicious things about this matter. The truth is, I couldn't fully understand whether the mountain bandit needed to worry about this. Yanggak suggested that they quickly return home and look for ways to get out of it, because if they get involved in the problems of the martial arts world, then their life will be far from sweet. After listening to the old man, the brothers began to agree with him one by one, citing arguments that coincided with the bandit's statement. Tak Gomyong drew his blade and claimed that they could set out on a journey through the mountains once they safely reached the fortress. Sobak confirmed that the second brother had become stronger, and Mahendo then asked his sister if he seemed stronger as well. But the leader asked them not to get too cocky, and although it was easier for them to deal with the masked men than before, if it weren't for Yoha, everything could have ended much worse. Everyone immediately became despondent, including the swordsman himself, who once again had the responsibility for his family on his shoulders. Encho turned to the boy and asked him to teach the brothers something more than the techniques of the first phase of the 9 heavens. The deputy also expressed his desire to learn martial arts, so that his strength would also increase with his younger brother. When, following Gomyong, the other members of the 5 Peaks began to ask for additional training, the young man sighed heavily. And throwing his sword over his shoulder, he declared that his friends had decided not to close their eyes at all that night. The brothers, every single one of them, even Yanggak, held out their swords in front of them, showing their readiness to learn. After some time, inside the abandoned shrine, the young bandit began to teach his comrades more advanced techniques. At that moment, John Joey's face was extremely focused, and his movements were sharp and precise. One swing was enough to produce a powerful shockwave, but this strike was not made by the 7th brother of the fortress. Maybeck's brother approached him and asked him why he continued to train hard, since the boy was already strong. Yong Sung Baek was the younger brother, who was also forced by his mother to learn the family technique so that he could keep up with his brother. The elder explained that there was no end to the training and that one had to constantly train both one's body and mind. The firstborn Baek Miju claimed that he still lacked chi, and his skills were not enough to face the elders of the 7 sects. The warrior who completely obeyed his mother was sure that sooner or later the sneaking dragon would have to enter into confrontation with the bandit union. And when this happens, then they will all be obliged to fight this enemy, and therefore must become stronger. By waving his blade in front of his brother, who was afraid of him, Mubak made Sungbak feel uneasy. The younger one asked what was there to worry about if they were just a bunch of mountain bandits. But Maybeck insisted that the bandit union could not be underestimated, for there was a reason why their name was on everyone's lips, along with the name of the Murima order. Pointing the tip of his sword at his brother, the warrior asked him not to shirk his training and to also take his weapon. Swinging his blade, repeating the movements exactly, Sungbak asked if it would not be more appropriate to continue training in the morning. Meanwhile, that same gang of criminals also did not sleep, which not only honed their skills, but also improved them. John Joha, who was a teacher to his brothers, trained them tirelessly so that in the future they would be able to do without his help. A swordsman who was a master of the blade had defeated the elder of the Mudan sect, so Maybeck could not relax under any circumstances. And if the rumors turn out to be true, then the current forces will not be enough to defeat such an enemy. The long journey to the Green Forest Bandit Union tournament has come to an end, and 10 heroes have returned home. The inhabitants of the fortress were incredibly happy to see the brothers, who greeted them like heroes who had accomplished a great feat. One of the criminals was worried about the leader, who was wounded during the tournament, but Poon claimed that he had long since recovered. The boss said that he was ready to rob the travelers right now, to which Hwang Yomyung replied that it would be much easier to rob them once they returned. The commander agreed that this was indeed the case, and a satisfied grin immediately appeared on the bandits' faces. It had been 2 months since the Five Peaks elite returned home, and during that time, the people in the fortress had undergone changes. Lee Cheol-san asked if a duel for status was really necessary, since he did not want to be held responsible for the wounds inflicted on his opponent. His opponent in this fight was his former friend Gideok, who stated that while Cheol-san was at the tournament, they were trained by Yomyong. By attacking his former friend, the boy wanted to become one of the 10 heroes by attacking with the first technique of the hellish blade. However, the 8th brother did not take the attacker's words seriously, because he knew that Gideoku could not defeat him. With just one movement, the brute stopped his opponent's blade, and at that moment sparks flew from it. And when the warrior looked at his weapon, he saw that Lee Cheol-san's blade had cut into the blade of his sword. But the next second the weapon shattered into pieces, and Gideok began to worry about his hellish blade. The 8th brother advised his opponent to continue training as he was not yet ready to fight him. Everyone who watched this duel began to laugh at the losing warrior, and even Han Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Gideok wondered how Lee had managed to defeat him, since their skill level had been roughly the same when they joined the gang. But the guy quickly realized that after the tournament, the warrior's aura had changed, which was also facilitated by daily training. Watching the couple Lee and Han having a sweet conversation, Gideok felt very lonely because he used to be Cheol-san's best friend. Meanwhile, Hwang Yomyung tried to convince one of the brothers that it was wrong to do so. The man asked Old Man Shim if he had listened to him at all, and the Henan province demon asked what the warrior's problem was. The bandits still didn't calm down because after the elite returned from the tournament, none of them, including the boss, took up the robbery. Instead, the brothers simply trained day after day, but Yanggak didn't see any problem with that. Then Yomyong recalled how the people from the Waryong lands had dealt with them while they were all away. Northern Sword Gumal heard about this news and asked the bandit if he demanded revenge from the boss for the incident that happened. Trying to get justice, Huang replied that he first contacted the commander. The man then demanded that Poon and his brothers show the wrath of the Five Peaks when the villains from Warring return. The criminal wanted to take double the entrance fee from them and then give them a good kicking, in order to show the others what happens for disrespecting the fortress. But the commander suddenly responded that the bandit should just let go and forget about what happened, which confused him. Encho explained that if they let a couple of these guys through, they wouldn't have any problems with money, so there was no point in escalating the situation. And after this, the commander and his deputy continued to discuss the systematic use of internal energy. Huang insisted that such a reaction from the gang leader was unacceptable, because they had many mouths to feed in the fortress. And the bandit summed it all up by saying that he wanted to arrange a duel for status with the demon of Henan province. Old Man Shim was surprised by this statement, asking the bandit who exactly he wanted to fight, and not Yong Joha by any chance. An inspired Yomyung revealed that this was just the beginning, and that Yanggak could complete what he had never done. In the past, the man had not wanted to personally fight the swordsman, so the bandit assumed that the warrior had simply decided to be cautious. Yomyong continued to say that the northern sword would fight with all its might, but he no longer listened to him. In the past, the head of the Mudan sect, Sage Chongji, lost to the 7th brother, despite all his skills and abilities. But besides this, the young bandit became a real monster who fought on equal terms with the heaven-crushing demon lord. And the fact that the rebellious criminal wanted to pit Yanggak against Joha in a duel for status infuriated the old man. He thanked them for their invisible faith in him, but Huang immediately continued that he asked Shim to come up with some kind of plan. However, suddenly, the bandit saw the provincial demon's boot in front of him, which surprised him greatly. Yangak, hitting the bandit on the head, replied that they would both die if they entered into a duel with the young swordsman. Having thrown Huang out of the building, the old man asked if he really wanted to send him to an early grave, advising him to do something useful instead. But the bandit did not understand why the warrior was on the boss's side, believing that he did not care about the future of the fortress. Shim understood that Yomyung hadn't seen how strong the young man was after the duel for status, and that's why he dared to suggest such nonsense. On top of that, the 10 heroes of the fortress studied martial arts under the guidance of Yeonjohi, and therefore also became stronger. Because of this, the bandits who had already mastered the 9 Heavens technique began to grow in skill faster than anyone could have imagined. Thanks to this, the seriously wounded Pun Yencho was able to quickly recover and return to duty, keeping up with his brothers in training. From the moment the warriors met the strangers in the abandoned shrine, they began daily training. Determined to learn and improve, all the brothers and sisters mastered new phases of the great technique. And in the time since their return, they have improved their skills incredibly, remaining the strongest in the fortress. Yangak admitted to himself that if he fought the commander now, he could easily lose, which made him feel weak. Meanwhile, in between training sessions, the 5 Summits elite decided to have some refreshments. Ho Imdal wanted to know if it was true that the leader wanted to let the scoundrels go from Waryeong, and Hendo supported him, believing that this was not how things were done. After listening to the brothers, Pun asked the others if they also thought that the traitors should be taught a lesson when they went back. Not only the brothers were silent, but also the sisters, who lowered their eyes with a guilty look. The angry bandits wondered what was wrong with them, not wanting to hear that the others also wanted to get away with the humiliation of their fortress. Raising her hand, Sobek didn't know if she should say it, but she announced that she didn't want to rob anymore. Imdal asked the girl again if she really wanted this, because what kind of bandit was he who didn't want to rob? Han Chung, who along with Lee Cholson also did not want to engage in robbery anymore, also joined her friend. The brothers were struck by lightning, claiming that they would not survive in this cruel world otherwise, and that if they left the gang, they would suffer from hunger. Gomyong stated that the 3 of them were not cut out for the gangster life, and by now, they had realized it. Chung explained that they preferred to help others rather than rob them, and when they did so on behalf of the Orthodox faction, that was when they thought about it. The bandit revealed that her previous self had joined the gang only because she was too weak to defend herself. However, now that Han Chung was capable of it, she doubted whether she needed to continue to rob and pillage. The second brother, who had been a monk in the past, was surprised that people, having understood who they were, could no longer return to what they were not. His thoughts were interrupted by the gang leader, who asked brothers number 3 and 4 if they wanted to continue being bandits. Imdal and Hendo insisted that they had been making a living this way even before joining the gang, and therefore did not feel guilty about the robberies. Although the bandits considered this an ideal way to make money, they were ready to carry out any order from the boss. And then, the head of the 5 Peaks Fortress announced that from today onwards, the 3rd and 4th brothers would lead the gang. Ho Imdal and Ma Hendo were speechless at this news and immediately asked if they had misheard it. Go Sanchong was saddened by these changes because he knew what this would lead to in the future. However, his deputy Gomyong was not surprised by such a statement and expected something similar from Poon in the near future. The commander confirmed that from that day on, he was relinquishing his authority as the head of the 5 Peaks Fortress. It was not an easy decision for the bandit, but he understood that it would be right for the gang. Han Chung, who could not accept the reality, asked Yencho how he could step down as leader. He, in turn, replied that everything was exactly as he said, also remembering how he left his children due to an unpleasant series of events. Concerned, Sobek assumed that Boss had decided to leave the mountain bandit stronghold and return back to his family. Pun answered evasively, because when he left them, it was the best way to protect his family, so he was forced to become a bandit. He didn't know if he would be able to return home after so many years, which touched his brothers, because when they went to the mountains, it was also difficult for Encho. However, the commander began to justify himself, saying that not everything was so bad, and he did not regret the time spent in the fortress. And all because I met all of them, brothers and sisters, who during this time together experienced a lot. The biggest achievement was that their group was recognized by the bandit union itself, which was one of the best moments in Pun's life. However, after the shelter expanded, he felt himself becoming stronger. Imdal decided that it was at this moment that the fortress began to remind the commander of his abandoned family. Without evading, the bandit replied that most likely that was the case, and from that moment on, he continued to think about his family. Hendo said that if this was what the elder brother wanted, then they were powerless, although the bandit did not understand why the control of the fortress was passing into their hands. Then the older brothers remembered about their deputy Tak Gomyong, who was still in the gang. But he also stated that being an orphan, he had no history behind him, and therefore he had nowhere to return to. However, at the same time, the man became so close to his older brother that he became very attached to him and decided to follow Encho to Kafan. The bandits were shocked that the second brother made such a decision without consulting his adopted family. The boss replied that he had wanted to tell them earlier but hadn't known how to bring it up, and it wasn't that they couldn't take them all with them. Gomyong told him not to be upset, since it was hard for his older brother to decide to tell him about it. Then his deputy asked Sobek if she didn't want to open a tea shop, which the girl immediately confirmed. And when the bandit reminded her that her good friend Han Chen had always dreamed of running a tavern, he embarrassed the girl. Poon joined in, believing that Li Chiao-sang could work together with Chung, which would be ideal for the couple. Her lover laughed, arguing that this would certainly be a good alternative to robbery. The man hastened to add that, despite everything that had been said, gangster work had never brought him any negative feelings. The brothers immediately began to convince the brute that he wanted to stay with them in the fortress, and that he enjoyed traveling together. But the thing was, Li just wanted to focus on training and getting stronger, and to achieve more, he needed to put in a little effort. And if he succeeds, then he will become the strongest innkeeper in all of Murim, and will be able to stand up for the establishment like a mountain. With his words, the bandit managed to impress Han Cheng, which was news to some of the gang members. Encho, thrusting his blade into the ground, shared his brother's mood, also preferring training to robbery. True, Pun did not claim that he would leave the fortress right now, and in the near future he would simply step down from his post as head, devoting more time to training. This conversation made Sobek sad, because they would all say goodbye and go their separate ways. This also meant that if the Five Peaks elite dispersed, then Joe's brother, to whom the girl was not indifferent, would also leave with them. Encho understood Bandit's feelings perfectly, but this was a life they had chosen for themselves, believing that they should all try to realize themselves in it. The third and fourth brothers exchanged glances, because for them, after the departure of Encho and Gomyong, a new life would begin in the fortress. The second brother could not even imagine that they were seeing something like this, thinking that after meeting Yoha, they had all changed a lot. Hendo agreed, although he thought that they would live together as bandits for the rest of their lives, which is something Imdal wanted to help him with. And the gang leader concluded that even if they separated, they should never forget each other. Hugging his brothers and sisters, Tak Gomyong reminded them that they remained a family until the end of their lives. And Yencho added that if any of them find themselves in a difficult situation, they should not be shy and immediately turn to their family for help. Every single one of the bandits pledged to fulfill one of the last promises they made to their leader. At this moment, the bandits' idyll was broken by one of the fortress participants, shouting about a problem that had arisen. Gomyong asked the out-of-breath Hwang Yomyong what happened, and it turned out that it was old man Shim. The man begged his brothers to help stop the northern sword Gumel, although he did not say what exactly the problem was. Because Hwang kept pausing, the brothers couldn't fully understand what he was talking about. Meanwhile, one of the three demons in Henan province was standing in front of a swordsman who was a perfect wielder of a blade. Turning to the guest, the young man asked why the old man had approached him while he was meditating. Yangaku felt awkward about telling the reason for his visit, so he came from a distance, asking if the warrior had eaten lunch. Turning away from him, the boy said that he had already had lunch with his big brother, and if the old man had nothing to say, he could go back. And at that moment, Shim Yangak shouted for Brother Yon to teach him martial arts. The young man glanced at the man out of the corner of his eye, not understanding whether he was joking or speaking seriously. Bowing, Northern Sword waited for an answer, which was unsatisfactory as he was too old for that. The guy asked not to complicate this situation, not for himself, not for him, and that he continue to live as before. However, the old man protested that up until that moment he had not felt any guilt when he robbed, beat, and killed people. Throughout his life, Yangak was hunted by the Orthodox Alliance, and eventually became a mountain bandit. The old man claimed that for him, martial arts were just a tool to control the weak. The young swordsman listened silently to the tales of the criminal on the run, trying to understand what they wanted from him. However, after Joha destroyed his arrogant judgment, everything changed radically. And when Shim saw how the fortress members used martial arts in battle, he realized one truth. Martial art could be used to save someone, two or more beautiful and wonderful than anything else. The provincial demon summed up his story by saying that this is how he became interested in the world of martial arts. But the head of the Green Forest Guard doubted that people of that age would say something like that. Yoha assumed that the old man was a neglected case, but he no longer understood why this was said. Turning to him, the swordsman asked if it was really so difficult to just ask him to teach him martial arts. Feeling uneasy, Yangak confirmed that this was what he meant, even though he said it in different words. It was true that there was a danger, because the Nine Heavens technique was difficult to learn, and the old man's ki could enter an uncontrollable state. The young man asked if the Northern Sword Gumil was ready for something like this, to which he replied that if it did happen, then so be it. Knowing that the man was so ready to learn, Yoha absolved himself of all responsibility if the student ended up on the river Styx. The guy didn't want Shim to appear in his dreams later and regret his decision, which made him very wary of the possibility of dying. Hearing the uncertainty, the swordswoman decided to let Yangak live as before, but the man tried to convince her that he would not haunt him if he died. Heo Imdal and Yang Sobong couldn't believe that old man Shim started training with Yong Joha. Huang claimed to have seen them training in the mountains with a lot of stuff, which raised concerns that Shim might have overdone his training. Until this moment, Thak Gomyung had never thought that the couple would be able to go somewhere together. The truth is that Han Cheng was not at all surprised by the old man, who, on the contrary, was more amazed by Johi's agreement to participate in this. Sobek assumed that the seventh brother remembered the old man's deeds and, despite his constant grumbling, helped a lot during the journey. As much as the deputy didn't want to admit it, he couldn't argue with Shim's usefulness, and Encho supported that the old man helped carry him to the arena. However, this raised the question of whether Yangak did this despite having a bad back. And now, with the same sore back, Northern Sword Gumil overcame himself to climb the mountain. He asked his teacher how much further they had to climb, who was unhappy that the old man had started complaining at the very beginning of their journey. Shim also needed to learn something important before they started training. If Yoha ever saw a provincial demon using the Nine Heavens art for evil, he would personally send the bandit to the next world. The man knew better than anyone how scary the boy was, so he didn't even dare think about it. Having dealt with the main point, the swordsman, when they reached the cave, suggested that his student begin training. In order to become a master of the Nine Heavens art, one had to memorize the Jiao Tan magic spell. Also, a person who has studied such a technique must get rid of any emotions. The demon of Henan province had no choice but to do absolutely everything that the young master ordered. The bandit had to sit in such a way that he could feel the heavenly flower blossoming and the fish becoming a phoenix. Yoha was genuinely surprised that at the very beginning of the training, Old Man Shim had already memorized all 300 words of the spell. Yangaku showed how hard he was trying, and since the others couldn't remember even 100 words, the warrior could become 3 times stronger than the elite of the fortress. The next day, when the swordsman woke up, he first thought that the morning sun was shining in his eyes. But the young man was greatly surprised to find that the old man was still training, whose aura had reached a new level. The man replied that the more he tried to remember the spell, the more he felt that complex thoughts were leaving his head. The bandit didn't notice how morning had come, but he also didn't notice something else that scared Yoha. Yangak, whose nose was bleeding, began to feel that something was wrong with his body. The swordsman instantly rushed towards the bandit, who suddenly fell to the ground, completely exhausted. As soon as Yoha approached the old man, he quickly hit the old man on the back with his hand to provide assistance. But this caused the northern sword Gumil to once again spit out some more blood. The young man was in a panic, because as he thought, the art of the 9 heavens was incompatible with the demonic. Since both techniques were colliding inside Shima's body, the boy wanted to try the aura method. However, he too was powerless in this situation, and Yangak began to spit blood again. Yoha didn't expect that using the energy circulation wouldn't work, which put him in a difficult position. The swordsman took the old man on his back, because if he did not get help soon, his life would be in danger. Just as the demon of the province carried Punyencho, the young bandit was already carrying him, so that he could not allow the old man to die. Having quickly run out of the cave, the young man and the seriously ill man found themselves on the edge of a high mountain. Since there was nothing else to do, the young bandit simply jumped down. Despite the breakneck speed with which both warriors fell, Yoha managed to land softly on the side of the cliff, and the very next second push off from it in order to reach the fortress as quickly as possible. Looking back, the young man regretted that they had gone so high into the mountains, because now it would take him some time to return. Suddenly, the old man, who had been lying quietly all this time, said that it was an unpleasant way to go down the mountain. Yoha was surprised when his student came to his senses, meaning that everything wasn't so bad. True, the swordsman demanded that Shim keep his promise, because if he comes in dreams, then the guy was born to leave him in the forest. Through clenched teeth, the man replied that he remembered this very well, reassuringly saying that he was a man of his word. The 7th brother stated that since the northern sword was talking, they still had time to reach the fortress. The guy advised the bandit to hold on as tightly as possible, as he was going to run with all his might. Towards evening, both warriors entered the fortress, and Shim Yangak was a doctor who did everything possible. He told the brothers that the old man had damaged all 8 additional meridians. Everything would be fine, but since the man was of an advanced age, it would be very difficult for him to fully recover. Punyencho was shocked by this statement, immediately thinking that the old man might die, which surprised the doctor. The healer immediately refuted such guesses, since he only meant martial arts, which, although they would affect his health, would allow Shim to continue to live. The frightened Yencho advised the doctor to say next time that he had already buried Yangak in advance. The doctor ordered medicine to be prepared to heal the internal wounds, but the patient was not to move without assistance. When the gang leader began to ask the demon of the province why he began to study martial arts, Yoha slammed the door behind him. What happened hit the young swordsman hard, who only agreed to train because Shim begged him so hard. But only at that moment did the young man understand that a man who had trained all his life, if deprived of such an opportunity, would consider himself dead. Northern Sword Gumil, despite his age, was a fairly strong warrior, and even such a shock could not break him. The day after the incident, brothers Hendo and Imdal continued training, as future gang leaders needed to be strong. The bandits honed their skills, not paying attention to the man sitting near them. It turned out to be Old Man Shim, who from now on was forced to move around with the help of a cane. The man's teacher sat down next to him, and he asked him if he had been training in front of him all week, because he was afraid that he would hurt himself. Laughing at his own joke, Yangak, who now looked older than his years, asked the young man how he looked now. Glancing sideways at the demon of the province, Yoha did not answer, as he still felt guilty. But after a while he still answered that Shim had aged a lot during this week, and the bandit answered him that this spring had been very cold. Yom Sawun, while striking, asked Yom Yung if it was time for the scoundrels from the estate of the sneaking dragon to return. The man the bandit had hit fell helplessly to the ground in a pile of raised dust. His comrade also wondered about this, wanting to know if they would really just let them go. However, their leader Huang could not answer all the questions, as he was busy swinging his leg at the enemy. And when he delivered his attack, he asked those present whether he had the right to speak out. The man they had beaten so hard fell heavily and finally to the ground. Huang Yomyong said that he even turned into something incomprehensible, even though he was always talking about revenge. It turned out that all this time the bandits were bullying Shim Yanggak, who was unable to fight back against the offenders. The bandit insisted that based on how badly they beat the old man, he really lost his martial arts and turned into this. Taking aim at the demon of the province, Huang claimed that he could not stand aside when such parasites united their fortress. However, at the last moment, he still failed to hit the warrior, as Yeonjoha called out to them. Bronyu was curious about who was kicking dust on the field, but when he discovered who it was, he offered to stand as their opponent. Everyone, as one, began to refuse, claiming that they were very happy with such an offer, but did not want to burden the great swordsman early in the morning. And the next second, two bandits took Huang Yomyung by the arms, who quickly said goodbye to Joha. The boy turned to old man Shim, asking if he was okay or not after everything that had been done to him. Badly battered, Yanggak replied with a smile that it had hurt more than he could have imagined. And it wasn't just his body, which was covered in bruises and abrasions. His heart was empty and hurting just as much. The man said that when he harmed others for no reason, he had no idea what it was like for them when they had no way to fight back. As he left, the swordsman praised Shima for growing up, but asked him to stop with his belated thoughts and follow him. But as soon as the demon of Henan province wanted to stand up, he felt his joints crunch. Then the old man tearfully asked his younger brother to help him before leaving, as he was not able to cope alone. Meanwhile, at the Crouching Dragon Manor, Baek Miju was introducing the honored guests to her sons. The head of the Yang clan, Great Lord Yang Jin-woon, and his assistant arrived to visit them in Warong. Brothers Maybeck and Sun Baek bowed, greeting the Great Lord, who in turn also introduced themselves to the guests. Jin-woon stated that Miss Miju's children were indeed as beautiful as the rumors said, to which the head of the estate began to make excuses. Since the honored guests were tired after a long journey, the lady led them to the estate so that they could rest from the journey. Soon, Mr. Yang thanked Baek Miju for the warm welcome, and the lady in turn also wanted to thank the guests for the marriage proposal. When the Yang clan representatives returned home, they analyzed the meeting that had just taken place. The clan leader asked Insun what he thought of the Crouching Dragon Swordsman, Maybeck's eldest son. The young man replied that the rumors that had been circulating about him had been confirmed, and the warrior really had no shortcomings. The man agreed that the boy had earned himself a name as a genius at such an early age, and helped the estate become one of the leading clans in Luoyang. There was no better candidate to be his daughter Ihwa's groom, but there was something that still bothered the young master. The current leader of the estate, Madame Baek, was often mentioned as a woman who used aggressive methods to expand her influence. Jin-woon reassured that once the marriage took place, all of this would come to naught, because the lady would not be able to continue being the head of the clan once she had a daughter-in-law. The young man noticed that his father really liked his eldest son Baek Miju, which was visible to the naked eye. In turn, the lady was pleased that Maybeck had made a proper impression on the head of the Yang clan. There was also a great opportunity to marry Miss Yang, who was so beautiful that she was called the Beauty of Zhengzhou. The mother explained to her sons that if the estate was theirs, they would no longer have to envy the 9 sects, which the youngest could not agree with. True, Maybeck himself was not entirely happy about this event, which caused discontent and irritation in Miju. The lady insisted that after the marriage the sneaking dragon would take his rightful place, wondering why the guy had such a sour expression even in front of the guests. The swordsman replied that everything was fine, but he was confused about the point regarding the young lady. The mother asked her son to forget about this and stop thinking about useless things, and for the sake of the future estate, this matter could not be postponed any longer. And then the warrior asked, and when did his opinion have any meaning, allowing the mother to do as she saw fit? Looking around, the lady began to search for Sol Ju, with whom she was dissatisfied, because despite the arrival of important guests, she still left the house. The youngest son asked his mother if she didn't know about Yon Sol Ju, the heroine woman who had been the talk of the town lately. The lady was surprised by such a nickname and ordered Maybeck to explain what it all meant. The boy was surprised that Miju didn't know about the 5 heroes of Luoyang, who were seen on the streets every day, who wanted to make money by becoming a trading group. The angry Madame Beck slammed her fist on the table and asked them not to beat around the bush, clarifying that in addition to the female hero, there were also 5 heroes of Luoyang. The guy replied that it was most likely because of the bandit union that he had been feeling pretty good lately, since there had been a lot of problems due to frequent robberies. However, the situation in Luoyang was not much different, and there were also criminals operating there who demanded that ordinary sellers meet with their boss. The man claimed that they had paid everything last week, and since there were no sales, they could not give money to the extortionists, no matter how much they wanted to. But the bandit didn't care about the merchant's problems, because he was only concerned about collecting money. Swinging his sword at the seller, the man ordered him to sell his wife or daughter if necessary and get money. Recently, the crime rate has increased so much that the government has turned a blind eye to it, and the traders have lost their foothold. Fortunately, those same heroes of Luoyang stood up for them, one of whom asked the onlookers to step aside for a moment. Rushing straight towards the bandits like an arrow, the girl declared that these scoundrels needed to be taught a lesson. Grasping the handle of the blade, the female hero prepared to use the first phase 9 Heavens World technique. The girl who was called the 4th flower due to the rise of the heavenly stalking dragon punished the criminal. The daughter of the head of the Waryong estate, one of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, Yon Sol Ju, did not understand why such worthless bandits were making a fuss. The subordinates of the bandit group immediately rushed to the deputy captain, concerned about his condition. The enraged extortionists looked at the girl and asked her if she had any idea who she had just wounded. However, the 4th flower was having a great time, amused by the fact that the criminals were playing at loyalty despite their pity. Putting her sword forward, the girl ordered them to attack her with all their might, because she, being one of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, had never run away from such enemies. And at that moment the rest of the bandits began to arrive, asking their comrades what had happened here. The man who came with several assistants asked the 4th flower if she had dealt with the deputy. The girl did not expect that the enemy would be in such numbers, but this did not frighten her, and she did not retreat in the face of difficulties. A man with scars and a large blade asked the swordswoman if she was trying to pass herself off as a heroine who lived without knowing grief. And at that very moment the man ran towards the female hero, who wanted to prove that the world was a cruel place. The guy who appeared behind Sol Ju wondered why she was late, and at the same time, she was causing herself even more trouble. Looking at the man who approached, the girl replied that this character trait was what made her so charming. The bandit who was preparing to teach the naughty girl a lesson suddenly froze in indecision in front of the stranger. In a split second, the guy slipped past the criminal, leaving a mark in the air from his blade. The robber froze in place, so impressed by what had happened that at that very moment he lost a limb. The locals, who were just watching the fight, screamed in horror when a severed hand flew towards them. The swordsman who punished the criminal was another member of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, who came from the 8th sect of immortality, Huangdong Yob. With a wild desire to avenge their master, criminals of lower rank rushed into the attack. Suddenly, another swordsman appeared behind one of the bandits, upset that his comrades were having fun without them. There was another young man with him who claimed that since Sol Ju was late, she must have gotten into trouble. The guy who came to the rescue turned out to be the second of the 5 heroes, a member of the great nature sect, O Jun-san. And his partner was the 3rd hero of Luoyang, who was part of the 7 Sons sect under the name Song San-gyuk. It was enough to make just one but precise blow to knock the criminals off their feet, after which the swordsman dealt another blow to the enemy in order to finish him off and not give him the opportunity to rise. The people who were watching the fight opened their mouths in surprise, not expecting to see something like this. Then, the remaining gang members pounced on the Luoyang heroes, who were unwilling to tolerate such treatment towards themselves. Sol Ju couldn't believe that her comrade had managed to find her, because her chances of achieving anything significant because of this were close to 0. The girl claimed that her skills alone were more than enough to deal with this rabble, which angered the bandits even more. The female hero claimed that since the other heroes had already achieved so much, she could not sit idly by. With one attack, the girl struck 2 criminals at once who did not have the slightest chance to resist her. Sunbaek claimed that people called his sister's martial art bizarre and strong, that she was 1 step ahead, like a fireball. And the guy summed up his story by saying that in this way she became one of the strongest heroines of Luoyang. Lady Miju angrily yelled that her daughter should have stayed away from martial arts and prepared for marriage. But most of all, the woman was interested in whether the youngest son knew about what his sister was doing, thereby allowing her to do it. The boy told his mother to calm down, justifying himself by saying that he had a good reason not to disturb her. Losing the last of her patience, the head of the Crouching Dragon Manor asked what the reason was. Feeling that all of his mother's anger would be poured out on him at that very moment, Sunbaek replied that the reason was to become the 5th of the 5 heroes of Luoyang. However, the main reason why the 5 heroes reached such heights was hidden in one of the team members. This girl was the 3rd daughter of the leader of a heavenly sect that belonged to one of the 9 great sects. The lady was shocked when she heard that the daughter of the leader of the heavenly sect was one of the 5 heroes. The youngest son was pleased that his mother understood everything correctly, because the swordswoman's relative was exactly the one she was thinking about. Li Yi-jong was a supreme heavenly swordsman, one of the top 10 martial artists, and the girl was his favorite granddaughter and became famous for her incredible swordsmanship. With one swing of her blade, criminals scattered like aspen leaves in a strong wind. The 5th heroine of Luoyang, who surpassed her comrades in strength, was none other than Li So-min of the heavenly sect. The people, but especially the merchants who watched the duel, rejoiced at the hero's victory. Sunbaek asked his mother to imagine that when they expanded their troops, wouldn't it be a better opportunity for them to have close ties with the heavenly sect? Maybeck listened silently to his brother's story, noting to himself that he was not particularly smart. Baek Miju gritted her teeth and asked her youngest son if he really knew his sister so little. And then the words of the head of the estate made Sunbaek doubt himself, and he began to fear his mother's anger. The lady claimed that because of her impudence, her daughter would get into trouble, and when that happened, she would not improve, but only destroy relations with the heavenly sect. Remembering what Sol Ju had always been like, the older brother replied that even if that happened, it would be the life that his sister had chosen. Because unlike him, the owner of the estate, Sul had no need to go down paths that she didn't like. The younger brother's jaw dropped at this statement, and he was afraid to think about what kind of answer would follow. The lady told her son to stop talking such nonsense and ordered Sunbaek to bring his sister back before she did something stupid, after which she added that the guy should take his older brother with him to minimize possible problems. Meanwhile, on one of the 5 peaks, Yoha asked Old Man Shim if he was upset about losing his martial art. But the man had no reason to be upset because he had lived his whole life in a world where only the strongest survived. The young man breathed a sigh of relief because in the end, the demon of the province had turned many people into mush, and he would regard this as punishment for his sins. The warrior took this with irony, which was a very reasonable explanation for his current state. The swordsman, without much enthusiasm, asked how Yangak was doing with his energy circulation. The old man replied that he was still exhausted and could not even control his own breathing. Then, Yoha asked if Shim remembered the last part of the spell, when the sky bud bloomed near him. The young man said that the sage Chonji had once told him about this when he asked what the fish needed to do to undergo a new transformation. The swordsman, who was a perfect wielder of his blade, looked at the provincial demon, wanting to know what he thought about this. With a smile, Northern Sword Gumel stated that someone like him couldn't possibly know the answer to such a question. But at that very second it dawned on the man that he had said that body restructuring was the only way. The boy dreamily replied that the other brothers could only memorize 100 words from the Jutian spell. No matter how hard the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks Fortress tried, that was all they were capable of, and therefore they did not move forward. On the other hand, Yangak was able to learn 300 in a short period of time, so his body began to ache in pain, which was quite natural. Therefore, if a warrior was able to unlock the sealed energy, couldn't he become 3 times stronger than others? Yangak brightened as he realized that he still had a chance to restore his internal energy. Before becoming stronger than he was before, the man needed to clarify something with the boy. However, the swordsman disappointed him by claiming that Shim would die of old age before he could regain his martial arts, so it was all in vain. But the demon of Henan province was willing to argue with this, since the heavens had allowed him to learn 300 words of the spell. Yoha found it funny that the villain believed in the will of heaven, and a person really needed to live a long life to see absolutely everything. And then the man became wary, wondering if the swordsman was too young to make such statements. The young man replied that he had said everything he wanted, suggesting that he go down, otherwise the head of the fortress would start to reprimand him for being strict with the sickly old man. However, before returning, the boy began to swing his sword, demonstrating his technique to Shimu. The man suddenly wondered if it was because he had been watching Joey's training all the time, but his punches seemed different. Northern Sword caught himself thinking that he simply didn't notice it because of how strong the guy was. And yet, the old man could not shake the feeling that there was something wrong with the Five Peaks Swordsman. And then, even though he knew that the young bandit didn't like him, he interrupted his training. Looking irritably at the seriously ill man, Yoha asked why Yangak was distracting him this time. And the man replied that he had a feeling that the boy's martial art was meant for swords, not blades. The seventh brother, confused, asked again if there was a difference between these statements. The old man smiled and replied that it was quite big, and knowing that Yoha had studied with the sage Chongji, he wanted to know what exactly. Shim explained that the sword and blade techniques were as different as the earth and sky, that is, the difference was enormous. Therefore, if one were to use the sword technique with the current blade, the power of the technique would be half as strong, which made the swordsman think. The young man replied that the boss had given him this blade when he first entered the fortress, and at that time no one had yet used a sword as a weapon. And since it was a gift from Pun Yencho, Yoha couldn't just throw it away and continue to use it to this day. Yangak didn't worry too much about it because even with such a weapon, the guy managed to defeat the sage Chonji. However, if Yoha dares to change this blade for a real sword, it is unknown how strong it will become. Noticing how intently the old man was looking at him, the young man shuddered, demanding an immediate explanation. And at the same time, 5 heroes of this place gathered in the tea house of Luoyang. Huang Dongyab turned to his comrades and asked if everyone had written and left their letters as they were told. The second and third heroes of the 5, O Jun Sang and Song Sang Gyuk, nodded affirmatively to the leader's question. The remaining 2 heroines, Yan Sol Ju and Li So Min, also responded in the same way, nodding their heads. Coming from different groups in Luoyang, they wanted to travel around Jianhu together, leaving messages, the first of which was for the 8 immortal sects. They were also sent to the great sect of nature, where the servant who received the letter told the master to look at it. And the leaders of the sect of the Seven Sons, reading the letter, cried from the mountain, "You wonder what they had to do now, too." The heavenly sect reacted to the letter more reservedly, arguing that it was not worth making such a fuss about. However, the only one who became furious was the head of the Warang estate, who crumpled the letter after reading it. The lady screamed in displeasure that her daughter had decided to travel around Jianhu, asking her servants why they had not found her yet. The fifth heroine asked a colleague if her mother would be angry, since she was known for her bad temper. Solju replied that her mother had been trying to talk about her wedding a lot lately, so she decided to show how serious she was. The girl asked her friend if she would have any trouble when the daughter of the leader of the heavenly sect wandered around Jiangsu. Li So-min also claimed that she would not marry a stranger just because her father wanted it that way. After which the swordswoman asked if she shouldn't take her life into her own hands since she was born into a family of martial arts masters. With this phrase, she pricked Baek Miju's daughter in the most painful place in order to appear better than she actually was. Song Sang-gyuk tried to calm the girls down, trying to let them know that he saw how serious they both were. Oh Jun-sang insisted that it was time to get ready, because if they didn't hesitate, their families might send people after them. Hwang Dong-yab regretted that, despite their age, there was still a lot of control from their parents. Then Sul supported him, indignant that their parents had also made a name for themselves by traveling along the Jianhu. The girl asked the leader of the five where they should go first when they began their journey. For their first case, the guy chose Mount Pingding, which was the fortress of the Crimson Wind. In those parts, two notorious criminals were established, who were called the Bandit of Hell and the Bandit Killer. To Ms. Yan, the bandits' names were quite silly, while her comrade Jun Sang clarified whether they would be joining the Yuzu trade union. The first hero insisted that if the driver had found out about their plan to get into the fortress, they would have gotten scared and barricaded themselves. Therefore, the guy suggested traveling with the trade union, to which his comrades agreed, laying their blades on the table. The five heroes of Luoyang were ready to set out on their journey and take their first step on the Jianhu. Thus, the five brave warriors set out with the intention of crushing the fortress of the Green Forest. Beyond their first destination, the Crimson Wind Fortress, was the place they would eventually arrive at. It was there that the man who was waiting for them was, a swordsman who was a perfect wielder of the blade from the Five Peaks Fortress. But before the five warriors met the bandit, something was happening in Nanjing, in the Orthodox Alliance. The leader of the alliance, Mr. Jang Gang-ho, who was also known as the Stormblade, was receiving the guest. The man asked if it was true that last year, the Suwon trading group from the Fuyang Union was killed by a group of people in black clothes. The man sitting opposite, who was the chief advisor named Jagal Seong-woon, confirmed this. The divine strategist, although he had no direct evidence, had some guesses as to who the killers were. According to Song-woon, they could have been people from the Black Shadow Corps of the Yomeng demonic cult. Jan Gang-ho was worried that the representatives of this sect were making their presence known again. The divine strategist turned around and declared that he knew who the people were who saved him from the Black Shadow Corps. The guest's gaze fell on the young lady, who had been standing nearby silently all this time. The girl replied that the team of warriors who had helped them called themselves the School of the Soaring Dragon. It was about the bandits from the Five Peaks Fortress, who used this name to gain unhindered access to the Green Forest. Jagal Seong-woon replied that even though it was a small sect, he was unable to find any information about it. However, based on the words of the survivors, one interesting fact emerged. Among the school's participants was a young swordsman who single-handedly crushed the Black Shadow Corps. Mr. Jan was surprised that the young man would do such a thing, asking how this was possible. The Black Shadow Corps were renowned for their skill and brutality, making them extremely difficult to defeat. But anyone who could defeat them alone would have to be at the level of the top 10 martial artists. Based on this, Gang Ho came to the conclusion that the nameless boy was already at a similar level to the strongest masters. Thanks to the achievements of Yeon Muryong, the moon-cutting swordsman, and the Blade Emperor Namgung Baek, they defeated the strongest enemy. Along with this, the Orthodox Alliance was able to defeat and put an end to the demonic cult of Yomung. The cult had 4 small groups that could easily wipe out a small sect without blinking an eye. They were known as the Demon Slayer Squad, the Destruction Squad, the Victory Squad, and the Dubei Squad. The Victory Squad, which ruled Zhanghai, sent a letter before the war broke out. It spoke of the pursuit of unknown kidnappers, whom the Victory Squad found, but were attacked by them. However, the people in black clothes with whom the warriors fought left no survivors. All the people who carried out this assignment disappeared without a trace, and so far the information has not been confirmed. But despite this, the Stormblade had information about who these reavers could be. The people who destroyed the Victory Squad were most likely the corpses of the Black Shadow of the Yomung remote control. Jegal Seongwon claimed that it was a notorious and evil group that was completely destroyed by a nameless young swordsman. That was why the young man reminded Gang Ho of the warrior who had become famous 20 years ago, the moon-cutting swordsman Yan Muryong. The advisor was glad, because if a hero like the legend of the past appeared, it would only play into their hands. The truth was that the divine strategist was embarrassed by the fact that the young man was another headache as a heaven-shattering demonic lord. The guest was partly right, but Mr. John claimed that they introduced themselves as an orthodox sect, which forced him to learn more about the soaring dragon school. However, Song-woon brought up the unresolved issue regarding the demonic cult of Yomung. Based on Master Gongbek's words, the man said that hundreds of monks and nuns had disappeared in Henan, and similar incidents had occurred in other regions. Stormblade was wary, not wanting the rumors that the Yomung cult was sacrificing people to be confirmed. One of the representatives of this cult answered the Orthodox sect what they wanted to achieve by sacrificing people. Thus, warriors received superpowers that helped them leave behind the boundaries of conventional martial arts. But to achieve this goal, sacrifices were necessary, which shocked ordinary warriors. Recalling the events of the past years, Jang Gang-ho recalled the words of the cult member, although at the time he thought that it all looked very strange. And if what I heard was true, then in the last few years, up until this moment, the Yomung cult had masters who possessed similar powers. The divine strategist noted that the master's words no longer seemed laughable if the sect really did sacrifice people. It is quite possible that the cult could be hiding in the area where Deng Cho's decapitated body was previously found. Song-woon asked if they should ask the Victory Squad that was in the Heavenly Sect to look into the matter. With a heavy sigh, Gang Ho didn't want to involve the Victory Squad anymore, lest he lose them a second time. The advisor did not know that this worried the gentleman so much that he suggested asking for help from combat units from the surrounding area so that they would send reinforcements. Since they had no choice, Stormblade agreed to this, because they needed to find out the location of the cult as soon as possible. In this regard, the head of the Orthodox Alliance Nanjin sent a message to the Allies. These were the first steps the Alliance began to take in tracking down the demonic cult of Yomung. Near the Inhwa River, in a secret and secluded place, there was a building hidden from view. In the very wilderness was the fortress of one of the 7 archdemon generals, which was located in the Yunhua Pavilion. The leader sat on his throne, surrounded by a dozen subjects who lowered their heads before him as a sign of their submission. The demon of power informed the Lord that something strange was happening with the estate of light that was providing many sacrificial offerings. The man told the owner that most likely, the Manor of Light wanted to take the position of the heavenly demon king. Chaos sword demon Chok Jink. Yun lost his desire to drink when he heard such news. The scarred man stated that if an ally sacrificed 1,000 people, he would never become the heavenly demon king. Because everyone used the same 8-bead bell, the difference between soldiers and generals lay in the different spells. And the only one who could know the spell of the heavenly demon king was the head of the cult, the demon of illusion and the moon. Sage joined their hands and together offered prayers for marriage, but their efforts would be in vain. The demon of power asked again, Didn't the head of the cult disappear several years ago, with whose disappearance these two could be connected? Hearing this, Chuck Jink Yoon laughed, not believing that the couple had locked the cult leader in a secret place. The man said, what if it was true? Then they could also capture him as a demonic soldier, such as him, the archdemon general. All of the Chaos Sword Demon's subordinates were greatly surprised, but he claimed that this was impossible under any circumstances. In the past, the cult leader was an archdemon general, and the two were just demonic soldiers, and the general couldn't be defeated even by 100 soldiers. The demon of darkness, turning to the Lord, asked him not to ignore what his colleague had said. According to the warrior, the moon sage was not one of those who could be so easily underestimated. Jink Yun agreed, and decided to keep his ears open as well, and ordered the peerless demon and the shadow demon to find out what was on the light demon's mind. Just as the archdemon's subjects had committed to carrying out his order, another servant burst into the pavilion. The demon of power asked the new arrival why he had made so much noise during the meeting of the Lord. The man reported that there were huge problems, as the Orthodox Alliance and Luoyang's combat groups were searching near the rivers of the Yunhua Pavilion. Asking if they had become suspicious of this place as well, Mr. Chalk replied that they no longer had any need to hide. And his subordinates' eyes instantly lit up with a wild gleam, just waiting for the opportunity to demonstrate their strength. The Lord claimed that the dogs of the Orthodox Alliance dug their own graves due to their ignorance. And at that moment, the sky above the Alliance soldiers turned red, which caused all the warriors to become confused. The children of Mr. Namgung, who were also in these parts with the Alliance, watched the two red moons. Chan asked his sister if these weren't the Crimson Moon twins that they only knew about from books. This anomaly was a sign that something was about to happen that would foretell the future of the country. It was a terrifying sign when a fiery star threatened the Heavenly One, which at the same time did not reveal a certain figure of a warrior. The lovely seer who discovered her saw in this figure her own father, which only made her wary. Calling out to her brother, John reported that their father could be in danger and then ran off in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, the Blade Emperor also watched the Crimson Twin Moons, realizing what might come next. In the Mudan Mountains of Hagen Province, twin crimson moons could also be seen. The Elder of Heaven and Earth, Chongji, looked at the possible predictions regarding the anomaly that had appeared. To his horror, the man confirmed his worst fears about a sign from above. In the previous 20 years, he had never seen a dark omen that foreshadowed a natural cataclysm. At the Bandit Union headquarters, Rio Shu asked her father if this sign meant that the heavens had gone mad. It was the first time the Demon Lord's daughter had seen something like this, and she wanted to know what it could mean. Seok Muhi replied that the sky seemed to be bleeding, which was exactly the same as what happened 20 years ago. The young bandit was surprised and asked her father if he had spoken about those very events. The man broke into a satisfied smile, wondering if it would all happen again. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Yinhua River, Orthodox Alliance soldiers were being brutally killed. The land was strewn with a mountain of corpses, among which there was not a single subject of the demon of the Sword of Chaos. His henchmen single-handedly took down a dozen fighters who were superior to the Luoyang soldiers in every way. The demon of power stretched into a satisfied smile, as he had long been eager to crush the Orthodox Alliance. No matter what the provincial soldiers did, it did not save them from the death of Chok Jink Yun's subordinates. The Alliance squad leader ordered the warrior to get out of this battle so that he would be the only one who could warn the order about the impending threat. Stuttering, the warrior carried out the commander's order, hoping that his comrade would save himself. But as soon as the soldier set off to deliver a report to his clan, the leader of the entire enemy gang stood in his way. The man, holding the head of one of the Alliance warriors in his hands, was surprised that the soldiers themselves came here in search of the sect and were going to flee. According to Jink Yun, this meant that warriors could not leave the battlefield at their own will. Because from this point on, things were getting much more interesting, and to prove it, the archdemon screamed loudly. The head of the soldier who was supposed to warn the order suddenly exploded into tiny pieces. At the same time, in Hefei, Namgung Baek was wondering if those red stars were Mars and Scorpio. With the appearance of the ominous sign, the man wondered what was going on in the Muraim, since such a troubled time had come. And while the Blade Emperor was pondering this question, a squad from the Black Shadow Corps rushed through the palace. In a matter of seconds, the warriors of the demonic sect were already standing in front of Lord Namgung. Addressing the warriors, the martial artist explained that he was trying to calm his upset heart due to the ominous sign. But at that moment, uninvited guests arrived, and he asked them how they dared to set foot on the territory under his control. The girl who came after the warriors noted the pressure from the Blade Emperor, and she did not expect to see him so terrifying in the face of the army. One of the generals of the demonic sect asked if the warrior had forgotten that sometimes overconfidence led to collapse. Recognizing the girl as the old fox Soho, known as the Veiled Youth, Namgung Baek wondered what was going on, since their clans had no conflicts. The Blade Emperor asked the unwanted guests if they had really grown so old that they no longer understood who they were dealing with. The girl was outraged by such impudence on the part of Namgun, and her friend supported her, claiming that the warrior's courage was commensurate with his name. After which she added that the impudence was exactly the same as 20 years ago, when they were already dating. Mr. Namgung couldn't believe his eyes that in front of him was the enemy that he and Yeon Muryong had defeated in the past. When asked how she managed to do this, the woman replied that it was obvious, for she had returned from hell to take revenge. A giant snake appeared behind the moon sage, which was supposed to help her defeat the warrior. The demon leader declared that she would repay Namgung for what the warrior had put her through 20 years ago. The man did not retreat, but on the contrary, grabbed his blade, inviting the enemy to attack him. Counterattacking, the Blade Emperor rushed at his enemy, assuring that he would finish him off today no matter what. At that moment, the weapons of both the strongest warriors touched and created a spark from the impact. However, the next second, the warriors' attacks caused a huge explosion, which once again plunged Murim into a bloodbath, which returned to the world of martial arts. Through the thickets of the forest on the border of Hefei, the young lady and her brother hurried home in order to stop the impending disaster. And the closer Namgung Yeon got to her home, the less doubt she had about the appearance of dark forces. Whatever it took, the girl wanted to save all her family and friends who could be in danger at that moment. Thus, the Orthodox Alliance, the 7 sects, the 2 schools, and the smaller sects learned about the demonic cult. All of them, and even the bandit union, began to prepare for the upcoming war, spreading messages about it. Reading them, all schools and sects understood that it would not be possible to simply run away from the enemy, but that a meeting with him was inevitable. At the same time, despite the moon appearing in the sky, the trade union caravan was moving along Mount Bagan. The place was a red sand fortress that welcomed the traders, who were asked to pay a fee by the bandits. However, the bandits had no idea that among the merchants were the 5 heroes of Luoyang who intended to oppose them. The irony of fate was that you could not escape the enemy you were destined to meet. This was not only about Solju, but also about Yongjohu, who was looking at the reddened sky with suspicion. Pun Yencho, without taking his eyes off the natural anomaly, said that he had never seen anything like it before. Gomyong could not help but agree with him, and asked Old Man Shim if he knew why the sky looked like that. However, the demon of Henan province was not entirely sure why this happened. According to Yanggak, something similar happened once, but everything was a little different. 20 years ago, there was a terrible war that the Orthodox Alliance won only with the help of the moon-cutting swordsman and the Blade Emperor. True, there were more victims than survivors, and almost all the sects disappeared then, and the current event looked like a bloody war of a dark sect. The fortress leader and his deputy were scared when they heard about the dark spectral sect. Seeing the worry on the brothers' faces, Sobaek was also worried about this news. Then the bandit explained that this sect was a very formidable enemy, and if they had not been stopped in time, then Murim would have definitely become a living hell, According to rumors, the dark spectral sect used humans as sacrifices to gain the power of their martial arts. The bandits were shocked that someone could act so cruelly as to sacrifice living people. Old Man Shim said that it was just a suspicion, although not without common sense. The group in black robes they met on their way to the Bandit Alliance tournament was suspicious. And the bandits should also take into account all the kidnappings of monks, which now did not make sense. All this, according to the Northern Sword Gamil, was very similar to the action of a dark spectral sect. The brothers asked the old man why he had frightened them so much, deciding that these were just his guesses. The former warrior confirmed that this was indeed the case. However, the Moon Swordsman had died and the Sword Emperor was too old. Because of this, the entire Murim could be plunged into a bloodbath on the level of a real cataclysm. The criminals felt uneasy about this news, even though they had an ace up their sleeve for such a case. The brothers replied that they had someone to rely on, and looking all in one direction, they asked again if everything would be okay. John Yoha, who was the focus of all eyes at that moment, did not expect that the brothers were talking about him. Ensho, who was hanging on the young man, replied that everything would certainly be fine because they had Joha. After which, he immediately added that they would not rely solely on the swordsman's abilities. Since the warriors were trained by the strongest of them, they could also withstand the impending threat. And whatever happens next, Poon says the elite 5 summits combined will help overcome anything. Soon, the 7th brother joined the bandits' words, claiming that he would save his family in any case. With a stern expression, the boy declared that no one could touch them, not even an enemy like the demonic sect. Thus, together with the other sects and schools, the 5 Peaks Fortress decided to fight the dangerous enemy. The next day, the Huayang Trade Union caravan continued on its way despite the obstacles that had arisen earlier. In parallel with him, the mercenaries followed, quickly and deftly leaving their surveillance positions. And some bandits even began to fall from trees, hoping to create the effect of surprise. The merchants opened their mouths at the sight of their falling opponents, clearly not expecting such an appearance. But no matter how the criminals showed themselves, they were unable to make the slightest impression on the 5 heroes of Luoyang. Having landed, the bandit group finally blocked the road to the trade union caravan. Crimson Wind Vice Chief Yeo Beom asked the Heavenly Wind Swordsman why he hadn't paid them. Trying to contain his emotions, the Divine Medicine Squad captain stated that he had no intention of leaving. Yang Mugi, that was the man's name, was looking forward to meeting the scum of the Crimson Wind. The deputy was confused, asking the Heavenly Wind Swordsman again if the squad had really been expecting them to appear. Mr. Yang confirmed that this was true, and whenever he thought about the existence of such bandits, he would wake up with his heart filled with anger. The man insisted that the criminals would not receive a penny, and his subordinate asked whether he wanted to release the warriors accompanying them for battle. Another one came to the group of bandits, claiming that he had pitied them last time, but apparently he had done so in vain. The gang leader, the hellish butcher Zhang Hanhui, claimed that he had given a discount on the entrance fee, but instead of gratitude, the merchants tried to step over them. And then the criminal shouted that he was raising the price to 100 nians and ordered his men to make sure that the merchants paid every last coin. Huang Dong-geb said that he had heard a lot about this gang, and now he could see the hellish butcher of the Crimson Wind with his own eyes. The 5 heroes of Luoyang, despite being surrounded by bandits, did not show even a drop of fear. Looking at the squad, the leader of the gang was confused. Seeing the smiles of some of the guys, he considered them somehow strange. With his comrades holding out their swords in front of them, Huang introduced himself, explaining that they had come here to get rid of the annoying rats of the Green Forest. Zhang Hanhui remembered hearing about a certain group of young warriors who fancied themselves heroes and wandered around the Murimu. The swordsman introduced himself as Huang Dong-geb, the eldest of the 5 heroes, also mentioning that he was a disciple of the 8 Immortals sect. And while the warriors' other comrades continued to introduce themselves, the butcher thought that even if they were defeated, they would not gain anything from it. However, this was not the worst thing, because if the bandits lost, they would be disgraced, not to mention mortal wounds. Yobam whispered that if the leader needed to leave due to nature's call, he could deal with the upstarts, which only angered Zhang even more. Meanwhile, it was the turn of the fourth heroine, Li So-min, who was a first-class disciple of the heavenly sect. And while Yeobeom waited for the warriors to finish introducing themselves, his master became wary when he heard about the heavenly sect. Then the man told the girl to immediately answer his question about her grandfather's name. The question was so sudden that So-min was at a loss at first, but quickly got her bearings and replied that it was Li Yi-jong. The bandit broke out in a cold sweat when he asked if the girl could then be the granddaughter of the great heavenly sword. Without waiting for her colleague's response, Sol-ju continued her introduction, mentioning that she was from Waryeong. And then the leader of the Crimson Sand Gang swung his sword while cursing foully. Hwang Dong-geb and Oh Jun-sang stood there in confusion as they tried to understand the criminal's strange actions. In a split second, several enemy blades cracked into small, sharp pieces. The Crimson Sand members stood in confusion as each of their weapons were broken. The deputy commander also felt awkward and asked the chief what had suddenly come over him. The Hell Butcher replied that although he worked for the Green Forest, he greatly respected the great heavenly sword. Running back, the bandit asked how his men could raise a sword against the granddaughter of the great warrior, calling them crazy to boot. The man said that as a sign of respect for Li Yi-jong, he would make an exception and let the trade union pass, wishing them a safe journey back. The Crimson Sand bandit group didn't even know how to react to this situation. And while So-min was impressed by what she saw, Sol-ju was indignant that the bandits dared to interrupt her performance. The girl told the rest to go to her immediately, and this time she fully introduced herself to them. However, the very next second, all the criminals, without exception, ran away, shouting after them that they were not interested. Yang Mugi laughed as his enemies fled, saying that the bandits were only good at talking. Turning to his team, the man happily declared that they, the Huayang Trade Union, were lucky to have met the 5 heroes of Luoyang. The boys began to make excuses because they didn't even have to draw their swords because So-min's family was so famous. Without hiding her displeasure, Sol-ju said that because of this reputation, they might not be able to deal with the 5 Peaks Fortress. The girl insisted that they would do nothing during the journey, but one of the merchants replied that these mountain bandits were very different. Based on the rumors that the man heard, the sage Chong-ji, who wanted to conquer the fortress, decided to stop pursuing and return home. The heroes of Luoyang were shocked, asking again if this was about the living legend Mudan, the elder of her sect. Yun Sol-ju did not believe the dirty rumors, believing that they were spread by local mountain gangs, and So-min agreed with her that she did not believe that a sage could do such a thing. An inspired Yang Mugi claimed that if the 5 had driven away the Hell Butcher of Pingding Mountain with just their greeting, then they had nothing to worry about. The captain of the Divine Medicine Squad suggested moving forward, pointing to the nearest mountains. This was the territory of the 5 Peaks, but the overconfident warriors had no idea who they would meet there. At this time, brothers Yancho and Gomyong were practicing the technique they had learned in joint sparring. Also training with them was John Joha, whose aura was strikingly different from that of his brothers. The training of the young bandit was observed by an old man named Shim, who had lost his martial art, who was sitting nearby. Sisters Han Chung and Sobaek informed everyone that they were going out to get drinks. Sobaek said that once they set a goal and started training, everyone seemed to train even harder. As she passed by the bushes, the bandit suddenly heard a familiar voice addressing the Huayang Trade Union. When the girls looked out, they saw Huang Yumyong arguing with the union that dared to call a bunch of scum who called themselves the heroes of Luoyang. The sisters watched with interest the squabble between the bandits of their fortress and the unknown warriors. The first among the heroes, Hwang Dong-geb, replied that they would find out whether they were trash or not after the battle, after which he demanded that the head of the enemy detachment bring them 10 elite bandits from the 5 Peaks. Clutching his blade, Yomyong was displeased that first the people from Waryeong had come to them, and now Huayang was looking down on them. As he charged, the man shouted that this time they would defeat the enemy as a warning to the rest of the trade union. Just as Chen was about to go back and tell the others, her friend stopped her and advised her to take a look at the battlefield. The 5 heroes of Luoyang went into battle, and the red-haired girl shouted that the moment had finally arrived. And the next moment she explained that this was their first official fight as a 5-piece. However, it was not destined to happen, as a sharp blade was flying in their direction. The weapon entered the ground spectacularly just before the clash between the 2 warring squads. The 5 heroes of Luoyang suddenly stopped, looking in confusion in the direction from which the sword came. The sisters asked their older brothers that they had arrived on time and how they had gotten there. And the warrior who stopped the fight. There was, of course, the swordsman of the 5 peaks, who wielded the blade perfectly. The hot-tempered Yeon Sol-ju looked at her stepbrother with displeasure and asked who this guy was. Following the stranger who stopped the duel, the rest of the elite figures of the fortress appeared. With tears in his eyes, Hwang Yomyong met his brothers, who practically saved his life and the rest of the gang members. Han Chung asked Yencho when they managed to get here that they came down to the strange noise, miraculously managing to arrive on time. Omitting formalities, Pun asked who these warriors were and whether they knew whose territory they had entered. And while Yang Mugi was insulting the mountain bandits, his assistant was trying to convince the master that he had to be careful with the 5 peaks. The man replied that he knew who was in front of him, because he had come here specifically with the rising heroes. The head of the trade union claimed that they were heading towards Yanzu, which alerted Johu. Shim Yangak, who was growing older by the minute, explained that it was a kind of ritual where famous disciples of the old sects defeated the villains. Encho couldn't understand why the young warriors had to earn a reputation in this particular place. The elder brothers confirmed that they were just 5 Peaks Fortress, ordinary mountain bandits. Northern Sword Gumil knew that the consequences would be obvious, but he wanted to first know the names of the glorious warriors, as well as the place where they came from. The master said that in front of the bandits was a disciple of the immortal sect, and the first of the 5 heroes of Luoyang. With a mocking tone, Yong Joha said that in his opinion, the heroes of Luoyang were seriously lacking something. The swordsman said that the people in front of them were simple-minded, since they could not introduce themselves because they had already grown out of childhood. The heroines of the 5 were outraged by such treatment, even though each gang behaved the same way. Lee So-min was surprised when Sister Yeon suddenly headed towards the mountain where there were 10 warriors on top. The girl shouted that she would not tolerate impudence not only from criminals, but also from such a young man. By jumping up, the female hero wanted to personally show the tomboy how cruel this world could be. However, Yoha took Solju's words as complete nonsense, asking her if she herself was as young as he was. Gritting her teeth, the heroine of the Luoyang 5 considered this behavior to be terribly tactless. The swordswoman wanted to see how long the boy's bragging would last in front of the 9 heavens ascension technique of the soaring heavenly dragon. The next moment, an explosion was heard from the top of the mountain as the swordswoman launched an attack at Joha. However, the girl was surprised when she saw that the young man she was aiming at was behind her. Since the guy knew the 9 heavens technique perfectly, he also knew the ascension of the soaring heavenly dragon. While still in the air, Solju began to turn towards her opponent. Her comrades began to happily praise Sister Yan for demonstrating the power of her family technique. As soon as Joha landed on the ground, he found himself next to the sword with which he had dispersed the Luoyang 5 and the fortress detachment. Grabbing the handle of the weapon, the guy began to ask who his mysterious opponent was. Looking at her half-turned, the young man was eager to find out who else could use the first phase of the 9 heavens technique besides him. However, Baekmiju's daughter thought that the young bandit was scared, but it was too late to regret it. The girl fell like a stone at great speed straight towards the swordsman of the 5 peaks. She said that she was one of the heroes of Luoyang and represented the Waryong estate, giving her name as Yeon Sol-ju. And at that moment, Yoa froze in surprise like a statue, not believing the words he heard. The girl's words also surprised Sobek's sister, who did not believe that she was from Vareng. But when Solju was already very close, the swordsman, who was a perfect wielder of the blade, did not move an inch. At that moment, the young man recognized his opponent, who was the same girl from the estate. Back then, she was no older than him, who was always next to his evil stepmother, Baek Miju. The girl with burning eyes and a creepy smile enjoyed the suffering of her brother, whom she constantly mocked. Remembering who was in front of him, the guy broke into a smile, saying how disgustingly that girl behaved. After which, the angry warrior's blade caught fire, turning into a completely different weapon. Swinging it, the swordsman attacked the heroine of Luoyang with one of his advanced techniques, causing the dust lying on the ground to scatter in all directions. Solju was shocked by this attack, as she had never seen anything like it before. As a result, the girl who was going straight at Yoha was unable to block the attack and was wounded. The wounded and exhausted swordswoman fell heavily to the ground, unable to even land normally. The head of the trade union and his assistant froze, as they were confident in the victory of the hired bodyguards. The guys from the Luoyang team had the same reaction and were so excited that they could barely pronounce Sister Yan's name. Solju was shaking all over as she tried to push herself up using the strength she had left. Breathing heavily, the girl with frightened eyes asked herself what had just happened, unable to comprehend what had happened. Looking at her opponent, the heroine of Luoyang realized with horror that the guy was on a completely different level compared to them. However, her tenacity and unwillingness to lose to the bandit eventually forced the swordswoman to rise to her feet. Now John Yoha asked his sister her own question. Was she finally afraid of her opponent? A memory arose in the young bandit's mind of how he was bullied as a child, called a beggar. The cruel children threw stones at him, despite all the boy's requests and pleas to stop it. At the head of these children then stood the young Solju, who insisted that there was a beggar living in Waryeong who was amused by this act. The guy got angry and said angrily that he hadn't even started the battle yet, and everything that had happened before was just a warm-up. Then the young swordsman began to run around the heroine of Luoyang, who had no idea what he had planned. When the young man stopped, he also lifted the stone lying on the ground along with the dust that had been raised into the air. The image of Sul throwing stones at him with a satisfied smile on her face appeared before him again. Now the swordsman was smiling, thanking his opponent for having come all this way to him. And after these words were spoken, the young bandit swung his sword and struck the stone raised into the air. Baek Miju's daughter was terrified by the strength of her opponent who attacked her in such a sudden manner. Although the girl covered herself with her sword, trying to block the attack, the recoil was so strong that it still knocked her off her feet. The girls named brothers from the 5 heroes watched the fight and felt their helplessness in front of such a strong opponent. John Yoha watched with a stern expression on his face as the offender from his past felt now. Once again, after a strong attack from a young bandit, Solju stood up again, with more and more rage flaring up inside her. The girl was surprised, because perhaps the rumors about the fortress of the 5 peaks were not a fiction, as she had believed until that moment. With her eyes blazing with anger, the swordswoman rushed at the enemy, asking how he would speak after the second phase of her technique. Before the heroine of Luoyang could finish the great dragon technique, the young man blocked it with his bare hands. With a satisfied grin, the guy asked his rival if this was the best she could do. The girl was shocked not only by the blocking of her attack, but also by the fact that how the guy managed to quickly get near her. And the very next second, Yoha hit the swordswoman in the stomach with the hilt of his sword, causing her to lose her breath. Solju bent over in pain, and due to the recoil, she slid back, grabbing the place where the blow landed. Gomyong was surprised that his younger brother was especially merciless today, which caused the other brothers to look wary. Pun Yencho also agreed with this, claiming that if they had been on the road, the boy would have finished them off with one blow. Solju kept her eyes on the young bandit and sweat dropped, regretting that she had underestimated her enemy. Meanwhile, Yoha, with a blow to the ground, lifted several stones lying on it into the air. Maybeck, who also watched the fight, remembered her younger brother's story that evening. Then Yoha told the bandit that he had lived for 10 years, being locked up all that time in the warring estate. The young swordsman's opponent was none other than the owners of the Varenga estate, who turned his life into hell. With an angry expression on his face, the boy turned to his sister, warning her that he would not back down. The young man advised the girl to be wary of the stones, who was puzzled by the threat that had arisen, doubting her own strength. With one powerful blow, the Five Peaks Fortress swordsman sent all the stones raised in the air straight towards the heroine of Luoyang. Sol-ju, who was kneeling at that moment, watched as the stones approached her incredibly quickly. The swordswoman covered her face with her hands, but the stones never reached her as Lee So-min suddenly intervened in the fight. Turning to her sister, the disciple of the heavenly sect ordered the girl to immediately pull herself together. A smile appeared on Sol-ju's rather tired face, because no matter how much she disliked So-min, at that moment she was glad to see her. And then, the heroine of Loyana suggested to her friend to join forces and defeat the impudent criminal together. The young man stated that the unification of swordswomen would not end well and would not give them anything in the end. And in order for his words not to seem like empty words, the seventh brother of the fortress elite attacked his new opponent. Lee So-min froze in horror as a swordsman's attack, which she had never seen before, came towards her. The heroine of the five was surprised by how all-consuming the pressure was caused by the young bandit's blow. The next moment, Lee So-min's head flew off her shoulders, sending a fountain of blood everywhere. However, all of this was a figment of her imagination, which was caused by the presence of energy that came from the enemy attack. Sol-ju, who was watching from the side, became alarmed by her sister's strange behavior, who froze in place in indecision. The girl watched Yoha, fearing that he would approach her because of his strong energy. The guy advised the girl to stand still, since he was only concerned about her friend with red hair. Sol-ju bared her teeth at her opponent, not fully understanding why he was so angry with her. Oh Jun-sung, who was standing hesitantly with the rest of the team, asked the first hero what they needed to do. As much as Hwang Dong-geb wanted to help, interfering in someone else's duel was against the rules of the martial arts world. Such actions could undermine the great purpose of their journey, which was to create an impeccable reputation. The sister who came to help introduced herself as Lee So-min, a disciple of the righteous sect. As she went on the attack, the girl claimed that no matter how strong the guy was, she had never lost to an ordinary bandit. To his regret, Yoha discovered that the girl who came to his aid was not as smart as he had initially thought. One blow was enough to teach the budding heroine a lesson, and she flew off to the side with force. Yang Mugi was surprised that even a disciple of the righteous heavenly sect couldn't capture a simple bandit. Looking at the girl helplessly falling after the attack, the man thought that this could turn into a big problem for them. The first of the heroes of Luoyang said that now was not the time to stand and just watch. The young swordsman went on the attack with his comrades in order to save the Lee and Yan sisters. Turning to the remaining members of the warrior team, Yoha asked why there was so much interference today. Taking a fighting stance, the young man said that it seemed that these warriors did not value their own lives at all. The participants of the fortress, who were watching the battle, asked their brother whether such zeal on his part was not too much. Old Man Shim shouted to the young man that if he seriously injured the disciples of the orthodox sects, then they could not avoid a large-scale war with them. The demon of Henan province tried to reason with Brother Yan so that he would not go too far with them, which only upset the mountain bandit. When his sister Sol-ju heard the boy's last name, she became wary because it coincided with her last name. And to top it all off, the guy had the same red hair, which couldn't be a simple coincidence. Unexpectedly, Yoha asked the girl to take a closer look at him, which puzzled her even more. After which he decided to demonstrate the true technique of the great dragon that rules over the heavens. Gripping the blade tightly with both hands, the boy made the blade of his weapon glow brightly. And later, he revealed the second phase of the 9 heavenly realms technique, demonstrating a real dragon to the warriors. The daughter of the head of the warring estate was shocked that the mountain bandit knew this technique. The three heroes of Luoyang, rushing towards the criminal, did not yet know what they would encounter in the next second. Suddenly, a giant wall of fire appeared in front of Song Sang-gyuk, which he almost walked into. Exactly the same fate befell his comrade, who was almost touched by the tail of the hovering dragon. All three young warriors retreated back in fear from the enemy's incredibly powerful attack. The boys fell to the ground with large holes at their feet, the result of Joey's blow. The captain of the Divine Medicine Squad, rushing away, ordered his men to follow him immediately. However, this was not destined to come true, because bandits from the fortresses of the Five Peaks appeared on the road of the traders. Blocking the trade union's way, Hwang Yomyung asked them where they were heading, since they hadn't even paid off their debt yet. Left alone in front of the mysterious swordsman, Sol-ju asked him with a trembling voice who he was. And when the girl's voice became firmer, she repeated her question, wanting to know where he knew all these techniques from. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the young man asked the girl if she still didn't remember him, after which he called her sister. After the battle with the heroes of Luoyang, the seventh brother of the fortress sat alone watching the sunset. The guy was thoughtful and sad, and the situation that had happened made him remember the past. Suddenly, the swordsman's thoughts were interrupted by his older brother, who finally managed to find the young man. Sitting down next to her, the man said that when the self-confident heroine arrived, he had a vague premonition. The bandit would never have thought that his younger brother taught them the martial arts of the Waryong sect, which Sobek told him about. Then Yoha replied that his father had named him that, meaning Red Sunset, wondering why he was named that way. Before he could ask, the boy's father died, and he instead had to deal with his stepmother and stepbrothers on a daily basis. Turning to Yencho, the swordsman said that from the color of her hair, one could guess that the girl was also from the Yan clan. Pun was thoughtful when he learned that Joha had fought against his half-sister and that they had used the same technique in the fight. From the story of the younger brother, the girl, when he still lived in the estate, mercilessly poisoned him almost every day. Breathing a sigh of relief, having solved the riddle, the man replied that he now understood why the guy had so many feelings in today's battle. The bandit decided to calculate that they had received 500 Nyans from the Huayang merchants, which was worth every penny. Robbed Huang, causing Mugi to cry bitterly. And so the five heroes of Luoyang were tied up in their fortress, and were no longer as daring as at the beginning of their acquaintance. Yencho also informed his younger brother that he had officially resigned as the head of the gang. But the guy asked Pun what he was getting at when he talked about leaving his position. The bandit insisted that the swordsman knew what he was doing. Tens, because among all the elite of the Five Peaks, there is no one who would stand between Yoha and his goal. And so, the man allowed the young man to deal with the five heroes of Luoyang as he saw fit, so that he would be pleased. Suddenly, the guy's face twisted into a creepy grimace, claiming that it was a good offer. But first, Yoha insisted on returning to the camp, which Encho agreed with, although the expression on the guy's face somewhat frightened him. In the evening, when the sun had already set, the elite of the fortress gathered in full force in front of the Pavilion of Harmony. At the head of the makeshift table was a young bandit with Old Man Shim next to him. The Northern Sword Gumil commanded the low-ranking criminals to transfer the prisoners to them. Hwang Yomyung, with a smile on his face, made the Luoyang Five move faster, amused by the situation. The bandit announced to the elite that in front of them were prisoners of the fortress who looked unimportant. Since their conditions were immediately obvious, Yoha inquired what had become of the young warriors. The five disciples from different orthodox sects looked exhausted and tired, as if they had been starved for several days. The blade perfectly, Yanggak nevertheless volunteered to explain what had happened to them. It was all Yumyong's doing, who warned the bandit that the boys needed to be restricted in their ability to use martial arts. Thanks to the acupuncture points, the man managed to block the life energy of the young warriors. And, on top of that, he gave them a ki-dispersing poison that destroyed the dantian, the coordination in the lower abdomen, heart, and head. That's why the five heroes were in such a futile state, and even Poon was surprised by Huang's ingenuity. The bandits accompanying the sect students menacingly asked why they were still not kneeling before the leader. Kneeling down in front of Yeonjoha, Lee So-min asked him if he hadn't played with them enough yet. The girl begged them to stop this abuse and let them go, because they had already let the rest of the people from the trade union go. Hwang Dong-geb, looking at how weak their sister was at that moment, told her to stop and stop humiliating herself. The swordsman replied that they had released the merchants because they had paid for their freedom, which the young warriors had to do as well. Old Man Shim specified how much the Union people had paid them as compensation for invading the fortress, naming the sum of 500 neons. The young warriors were wary, claiming that they had gone against their families' orders to be here, and that they did not have that kind of money. Yoha replied that it was not a problem, and the gang could always get money from the relatives of those detained. Shivering in horror, Lee So-min could not believe that the bandit group was threatening to demand ransom from their families. Because the children had practically run away from the parents' home to go on a journey around Yanju, there was no talk of support. It was impossible to allow such a terrible rumor about the heroes of Luoyang falling into the clutches of bandits who demanded ransom for them to spread. Because then, not only the team's reputation, but also their lives in Yanju would be completely destroyed. The disciple of the heavenly sect looked at the Five-Peaked swordsman, thinking that he was an incredibly cruel person. She asked if they really thought they would be safe after this, because if her father and grandfather heard about this, they would raze the fortress to the ground. Gomyong asked. So-min if they really had no legs, so they would remain here if one of the 10 great masters came for their souls. Yoha picked up on the second brother's idea, arguing that by that time they would already be very far from here. The guards of the heroes of Luoyang drew their blades and put them to the throats of the young warriors, who began to feel even worse than before. The swordsman of the 5 Peaks stated that if they left, the severed heads of the heroes would remain in the fortress. The leader of the detachment, Don Geb, wanted to object to the young man, but being in such a position, he could not find the right words. But before the disciples of the Orthodox sects had to say goodbye to their heads, they had to tell Joha about the ransom. The first person the young bandit wanted to listen to was the leader of the group, who came from the sect of the 8 Immortals. The guy claimed that his family was not so well off, and even 500 nannies were a heavy burden for them. Having heard such a sum from the lips of the young warrior, Yoha approved it and decided to move on to the next candidate. Swordsman Huang, along with his comrade Jun Sang, were shocked by such a statement. Very worried that he might not succeed, the guy tried to offer 300 nanny for himself. However, the chief warrior in the 5 Peaks easily agreed to this amount, which alarmed his older brothers. And when San-gyuk asked for only 200 for himself, the leader of their team asked his comrade to also reduce his price to this amount. To the surprise of Old Man Shim, Yoha agreed to this condition as well, yawning loudly as he wanted to listen to the next prisoner. Using a proven scheme, Lee So-min asked for only 100 for herself, hoping that the bandit would accept even that price. The guy didn't even bother to answer, and Yangaku had to translate for the prisoners instead of the young man that he agreed. Trying to suppress a yawn, the swordsman seemed to remember that the last of the detained heroes remained. He then asked the girl what the price was for the head of the Waryong sect's eldest sister, who had also set a price of 100 neons for herself. And to herself, Sol-ju thought that her brother would not dare to meet with the heads of their families, that he only wanted to humiliate the 5. Leaning forward, Yoha replied that such a price was unacceptable for the Waryong sect disciple who raised her sword at him. The girl began to get indignant, asking whether she was really the only one who would end up having to pay 300 nannies. True, even this amount was not enough for her, and then, breaking into a scream, the sister asked the young man to name the price himself. Yeonjoha said that the Waryong estate would have to pay 1,000 silver neon for Sol-ju's life. The brothers who were among the elite of the 5 Peaks were struck by lightning when they heard this amount. The same effect is astronomical. The price also affected the heroes of Luoyang, who immediately broke out in a cold sweat, The girl, realizing that she was in a hopeless situation, asked her brother what kind of nonsense he was talking about. However, the swordsman, who wielded the blade perfectly, did not accept any reproaches against him, as he felt impunity for his actions. And Hwang Yum-yung expressed his respect for the young girl's courage in not shaking with fear and standing up to the famous Orthodox gang. Solju started shouting that they didn't have that kind of money, asking why the heavenly sect only had to pay 100, while she had to pay 10 times that amount. For the mountain bandits, this was obvious, because the girl was from Vareng, with which Johi did not have the best associations. Then, the cruel swordsman decided to soften and offered to pay his sister with labor as an alternative. He ordered her to marry Yomyang and take care of the entire gang's daily life in order to pay off the debt, which surprised the bandit. The man replied that although he had certain preferences and tastes, he was ready to obey if Yoha insisted. The girls from the 5 heroes were alarmed by how evil and immoral the mountain bandits were. Slamming his palm on the table, the young man declared that the price had been set and ordered the prisoners to write letters. The boy told them to try hard if the young warriors didn't want their heads to be sent home instead of envelopes. Soon, the 3 boys began to work hard on writing letters for their relatives. Their adopted sisters also did not lag behind, but Solju worked the hardest, because she was not destined for the best fate in the event of her family's refusal. In a whisper, Hendo shared his thoughts with Yencho that their younger brother was not only talented in martial arts, but also in banditry. True, Old Man Shim was worried whether everything would be okay, because now their enemies were extraordinary children and the orthodox sects of the Marima. But even despite such a risk, Yoha replied that he understood everything perfectly well, believing that things would take an interesting turn. Demands that included the ransom amount for each of the 5 heroes were soon sent to their families. The messenger quickly carried the message that he had fled from the 8 immortal sect to the Great Nature sect. In the sect of the 7 sons, the sons' parents, having read the letter, were puzzled as to what they should do. And after the heavenly sect, it was the turn of the Warong estate, where the messenger was very scared when he heard the scream of Lady Miju. The woman asked Chungbeck what his brother was doing, that Solju still hadn't been found. Maybeck replied that no matter how hard they searched, they were unable to find any other traces of the Crimson Death Gang. The younger brother did not understand why his sister needed to run away from home for such nonsense, and he had to solve these problems. Suddenly a servant knocked on the lady's door, and Beck immediately attacked him, explaining that she had been talking to her sons. Trembling like an aspen leaf in the wind, the man apologized, but reported that the stranger who had delivered the letter had claimed that it was urgent. Having snatched the note from the servant's hands, the head of the estate declared that if it was a trifle, then her subjects would be in trouble. And while the lady read the letter given to her, the sons obediently waited, not even guessing the contents of the note. Gritting her teeth, the woman tried to suppress a fit of anger, which led her to curse her daughter, threatening that this time it was definitely the end for her. However, the very next moment, Beck Miju fell to the floor, dropping the letter, and Shungbeck immediately ran up to her. Reading the message, Maybeck stated that she was not the only one who had been captured by the 5 Peaks gang, and now they had to pay a huge ransom. But because all 5 heroes of Luoyang were being forcibly held in the fortress, the son wanted to contact the other sects and discuss all this. His mother asked what exactly the guy wanted to discuss with them, which left Maybeck speechless. And the very next second the lady started shouting at her sons, claiming that even after discussing with the sects, such money would not fall on their heads. With her behavior, the lady scared away her youngest son, who looked at her with genuine horror. Baek Miju screamed about how tired she was of dealing with Yonami, who always had to clean up after them. The sons looked at their mother in bewilderment, their mouths hanging open after her unexpected confession. Suddenly, in addition to everything that had happened, another servant of the mistress appeared with a new report. Despite another subordinate trying to drive her away, the girl reported a letter in which the families of the 5 heroes spoke of a general meeting. Hearing this, Maybeck only confirmed his theory that the orthodox sects would decide to join forces. However, Baek Miju didn't like the fact that the families decided to make the first move, but she had no choice but to agree. As a result, by the evening of the same day, all those affected by this grief had gathered in the house of the heavenly sect. Under one roof and at one table were 5 Orthodox Murim families, who sat silently for some time. Watching as everyone seemed to keep silent, the head of Varenga decided to break the silence first. The woman asked those present to say something, wanting to know what they should do in this situation. Then one of the families offered to pay the bandits a ransom, since the safety of the children was a top priority for them. However, Baek Miju reacted very sharply to this proposal, asking if her parents were talking about it too simply. The lady explained that everyone had to be paid a couple of hundred nanny, while from her house they demanded a whole 1,000. And the head of the warring house insisted that 100 was also a considerable price, but no one other than the heavenly sect was capable of throwing money around like that. To which Miju was told that everyone was well aware of her daughter's difficult temperament. The guy assumed that everything turned out this way only because Sol Ju got into a fight with the bandits, which greatly infuriated Madame Baek. His father stood up for his son, arguing that the children were the most important thing, and they decided to collect the necessary amount and send it to the kidnappers. Another family of the clan also decided to buy their child, because this was the best option for them. And at that moment, the head of the warring estate became outraged that the 5 great Orthodox families of Murim decided to bow their heads to the bandits. But Lee Yong-ik, who was the head of the heavenly sect, came to the meeting and declared that they would never bow down to some thief. The man suggested first ensuring the safety of their children and only then attacking the enemy. The parents insisted that their talented children had been taken prisoner, arguing that there could have been equally strong fighters among the bandits. The leader of the heavenly sect replied that this was precisely the reason he was here, which surprised Maybeck. Yong-ik ordered everyone to choose a representative, as he volunteered to fight on behalf of the heavenly sect against the 5 Peaks Fortress. His colleagues were shocked that the sect leader himself was going to lead the raid on the bandits. The second surprise for the warrior Vareng was the reaction of his mother, who clenched her fists. The woman thought that if one of the strongest martial artists joined them, they would be able to deal with these bandits. At the same time, in the heavenly sect building, another person was studying the letter that Lee So-min had sent. It was the great sword master Lee Yi-jong, who was outraged by the fact that his granddaughter was captured by some scoundrels in the mountains. The next day, Baek Miju's eldest son was riding a horse along a sun-drenched road. As a result, the guy arrived at the main gate of the heavenly sect, but he didn't know why, because the squad for the battle had already been approved. Looking at the tablet, the warrior kept wondering why the head of the heavenly sect wanted to see him again. The day before, Maybeck had discussed with his mother whether it was really necessary for him to join the heavenly sect squad. Without hesitation, Ms. Miju replied that it was necessary because the boy needed to prove himself. Turning to her son, the woman said with an ominous grimace that the warrior had to show his fighting skills and impress the head of the heavenly sect. Realizing what his mother wanted from him, Maybeck exhaled heavily but tried to object to her. The boy insisted that all the guards had gone to work as guards and that he alone was capable of teaching lessons in Varung. True, the lady found this argument rather weak and focused attention on her youngest son. But Maybeck insisted that Seungbek was not good enough in martial arts to teach others. Then the mother flared up. She didn't care about it. She didn't see the point in continuing the stupid argument, strongly advising her son to meet with the head of the heavenly sect. With a heavy sigh, the warrior began to dismount from his horse, remembering that he had once again lost an argument to his mother. Before he had even touched the ground, a servant of the heavenly sect greeted him, asking if he had just come from Vareng. Opening the door for the guy, the man stated that the head of the sect was waiting for his arrival inside a large room. When Maybeck opened the door, all the members of the squad to fight the 5 Peaks had already gathered in the office. But as soon as the swordsman entered the room, he noticed something strange that was connected with the people present there. Looking at them, the boy clearly realized that they were not members of the families of the 5 heroes of Luoyang. The people sitting at the table were from martial clans known throughout Luoyang, whose presence was not entirely clear to him. Upon discovering Mrs. Beck's son, the owner of the house joyfully greeted him with a warm smile. After bowing, the warrior introduced himself to the others as Young Maybeck of Wareng, and also greeting the head of the heavenly sect. Li Yong-ik said that last time he was unable to see the young man, who spent all his time trying to calm his mother down. The man said that he had called the warrior to discuss something with him, suggesting that they continue the conversation while sitting at the table. After obediently fulfilling the leader's request, the boy learned that Yong-ik had no intention of going against the 5 Peaks gang. Then the man explained that it was not that he did not want to participate, but simply that he could not, and therefore he would not be there during the battle. The boy felt himself starting to sweat as he asked who would join the expedition on behalf of the heavenly sect. But the leader interrupted the young swordsman, as he wanted to discuss something much more important with him. The man demanded that everyone at the table never mention to the uninitiated what he was about to tell them. All the warriors nodded affirmatively, not even considering the possibility of refusing to hear an important secret. And then Mr. Lee said that last night he received news that the Yomung cultists had resurfaced in Murim. Concerned warriors claimed that the cult had fallen 20 years ago, wondering how it could have returned. The head of the heavenly sect also didn't want to believe it, but he had a report on the battle with the cult in his hands, which contained details that convinced him that the news was true. All the while, they were tracking the forces behind the disturbing events that eventually led them to the citadel and the elite troops surrounding it. According to the group's report, no one was able to carry out a single attack, and given the sword art combat techniques that were used in that massacre, there was no doubt. The opponents were definitely the demonic cult of Yomung, who had similarly declared their return. Li Yong-ik argued that given the circumstances, orthodox martial artists had to unite to fight back against the enemy. Maybeck clarified that this was the reason why the sect leader could not participate in the raid against the 5 Peaks. The leader confirmed this because they had no idea when the cult would move their citadel, and so he prioritized hunting them over fighting the bandits. Because of this, the man decided to gather a victorious squad to get rid of the demonic cult of Yomung once and for all. Yong-ik asked everyone who was present in this room to help the squad destroy common enemies. One of the warriors laid his weapon on the table and declared that if the cult had really returned, then he was obliged to help. Following him, another blade fell onto the table from a fighter for whom words were unnecessary, who was immediately ready to grind Yomung into dust. The Wareng sect representative realized that this mission was far more important than hunting mountain bandits. However, if they do not become part of the detachment sent against the kidnappers, the expedition may be unsuccessful. Meanwhile, in the fortress of the 5 Peaks, they were already preparing for a possible war with the orthodox sects. Sisters Li, So Min and Yan Solju walked leisurely around the fortress without leaving each other's side. True, the girls did not take their eyes off one point the whole time, which did not allow them to relax. Gideok was introduced to the pair of heroines from the Luoyang 5, making sure that the girls did not accidentally run away. So Min was confident that their families would come with money, despite the fact that a week had passed since they were captured by the mountain bandits. Solju agreed, but she herself thought that the family could borrow money from the heavenly sect, although she didn't know how they would be able to pay it back later. The guard assigned to the 5 asked the prisoners if they were going to return from the toilet. But Yoha was unhappy that after the rations given out, the prisoners had something to go to the toilet with, and Gideok was obliged to personally check everything and reduce the amount of food. The swordsman's sister was indignant that the bandits were already giving them one dumpling at a time. The boy asked if this was not enough for them, assuring them that the world was full of people who got by with less. Then, shouting at Yoha, Solju insisted that it was impossible, that she asked him to prove to him that such people really existed. But the girl had no idea that such a person was her half-brother, who had been eating like this for 10 years. As the young man expected, he would not feel satisfied if he let go of the Luoyang 5 and only received money in return. Solju was surprised because she thought that the money was quite enough, asking the bandit what else he needed at that time. Yoha replied that he needed money, that his mother had borrowed it from the heavenly sect, because he was going to destroy all sources of funding for Vareng. The girl was outraged to hear such nonsense, asking how someone like him could do such a thing. And then the swordsman showed his badge, explaining that he was the chief guardian of the Green Forest. Both girls were speechless, unable to believe that John Yoha held such an honorable position in the bandit world. The boy replied that any trading union that was under the protection of Vareng in the Green Forest of Henan should be banned regardless of its status. With a smile, the young bandit asked his sister how she thought his position would help in carrying out this plan. And then Solju froze in place, because if her brother really was telling the truth, then Waryung's future was in jeopardy. Sangyuk complained that the bandits used to give them a dumpling for every meal, but now they were content with one a day. Li. So-min, with sunken cheeks, said that she guessed the reason why the bandits suddenly became so cruel to them, without taking her eyes off Sister Yan. Realizing that all the lumps were flying on her head, Sulju cried quietly, cursing her half-brother. However, suddenly the dark barn was illuminated by bright sunlight, which the prisoners immediately turned to look at. Huang Yomyung came to them and said that the ransom for the Loyang 5 had finally arrived, and they could be free. The girls who had had the hardest time smiled happily when they learned that their ordeal was over. Soon, in the center of the fortress stood 5 huge boxes containing money. Local residents were shocked not only by the amount of money, but also by the people who brought it. 5 clans arrived at the 5 Peaks fortress to pay ransom for the captured heroes of Luoyang. Along with the elder of the Heaven sect, Li Wan Ho, the 7 Sun, Great Nature, and 8 Immortal sects also participated in the process. And the Waryang sect had to be introduced to the youngest son, Seong Baek, due to the absence of Yan Maybeck. Unbeknownst to them, the children of the Yan family were reunited with their half-brother years later. Looking around, Miju's youngest son tried to figure out if this was the gang that the heavenly sage himself refused to go up against. Gideok, who was present during the transfer of the captives, complained about the large accumulation of dust around. And the next moment he sneezed loudly, which the swordsman of the 5 Peaks gave him a questioning look. Frightened, Sun Bayek immediately grabbed his blade, turning to the bandit and asking if he really wanted to kidnap the masters of the 5 sects. Rubbing his nose, the criminal asked the warrior Vareng in bewilderment what he was talking about. The older brothers immediately burst out laughing and began to claim that all the stories about the 5 clans were groundless. The masters, looking sideways at the young man, quietly expressed indignation that they had been ridiculed by the bandits because Vareng had sent a child to do such a thing. Sunbaek asked Mr. Huang why he had taken his sword out of its sheath, and it turned out that the swordsman had done so mechanically. Looking at the awkward warriors, Yoha noted to himself that they had not changed at all over the past time. Solju also had the opportunity to see her family, but she looked quite dejected. But not only was she heartbroken, but the bandit accompanying them ordered the 5 heroes to get moving. The great clan masters were shocked when they saw their grandchildren, wondering what had happened to them. The younger brother and his friend were horrified when they saw Solju in such a state. Both she and her teammate Lee So-min looked like vagabonds if it weren't for their attire. However, the guys looked even worse, more like they were starving, ready to faint at any moment. Pon Yencho also noted that the captives looked even more exhausted than before, which only amused him. Then, Li Wan-ho asked the bandits what kind of disrespect they showed to their children, asking if the criminals had starved them. Shedding tears, the guys from the 5 heroes of Luoyang could not even imagine that hunger could be so terrible. Yoha told the old men not to make a mountain out of a molehill, and that no one would talk about politeness. the boy wanted to clarify something. He said that some insolent men, calling themselves heroes, had burst in with drawn swords and tried to harm his family for no apparent reason. The swordsman questioned why they had to be polite to such impudent people, causing Won-ho to blush with anger. However, the bandits spared them and provided them with everything they needed to survive, giving the captives food and a roof over their heads. True, if the masters are 5, if the sect didn't like something, they could come forward and tell the young bandit personally about it. The masters noted that the young man had impressive strength of spirit, but their task was to ensure the safety of the children until the arrival of the combat units. Lee Won-ho responded that he understood the mistakes the children had made and asked them to let them go while Lee Cheol-sang checked the contents of the boxes. The bandit replied that the ransom amount corresponded to the stated one and was confused by such a huge amount of money. Ensho stated that everything was going smoothly, to which the swordsman replied that he had become attached to the warriors from Luoyang, whom he was sorry to let go. But the next moment, the guy suddenly raised his blade for everyone present. With a smile on his face, the young man said that he had to send the impudent children back home. The masters of the Orthodox sect were confused because they did not understand what Yoha was going to do. And then the young bandit swung his sword and raised dust into the air behind his weapon. The older brothers watched the swordsman's actions with frightened eyes, and Old Man Shim tried to find out what the boy was up to. In a split second, Yoha rushed past the captives, touching each of the ropes that bound them with one swing of his sword. Sisters. So Min and Sol-ju were surprised at how the young man managed to cut the ropes with such precision. The guys were also shocked because the young bandit, wielding such a frightening blade, could easily injure them. The prisoners who returned home wondered how talented the strongest warrior of the 5 Peaks was. But the bandit's tricks didn't end there. He looked at the heroes of Luoyang with a frightening smile. The representatives of the great sects became wary when they saw that the swordsman began to laugh while looking at them. John Joha, with lightning speed, found himself next to the young warriors and swung his sword again. Junsong said that there were many options for what could have been done in the end, but he decided to just beat them. And the guy was partly right because the swordsman really did hit them with his sword. From the blow of the young men, the 3 guys flew into the air, and with tears in their eyes they began to scream loudly. With a satisfied grin, Yoha said that the same fate awaited the Loyang sisters. The girls, who were frightened by such shameful treatment, told the guy not to come closer. However, just a second later, Lee So-min and Sol-ju joined their comrades, also rising into the air. The young bandits' antics forced representatives of Orthodox sects to catch their relatives, and one by one, with great difficulty, those who arrived began to catch the falling warriors, although not always successfully. Of all of them, only Lee Won-ho from the Heavenly Sect stood out as he calmly looked out for Lee Yeon-ik's daughter. In a split second, the old man caught the girl in mid-flight, and her friend with red hair hoped for her brother's help. But she did it in vain because Seung-baek was unable to grab her, and she fell on him like a heavy weight. Thus, loudly and in confusion, the ransom negotiations came to their conclusion. However, the young swordsman's prank did not go unnoticed, and so Min asked him how he dared to do such a thing to the representatives of the Heavenly Sect. This became the first spark in the raging fire of another conflict that was to flare up a little later. After the humiliation the young warriors had experienced, all of them, including Sol-ju, returned home with a guilty look. It's true that her brother Seung-baek was constantly bursting with anger, which he had managed to accumulate during his sister's absence. Turning towards her, the guy began to shower her with blows, declaring that he no longer had the strength for her. Sol-ju began to ask her brother for forgiveness, asking with her eyes wet with tears whether her mother had been very angry. The guy replied that the girl should have known how scared her mother was when she was angry, and despite that, she continued to get into trouble. Sun Baek did not focus on this. He wanted to quickly return home and solve problems as they arose. Lee. So Min regretted her actions, which brought trouble to the sect, but she asked Mr. Li why he came instead of her father. The old man asked why the girl was interested in these things, suggesting that she was disappointed that such an old man had come to save the daughter of the head of the sect. Won-ho laughed it off and replied that the leader had gone to Yuzhou to deal with a dark sect. It was an urgent matter, and the leader immediately set out on a journey, so he was unable to come to the mountain bandits. But So Min was terrified, because she thought that the sect had been defeated. To reassure the headman's daughter, Li replied that her father was a sword master and nothing would happen to him, and that the Yomung subjects would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. And after Li Yong-ik deals with the demonic sect, he will instantly wipe out the impudent Five Peaks gang. And then the heroine of Luoyang calmed down, because she believed that no matter how strong Yomung was, they were not equal to her father. And until the return of the head of the sect, the mountain bandits had the opportunity to enjoy the remnants of a carefree life. At that moment, Yeonjoha, like Gideok during the prisoner exchange, sneezed violently. The guy decided that someone was remembering him, while Hwang Yomyung was suggesting to throw a feast with so much gold at his disposal. One way or another, the troublemakers returned home, and the fortress was covered in silence for a while. That same evening, while at the river, the victorious detachment combed the area for the presence of the enemy. The commander of the detachment from the Shaolin Temple, Maybeck, reported that the sect's citadel should have been located somewhere nearby. His elder brother, the venerable Gonbaek, agreed, since it was here that they lost contact with the rest of the squad. The leader of the victorious squad, Li Yong-ik, asked the old man what he thought of Yomung's capabilities. After reciting the prayer, Gonbaek replied that even the moon-cutting swordmaster and the blade emperor Namgung were unable to kill any of the sages. Since much time has passed since then, their strength has increased, and it is possible that the squad they have assembled will suffer the same fate as those who came here earlier. The warriors from the Shaolin Temple were alarmed and asked their elder brother if he was referring to those same monstrous events. The rest of the squad members, led by the head of the heavenly sect, looked at each other with concern. None of them wanted to become victims of the bloody massacre that Yomung had recently carried out in these parts. The old man noticed how tense the warriors were, but he tried to convince them that they should not lose heart because of the old monk's words. In any case, both life and death were determined by heaven, and therefore there was no need to fear death in order to fulfill one's duty. Yong-ik said that these were the wise words of the venerable monk, and they really should have focused on the mission to suppress the sect. Yomung was the enemy of the entire martial arts world, and it took effort to destroy them. All the fighters of the victorious detachment declared to their commander that they would remember their main goal. Maybeck agreed that having come this far, there was no point in being afraid and intended to complete the mission that his father had failed to accomplish. However, trouble was already awaiting the brave warriors when their scouts returned to the Shaolin detachment. The warriors reported that at the end of the path along Witch Group, they discovered a suspicious building that was located near the road. Apparently, the victorious squad had discovered the Silver River Citadel, and the enemy's servant was rushing to report that their location had been revealed. Having burst into Chok Jink-yun's chambers, the man reported that the head of the victorious alliance had sent out another detachment. The Chaos Sword Demon claimed that the alliance had not learned their lesson and had invaded their lands again, wondering how many there were this time. The ward replied that we included the monk. There were 56 of them, but the head of the heavenly sect also arrived with them. The leader was surprised that the alliance was so determined that they sent Li Yanaka himself to fight them. The man broke into a satisfied smile, because a victim of such a level had fallen into their nets. And then Jink-yun turned to his people, who were to greet the enemy even more cordially and, if possible, capture the monk alive. Bowing before the Lord, the demonic sect unanimously responded that they would do everything possible for this. However, the Chaos Sword Demon ordered no one to approach the leader of the heavenly sect that he would take on. Upon arrival, Lee So-min's father decided to enter the territory that was under enemy control. Having opened the door, the victorious detachment rushed towards the enemy, not excluding the possibility of falling into a trap prepared for them. The main entrance to the pavilion was surprisingly open, and there was not a single guard nearby, which already aroused suspicion. The swordsman from Vareng could do nothing about his anxiety due to the eerie atmosphere in the enemy lands, although he decided not to give in to fear. Suddenly, two enemy figures appeared from the building itself and immediately used weapons that shone brightly in the semi-darkness. These were a metal fan with sharp blades at the ends, as well as a dagger on a long chain. Young Maybeck ordered the victorious squad to immediately duck to avoid becoming victims of a surprise attack. The warrior himself, who was closest to the entrance to the pavilion, skillfully repelled the enemy attack. The swordsman blocked each blow with his blade, thereby nullifying the effects of the fan, which worked on the boomerang principle. Baek Miju's eldest son stood his ground, fending off absolutely all of the enemy's attacks. The other members of the victorious squad were worried about the lives of their comrades from the warring sect. True, the warriors from the fighting clans worried in vain, because Maybeck was a skilled menchik who had perfect command of weapons. Against the sickle dagger that was at the end of a huge chain, the guy defended himself with an improvised shield, quickly spinning his sword around himself. And while Mrs. Baek's eldest son was busy fending off the attack, another sharp fan was flying at him from behind. However, the warrior managed to knock the blade on the chain together with the fan with a sharp blow, thereby avoiding an attack from behind. At the moment when the enemy's weapon was neutralized, John decided to send it to its owners. To do this, the warrior of the warring estate used the 9 heavens technique of the 3rd phase, covering his blade with aura. The guy hit the fan and dagger with a special attack called the Dragon Cloud Tiger Wind. At great speed, the weapon that the enemies had used against Maybeck flew back to the pavilion, and only when they found themselves in a dark corridor did the weapon fall to the floor, subsequently creating a bright flash of an explosion. The member of the victorious squad landed on the ground after his attack, seemingly emerging from the fight as the winner without difficulty. The skill of the young swordsman was also noted by the monks of Shaolin, who did not expect such a thing from the guy, who turned out to be quite formidable despite his appearance. Gonbaek replied that, as expected of the successor of the moon-cutting sword master, the warrior's spirit and skills were astonishing. The leader of the squad, Lee Yong-ik, could not argue with the words of the venerable monk, who, as Miju wanted, witnessed the demonstration of Maybeck's power. With a smile on his face, the man asked if since the enemy had finished testing their strength, it was time for him to show himself. The head of the heavenly sect ordered the enemy to reveal themselves and stop hiding like some rats. After Lee's words, members of the demonic sect began to emerge from the corridor of the building, having assessed the level of the enemy. That was taller than the previous warriors. The demon of power stated that it was logical, since the detachment was personally led by the master of the sword, who could not bring all sorts of scum along with him. Following Chok Jink Yoon's charges, demonic soldiers from the Black Shadow Corps also began to appear. In a matter of seconds, the victorious squad led by Yong-ik was surrounded by a crowd of enemies. The demon of the Sword of Chaos himself came out to the guests, who was glad to meet the master of the sword, to whom he offered a quiet death if he voluntarily surrendered into his hands. However, the sect leader stated that the long speech only proved that the Yomung cult was only capable of talking. Amid calls to behead every member of the demonic sect, the men of the victorious squad went into battle. As expected, the Black Shadows were unable to fight against an opponent that was many times superior to their skills. With swift sword strikes, Maybeck cleared a path for himself, intending to reach Chok Jink Yoon's assistance. Looking at the fallen soldiers of the Corps, the guy wondered if the enemy really wanted to crush the detachment with a crowd of inexperienced warriors. One of the Black Shadows commanded his men to first deal with the swordsman from the Warang clan. However, this was not destined to come true, because his comrades from the victorious detachment stood up to protect the young warrior. One of its participants decided to attack the enemy with a one-hit technique, whose hands were filled with internal energy. While attacking the demonic sect soldiers with his bare hands, the man was assisted by his allies using the unrivaled dragon sword. The core members realized that they were inferior in strength to the enemy, but they could not simply retreat, and continued the fight. Blow after blow, the victorious squad proved that it was not for nothing that it bore such a name, that it dealt with the enemy with ease. Maybeck turned to Yong-ik, explaining that thanks to the son of the moon-cutting swordmaster, the spirit of the other fighters had greatly increased. And his brother, joining in, added that he really did seem like a great master compared to the others, despite his age. The heavenly sect leader was pleased to watch the young master's ascent, but they couldn't afford to buy Jink Yun's confidants time to escape. The Chaos Sword Demon was surrounded by 4 subjects called demons, who were responsible for the safety of the Overlord. The commander of the victorious detachment declared that it would have been far more far-sighted to join the battle so as not to leave a trace of the enemy. The head of the Shaolin sect, together with his brother, assured that there was no need for assistance from Mr. Li. The Shaolin monks promised that they would do everything for him, that they used the technique in the fight 72 arts of his temple. Armed with sticks or using their bare hands, the monks were in no way inferior to their colleagues from the orthodox sects. The fighting monks easily scattered the members of the Black Shadow Corps, showing the superiority of their skills. And even Gonbaek, despite his venerable age, managed to take down several demonic soldiers at once with one swing of his stick. Having dealt with the remnants of the enemy detachment, the monks from Shaolin joined their comrades from the 5 sects. Li Yong-ik was pleased with the work of the allies, who had no doubt that their forces would be superior to those of the enemy. However, the heavenly sect leader was worried about the enemy's excessive laxness, which could mean that they were overlooking something. One of the demons asked his colleagues if it was wrong to catch the warriors, suggesting to start with the fighting monks. And then 4 warriors close to Chok Jink Yun rushed to attack the victorious detachment. The demonic soldier asked the enemy to taste the iron fan of the unrivaled ghost. The fan, spinning like a boomerang, was heading straight towards Gonbaek at high speed. True, the reaction helped the monk to identify the enemy's weapons approaching him in time. The venerable monk jumped away from the deadly metal fan at the last second. However, by evading the attack, Gonbaek exposed one of his allies, who was caught in the enemy attack. The old man was shocked that his mistake resulted in the death of an ally from the heavenly squad leaders group. But even once in the air, the monk could not escape the pursuit of the metal fan. And while Gonbaek's full attention was focused on the dangerous weapon, another enemy used a blade on a chain to wound the warrior. After capturing the monk, one of the demons claimed that the orthodox sects were incapable of destroying them with such pitiful skills. With a sharp tug on the chain, the demonic soldier forced Brother Maybeck back to the ground. The demon claimed that such an arrogant and stupid decision would lead the monks and their accomplices to death. The head of the Shaolin sect did not expect that his brother would fall into enemy hands while seriously wounded. Angered, the monk asked his opponent if they were not afraid of Shaolin's fury. The monk went bare-handed against the demon of power, who used 3 sharp blades in battle. The Yomeng cult member with blood-red eyes asked his opponent to take his time. The man claimed that when his brother died it would be his turn, and then they would be reunited again. It is true that old man Gonbaek might not have survived this battle, as he began to spit blood very often. To him, another of Chok Jink Yun's protégés, the swordsman, was rushing at full speed, being passed by the demon of darkness. The man prepared to finish off the vain monk, intending to cut off his head with one blow. Maybeck ran to the monk's aid as fast as he could, using the 4th phase of the 9 heavens technique. The demon of darkness froze in place in surprise that he had practically finished off one of the main figures of Shaolin. By swinging his blade, the warrior from Varenga unleashed the wind of fire, also known as the catastrophe of the cycle. The demon of power who had been fighting the Shaolin sect leader tensed up when he saw the swordsman in action again. The owner of the metal fans was also dissatisfied with the guy against whom his attacks did not work. The wounded monk was glad that Lord John had arrived, and told him about the weapon stuck in his shoulder. With a sharp and quick movement, the guy managed to extract the dagger blade from the monk's body, thereby freeing him from the enemy's hands. The bloody weapon immediately returned to the hand of its owner from the demonic sect. Maybeck said that everything would turn out completely differently than the enemy had so arrogantly wished. The chain demon thought that the boy was a weak warrior, like one of the students, but it turned out that he had skills on par with elite fighters. The Chaos Sword Demon's subordinate didn't expect that the Overlord was behind him, expressing his regret while watching the duel. The leader of the Yomung sect said that if the Orthodox sect was serious about them, then they could not afford such careless behavior. The head of the heavenly sect replied that it was his turn to show off his strength, while Master Yang could rest. All members of the victorious squad froze in anticipation of the incredible fight that would unfold before their eyes. The fate of the quest to exterminate Yomung depended on the Sword Master's duel with the demon blade of chaos. The leader of the heavenly sect, Lee Yong-ik, looked at his opponent with a stern gaze. Chok Jink-yun asked the warrior how much water had flowed under the bridge since they last saw each other. The Lord claimed that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time, and that his current opponent was the very reason why he had settled in Yomung. Despite all of Jink-yun's loud speeches, the heavenly sect leader had one question for him. Lee Yong-ik couldn't remember who the leader of the demonic sect was, whose face seemed painfully familiar to him. The Chaos Sword Demon was angry that he was not recognized, and so asked his opponent to take another look at his face. After taking a closer look, Mr. Lee replied again that no matter how much he tried, it was all in vain, and therefore concluded that the person in front of him was a small fry. Such words angered the enemy even more, who began to claim that whoever the warrior was, he could not speak such nonsense to his face. But the head of the heavenly sect remembered his enemy, who had never corrected his lousy character, being one of the 3 masters of the bandit union. Even though he was not remembered like that, the Lord declared that he would make sure right here and now that Yong-ik would remember this day forever. Even the fearsome Chaos Demon Swordmaster became the Yomung sect's watchdog, going to great lengths to attract the strongest fighters. Maybeck, who was watching the fight, was worried about the head of the heavenly sect, despite his status. With a battle cry, the man rushed at the enemy, because even if it would be difficult for him in battle, Chok was still no match for him. The Shaolin monks were amazed by Lee Yong-ik's lightning speed, and he was wrongly called the strongest sword master. Swinging his weapon, the sect leader used the Scorched Earth Liberation Sword technique. But it wasn't just the allies who were surprised by the man's skills, because even the demon of the Chaos Sword didn't expect such speed from the swordsman. In a matter of seconds, Lee Yong-ik found himself next to Chok Jink-yun and attacked him with his blade. When the warriors crossed weapons, the head of the heavenly sect declared that now, upon closer examination, he remembered the vile face of his enemy. The man asked how dare a simple mountain bandit wreak so much havoc in the martial arts world. The heavenly sect leader's strike was so powerful that he easily knocked the demonic sword away from himself. Maybeck was shocked that the leader of the enemy citadel could not resist one attack from their leader. The great master's technique was too fast to be detected with the naked eye. It was at this moment that the swordsman from the Warang estate saw the full power of the heavenly sect leader, which was literally blazing with an aura. In order to stop and avoid crashing into the wall behind him, Chok Jink-yun had to slow down using his weapon by sticking it into the ground. The lord of the demonic sect bared his teeth, because in front of his own people he almost lost to the enemy. The demons that obeyed him became agitated, asking their master if everything was all right with him. Even though Lee Yong-ik managed to easily push the enemy away from him, he knew that this was not the end, and the Sword of Chaos was trying to weaken his vigilance. The enemy sect leader laughed and said that the swordmaster was still as collected as before. However, quite a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, during which Jink-yun had learned new techniques. His blade rose into the air thanks to the otherworldly power that the sect used. With his eyes blazing, the enemy asked if the senior in the heavenly sect would be able to control himself after his next attack. With a kick, The overlord struck the blade straight into the air, sending it towards his opponent. The warrior, who was positively glowing with an ominous aura, used a two-handed spirit sword technique at that moment. As he prepared to repel the enemy's attack, Mr. Lee wondered if the former Bandit Union Master had used this technique before. Suddenly, the leader of the demonic sect made a strange movement with his hands to the side. And at that very moment, the blade flying towards Yan suddenly turned to the side, a second before colliding with the warrior. The demon of the Chaos Sword, thanks to the power he had received, redirected his weapon towards the victorious squad. Everything happened so quickly and suddenly that Maybeck miraculously managed to block the enemy's attack. The Waryong clan's swordsman spat out a clot of blood, not expecting that the demonic sect possessed such overwhelming strength. But Check These Manhwa didn't stop there. He unleashed the cutting technique on the people from the orthodox sects. Immediately, his blade passed through all the warriors he attacked again, but could not wound them, although this time he achieved his goal. In addition to the orthodox sects, a group of monks from Shaolin also got into trouble, as they were unable to keep up with the fast-moving weapons. And if some warriors were simply wounded by the blade, then other victims were much less fortunate, who were cut in two by the sword. Lee Yong-ik couldn't believe what was happening, that Check These Manhwa, who was a head below him in skill, had reached such a level. Even the head of the heavenly sect was unable to master such skill, which only worsened the already dire situation. Returning the blade to his hand, the demonic sword of chaos asked his opponent if he wanted to be next. The leaders of the Shaolin clan were defeated along with young Maybeck, who until recently had been the hope of the victorious squad. The remaining members of the group who had escaped the enemy attack claimed that the rumors were true and that the enemy had achieved true superiority. Lee Yong-ik became nervous as the advantage in the battle was clearly on the enemy's side. With a grin, the demon sect lord said that he didn't expect to see such an expression from his old acquaintance. After which, the man said that he was not finished yet, because the enemy squad had just turned into cowardly bunnies. The demon sword of chaos ordered his men to grind the remaining warriors into dust. Ready to carry out their master's task, his loyal demons pounced on the members of the victorious group. The monks who survived the cutting technique began to pray, while Maybeck prepared to destroy as many demons as he could. Yizhong was one of the 10 strongest ball masters who had previously managed the heavenly sect, but now decided to devote himself to self-improvement. When the old man went into seclusion, he no longer appeared in Jianghu, immersing himself in mastering spiritual practices. After finishing another meditation, Li Yizhong had difficulty getting to his feet due to his advanced age. However now, after so much time of absence, the old man decided to return and was looking forward to meeting his granddaughter. And within the walls of the heavenly sect, the strongest of the warriors was finally able to meet with the daughter of Yan-ik. The old man literally welcomed Li So-min back to her home with open arms. The girl jumped into the arms of her grandfather, whom she was incredibly happy to see. Li Yizhong suggested that his granddaughter had to go through a hard time while being held captive by bandits. Embarrassed, the heroine of Luoyang tearfully asked for forgiveness for disgracing the sect and ruining its reputation. However, the old man claimed that he could not worry about the sect's reputation when his beloved granddaughter was in danger, suggesting that she get some proper rest. But So-min asked about her father because she heard how he went on a journey to crush the followers of the Yomung cult. Grandfather assured that everything would be fine with the head of the heavenly sect, because no one except the 10 strongest swordsmen could hold a candle to him. But Yizhong was greatly mistaken, because he did not know that Check These Manhwa had managed to increase his strength during this time, and now he was fighting with Yong-ik on equal terms. The swordmaster held back the enemy's attack until the very end, but was ultimately thrown back by its shockwave. The Chaos Demon Sword used the same long-range combat technique against the sect leader that he used to control his sword. After returning the blade back to himself, Check These Manhwa asked Yong-ik if that was all he could do, that he was beginning to regret overestimating him. The head of the heavenly sect did not understand how this could happen, because the bandit was weaker and somehow surpassed him in strength. The man turned around to check how the rest of the team was doing, but he didn't see anything good. The demon of the weapon's power took the life of another brave warrior with his sword who intended to stop the demonic sect. The demonic soldiers of the Black Shadow Corps still managed to overwhelm the victorious squad with numbers. Lee Yong-ik was shocked that the enemy had cut the elite swordsman of the Orthodox squad into pieces. The only one of the allies who fought back was Maybeck, who, having found the strength within himself, fought for his own life. Shaking with anger, the swordmaster gathered his resolve to stop this chaos. Gritting his teeth, the head of the heavenly sect insisted that he had to save his comrades no matter what. And then, suddenly, the team leader announced that everyone should stop fighting and retreat, which surprised the swordsman Vareng. Addressing his men, Lee Yong-ik insisted that at least one of them had to return home alive. The swordsman who wielded the Nine Heavens technique repeated the words of the elder, who rudely ordered the allies to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. The next moment, the remaining members of the victorious squad left the battle, admitting that they had lost. The leader of the squad insisted that the task for all warriors was the same: to survive and reach their native lands. However, the enemy did not want to let the opponents go so easily, so he sent a two-handed spirit sword after them. The demonic sword of chaos asked if they were the ones who came to this place, who were confident in their superiority, and were now running away with their tails between their legs in cowardice. The leader of the demonic sect, Yo Mung, wondered if the Orthodox warriors really thought they would be allowed to leave peacefully. The blade that was controlled by demonic power pursued the overlord's main target, the head of the heavenly sect. And this time, the enemy's weapon caught up with the enemy, which, although it flew very close, seriously wounded the swordsman. In front of Yan Maybeck's eyes, the leader of the victorious squad lost his right arm, which shocked the boy to the depths of his soul. Swordmaster Lee Yong-ik was seriously injured, as his arm was cut off all the way to his shoulders. The young warrior came to the aid of the squad captain, who tried to stop the bleeding as best he could in this situation. Maybeck insisted that the gentleman should hold on until the very end and under no circumstances lose consciousness, otherwise they could lose him. However, the enemy blade that dealt fatal damage to the swordmaster returned to finish what he had started. Laughing out loud, Chok Jink-yoon was glad that he would be able to take the life of not only the head of the heavenly sect. As a bonus, the demonic blade of chaos could also take the annoying young man from Vareng to the next world. The young swordsman believed that everything so and will end, but at the last second, he was covered by warriors who were nearby. Maybeck, along with a member of the Orthodox Alliance, said they would not allow their leader to be harmed. However, the members of the victorious squad were unable to stop the sword with their bodies. A warrior who came to them in time, who also sacrificed his life, ordered the young man to take the leader and save himself as quickly as possible. The swordsman insisted that he could not do such a thing, but Gonbaek insisted that the leader of the heavenly sect must live, otherwise their death would be in vain. Having joined his comrades, the venerable monk finally ordered Maybeck to go to the Orthodox Alliance for help. And after these words were spoken, the monk pushed the wounded leader and the boy as far away from himself as possible. Moving away from the monk, the warrior Varyanga shouted the name of the master whom he saw for the last time in his life. After the overlord's deadly blade pierced the bodies of the squad's warriors, it eventually reached Gonbaek as well. The old man grabbed the blade that came out of his stomach with both hands to stop it for a moment. The monk claimed that the sword would remain in this place, then sat down on the ground and began to read a prayer. In addition, as the Shaolin Temple member recited the blessing, the power contained within the weapon began to leave him. Chok Jink-yoon cursed the monk for his shamanic tricks that prevented the assassination of the swordmaster. As Gonbaek said, the sword that had lost the cursed power that the demonic sect had given him remained within him. True, the demon of the Sword of Chaos did not grieve for long, despite the fact that, as the monk wanted, the rats from the Alliance managed to escape. The man didn't care how fast the boy could move, since at the moment he had a burden in the form of a wounded cult leader. And besides, the swordsman, would not be able to hide from the demonic cult, whose elite forces were still ready for battle. With a sinister smile, Chok Jink-yun was pleased, because the bloodbath that began that day could no longer be stopped. An eagle was hovering over one of the alliances, but it did so for a reason, as it had a good reason for doing so. Having descended to the palace of the Orthodox sect, the bird settled on the hand of one of the local officials. The man praised the bird for a job well done in delivering the letter to the palace. The alliance man who read the letter had his hands shaking as the text mentioned the Yomung cult. Having rolled up the letter, the man angrily slammed his palm on the table, saying that he was unhappy with the return of old enemies. The victorious alliance, along with the entire martial arts world that had been thrown into chaos, was in despair. Rumors of the Yomung sect's return began to spread through the streets, and along with that, word spread of a group that included the head of a heavenly sect that had narrowly escaped death. Lee Yong-ik miraculously survived a severe injury and now had to endure excruciating pain while undergoing bandages. His wife and daughter were heartbroken that their husband and loving father had lost his arm while fleeing from a dangerous enemy. The only one in the heavenly sect who remained cool and clear-headed was Grandpa Lee So-min. Also, the events of that night could not be ignored by the direct participant in the Warong estate. John Maybeck, who was one of the participants in the suppression, was also in serious condition and was under the supervision of a doctor. The doctor claimed that the boy's life was out of danger, but his internal wounds were very severe and he needed a long rest. While Sungbaek and Solju were beside themselves with rage at the sight of their seriously ill brother, their mother remained reserved. Baek Miju demanded to know what happened, because she sent her son away without the slightest worry, because the head of the heavenly sect was next to him. But the troubles of the Yan family did not end there, and Mado burst into the room with bad news. The lady ordered not to make noise, emphasizing the state her eldest son was currently in. The cousin apologized for such an unexpected visit, but insisted that the matter was urgent and did not require delay. Sun Baek asked what could have happened so urgently, and as it turned out, the reason was a gangster alliance. The man reported that all the trading alliances that were accompanied by the Warang sect were unable to set foot in their mountains. This news horrified Mrs. Miju, who, without fully understanding the situation, asked him to repeat what he had said. Her son asked for a more detailed explanation, trying to understand why the bandit union would go so far towards them. And then, Solju remembered Joey's words when he threatened to ban trade unions from appearing in their region if they were connected with their clan. Gritting her teeth in anger, the girl asked herself what their family had done to make her brother so angry with them. At this time, the culprit of these events was admiring the local landscape of the Fortress of Five Peaks. Twirling the Green Forest Chief Guard badge on his finger, the boy noticed that the wind was quieter than usual that night. Sneaking up to him, Old Man Shim declared that the sect owed the swordsman 1,000 nyans and was also forbidden from entering the mountain territory. Yanggak asked if the young master was pleased, claiming that revenge was not hidden in words, but in something more obvious. With a smile, Joha claimed that if Shim were to walk around at night in this state, he would die before his chi returned. Sitting down next to the young man, the northern sword Gumil wondered if it would be for the best if something like this did happen. With a sly look, the old man suggested that Yoha confess to him that he could pass away to another world at any moment. The guy immediately called the Henan province demon a slippery type, but after thinking for a moment, he replied that he had always thought about it. The swordsman asked himself what he had to take from that woman to finally ease his soul, after which he remembered the indifferent man who was unable to share even a dumpling with the child she had locked in the barn. However, the cruelty of the lady was not only in this, that during all this time she never visited him, hoping that he would die soon. Shim was surprised that Yoha would block the sect's means of earning money so that they would not have a single piece of rice or dumpling left. The guy replied that the old man was not wrong about everything, because in this world there were people who put profit and wealth above all else. And what's most terrible, such people, without regard for their own children, were ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of power. Yanggak was worried that it would take time to suppress the Warang, and he did not know whether the Union's top brass would remain on their side. Yoha did not quite understand what ranks they were talking about, reminding him that he was the head of the guards of the Bandit Union, and therefore his word was law. Shim tried to gently hint that the final word was left to the man, and so he handed him the sign of the head of the guards. The swordsman then asked if he really needed to ask the demon who crushes the heavens for permission to do such things. Soon the rumors reached the leader of the Bandit Union, who asked again about the news that had been told to him. The Mad Cat Lord, who reported this, stood at that moment in front of the master and his daughter. Ingale, realizing how bold his decision was glad that Yonjohei would come to an end. Seok Mu asked again who one of his demons was talking about, and did not immediately recognize the swordsman's name. The man then corrected himself, explaining that it was the head of the guard who had decided to personally establish rules in the mountain territory. Ingale revealed that from now on, any trading alliance that was under the protection of Varenga was to be banned from entering. The Cat Lord insisted that the Bandit Union survived on trade caravans, and despite the orders of the head of the guards, it was impossible to turn a blind eye to this. However, the owner stated that the young man's first move as head of the guard was rather unexpected, but he did not mind. Ryoshiou looked at her father with satisfaction as she poured herself a drink, while the demon lord continued to rant. The man tried to convince leader Green Forest that hostility towards the trade union was beyond all bounds, but Seok Muha interrupted him. The gentleman stated that his subject's tone sounded as if he were the head of the Bandit Union. At this point, Ingale realized that he had gone too far and threatened to receive 4 weeks of hellish training as punishment. The Cat Lord instantly bowed his head to the Demon Lord, claiming that he would do as he was ordered. Meanwhile, he was thinking about how to one day get rid of Yonjohei, whom he wanted to teach a lesson from the moment they first met. The Demon Lord thought that it would be a good idea to do a favor, so as not to keep the head of the guard on a leash after the unpredictable one. Putting the cup on the table, the head of the Bandit Union laughingly said the name of the Warang sect, which interested his daughter. The man said that they needed to find out what the relationship was between the head of the guard and the sect with which he had started a war. Seok Ryo. C looked at her father with eyes shining with joy, as she understood what this meant. Sighing, the young bandit's father said that, unfortunately, he himself was to blame for drinking all night. Since the sun was already at its zenith, Seok Muhei allowed his daughter to go, since she had already sobered up by this time. The girl agreed to find out what exactly connected the sect and the Five Peaks Fortress bandit for the sake of the leader of the Bandit Union. Father asked Ryo to try her best to complete this task, even though he himself was wondering whether he had made the right decision. The morning sun had just appeared from behind the mountains, but despite this, the neighing of a horse could already be heard. The daughter of the demon lord who crushes the skies saddled her horse, ready to set off. The young bandit turned around to look at her father one more time and say goodbye to him before leaving. The man who was watching Ryo Shu from the balcony wished her a safe journey, but he couldn't calm down, wondering if he had done the right thing. The girl slapped the horse and made it run as fast as possible to quickly deal with the matter she had assigned. The bandit was eager to meet John Joha, whom she had missed greatly since their last meeting. Leader wondered if she really liked the head of the guard that much, remembering how depressed she had been sitting in the fortress before. Watching his daughter walk away, Seok Muhei believed that this was all he could expect from children now. The man was alarmed by how joyfully they left their parents, most likely not even suspecting their feelings. But then the Lord's thoughts returned to Yoha, who had forbidden contact with the merchants, which was not only unexpected, but also atypical for the first order of the head of the guard. Could not know about the other warriors, but what he saw in the young man was a lack of greed or personal interest. This only made it more curious what the Warangs had done to him to anger the swordsman of the Five Peaks so much. Tapping his chest, Seok Muhei declared that he still had strength, because without it, the guy would have easily beaten him at the Bandit Union tournament. The Demon Lord decided to look into the situation and settle the matter fairly, wondering what the cult had done to turn the boy into their enemy. The order from the head of the Green Forest Guardians was enough to undermine the stability of Varang, and the gangs began to erect the corresponding signs. Fortress of Crimson Sand, Golden Wind, or Eight Sages, all of them posted signs prohibiting trade caravans accompanied by the Warang sect. The bandits asked their leaders what strange order they were supposed to follow, but the Banta leaders simply did what their elders ordered. The bandits believed that, apparently, the Varang would be left without orders at all, so they turned to the centuries-old trading union. The union representatives, who were sitting at the same table with Mrs. Miju and her children, were surprised at what was happening to the people these days. Lee Si-chan claimed that since the situation had taken such a turn, they thought that it was better to continue further work with the sect will be difficult. This statement worried Chief Warang and Captain Mado, who were losing their former allies again. The man stated that Madame Bak's clan would not be participating in accompanying caravans on the upcoming trade trips. The woman was furious that these merchants also caved in to the decree issued by the head of the Green Forest Guard. Li Yongbok claimed that all that was left for Warong's disciples in their trade union was to guard him, even though they did not have many points. John Maddo was outraged that the heads of the century-old trading union wanted to send all the students to the palaces. Mr. Lee immediately became nervous, trying to convince the angry swordsman that this was not entirely true. His colleague Lee Se-chan asked them not to take it personally, since they were merchants and could not afford to work at a loss. But at the same time, they wanted to continue their cooperation with the sect and planned to expand several of their affairs, and in that case, they would not have to send away the students. Sol-ju was surprised by this turn of events, as this statement sounded like a win-win situation for both parties. However, her mother considered her daughter naive at that age, since they were dealing with merchants who would not show mercy without compensation. However, before that, the representatives of the century-old union wanted to ask something from the Varang sect in return. Li Yongbok said that they wanted to obtain the Gongxiang stove from the Sanjin merchants, and only then could the two sides maintain close relations. Although the lady agreed, she herself thought that through their hands, the centuries-old trade union wanted to unleash a war with Sanjina. Even though Warang didn't have the opportunity to be selective, it will still take a long time for Maybeck to recover. Sechan agreed to give more time, but asked not to make them wait too long, and his colleague added that if Sanjin's ward grew, they would break off contact with Warung. Left the meeting, they hoped that next time the Yan family would bring them good news. Mado was outraged that some merchants dared to behave so arrogantly towards a respectable sect. Baek Miju demanded that the warrior calm down, but he didn't understand how his aunt could take such a situation calmly. Shaking with anger, the lady assured that he was not the only one who was overcome with rage, because she also did not want to lose the support of the centuries-old trade union. The man insisted that he and Maybeck were figuring out how to get their jobs back, and that he intended to go to the Five Peaks gang and destroy all the bandits. The cousin claimed that the last time he came across a bunch of pathetic parasites, but Sol-ju countered that back then, the head of the guard was outside the mountains. The girl claimed that even if her older brother could deal with the bandits, Mado, with his skills, would not be able to withstand even a couple of blows. Baek Miju slammed her palm on the table and told the two siblings to stop their pointless arguments. Her daughter turned away, unhappy that they didn't want to listen to her because she knew those criminals better. Gritting her teeth in anger, the woman asked herself if there really was no other way out of this situation. But what angered her most was that they were unable to fight back against some mountain bandits who had instantly destroyed their lives. It was unknown whether the great swordmaster Li Yizhong heard Baek Miju's prayers, but he personally decided to take up the matter. The former head of the heavenly sect entered his son's chambers to visit the wounded swordsman. His granddaughter was happy to meet her grandfather, surprised that he was still awake despite the late hour. The old man ordered them not to rise, explaining that he had visited Li Yong-ik out of his own concern. Sitting down next to the seriously ill man, Yi Zhong asked if his injured arm was feeling better. The head of the heavenly sect replied that he was confidently on the mend, but there was something that he couldn't pronounce. The great swordmaster was surprised and asked his son again if something else had happened. With a guilty look, the man replied that he did not have the courage to meet his father after he felt that the honor of the heavenly sect had been tarnished. Li Yong-ik's words touched his daughter, who could not understand why her father was apologizing to her grandfather. The old man agreed with his granddaughter because he should not have heard such words from his own son, who lost his hand in the name of the common good. Li Yijong told his son not to say such things again, whose words were immediately picked up by So Min, who was crying in grief. The great swordmaster claimed that the Chaos Demon swordmaster was no match for his son, asking why he lost to him. Yong-ik explained that perhaps it was all about using the Imperium that the Yomung spoke of. His strength and fighting stance had not changed since their last encounter, but his ki had become simply terrifying. The old man became wary, asking if Yomung's lackeys were cultivating their chi through the Imperium in order to plunge the world into chaos. The wounded swordsman confirmed that he had felt something similar from the Five Peaks gang, which is why he called his daughter to ask her. Turning to So Min, the man said that according to rumors, the young bandit possessed incredible ki for his age, believing that he had also received Imperium. The father of the head of the heavenly sect was interested in reaching a new level at the expense of the Imperium, so he wanted to know from his granddaughter what she thought of that guy. But it turned out that it was not so easy for the girls to answer this question, that they began to make an effort to at least answer something. In the end, So Min burst into tears and said that she didn't know anything because the bandit had defeated her before she could fight back. Her father was sad that, as a disciple of the heavenly sect, she could lose to some bandit, but the old man consoled him, citing So Min's age. Since he couldn't find out anything, Li Yijong decided to look into the matter himself. With such a statement, he greatly surprised the head of the heavenly sect, causing him to fall into a stupor. The old man explained that in any case he had no intention of turning a blind eye to the problem associated with his granddaughter. Li Yijong stated that as soon as dawn came, So Min would follow him, that before dealing with Yomung, he personally wanted to destroy the Five Peaks gang. The young bandit continued to gallop non-stop all this time and eventually reached the village of Haga in the Bobon region. When the bandit got off her horse, she was sure that it was very close to the fortress. Ryo-si began to look at the sights, namely the mountains she had heard so much about. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard coming from the girl's belly, attracting the attention of the locals. The girl wanted to kill the worm from a multi-day ride without a break, and the locals muttered that beggars had already started to have horses. In the village of Haga, the girl went to the Tavern of the Four Seas, where a luxurious table was laid for her. And just as the bandit wanted to start eating, she heard a conversation at the next table, which attracted her attention. So Min did not touch her food, claiming that she had no appetite, which was probably due to her proximity to the bandit's fortress. The girl never answered, but from her face one could conclude that the assumption was correct. He himself had once gotten into trouble in the south, and even years later, just the thought of those places would deprive him of sleep, awakening anger. The granddaughter was surprised that her grandfather had something similar, who replied that he was not born a strong swordmaster right away. So Min was curious about what the old man did after his failure, who had no choice but to catch up with his enemies and tear them to shreds. Traveling through those lands had pleased Yijong's soul, and now that he was here, the Five Peaks were to become a similar place for his granddaughter. The girl was grateful for the mood lift, but for Ryo-si, this conversation only caused concern. Before the bandit had time to reach the fortress, new guests began to visit them, one of whom the girl had already seen somewhere before. However, the attention of Sokmu's daughter was drawn to other restaurant visitors who were just discussing her granddaughter with her grandfather, who also seemed familiar to them. Gideok discussed with Hwang Yumyung that the girl of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, who was from the heavenly sect, had returned to them again. And if the girl's words were true, then the old man next to her could promise problems for their gang. because he was one of the 10 strongest sword masters of Li Yi Zhong, the great master of the heavenly blade. Hearing this, Ryo-si was shocked, wondering what kind of trouble young Joha had gotten himself into this time. The old man said that he took the bandits for fools who attacked his granddaughter despite the glory of the heavenly sect. But from So-min's words, this was not the case at all, which was immediately pointed out by the bandits of the Five Peaks gang. However, the great warrior overheard the conversation between the two criminals and ordered them both to kneel before him. Without understanding how exactly the warrior managed to do this, but, in a word, he made them fall to the floor against their will. Exuding a terrifying aura, Li Yi Zhong walked towards the criminals, clearly not with good intentions. At that very moment, Huang Yomyung and his comrade began to repent of what they had done. The great sword master asked the criminals why they begged him for mercy when he didn't even ask anything. The man said that the punishment for harming his granddaughter would not be easy, and they would bear it instead of the other bandits of the Five Peaks. The energy that emanated from the old man was so overwhelming to the gang members that they screamed hysterically in pain. Ryo-si was annoyed that she had not managed to have a quick lunch, having managed to arm yourself with sharp needles. The girl found it difficult to watch the bandits suffer, so she decided to stop it by sticking needles into Lee So-min. But the bandit's weapon did not reach its target, which was reflected by the swordmaster, although she managed to put an end to the torment of Huang and Gideok. Then the daughter of the demon lord who crushed the skies grabbed the blade that was filled with her aura. The young bandit jumped on the old man, who in turn did not defend himself and put his hand to the side. Thus, with his skills, Li Yi Zhong summoned his blade to fight the stranger on equal terms. The man, grabbing the weapon, exuded an incredibly powerful aura, not taking his eyes off the enemy. True, he only needed one blow to repel the attack of the young bandit. However, Ryo-si was no ordinary warrior, managing to hold off the counterattack and land on her feet after it. The old man said that he did not expect that he would be forced to take his sword out of its sheath even before joining the Five Peaks gang. Without taking his eyes off the stranger, the swordmaster asked her if she was a member of the Green Forest. The girl was initially surprised that the old man had revealed her identity so easily, but she decided to admit that she was the daughter of the leader of the bandit union. She replied that although she was afraid of the glorious name of the master of the heavenly sword, she could not watch as a terrible fate befell her family. Gideok was surprised that they were considered a family, and Huang explained that all the members of the Green Forest were one family. Ryo-si was forced to show disrespect and point her sword at the Grand Master, who also asked to be taught a lesson. The bandit's words made Li Yi Zhong think, because it didn't look like the criminals were from the same gang. Seok-mu's daughter told herself to calm down, as cheap tricks would only make things worse when fighting such an opponent. And so, she had no choice but to give it her all and try to squeeze out the most in this battle. The girl used the technique of the sword of the dark skies of the Asura, which at the same time also summoned the phantom blade of the deity to protect herself. The bandits she saved from certain death were amazed by her incredible skills. However, Grandfather So-min was not going to retreat so easily, so he suddenly lowered his sword blade down. And the next second he spun it with such force that it began to rotate in the air, forming a kind of protective circle. Seok Ryo-si didn't expect that the old man would gather all his energy into one point in order to block her attack. The heavenly swordmaster said that the bandit's ki wasn't that bad, despite the fact that he managed to evade the attack. True, at this point the old man finished with compliments that, having touched the blade of his sword, he caused a strong storm. The tavern owner understood that this was a complete failure and his establishment could fall to pieces. The strong gust of wind that Li Yi Zhong created was also resisted by the daughter of the leader of the Green Forest. The girl had to sweat to stand up to the master of the heavenly sword, who, although she had been training since the general gathering of the gang, but her ki was easily repelled. The representative of the heavenly sect stated that the bandit was quite skilled for her age, confirming that she was the daughter of a demon lord. Ryoshi thanked the master, but she felt that her skills were still overpraised, since she was not that capable. Yijong agreed to let the two criminals go, but only as an exception for the sake of Seok Muhei and his daughter. Rejoicing that they would not die today, the members of the fortress thanked the old man and immediately rushed home, forgetting about their savior. The heavenly swordmaster asked the girl to tell the heroes of the 5 peaks to come to the top of the mountain in the morning, and that none of them dared to escape. Looking back at the setting sun, Lee Cheol-san asked her brothers what they should do. A dissatisfied Ma Hendo wondered what the fuss was all about in the village. Pun Yencho expected that the heavenly sect would want to take revenge, but he never thought that the great master himself would make the first move. All the brothers hung their heads, because no matter how well they knew the art of the 9 heavens, they were absolutely powerless against such an opponent. Encho asked his comrades, who were sighing heavily, why they had to despair, since they still had the blade master Yan Joha. But the boy kept thinking about the great master of the heavenly sword, which meant that an incredibly strong enemy had once again stood in the gang's way. The young man wondered how many more enemies he would have to defeat before they could live a peaceful life. The first truly strong opponent was the sage Chanji, who broke into the fortress with the intention of capturing it. Then came the demon lord, and no matter how much he feared Zhou, he did not want to avoid the battles that kindled the strange fire in his chest. However, all this happened because he decided to take revenge on Warring, and therefore could not risk the lives of his brothers and sisters. Just as the swordsman was about to tell the gang's elite hero this, he was interrupted by a female voice. An old acquaintance of the local bandits rushed to the fortress of 5 peaks after a long journey. At the more familiar voice, not being able to understand who exactly it belonged to, the bandit from the green forest rushed towards her old friend with open arms. The girl hugged Yoha, saying that they were finally together again, which made the guy blush. Not expecting to meet Seok Ryoshi, the head of the Green Forest Guard awkwardly asked how the girl was doing. With a blush on her face, the bandit asked how she could feel when she crossed rivers and mountains in order to find him. She asked the young man what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into while she was gone, mentioning that the great master of the heavenly sword had come for their souls. Hearing these words from Sok Mu's daughter, the members of the bandit group froze in horror when they learned that the old man was heading towards them. Sobek, who was jealous of Johu towards his friend, was interested in whether she wanted to take a couple of steps back, so she began to help her with this. The second brother couldn't believe that the great heavenly swordmaster actually said that he wanted to finish them off. With a dreamy look, the girl replied that this was exactly how it was, and that he was quite serious. Ryo said that the great warrior wanted to see every single one of them at the top of the mountain, but if any of them did not come, he would grind the entire gang into dust. Hendo wondered if they had a chance, since they had been training hard since the day they returned to the fortress. But the swordsman replied that there was no need for that, since all this had happened because of his personal enmity, and it was only fair that he meet the master one-on-one. The elder brother Pun disagreed, as they also put their hearts and souls into training, and if they fought together, they could win. Old Man Shim interrupted him, claiming that if they all went up the mountain, then the same company would go to their forefathers. Yanggak explained that their enemy is one of the 10 great swordmasters that was on par with the heaven-destroying demon lord. And if weaklings like them join the battle, they will bring nothing to it except senseless deaths, and for the gang to survive, John must go alone. Ryo didn't expect much from the gang, but she also didn't know that they had their own strategist, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to keep John company. The hard day for the gang came to an end, and the long night finally ended, giving way to dawn. At the first of the 5 peaks, 2 strong warriors met to resolve a conflict that had arisen between their sides. On one mountain, there was the great master of the heavenly sword, Li Yizhong, who came on behalf of the heavenly sect. His opponent was the swordsman of the 5 peaks, a bandit who wielded a blade perfectly, Yan Joha. Along with one of the 10 great warriors came his granddaughter, Li So-min, who acted as a squire. But the warrior with red hair also did not come to the duel alone, next to whom was Sok Ryo-si. The guy kept wondering why the girl followed him, that she was acting as a representative of the Green Forest. Then Lee Yi-jung said that he had ordered all the heroes of the 5 peaks to come to the mountain, wanting to know why only one of them had appeared. The boy and the girl looked at each other in bewilderment that they did not understand the question of the master of the heavenly sword. Pointing their fingers at each other, Yoha and Ryo-si replied that they came here together. The old man considered this to be such a rude act on their part that even his granddaughter felt his indignation. Shortly before the fight, Poon asked Old Man Shim what he meant when he suggested sending Johu alone into battle. Yanggak did not deny that the warriors' skills had indeed increased, but with their current abilities, they would not be able to leave even a scratch on the great master. In other words, if everyone goes there, then not only they will lose, but also John Joha himself, who will lose his brothers. But the Northern Sword Gumil suggested sending the young bandit alone, as he had originally suggested. After all, if things went sideways, the swordsman could sort everything out himself, hinting to the guy that he should hide if possible. Then Han Chung asked, what would happen if he escaped? Wouldn't the great master give chase to them? The old man replied that this was out of the question, because his son, Lee Yong-ik, had recently suffered a terrible injury in an encounter with the Yomung cult. Since the heavenly sect was completely defenseless, Shim asked what would happen if Yeomung attacked them after learning that the master was here. The orthodox sects would be horrified, and the heavenly sword master would not want to let things get to this point, and Johi had no choice but to trust the old man. Yi-jong said that he thought the bandits had figured something out for themselves, and then made a gesture as if calling the enemy to him. But as it turned out, he was not calling an enemy to him, but his weapon, which immediately jumped out of its sheath, surprising So Min. Yoha was amazed that the old man could move the sword with his chi, which also surprised Ryo, although it was obvious that the master could project his will onto the sword. The heavenly sword master claimed that he was irritated because the bandits refused to face the danger honestly. Now the boy doubted that trusting Shimu was a good idea, and Ryo whispered that he needed to strike before the enemy. The old man held his hand out in front of him and summoned his blade, which appeared in front of his palm in a split second. Grabbing the blade, Lee Yi-jung made a sweeping strike, releasing a powerful wave of energy towards the bandit. Gritting his teeth, Yoha realized with regret that the heavenly sword master still yearned for battle. Swinging his blade, the 5-peak swordsman was not going to give up so easily, because there was a lot at stake. Having repelled the attack of the great master, the young man noted to himself that the energy that his opponent possessed was truly incredible. True, after the young man managed to parry the blow, he broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart sank into his heels. The old man who had stood in front of him just a second ago had now disappeared, mystically dissolving into thin air. However, Yi-jong himself revealed the secret, reporting that when he heard about the skilled bandit, he immediately decided that these were just rumors among the peasants. But now that I had the opportunity to fight him personally, I realized that the swordsman's skills were better than the master could have imagined. When the old man caught the boy off guard, he shouted out his next attack, the 3rd form of the heavenly sword. Yoha was worried because he had no time to retreat and only had to repel the blow. With a swing of his sword, the representative of the heavenly sect demonstrated the 5 elements blade technique. Taking a fighting stance, the boy resorted to the 4th form of the art of the 9 heavens, whose weapon immediately lit up with aura. The next second, the young man began to swing his sword in front of him, creating whirlwinds of firestorm. The heavenly sword master faced off against the strongest bandit in the 5 Peaks fortress. Lee So-min was amazed at how the young man who had previously held her captive fearlessly stood up to her grandfather. As he approached the enemy, the youth felt his energy, which was comparable to that of a heaven-destroying demon lord. The old man from the heavenly sect was also surprised by the aura of the young bandit, who initially mistook him for an ordinary bandit. And at the same time, Yi-jong had a question about why the guy used a one-handed sword despite his own skills. Ryo-si, watching the fight, expected no less from the young man who managed to stand up to her father, and now was not inferior to the master of the heavenly blade. Joey's opponent said that he had a good level for such a young warrior, but the boy replied that he often heard such things from his opponents. The swordsman stated that the old man was a force to be reckoned with, which in turn was just warming up. The heavenly sword master wanted to ask the youth one question before giving it his all. Li Yizhong voiced the question that was sitting in his head, why the guy used a one-handed sword instead of a two-handed one. But the guy didn't quite understand why the old man asked him this question, which confused him. The man explained that there must be a reason why the bandit chose such a weapon, having enough experience, knowing that the guy had met with the sage Chan Ji. When the Grand Master asked him if he was a member of the Mudan sect, Yoha replied that martial art was his family technique. This answer somewhat puzzled Yizhong, who became curious that since the technique was so powerful, then his family should also be known. The old man was unclear as to why the young man had stayed with the bandits instead of making himself known, but the swordsman replied that everyone had their own story. And then he expressed regret that he had treated the master's granddaughter in such a way that she had become embroiled in his vendetta. From the conversation between the fighters, Rio learned that John was taking revenge on Wareng for personal reasons, which raised a new question. Why did the guy want to settle scores with this sect? Yoha continued, explaining that his gang members were also caught up in this, suggesting that they bury the hatchet and never talk about it again. The guy asked his opponent how he liked the idea he proposed and hoped for the master's consent. But the old man made it clear that he had no intention of making concessions by suddenly attacking the young bandit. Li Yizhong was convinced that the young man did not crave Yomeng's power, unable to understand why the boy refused to retreat despite the master's strength. The representative of the heavenly sect was wrong to follow the rumors that turned out to be false, who wanted to clarify the situation in this duel. The man asked if the boy realized that his opponent was one of the 10 great sword masters. Yoha replied that he was aware of this, since everyone was talking about it, but he didn't understand what it had to do with it. Attacking the young man with redoubled force, Li Yizhong was surprised that despite all this, the bandit still stuck his nose up in the air. The five-peak swordsman struggled to hold back the enemy's attack, constantly being surprised by the enemy's incredible ki. With a swing of his blade, the master managed to separate the blades, thereby pushing away the head of the guardian of the green forest. Yoha flew away from the great master of the heavenly sword to a great distance, threatening to fall from the mountain. However, after pirouetted in the air, the swordsman landed heavily on the ground, protecting himself with his sword driven into the rock. Miraculously, the young man remained on the mountain, stopping at its very edge, but despite this, he was ready to continue the fight. The guy who felt awkward at this moment said that he had already resigned himself to becoming a dead person due to such an abundant amount of qi. Suddenly, the old man announced that he agreed to leave the rest of the gang alone, leaving the conflict between the two of them. John Joha was very grateful to the martial artist, but that was where the good news ended, as the battle was still ongoing. However, Li Yizhong began to prepare for a special technique by touching the blade of his sword, filling it with his qi. His granddaughter, surprisingly, began to worry about the bandit because she believed that her grandfather was going to kill him. The heavenly sword master asked his opponent if he wanted to take care of his own life. Yoha claimed that it was already his business, that by turning to the 7th level of the 9 heavens technique, he was preparing for the earth-tearing dragon bones. When the heavenly sect representative's sword ignited, he was ready for the heavenly art of flawless prediction. In an instant, several energy blasts from the enemy rushed at the young swordsman, attacking from all sides. While parrying the master's blows, the swordsman caught himself thinking that his hands were starting to hurt when trying to block the enemy's attack. The old man began to shower him with compliments again, claiming that for such a young man he wielded a sword quite well. And a second later he was rushing at full speed to cross blades with a young bandit who knew no fear. Once again, meeting face to face, the head of the Green Forest Guard also complimented the enemy, saying that his technique was truly threatening. The fighters began exchanging powerful blows, from which sparks of fire literally flew. With difficulty hiding how hard it was for him, the guy realized that although he skillfully pretended, at this rate, he risked losing this battle. In order to turn the tide of the fight, the young man leaned on his opponent with all his weight, almost hitting him with his weapon. Li Yizhong found it funny that the guy was trying to defeat him with just his strength. The young swordsman advised his opponent to prepare himself, as he expected to quickly finish him off with his strength and speed. Yoha once again turned to the technique of the 9 heavens and activated the 9th level, which was called the Thunderblade. The old man from the heavenly sect countered him with the ideal heavenly sword, namely the thunder that shook the heavens. However, at the moment of performing such a powerful technique, the guy's weapon blade suddenly broke. 2 powerful attacks from great masters met, but neither of them reached their opponent. At the moment of impact, Yoha was shocked, because he never expected to lose his weapon at such an important moment. The old man said with a smile on his face that if by some miracle the guy got out of here alive, then he should come to him again, but this time with a sword. The head of the Green Forest Guard looked at the broken blade in bewilderment, not understanding how he was now supposed to fight. But Li Yizhong had no intention of stopping in front of an unarmed opponent, which could have ended the fight at this point. Aiming the tip of his sword at Yoha, the great master doubted that he would ever see the talented swordsman again in the future. Seok Ryo Sai was worried that she might lose her lover at that moment. Holding his breath, the young bandit wondered if everything would end like this, because of his principles and unwillingness to change weapons in time. At the moment of impact, there was a deafening explosion that could be seen from everywhere. After completing his attack, the representative of the heavenly sect waited for the dust from his powerful blow to settle. But when this happened, the man was surprised, because there was no trace left of his opponent. Meanwhile, in the Harmony Pavilion, none of the gang's top 10 elite heroes were sleeping. The brothers and sisters evacuated the gang to a nearby village while they waited for Yan Joey to appear. Ho Imdal asked with doubt in his voice if everything would be okay with his younger brother. Sobak, for whom Yoha was more than just a brother, was worried that something terrible might happen to him. Pun Yencho claimed that they could not stand aside, and Thak Gomyong was determined at any cost to unite against the great master. Old Man Shim, listening to how all the brothers took turns to help the swordsman, insisted that they would all simply lay down their heads. Unexpectedly for himself, the eldest of the brothers heard a characteristic sound that it sounded like stomping. The next second, the doors of the pavilion opened, and standing in them was the 7th brother, alive and well. The guy, drenched in sweat, couldn't catch his breath, and all he could say was the word guys. But a little later, exhausted but with a joyful smile on his face, Yoha said that he had returned. All the brothers, including Old Man Shim, were overjoyed at the return of the young bandit. Even though the boy couldn't defeat the great master, they were still glad to see him, because the safety of his friend was much more important than victory. At the same time, Li Yizhong became convinced that the young man not only knew brute force, but was also cautious and resourceful. And on top of that, it wasn't that easy to block a blow at such a distance, which only emphasized the swordsman's skills. The old man was sure that if the boy found a normal sword instead of a blade and put in more effort, he would reach the level of 10 great masters. After returning the sword to its sheath, Grandfather Li So-min told his granddaughter to return back to the sect. The girl objected, since they hadn't taken revenge yet, but the swordmaster said that the boy wasn't involved with the Yomong cult, and there was no longer a reason to stay here. Even though the winner of the battle was obvious, Li Yizhong was still curious about one thing. The man was so amused by the thoughts in his head that he laughed out loud at them. The representative of the heavenly sect was eager to see how Joey's strength would increase once he held a real sword in his hands. Before the 10 warriors of the 5 peaks had time to rejoice that they had come out of this situation dry, another problem arose. Broke into the pavilion demanded that the brothers immediately go outside, which only angered Tak Gomyong. Hwang Yomyong reported that the Baxi Trade Union was climbing the mountain, but it was not about them. The criminals were alarmed by the fact that they were walking under the protection of the Vareng retinue, along with whom was the swordsman who had once beaten up the gang members. Pun was surprised that the Warang sect had already come for their souls, having the audacity to show up at the foot of the fortress. Inspired by the return of the young swordsman, the brothers wanted to finish what they started and teach the villains a lesson. The criminals were ready to smash the sect members to pieces after they narrowly escaped the wrath of the Great Master. Ryo-C was surprised that the bandits went to meet the enemy so quickly, thinking that they needed to rest first.